In the 1980s of the 21st century, humanity entered the federal era, where every individual was compelled to engage in a game known as Universal Lord. Within this game, players could establish their own villages and recruit heroes. The entire game was divided into 8 continents. The outer 4 served as the starting ground for novices, while the remaining ones remained shrouded in mystery, with no knowledge of how to access them. The protagonist began his journey by recruiting a divine assistant, leading to rapid development of his territory. Chapter 1. The Divine Assistant. According to federal announcements, at 8 o'clock tonight, Universal Lord will officially launch, and all adult citizens of Earth must enter the game. Failure to join within 3 days will result in the cessation of all welfare benefits and the freezing of all bank accounts. As he listened to the most stringent announcement in history broadcasted, Zhang Yinbin shook his head in resignation. This game was not a mere promotion by a company. It was mandated by the Earth Federation. All adults were obligated to participate. Furthermore, helmets were distributed free of charge, although those with financial means could also purchase gaming pods. At this moment, Earth was plagued by dire environmental conditions and severe pollution. The affluent resided in mountain villas, where the pollution was less severe. In contrast, individuals like Zhang Yinbin, who lived in urban high-rises, often suffered from respiratory issues. The incidence of lung cancer had tragically risen among those in their teens and early 20s. Clutching a large bag of provisions, Zhang Yinbin pinched his nose and hurried away. Tonight, Universal Lord was set to commence. The game's introduction was rather scant. The outermost 4 continents were the only places where players could spawn, while the second tier housed 3 continents, the entry to which remained unknown. It was rumored that these were more advanced lands. In the center lay a supercontinent, devoid of any description or information on how to reach these lands. With a hefty bag in hand, he returned to his modest dwelling, small and simple. He organized his daily necessities, knowing he would not need to venture out for several days. Glancing at the helmet in the corner, Zhang Yinbin sighed in resignation. Residing in a polluted area, he was uncertain about the future, and his enthusiasm for the game was minimal. Nonetheless, he patiently settled onto the sofa, observing the federal reports as he awaited the appointed time. Finally, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Bin reclined, donned the helmet, and pressed the power button. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he found himself in a lush meadow, inhaling a breath of pristine air, his first untainted breath in 20 years. Beep system notification. Congratulations. You have arrived at the Eastern Continent. Please establish your territory here. Zhang Yinbin did not rush to build a village. Rather, he surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a flat expanse of grass, a river in the distance, and a majestic mountain on the opposite side. The environment appeared quite suitable for village construction. Establish territory. Immediately, a thatched hut rose from the ground. Is this my territory? Merely a dilapidated, thatched hut. Zhang Yinbin waited a moment, confirming that this was indeed the sole structure. Upon inspecting its attributes, he found only the option to name it Dragon Village. From afar, the river resembled a slumbering dragon. He then proceeded to name himself Zhuge Shenlong. Zhang Yinbin thought that in a game, one should not be modest, especially since he was born in the year of the dragon. Having chosen his name, a notification chimed. Beep system notification. Attention all players. Each player has only one opportunity to recruit a hero. Following recruitment, the game will officially commence. Countdown. 3 seconds. 3.2.1. As the countdown concluded, a button appeared in the void, allowing him to recruit. Recruit. Zhang Yinbin pointed into the void, activating the recruitment button. He glanced around, noting the absence of any flashing golden lights or divine omens. Just as he pondered this, the door of the dilapidated hut creaked open, revealing long legs, a slender waist. Was it a C or D cup? Regardless, it was just right. Dressed in a flowing white gown of ancient style. Her neck was fair, and her skin flawless. A small mouth, large eyes. In summary, she was not merely a beauty, nor a goddess, but rather a fairy. Zhang Yinbin had never encountered such an exquisite being. His gaze was fervent. It was the gaze of a wolf, as if he wished to see through everything. My lord, although you are the lord and may wish to impose upon me, there is little I can do. However, should you show respect, I shall offer my utmost assistance. Sensing Zhang Yinbin's intense gaze, she understood everything. Can one impose? This game can. Her words, though casual, nearly drove Zhang Yinbin to act impulsively. However, he restrained himself, deciding to take things slowly. My apologies. I have simply never encountered such a fairy. I am Zhuge Shenlong, and I welcome you to Dragon Village. She bowed in response. I am Nan Ningxi, at your service, my lord. Beep system notification. Congratulations, player Zhuge Shenlong. You have recruited the unique divine assistant. Reward. 1 copy of Divine Dragon 9 Transformations. Zhang Yinbin was momentarily taken aback. Unique. Divine level. He hurriedly opened Nan Ningxi's attributes. Nan Ningxi, divine level. Faction, Dragon Village. Loyalty, 60. Affection, 60. Skills, proficient in all internal affairs. Special bonus. All attributes of the territory increased by 100. It was simple, yet incredibly powerful. Fortunately, I refrained from acting hastily, or her loyalty of 60 might have diminished. This is the only divine-level assistant quest in the game. Nan-Ningxi, I hereby appoint you as the Vice Lord, entrusting you with the management of all matters within the territory. Since she was proficient in all political affairs, Zhang Yinbin saw no reason to intervene himself. Yes, my lord. Be addressed simply as Lord. Understood. Lord Ah, she is rather easy to train. With that, Zhang Yinbin departed. No sooner had he left than the refugees began to spawn, with Nan-Ningxi starting to recruit them. The river lay 2 to 3 miles away. Zhang Yinbin wished to investigate. Upon reaching the riverbank, he marveled. Indeed, it is vast, stretching over 1,000 meters. This must be the main stream. I wonder what lies upstream and downstream. He examined the river, occasionally spotting fish leaping from the water. Above, various birds fluttered in the sky. Such sights were only found deep within the mountains in reality. After surveying the area, Zhang Yinbin recalled the reward he received. Divine Dragon 9 Transformations. Divine Dragon 9 Transformations, a divine-level technique, enhances stamina and attack power. Currently, 1 layer can be learned. Is this an online game or a fantasy realm? Very well. Let us consider it a fantasy-themed Lord simulation game. After thoroughly inspecting the river and traversing both upstream and downstream, he realized he had been away for quite some time and began his return to the village. The entire village is situated on flat terrain, and I see little in the way of resources. Most importantly, there are no fortifications to defend. With the river on one side, there is no immediate threat. With such a wide river, it seems unlikely anyone could cross. What about the other 3 sides? Filled with concern, Zhang Yinbin hurriedly made his way back. Chapter 2. The Power of Strength. Zhang Yinbin returned to the territory and found it still contained the same thatched cottage. At that moment, Nan-Ningxi was engaged in conversation with several individuals before sending them away. My lord, she began, I have just explored the southern region, where I discovered a river of considerable breadth. Nan-Ningxi then continued, during your absence, I have recruited 82 residents. 10 of them have been assigned to timber harvesting, while 5 are scouting the surrounding area. The remainder, comprising men, women, and children, are foraging for wild vegetables and fruits, with the men also hunting. We must construct some shelters soon, otherwise, prolonged exposure outdoors may lead to illness. Nan-Ningxi meticulously detailed the situation of the territory to Zhang Yinbin, who was momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder he had encountered a few individuals just returning. Nan-Ningxi had everything organized. Excellent work, he commended her, glancing again at Nan-Ningxi's attributes, noting an increase in her loyalty. Shortly thereafter, the individuals who had ventured out began to return. Zhang Yinbin observed as Nan-Ningxi efficiently managed the operations. It appeared that some of the newly arrived refugees had brought their own tools. Otherwise, timber harvesting would have been a cumbersome endeavor. As dusk descended, the returning individuals gradually trickled in. Simultaneously, Nan-Ningxi had recruited additional people, bringing the total population of the territory to over 170. Many items had also been gathered, but only 10 small wooden cabins had been constructed, insufficient to accommodate everyone, forcing some to spend the night outdoors. My lord, this is my oversight. I failed to provide shelter for all. Nan-Ningxi expressed with a sense of guilt. No, you have performed admirably, Zhang Yinbin reassured her. It is merely that our population is somewhat larger, and currently, foraging for food takes precedence. He recognized that this divine assistance was indeed remarkable, as it rendered the management of the territory exceedingly efficient. Zhang Yinbin found himself bewildered by the game, uncertain of how to navigate it. The initial thatched cottage served as the administrative center of the territory, where only Zhang Yinbin and Nan-Ningxi were able to reside. He had contemplated sharing a pleasant evening with her, yet ultimately chose to log out. He wished to explore the situation of players on the first day. Upon logging out from the administrative center, Zhang Yinbin retrieved his tablet and began to browse online. Numerous pieces of information awaited him. He started perusing the most popular posts. According to reports, all players from Huaxia had spawned on the eastern continent, which was said to be vast, comprising 4 distinct regions, east, west, south, and north, each inhabited by different peoples. Currently, these regions could not connect, and it was unclear what conditions would permit travel to other continents. In the first recruitment round, some had managed to enlist epic heroes, while others had acquired military generals. As for his territory, it had recruited a total of 15 farmers, all tasked with foraging for wild fruits. A crowd had gathered outside the administrative center, with no place to rest. Haha, I spawned amidst an orchard, so I need not worry about food. One lamented, I managed to recruit 16 individuals today. Yet 2 were tragically killed by wild boars. Another cursed, the hero I recruited is utterly inept. He follows my commands without question, unable to venture beyond the territory. Zhang Yinbin observed the complaints of others and realized that managing a territory was no easy feat today. He had accomplished nothing, relying entirely on Nan-Ningxi's efforts. Truly, This divine assistance was deserving of its title. Zhang Yinbin felt fortunate to have recruited such a hero. On the first day of the game, there were fatalities. Some players had even entertained nefarious thoughts towards NPCs, and while they succeeded, their territories were subsequently ravaged by bandits. A lord could also be slain, if that occurred. One could no longer remain a lord and would instead become a wanderer. It appeared that the continent was indeed vast. For with a population of 1.5 billion in Huaxia, encounters were scarce. This game offered a refreshing breath of air, something unattainable in reality, Zhang Yinbin lamented. As he continued to browse the information, he found an abundance of content. Since everyone was a novice, acquiring as much knowledge as possible was undoubtedly beneficial. By the early hours of the morning, Zhang Yinbin had fallen asleep with his tablet in hand. Upon awakening, he hurriedly washed up and consumed a bit of dry bread before diving back into the game. Ding. System notification. All player identity information and bank card details have been bound to the game and cannot be altered. Game currency can be directly exchanged for federal currency. 50 years prior, during the second rise of the Understanding King, the world underwent a significant conflict, which eventually subsided for reasons unknown. Rumors suggested extraterrestrial intervention, rendering nuclear weapons inoperable. The truth of such claims was disregarded. After several years, Earth transformed into a federation, with all currencies adopted as federal currency. Ding. System notification. Players on the Eastern continent, please be advised that the Continental Forum will be opened, allowing players to view information online. Upon logging in, Zhang Yinbin was taken aback by the two system messages. What was happening in this world? He felt a sense that this game might even alter the world and every individual within it. Once in the game, he swiftly checked on the status of his territory. Inside, a mesmerizing and elegant fairy, adorned with countless commendable adjectives, was directing the residents. Ningxi was busy coordinating their tasks. Shortly thereafter, she reported, "My lord, today I have primarily arranged for them to harvest timber and construct wooden cabins. Additionally, food remains of utmost importance." Ningxi held herself in high esteem. Though such respect also implied a degree of distance, Zhang Yinbin merely nodded in agreement with her plans. "I have heard that other areas harbor wild beasts. I intend to lead a few able-bodied individuals to scout the surroundings and procure some game if possible." Ningxi's face lit up with delight. "That sounds splendid. Yesterday, we dispatched people to scout and discovered the presence of wild boars and bison to the north, approximately 6 kilometers away. No problem, leave it to me. But I will require some assistance," she stated with determination. She nodded, saying, "My lord, more individuals should be arriving shortly." Indeed, after a brief wait, a group of over 10 individuals arrived, though only 2 were suitable for the task. After approximately 2 hours of waiting, Zhang Yinbin finally assembled a total of 10 individuals, including himself. As he awaited their arrival, he perused the forum, noting the widespread complaints regarding the game's challenging start. Many players lamented the lack of food and resources, all needing to be procured through their own efforts. Numerous lords had resorted to personally hauling stones, as their territories were beset by large wild beasts, necessitating the construction of fortifications. Unfortunately, this left them all starving. Zhang Yinbin resolved to prioritize the development of his territory and disregard the rest. He closed the forum and set out with his 10-man team. Chapter 3. The wild boar. Zhang Yinbin led his contingent of 10 able-bodied men northward. Along the way, they encountered only sparse thickets. They spotted several rabbits, but their speed made them elusive. Without traps, mere pursuit proved futile. The group was armed only with wooden sticks. Lacking any substantial weapons, they dispersed to observe the ground, searching for signs of wildlife. "My lord, there are wild boar droppings here. There may be wild boars nearby," one resident reported, having detected traces of the creatures. The group formed into pairs, advancing cautiously. 3 individuals comprised one team, while Zhang Yinbin paired with another. The teams remained within a few meters of each other, ready to provide mutual support at a moment's notice. Suddenly, from the distance, a wild boar was spotted foraging, and it appeared to weigh over 200 pounds. Whether such a creature would behave similarly in the game is uncertain, but in reality, a beast of this size could easily trample a person to death. Approaching cautiously, 2 members of the group struck its flanks while the others aimed for its head. Zhang Yinbin moved closer, and the wild boar seemed to take notice. Yet, it appeared unafraid, its gaze fierce and menacing. To their astonishment, it charged directly at them. Zhang Yinbin, gripped by a surge of adrenaline, summoned all his strength and swung his club fiercely. With a thunderous crack, the boar fell to the ground, while his wooden staff splintered into shards, not merely breaking into segments, but the end fracturing into countless pieces. The boar, after a few convulsions, lay lifeless. Was it truly that simple? Had the game diminished the boar's aggressiveness? Zhang Yinbin pondered this, recalling that just yesterday he had seen on the forum that someone had been gored to death by a wild boar. Long live the Lord. In an instant, those who had come with him erupted into cheers. Zhang Yinbin felt a swell of pride. He had not anticipated that slaying a wild boar would evoke such fervor among his subjects. After dispatching one, he took another wooden staff from a comrade and instructed him to wait on the sidelines while they continued their search for more boars. Soon, they stumbled upon another. This time, Zhang Yinbin did not rush forward. The other villagers, emboldened, charged alongside him. However, despite their efforts, they failed to kill the boar and instead injured 2 of their own. Originally, Zhang Yinbin intended for them to practice so they could eventually hunt independently. But this unforeseen turn of events prompted him to rush in and strike the boar decisively. With another resounding crack, his staff shattered, but the boar was finally subdued. No longer able to inflict harm, the group wore expressions of shame. They, 10 in total, were no match for a single wild boar. At that moment, Zhang Yinbin felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Those who remained unscathed carried the boar back to their territory, allowing the injured to rest. On the way, he found himself contemplating whether his newfound abilities were related to the transformation technique he had learned, the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. He opened his attributes, Zhuge Shenlong Affiliation, Divine Dragon Village Technique, 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, Level 1, Skills, none gold, none territory troops, none territory special products, none. It was utterly devoid of any merits. Oh no, wait, there was the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. Upon returning, the villagers who had been building within the territory were overjoyed to see 2 wild boars being carried back. Nan Ningxi rushed out upon discovering this. Long live the Lord. You've brought back 2 wild boars. If we stew them, there will be enough for over 300 people in the territory, plus some meat to share. Over 300 people in the territory? It was growing so rapidly. In the midst of the villagers' adoration, Zhang Yinbin turned to Nan Ningxi and said, 2 of our brothers have been injured. Please make the necessary arrangements. Understood. Nan Ningxi nodded earnestly, adding, coincidentally, a traveling healer has arrived at the territory today. Quickly, Nan Ningxi organized the injured and arranged for others to butcher the boars. Simultaneously, she set up numerous cooking stations outside. With the wild boars procured, they would no longer have to subsist solely on wild vegetables and fruits. Once everything was in order, Zhang Yinbin mysteriously beckoned Nan Ningxi into the administrative center. My lord, please conduct yourself with decorum, Nan Ningxi said, assuming Zhang Yinbin intended something untoward. Zhang Yinbin chuckled ruefully. While he did have such thoughts, he would never impose. Ningxi, you misunderstood. I merely found today's encounter with the wild boars peculiar and would like your analysis. Nan Ningxi relaxed, uncrossing her arms. My lord, your 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon is a profound technique. You should practice it diligently. Additionally, your lack of basic staff techniques caused your club to shatter upon impact. Mastering this divine technique is crucial. Diligent practice will surely yield future benefits. Her insightful analysis enlightened Zhang Yinbin, revealing the game's complexities. Unlike other online games, where skills were automatically acquired upon learning, this one required dedicated practice. All right, the sun hasn't set yet. I shall venture out to hunt a few more wild boars. With our growing population, it's essential to provide the brothers with decent food. After all, our territory is in its infancy and requires collective effort. With that, he opened the door to depart. Wait, a blacksmith has arrived in our territory, but we have yet to find iron ore. I'll take you to him. Let him assess your height and strength. Once the blacksmith's forge is established, he will craft you an iron staff at the earliest opportunity. Very well. Zhang Yinbin followed Nan Ningxi to find the blacksmith. The blacksmith began by measuring his height and then provided him with some stones to lift. Assessing what weight of iron staff would suit him. My lord, I have gathered the necessary information. By dawn tomorrow, I can forge 3 iron staffs for you to choose from. Thank you for your efforts. It is my duty. We are deeply grateful for your generosity in sheltering us. My lord, Zhang Yinbin said nothing further, bidding farewell to Nan Ningxi and setting off once more with his team. This time, he brought along several extra wooden staffs. As the journey back and forth spanned several miles, and they were already running late into the afternoon, they encountered 3 wild boars. Zhang Yinbin swiftly dispatched 2. While the third required coordination from several individuals, with Zhang Yinbin providing support from the sidelines. The final boar met a tragic end, bludgeoned to death by their frantic strikes. This time, no one was injured, and the group triumphantly transported the 3 wild boars back to their territory. Upon returning, night had nearly fallen, and the territory was bustling with activity, now housing over 400 inhabitants. Nan Ningxi had managed everything efficiently. Since Su Bin was skilled in hunting, she allocated additional villagers to gather wood and construct simple wooden shelters. That night, most people would find refuge within the wooden structures. My lord, my lord, my lord. As Zhang Yinbin passed through, the villagers greeted him with utmost respect. The meal was ready, and he received a bowl of pork soup along with 2 fruits. Zhang Yinbin began to eat, surprised to find that the game's food was surprisingly more delectable than that of reality. In the real world, everything was made from synthetic starch. After the meal, darkness enveloped the land, and everyone retired to the wooden shelters. Zhang Yinbin, along with Nan Ningxi, made his way to the administrative center. Inside, there were beds, but the space was so limited that the 2 beds were almost merged together, separated only by a sheer curtain that Nan Ningxi had hung. Nonetheless, they could see each other's silhouettes through the fabric. Ningxi, you should rest early after a long day. I wish to study the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. As Ningxi prepared to sleep, It was natural that she would not wear her clothes to bed. In the dim light, Zhang Yinbin could discern her exquisite figure. He merely admired her without crossing any boundaries, respecting her space. In the game, the forum had opened, and he felt inclined to explore its contents. Chapter 4, The Wild Boar Chief. Within the forum, the evening buzzed with activity. Oh no, half of my residents have fled due to insufficient food. I personally foraged for wild vegetables today, and my back is about to break. I've been subsisting on wild fruit for 2 days now, and am on the verge of diarrhea. A former inhabitant of a fruit grove lamented. Now reduced to eating only wild fruits. You all are fortunate. I encountered a pack of wolves. Thankfully, I had hunters among my residents who were prepared, but still, half of my people perished. As Zhang Yinbin browsed the forum, he realized many were struggling. Haha, you won't believe it. I raided a bandit camp today and earned 80 copper coins. Guess what? I linked it directly to my bank account, and now I can buy things in real life. Zhang Yinbin swiftly noted this information. In the game, the coins earned can surprisingly be spent in reality. Although the game announcement has been released, Zhang Yinbin has yet to earn a single copper coin. In real life, he is impoverished and yearns to accumulate more wealth to improve his living conditions, particularly his dwelling in a polluted area. You may be unaware that I reside merely 10 miles from another territory, allowing for mutual trade and exchange of resources. Zhang Yinbin understands that within a 30-mile radius, there are no other territories, as Ningxi has dispatched individuals to survey the surroundings. After perusing the forum, he gleaned a wealth of useful information. Subsequently, he settled into a meditative posture and began his training according to the method of the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations. Regardless of its efficacy, he resolved to give it a try. After a night of cultivation, Zhang Yinbin felt a significant boost in his energy. Despite having not slept a wink, he felt no fatigue. In the morning, as Ningxi awoke, she was once again a vision of grace. Thank you, my lord, she expressed. Zhang Yinbin was puzzled by her gratitude, but upon checking Ningxi's attributes, he noticed her intimacy had increased by 5 points, from 60 to 65. Could it be that his restraint the previous night was the cause? A new day commenced. Ningxi, what shall we do next? My lord, in order to upgrade our territory, we need a population of 500 and several corresponding buildings. I will handle those matters, but the food situation remains dire. I understand. With you at home, I feel at ease. Today, I shall take more people and set out early to hunt. The two then ventured forth together. Ningxi guided him to the blacksmith shop, where a burly man was forging iron, a familiar face from the previous day. Old Li, I wish to examine the iron rods, Zhang Yinbin stated. Old Li had forged a total of 5 rods, and Zhang Yinbin selected one that suited his strength. The others shall be distributed among the rest. We cannot waste what remains. After all, every piece is a weapon. Thank you for your hard work, Old Li. As for what else needs forging, heed the deputy lord's instructions. The blacksmith, Old Li, was immensely grateful. Ding system notification. Congratulations to Lord Zhuge Shenlong. The loyalty of blacksmith Li Si has risen to 100. Becoming a diehard loyalist. Grateful for his dedication, Zhang Yinbin offered a few kind words in acknowledgement, with Ningxi assigning him 15 young and sturdy men. They set off as a group, some wielding wooden sticks, others iron rods. Their movement was remarkably swift. Upon arrival at their destination, Zhang Yinbin began searching for wild boars. My lord, over there. They spotted a wild boar, which, perhaps overconfident, did not flee. The group encircled it. Zhang Yinbin was the first to arrive, swinging the iron rod with a mighty blow that shattered the boar's skull. Am I being too violent? He pondered, still grappling with the full extent of his newfound strength. Soon, they discovered several more wild boars, some felled by others, but most succumbed to Zhang Yinbin's powerful strikes. My lord, trouble. We are surrounded by a herd of wild boars. They had already dispatched over a dozen, but Zhang Yinbin had not anticipated the wrath of the boars. 100 of them now bore down upon the group. Form a circle, do not be afraid. Despite feeling trepidation, Zhang Yinbin concealed his fear, knowing that displaying it would cause panic among his men. They quickly regrouped, with Zhang Yinbin at the forefront. Suddenly, a wild boar charged, emitting a series of fierce shrieks. The entire herd surged forward. With a sweeping motion, Zhang Yinbin cleared a path through the oncoming boars. He had not anticipated his own strength to be so formidable. The others coordinated their defenses while Zhang Yinbin continued to push forward. He struck down another boar with a decisive blow to its back, shattering its spine, causing it to collapse with a grunt. Another sweeping attack felled 3 more boars. With deft movements, he dispatched another boar in quick succession. Suddenly, a much larger boar charged at him, its tusks menacingly elongated. Without hesitation, Zhang Yinbin charged back. Huh, he shouted, gripping the iron rod tightly to brace for the impact. The collision forced him back a few steps, causing his palms to sting. However, he quickly regained his composure, using the rod to trip the boar, preventing its advance. The boar, enraged, snapped its jaws at him. Zhang Yinbin faced it head-on, one hand clutching the rod while the other balled into a fist, delivering a powerful strike. His hand throbbed with pain, but the boar recoiled, momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yinbin swung his rod again, targeting the right side of its face. then swiftly followed with a strike to its left side. A resounding impact echoed as the boar staggered before finally collapsing to the ground. This boar may have been their leader. With its demise, the rest scattered in disarray. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhuge Shenlong, for slaying the boar leader. You are rewarded with 100 copper coins and 100 territory prestige. The territory prestige enhances the respect the citizens have for their lord. Indeed, it was the boar leader. Is anyone injured? Zhang Yinbin inquired, prioritizing the well-being of his men. The subordinates, feeling ashamed, replied, My lord, 7 of us have sustained injuries. Given the number of wounded, Zhang Yinbin instructed them to rest momentarily. Scanning the area, he noted that over 40 boars lay dead, with more than 30 of them having fallen by his hand. One person should return to notify others and bring more men to transport the boars back. Tonight, we feast on meat. An hour later, dozens of individuals arrived. It took 2 people to haul each boar, necessitating multiple trips. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinbin single-handedly dragged the boar king, which weighed at least 700 pounds. Upon returning to the territory, women and children watched him with eyes filled with admiration. That evening, they all gathered to enjoy the feast of meat. Zhang Yinbin expressed his delight, and the crowd erupted in joy. Meanwhile, Ningxi busied herself with various arrangements. Once her tasks were complete, she approached Zhang Yinbin. My lord, our territory must also engage in production. I have arranged for the blacksmith to forge a batch of tools, and we need to start mining and farming as well. Additionally, Ningxi proved to be an exceptionally competent manager, and Zhang Yinbin patiently listened, recognizing it as his lordly duty. Lastly, my lord, I propose we turn 1/3 of this pork into jerky for storage, and I wish to send those skilled in watercraft to explore the river. Zhang Yinbin readily agreed to all her proposals. Chapter 5. Encountering a wolf pack. That night, the inhabitants of the territory enjoyed a hearty meal. The hunt had yielded an impressive number of wild boars. Zhang Yinbin, not in a hurry to log off, chose to observe as Ningxi drifted into slumber, yearning to admire her silhouette through the veil. Subsequently, he opened the forum. To his surprise, many were lamenting their plight. Numerous individuals, who had previously been idle in reality, now found themselves compelled to undertake all manner of labor. Simultaneously, some lords faced poor management, leading to the dissolution of their territories and their subsequent status as wanderers. Others reported discovering treasures or unusual ores with uncertain usefulness. After perusing the forum for a while, Zhang Yinbin resumed his training in the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations, realizing its significant impact on his abilities, perhaps explaining his prowess in overcoming the wild boar herd that day. It was only in the latter half of the night that he finally logged off. Oh, surprisingly, I am not tired, he mused. Perhaps sleeping in the game had a similar effect. Though not fatigued, he still needed to relieve himself and quickly replenish his energy with some food. Since he did not require sleep, he logged back in once more. This time, he intended to slumber within the game, curious to discern how it differed from reality. In the game, Zhang Yinbin fell into a deep sleep, more restful than any he had experienced in the real world. Upon awakening, he felt remarkably rejuvenated. Regrettably, by the time he arose, Ningxi had already started her day, and he missed the sight of her graceful figure. Rising, he stepped outside to find Ningxi already orchestrating the operations of the entire territory. Women were preparing meals, while children assisted by fetching items or washing vegetables. Others were busily engaged in various preparations. In the morning, they had meat, wild vegetables, and foraged fruits. Simultaneously, some were busy making jerky. Observing the orderly state of the territory brought joy to Zhang Yinbin. My lord, here is a little extra meat for you. Ningxi personally brought him a bowl of meat soup. Zhang Yinbin accepted it, their hands brushing together. Her hand was slightly cold yet smooth. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude without pretense, devouring the food eagerly. My lord, today our territory can be upgraded to level 2. The population is sufficiently large, and we have constructed a blacksmith shop, a tailor shop, a clinic, and an inn. We have also opened a mine and a lumber mill and cultivated some farmland. Next, we plan to build small boats. Ningxi reported her progress. It was indeed swift to upgrade the territory on the 3rd day of gameplay. Excellent. We can finally construct a dock. Also, do we have anyone skilled in weaving fishing nets? We could fish in the river. After her report, Zhang Yinbin offered his suggestions. Indeed, if we have such talents, I will keep an eye out for them. Next, we need to gather some stones to fortify our home, which will require considerable manpower. Moreover, food consumption will also be quite significant. The two discussed the matters concerning the territory, and Zhang Yinbin felt reassured by Ningxi's arrangements. Subsequently, he set out with his hunting team. Upon reaching the location from the previous day, they searched extensively but found no trace of the wild boar. Perhaps the wild boar king had perished, causing the others to flee. Let us explore other areas. Yes, my lord. The group held great faith in Zhang Yinbin, not only because of his status as lord, but also due to his formidable combat prowess. They continued their search for prey, venturing in another direction for over 10 miles. They encountered some rabbits, but refrained from attacking, choosing instead to press on. Suddenly, they spotted a wolf that fixed its gaze upon them, occasionally opening its mouth. My lord, this is bad. There's a wolf, which means a pack must be nearby. We are merely a few kilometers from our territory, and if a pack is present, it poses a threat. We should retreat and devise a plan to eliminate these wolves. Zhang Yinbin commanded them to fall back while he remained at the rear. Just as the others began to retreat, the wolf charged towards them with a fearsome howl. This seemed to serve as a signal. As the surrounding wolves responded to its call, the wolf lunged at Zhang Yinbin, who stood undaunted, gripping his iron rod tightly and swinging it down. With a resounding crack, the wolf's skull shattered, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Let us retreat in an orderly fashion, move swiftly. Zhang Yinbin heard rustling sounds from the nearby bushes, indicating that a pack was indeed closing in on them. He urged his companions to hasten their retreat, but it was too late. A pack of dozens of wolves surged towards them. Quickly, from a circle, drawing from their previous experience battling the wild boar, they swiftly arranged themselves in a defensive formation. The wolves lunged at Zhang Yinbin, 3 of them attacking him simultaneously. Kill! Zhang Yinbin understood that fear at this juncture was futile. With a mighty roar, he swept his iron rod, sending the 3 wolves sprawling. One was struck down immediately, while the other 2 rolled on the ground before regaining their footing. The pack was formidable, and apart from Zhang Yinbin, the others also faced assaults. Zhang Yinbin stepped forward, drawing the wolves' attention to himself. Otherwise, the dozen or so companions who accompanied him might not make it back. A wolf lunged at him, and though he deftly evaded its lethal bite, his clothing was torn, leaving him bloodied and bruised. The pain felt all too real. Injured, Zhang Yinbin became even more ferocious. He targeted the wolf's head, delivering a crushing blow that ended its life. The relentless onslaught of wolves continued, but he focused on slaying one wolf at a time while skillfully avoiding critical injuries. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for mastering the basics of staff combat, increasing attack power. Following the system prompt, Zhang Yinbin found his movements with the staff becoming more agile, allowing him to fend off the attacking wolves while striking down a few in the process. Of the dozen wolves that had surrounded him, he had slain 9, causing the remaining ones to hesitate in their assault. He turned to engage the other wolves, and with each swing of his staff, be it to the head or back, death was inevitable for his foes. After a fierce battle, the pack was finally driven away, leaving over 30 wolf carcasses strewn across the ground. How are we faring? One could easily surmise the answer without asking. Everyone bore wounds and was battered. Let us leave the bodies. We must return swiftly. Though these carcasses represented potential sustenance, nothing was more precious than their lives, especially considering 3 of their companions were severely injured and required immediate attention. The group hurried back to their territory. Upon their arrival, Nanning was visibly anxious. Quickly, fortuitously. We constructed a clinic today, though we are short on medicinal supplies. My lord, you are covered in wounds. Let us bandage you up immediately. Zhang Yinbin appeared quite fearsome. His back a gruesome sight, arms wounded in multiple places, and numerous injuries on his legs. Only his chest remained relatively unscathed, as he had protected it during the fray. No, we must treat our 3 severely injured brothers first, otherwise, they may perish. Zhang Yinbin spoke with unwavering certainty. All right, ding. System notification. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for gaining 5 favorability and 10 loyalty from the divine hero Nanning. Zhang Yinbin was taken aback. He hadn't realized such actions could enhance his favorability. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for successfully upgrading the territory to level 2, enhancing all attributes. Please experience the specifics yourself. Ding. Continental announcement. Player Zhuge Shenlong's dragon territory has successfully upgraded to level 2, activating the trading system. Territories of level 2 and above can activate the trading system. Chapter 6. Trading. The system announcement resonated across the entire eastern continent, audible to all players. Zhuge Shenlong. For the first time, he appeared in the eyes of others. This guy is impressive. Upgrading to level 2 requires a population of 500. How much food does that require in a day? Woe is me, I can barely sustain my population of over 130, with more than 300. 200 of whom must venture out for food. I've lost many while hunting, yet food is still barely sufficient. Zhuge Shenlong must be a favored child of the system. As the system announcement echoed, the entire eastern continent was left in astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhuge Shenlong, shirtless, was tending to his wounds. With only one healer in the territory, Nanning took on the role of assistant. She held a cloth soaked in medicine, carefully cleaning his wounds and the bloodstains. Does it hurt? How could it not? My back is a bloody mess. As she applied the medicine, Zhang Yinbin trembled. Yet he endured the pain. Was this merely a game? Zhang Yinbin questioned. Nanning's icy hand rested on his shoulder while she continued to tend to his wounds. Strangely enough, Zhang Yinbin did not feel much pain. He allowed Nanning to clean his back and wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yinbin accessed the trading system. However, he found only a solitary secondary territory listed, Shenlong Village. Helpless, he realized he could not engage in any trades. Otherwise, he would have wished to exchange something with the outside world. Subsequently, he browsed the forum, which was filled with praise for him, requests for strategies, and even some eager to bear his offspring. The chaos of the forum prompted him to shut it down. After Nan Ningxi carefully tended to his wounds, he inquired, "Have the other brothers been arranged?" Nan Ningxi merely nodded, her expression betraying her concern for Zhang Yanbin. "I am fine. However, despite slaying many wild wolves today, I was unable to bring back any food to replenish our territory's supplies." Nan Ningxi shook her head and assured him, "Do not worry, my lord. I have sent some people fishing today, and we have caught a decent amount. Additionally, we still have some wild boar meat. And with the daily harvest of wild fruits and vegetables, our food supplies will remain secure." Indeed, having a divine assistant was a great relief. Yet, Zhang Yanbin's expression turned grave. "There are wolf packs in our vicinity that must be eradicated, otherwise they will inevitably harm our residents. Let us prepare for a day to forge a batch of shields and weapons, and the day after tomorrow, we shall eliminate their den." His tone was resolute, showing no signs of fear despite his injuries. Nan Ningxi pondered briefly before agreeing and began making arrangements. Although Zhang Yanbin was covered in wounds that made him appear quite fearsome, the injuries were primarily superficial, inflicted by wolf claws. He took a moment to survey the territory and noticed several new buildings had emerged, including a pig farm and a chicken coop. It was clear that, in the future, the territory would strive for self-sufficiency in food. Today, Zhang Yanbin chose to remain within the territory instead of venturing out. That evening, within the small room of the administrative center, which had expanded significantly, 2 beds were still closely positioned, and Nan Ningxi showed no intention of moving hers. Zhang Yanbin, too, felt no inclination to separate. "My lord, our territory has leveled up today, and tomorrow we can expect an influx of refugees seeking shelter. I will select some robust men. So when we venture out the day after tomorrow, we will have more hands." The two engaged in discussions regarding the affairs of the territory, after which Zhang Yanbin urged Nan Ningxi to rest. Naturally, he seized the opportunity to admire her figure. Due to his injuries, Zhang Yanbin could not lie down, so he sat cross-legged and began practicing the divine dragon's 9 transformations. Upon waking the next day, he felt remarkably refreshed. Why does it no longer hurt? As he moved, he discovered that his wounds had ceased to ache. This revelation filled him with exhilaration. He reopened the trading market, only to find a plethora of territories listed, along with various items for trade. Most notably, they were all requesting food. Basic knife techniques can be exchanged for 300 units of food. Stone and wood can be traded at a rate of 10 units for 1 unit of food. Silk can also be exchanged for food. A fine sword can be traded for 1,000 units of food. Upon inspecting the sword, Zhang Yanbin deemed it nothing extraordinary. Furthermore, 10 copper coins could procure 1 unit of food. In real life, 10 copper coins equated to 10 Federation dollars. Curiosity piqued, he privately messaged the vendor. The vendor, named Lu Meng, sharing a name with a figure from the 3 kingdoms, and also the name of his territory. Could it be that he was a fan of Lu Meng? "Brother Lu, may I inquire where you acquired your copper coins? I have yet to see even one." Lu Meng, who had just logged in after sleeping in reality, quickly responded, "Revered dragon, do you not know? These were obtained from bandits. I captured quite a bounty from them. By the way, do you have any food? My territory is home to over 500 mouths to feed." As soon as Zhang Yanbin sent a message, a flurry of responses followed. He indeed found himself in need of funds, not in the game, but in reality. Thus, he sought out Ningxi for information. "Ningxi, how much food do we currently possess? And for how long can it sustain us?" Without hesitation, she replied, "We have 680 inhabitants, and based on our reserves, we can last 2.5 days. However, we only need enough for 1 day, as we continually gather food. Each person consumes between 5 to 10 units of food daily." This meant Zhang Yanbin had ample food at his disposal. Given this, he decided to sell some. He contacted Lu Meng again. "Brother Lu, let us set our prices based on real-world values. Fruits at 5 copper coins per unit, and meat at 10 copper coins per unit. If we can trade, let us proceed." Lu Meng's excitement was palpable upon receiving Zhang Yanbin's response. "Excellent. We are not short on funds. I just besieged a bandit hideout and acquired a substantial amount of money, though food remained scarce." Ultimately, the two struck a deal for 100 units of fruit for 500 copper coins and 200 units of meat for 2,000 copper coins. Thus, Zhang Yanbin earned his first substantial profit in the game, 2,500 coins, enough to sustain him for half a month in reality. Next, Zhang Yanbin reached out to another player named Fei Ying, who was selling basic knife techniques. "Brother Fei Ying, I would like to exchange 100 units of pork for your basic knife techniques." The message was sent, and almost immediately, the trade details were returned without delay. Zhang Yanbin placed his 100 pounds of pork on the market, and the trade was completed swiftly. "Brother Fei Ying, may I ask where you acquired these basic knife techniques?" "They dropped from bandits. They are not rare items. I have several copies, and several of my subordinates have learned them," was the prompt reply from Fei Ying, providing Zhang Yanbin with valuable insights. Chapter 7. Battling the Wolf Pack Again. Bandits. Zhang Yanbin was also keen to confront bandits. Yet he saw none, only wild boars and wolves. These creatures did not seem worth the trouble for loot or gear. It appeared that the game was rife with talent, and he would need to step up his efforts. Today, Zhang Yanbin chose not to venture out, opting instead to gather more information about the territory alongside Nan Ningxi. Soon, several individuals arrived, and Nan Ningxi engaged them in brief conversation. "This is the Lord. Pay your respects to the Lord." Two robust men stood before him, one of whom was missing an arm. Henceforth, you shall be part of our Shenlong village." Zhang Yinbin greeted them, puzzled as to why Nan Ningxi had brought only these two. "My lord, this is Chun Fong, a former centurion in the army. This is Yang Xiong, a former captain. They can assist you in training troops, as our territory indeed requires a proper military." The one-armed man was Yang Xiong, the former captain. "Excellent, such talent is rare. Ningxi, please arrange for them accordingly. By the way, I have a basic knife technique book that you may use." Zhang Yinbin handed the book directly to Chun Fong. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I will serve you faithfully." Chun Fong pledged his loyalty, instantly raising his loyalty level to 100. Zhang Yinbin could now grasp the staff technique on his own, which was more effective against wolves than the knife techniques. Thus he did not intend to learn the latter. Following this, Nan Ningxi assigned Yang Xiong and Chun Fong to select personnel and prepare to form a military unit. Meanwhile, the blacksmith shop had taken on a few apprentices and was busy forging shields. Zhang Yinbin instructed the blacksmith to craft some knives as well. The territory was rapidly developing. In the afternoon, Zhang Yinbin visited the riverside, where he observed several individuals fishing and one person using a net to catch fish. Due to the absence of vessels and the inadequate carrying capacity of the small raft, attempting to fish with a net from it proved utterly futile. Upon returning, Yang Xiong had already selected 37 individuals for training. Meanwhile, Nan Ningxi had arranged for the construction of barracks and a training ground. By nightfall, the population of the territory had reached 878, and it was anticipated that tomorrow would bring even more, likely surpassing 1,000. Therefore, it was imperative for Zhang Yinbin to venture out swiftly the following day to procure additional provisions. At dawn the next day, Zhang Yinbin first admired Nan Ningxi's graceful figure and elegant movements before rising himself. His routine involved practicing the divine dragon transformation during the first half of the night, then logging off to eat, attend to personal needs, bathe, and finally returning to the game to rest. He generally awoke around the same time as Nan Ningxi, but he preferred to rise only after she did, primarily to behold her exquisite silhouette. Upon stepping outside, he greeted the residents along the way, who regarded him with utmost respect. He then proceeded directly to the training ground, where Yang Xiong had gathered the 37 individuals. They stood in orderly rows after a full day of training the previous day. Noticing Zhang Yinbin's arrival, Yang Xiong stepped aside and addressed him, "Esteemed lord, the expected number is 37, and we have precisely 37 present. We await your instructions." With that, Yang Xiong returned to the ranks. "Today, we shall engage in battle against ferocious wolf packs to defend our homeland. There will be bloodshed, and some may perish. Those who harbor fear may withdraw now." No one spoke, nor did anyone step back. Zhang Yinbin nodded and said, "Yang Xiong, remain behind to continue selecting and training recruits. The rest, follow me." Thus, 37 individuals, along with Zhang Yinbin, totaling 38, set forth towards the direction of the wolves. Unlike the previous day, they were equipped with a dozen shields, along with knives and iron spears. Zhang Yinbin, however, still wielded his iron rod, which he deemed most suitable for his needs. Whether confronting wild boars or wolves, a single strike was sufficient. They arrived once more at the site from the day before, where only blood and scattered bones remained. The slain wolves had been consumed by their pack mates. "Be cautious," Zhang Yinbin cautioned. Chun Fong, who had previously served as a centurion, now took command of the troops. The 30-some individuals formed a circular formation with their shields and continued to advance. After progressing over 300 meters, they spotted the wild wolves. The wolves, having detected their presence, let out a howl. Zhang Yinbin stood outside the formation, with his allies behind him, rendering the wolves incapable of launching a surprise attack from the rear. The number of wolves swelled to over 60, encircling them. With another howl, the wolves charged forward. "Shields up," Chun Fong commanded. The soldiers employed their spears through the gaps in their formation to strike at the wolves. The wolves lunged towards Zhang Yinbin. 3 at a time, he swung his iron rod, repelling them. One wolf fell to the ground, only to leap back at him. With a swift kick, Zhang Yinbin sent it sprawling. Then, another wolf approached. Zhang Yinbin met it with a decisive blow, marking the first kill of the day. The wolf pack surged against the shield wall, but it held firm. Behind the shields, the spearmen thrust forward, injuring numerous wolves. Many of the soldiers, lacking experience, failed to strike vital points, only managing to wound them. With his comrades absorbing the brunt of the assault, Zhang Yinbin faced only 3 to 5 wolves directly, which he handled with ease. He either swept them aside or dispatched them with a single strike. As more wolves approached, the shield wall was pressed, creating a gap. Chun Fong, wielding his knife, charged out and swiftly felled several wolves, stabilizing their formation. "Shield bearers, stay steady. Fear not, we can hold them." Zhang Yinbin observed the mounting pressure on his comrades and decided to take the initiative, stepping forward to draw more wolves towards him. Now, not only did he evade their attacks, but his strikes were exceptionally precise. 3 wolves charged at him simultaneously. With the wisdom of experience, Zhang Yinbin avoided their heads and swept low, breaking their front legs and rendering them ineffective. He grew increasingly rapid in his assaults, and the number of wolves daring to encircle him dwindled. On Chun Fong's side, the formation stabilized, and as the soldiers relaxed, their offensive capabilities surged. The spearmen targeted the wolves' throats during their thrusts, resulting in numerous kills. Zhang Yanbin, invigorated by the excitement of battle, began pursuing the fleeing wolves, slaying several more. A distant wolf howled, signaling retreat, and the remaining wolves scattered. The group finally displayed expressions of victory. Those injured hastily bandaged their wounds, while another individual rushed back to gather reinforcements, noting the presence of approximately 100 wolves, far too many to carry back. 100 wolves amounted to a significant food supply. Chapter 8. The Ship's Blueprint. This encounter had revealed some deficiencies in experience, resulting in several injuries. However, only 2 sustained severe wounds, while the others were merely minor. After a lengthy wait, assistance from the village finally arrived. Together, they transported the wolves back. As they approached the territory, Zhang Yanbin spotted Nan Ningxi waiting at the village entrance, her gaze fixed upon them. "My lord, are you unharmed?" she asked. Concern etched on her face as she observed the blood covering him. Zhang Yanbin felt a surge of joy within but replied, "I am unscathed. It is merely wolf blood." With that reassurance, Nan Ningxi relaxed and proceeded to tend to the injured and manage the wolf carcasses. The entire territory buzzed with excitement. The Lord is truly formidable. It is said that he single-handedly accounted for half of the wolf slaying. Being under his command ensures our safety. The residents rejoiced as they recognized that the more powerful their lord, the better their lives would be. Zhang Yanbin noted the construction of additional buildings, further lifting his spirits. The soldiers rested and recuperated, but later, aside from the 2 severely injured, they were to return to the training ground for Chun Fong's debriefing on the day's events. Zhang Yanbin, on the other hand, intended to change and bathe. "My lord, your new clothes are ready," Nan Ningxi announced, having arranged for a tailor to make them. As Zhang Yanbin prepared to bathe, Nan Ningxi brought in the garments, her cheeks flushing at the sight of his discarded shirt. The attire was made of coarse fabric, the only type available in the territory. While the quality of the previous garments sent by the system had been commendable, they had been torn apart by the wolves. After dropping off the clothes, Nan Ningxi hurriedly left. Once Zhang Yanbin finished bathing and donned his new outfit, he emerged into the evening. The territory was alive with activity, as many who had ventured out returned. The atmosphere was exceptionally vibrant, with some engaged in song and dance. Zhang Yanbin joined in the merriment, and that night, they gathered around a bonfire to dance and feast on roasted meat. Nan Ningxi joined him, and Zhang Yanbin playfully grasped her hand, leading her to dance alongside the villagers. The festivities continued for approximately 3 hours, but with many tasks awaiting them the following day, Nan Ningxi suggested they disperse. Yang Xiong, however, prepared to lead a few individuals on patrol, emphasizing the necessity of constant vigilance for the territory, along with plans to construct watchtowers and lookout posts. Returning to his quarters that night, Zhang Yanbin discovered a large wooden tub inside. It dawned on him that Nan Ningxi would also require a bath. He had not noticed it before, perhaps out of embarrassment. But what of now? The wooden tub was obscured by a sheer screen crafted from fine gauze by Nan Ningxi. However, the fabric was so delicate that the keen-eyed Zhang Yanbin could discern numerous intriguing details. He hastily accessed Nan Ningxi's attributes. Nan Ningxi, Divine Level. Influence, Shenlong Village. Loyalty, 82. Affinity, 78. Skills, Mastery of all domestic affairs. Special bonus, all attributes of the territory increased by 100. Goodness, her affinity had already reached 78. Possibly due to their dance together that evening or his tireless efforts for the territory. Regardless, he felt exceedingly secure knowing that Nan Ningxi was managing their domain in his absence. Seated on the bed, Zhang Yanbin began to explore the trading system. This time, there were hundreds of territories that had achieved level 2, hence, the number of transactions was significantly higher. Yet, a common theme prevailed, a dire shortage of food. Upon inspection, he found a plethora of requests for grain. Silk cloth, a single roll, merely 10 units of grain. Perfect. He could purchase it as a gift for Ningxi, who seemed to possess only one outfit. Unsure of her preferred colors, he decided to acquire several varieties. Zhang Yanbin promptly purchased over 10 rolls of fabric. "Oh, it is indeed Brother Shenlong. Thank you for your kindness towards this humble maiden." A message from a user named Wanwan appeared just as he completed the transaction. Zhang Yanbin chose to disregard it, turning his attention to other matters. After a lengthy wait with no response from Wanwan, her frustration mounted. Am I not a stunning beauty? Could he possibly be a straightforward man? Wanwan, at the tender age of 20, was indeed a rare beauty, possessing both a captivating figure and striking features. Now, she found herself overlooked. Zhang Yanbin subsequently sold over 2,000 copper coins worth of grain. In reality, he was rather short on funds. This brought his savings to 5,000, allowing him to indulge freely in the game. Suddenly, while sifting through records, he stumbled upon an item of interest, ship blueprints. A 500-ton vessel, accompanied by dock blueprints, could be exchanged for 20,000 units of grain. The game, titled The Dark Veil, had presented him with an urgent need for a ship. Yet, The price was a daunting 20,000 units of grain. Fortunately, he had sufficient supplies from leading his team to hunt wild wolves. To the south of the territory lay a vast river, though he was unaware of the conditions upstream or downstream, making this acquisition all the more critical. Ningxi, I wish to exchange 20,000 units of grain for the blueprints of a 500-ton vessel and the plans for a simple dock. Do we face any food shortages in our territory? Ningxi, still bathing, could be heard through the water splashes. To his surprise, she stood up in the tub, facing Zhang Yanbin. Despite the gauze barrier, he could catch glimpses of her. A ship would be marvelous. I had our carpenter attempt to construct one previously, but it was unsuccessful. With the blueprints, we will surely succeed. Rest assured, we have ample food. Realizing the impropriety of her position, Ningxi hastily sank back into the tub, her voice betraying excitement and a slight tremor. It was evident that these blueprints were of immense significance for their territory. Very well, I shall proceed with the purchase. Zhang Yanbin wasted no time, exchanging 10,000 units of wolf meat, 5,000 units of pig meat, and another 5,000 units of wild fruits and vegetables. He opted for this arrangement to avoid revealing too much. Had it not been for the depletion of wild boar meat, he would have refrained from disclosing the wolf meat. The Dark Vale thrived near water, and just days prior, he had been embroiled in battles against water bandits, suffering numerous casualties. His territory, reliant on fishing for sustenance, frequently encountered these marauders. The ship blueprints had been a reward for defeating the bandits, and while Zhang Yanbin recognized their value, he could not afford to keep them. His territory was in dire need of food. Convinced that their food supplies were stable, he proceeded with the exchange. The recipient of the notification, the Dark Vale, was taken aback for a moment. He had not anticipated a sale. Wait, the 20,000 units of ship blueprints have actually sold? Who possesses such resources? That evening, many lords monitored the forums and trading information, and the successful transaction of the ship garnered widespread attention. Speculations arose within the game, with many guessing Zhang Yanbin to be the buyer, yet no one could confirm it. Zhang Yanbin, of course, would not admit to it. Nevertheless, he privately messaged the Dark Vale. Friend, I kindly request that you keep this matter confidential. Should you require future transactions, please message me directly, and we can mutually benefit. In a swift response, the Dark Vale replied simply with a single word, good. Was it you who purchased the ship blueprints? Is your territory located by the sea? A flurry of messages from Wanwan followed, but Zhang Yanbin chose to ignore them. Any response could reveal too much information. He added a few individuals as friends for private messaging, while the majority continued to speculate. Chapter 9. Game? Reality? After a while, Ningxi emerged from her bath. Wrapped in a towel, her calves exposed. As she changed into her sleepwear, despite her cautiousness, Zhang Yanbin's gaze was unrelenting. Once Ningxi settled into bed, he resumed browsing through information. The forums occasionally featured updates from the Western continent, Northern continent, and Southern continent. Zhang Yanbin made it a nightly ritual to peruse these tidbits, though they were often delivered by second-hand sources, making their authenticity questionable. The four continents were isolated in their information exchanges, and while some had acquired insights through offline means, such intel lacked comprehensiveness and could even be false. It was plausible that spies traversed the four continents, purposefully disseminating misinformation. Falsehoods, too, held value, allowing for analysis of certain trends. Yet, the nature of the four continents, along with other enigmatic realms, remained shrouded in mystery. After a lengthy period of study on techniques, Zhang Yanbin hastily logged off in the middle of the night. Upon his return to reality, he first visited the restroom before preparing some nutritional supplements that could sustain him for an entire day. As he grasped a cup, it shattered in his hand. I didn't apply much force, he mused, beginning to suspect some issue with his physical condition. Luckily, he had ample fitness equipment available. Testing his arm strength, he grasped a strength bar and, with a firm grip, snapped it in two. Lately, he had not engaged in much physical exercise. Strength would not increase at such a rapid pace without consistent training. Could it be the game? Or the Shenlong 9 transformations? Zhang Yanbin began to comprehend the underlying issue and promptly sat cross-legged to meditate. Indeed, a surge of warmth coursed through him. It appeared he needed a larger space to familiarize himself with this newfound strength. Realizing that he could not control his power, Zhang Yanbin hurriedly visited the restroom, took a shower, donned his helmet, and logged into the game to sleep. Upon awakening, he felt entirely transformed, perceiving the characters within the game as vibrant beings in reality. He regarded his territory as his home. Ningxi, good morning. He greeted her as if she were family. Good morning, Lord, she responded, her keen intellect detecting the change in Zhang Yanbin. As he ventured outside and encountered others, he greeted them warmly and sincerely. He continued to the training grounds, now bustling with over 50 individuals. Head instructor Yang, Zhang Yanbin called out to Yang Xiong. Ah, Lord, you needn't be so formal. Simply call me Yang Xiong. Tell me, head instructor, if a person's strength suddenly increases beyond their control, what is the best course of action? Yang Xiong paused for a moment in thought before responding. First, practice in broader terms. For instance, you could run or strike large trees with an iron rod. Once you reach a certain threshold, you should then focus on precision, like shooting marbles with exact force. Zhang Yanbin understood. Thus he spoke. Thank you, Master Yang. You may continue your training. We shall depart in an hour. Zhang Yinbin then turned back. Ningxi, I have procured some silk for you to craft a few garments. Recalling the fabric purchased the previous night, Zhang Yinbin presented several pieces to Ningxi. Her cheeks flushed at once, yet she accepted the gift, murmuring a soft thank you. Many onlookers observed this exchange, but none made a ruckus. It seemed entirely natural and appropriate to all present. I shall venture out today and endeavor to resolve the wolf pack issue. The safety of home rests upon you. Home. At this moment, Ningxi felt a mix of emotions. Tinged with a sense of delight, Zhang Yinbin took up an iron rod and ventured outside. The area was filled with bushes and grass, devoid of any large trees for practicing. He practiced some staff techniques against the air, executing slashes and sweeps, though the results were less than satisfactory. Zhang Yinbin then sought out a few stones to practice with, as only through exerting his full strength did he achieve notable effects. After half an hour of practice, he returned. By now, the drills and speeches in the training grounds had concluded. More than 50 individuals, under the leadership of Yang Xiong and Chen Fong, were prepared. Zhang Yinbin wasted no words. Let us depart. Under the watchful gaze of many residents of the territory, they set forth to battle, fighting for their land. The group soon vanished from sight. Arriving at the site of yesterday's skirmish, they found the area still in disarray. Nevertheless, they pressed deeper into the wilderness. After traversing 5 miles, they encountered numerous traces left by the wolves, yet the pack itself remained elusive. They continued onward. Another 10 miles ahead lay the Great Mountains. After a moment's hesitation, this lurking threat must be addressed. Many dispatched by Ningxi had been unable to scout this area, for it was rife with wolves. Onward. They continued westward, having walked approximately 10 miles. It was now past noon. The group paused to rest and partake of some provisions. After some time, they arrived at the base of a mountain range. There, at last, they beheld their quarry, the wolf pack. A multitude of wild wolves stood at the foot of the mountain, lined up, gazing at them. Perhaps both sides understood this was a battle of destiny. This time, Zhang Yinbin's group was larger. Awu. Attack. Neither side wasted words as they charged into the fray. Zhang Yinbin's mastery of staff techniques had reached an impressive level. Of course, he plunged into battle. This time, he aimed not at the bodies of the wolves, but directly at their legs. With each strike, a wolf fell. Over 100 wolves besieged Chen Fong and his comrades. However, under Chen Fong's adept command, their formation remained unbroken. Zhang Yinbin struck fiercely, sweeping his iron rod. Despite the wolves' tough skulls, he did not target them, instead focusing on their legs. A broken leg rendered a wolf incapable of attack. Meanwhile, Chen Fong's group executed a strategy of both defense and offense, dispatching many wolves. The pack gradually diminished. Awu. Another howl echoed as the remaining wolves retreated. In their flight, only a few dozen remained. Ding. System notification. The Wolf King wishes to sign a guardian beast contract with you. Do you accept? Zhang Yinbin paused momentarily, then consented. Ding. Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for being the first to sign a territory guardian beast contract, rewarded with 10,000 copper coins, 500 territory reputation, a random blueprint, and an increase in guardian beast level. Ding. Eastern Continent announcement. The guardian beast ranking system has been activated. Players may check it at their discretion. A great figure indeed. What is this guardian beast? Who is this Zhuge Shenlong? Zhuge Gij, so formidable, only 18, long legs, adept in various poses. Instantly, the public screen flooded with 999. However, Zhang Yinbin had no time to glance at it. He was intent on understanding this guardian beast. Can you comprehend my words? The Wolf King nodded in acknowledgement. Henceforth, you shall not harm any of my citizens. Additionally, patrol the surroundings. Should you detect any foes, encircle them and notify me immediately. If the adversary proves too powerful, do not engage directly. Conserve your strength and inform me. The Wolf King nodded once more, genuinely comprehending. Zhang Yinbin felt a wave of relief, as a threat to his territory had been alleviated. The system had also rewarded him with 10,000 coins. A sum that could accomplish much in reality. Take me to your lair. I shall leave the cleanup to my people. The ground was strewn with the fallen wolves, and it was not fitting to burden the Wolf King with that sight. The Wolf King nodded and turned to lead him away. He let out a few low growls, and the remaining wolves dispersed. From that day forth, these wild wolves would no longer pose a threat. Chapter 10. Zhu Lingua, Mountain Bandits. The Wolf King guided him to his lair. After a few low growls, he led Zhang Yinbin inside. Within, there was a she-wolf and 2 small wolf cubs. At that moment, Zhang Yinbin understood why the Wolf King had chosen to submit. It was for the sake of these 2 cubs. Zhang Yinbin knelt down, stroking the Wolf King, and said, "From now on, we are family." The Wolf King growled softly and nodded. At that moment, Zhang Yinbin finally had the opportunity to examine the ranking system. Guardian Beast, Wild Wolf. Level, King level. Affiliated power, Shenlong Village. Ability? This information was publicly available for all to see, yet it contained only a solitary entry. Zhang Yinbin was privy to the detailed information of the Wolf King. Guardian Beast, Wild Wolf. Level, King level. Affiliated power, Shenlong Village. Ability: summon wolf pack for combat, patrol territory, and provide early warning. An excellent ability indeed. Good. Take care of these 2 cubs. I shall return tomorrow. I also wish to explore the mountains. Zhang Yanbin patted the wolf king's sleek fur once more before departing. No need to see me off. The corpses of the wild wolves would need to be carried back by Zhang Yanbin and his companions, and he was concerned that the wolf king might be saddened by the sight. Zhang Yanbin returned triumphant. Some of those who had remained behind emerged to welcome him, cheering for their leader. The Lord is mighty. The Lord is mighty. Zhang Yanbin reveled in their adulation. This time, he also returned with over 10,000 units of food, along with some slightly injured wolves. Zhang Yanbin instructed them to tend to the wounded, opting not to bring them back. Ningxi stood at the forefront of the crowd. Zhang Yanbin approached her and softly said, "The crisis has been averted." Ningxi nodded slightly, smiling as she replied, "The Lord is mighty." In truth, Ningxi had already received word of the Wolf King's submission, so she was well aware. She teased him lightly, and Zhang Yanbin simply smiled in response. The day was still young. Zhang Yanbin directed some individuals to gather wooden stakes and other materials he intended to train. Moreover, he required substantial wooden stakes. He also arranged for some stones to be transported for practice. That evening, Zhang Yanbin began with a run, followed by training with the iron rod. The wooden stakes were soon rendered unusable under his strikes, and the iron rod was similarly destroyed. Discarding the rod, Zhang Yanbin was drenched in sweat, yet felt invigorated. He returned to the administrative center. Ningxi had just finished bathing. "Don't mind me. I need to wash up as well." "All right." Ningxi, wrapped in a towel, responded. Zhang Yanbin made himself at home and proceeded to take a bath. He was enveloped by a fragrant aroma in the tub. Surely it was Ningxi's scent. Nearby lay her discarded clothing, some intimate garments. However, Zhang Yanbin was no deviant and did not intrude. After bathing, he took a seat and began to contemplate. The techniques from the game could indeed be carried into reality, yet in the real world, he had yet to grasp his own strength. Thus, he must find a place to settle down and cultivate his skills. He would wait until Ningxi succumbed to slumber before logging off. However, once offline, despite his cautious demeanor, he inadvertently damaged numerous items. He consulted his tablet, only to discover that a villa nestled deep within the mountains could only afford a single room for a staggering 30,000 a month. This was still on the outskirts of the mountains. After perusing various housing options, Zhang Yanbin felt utterly helpless. Over the past decade, the environmental changes had wreaked havoc, leading to severe urban pollution. The wealthy had abandoned city life, retreating deeper into the mountains in search of a more refined existence. Tossing aside the tablet, he realized he lacked the financial means to rent a place. His account held a mere 15,000, all accrued through gaming. Upon entering the game, where anything could be found, Zhang Yanbin began to sift through trading information. He had lost interest in ordinary items. He stumbled upon a nameless spiritual fruit, its effects unknown, listed for the price of 5,000 units of grain. While browsing, he noticed a peculiar red fruit radiating a distinctive glow. Sensing its exceptional nature, he promptly purchased it. Subsequently, he added the seller, known as Bad Knife, as a friend. "Brother Bad Knife, may I inquire where you acquired this item?" he asked. Bad Knife, taken aback by the unexpected purchase from Zhuge Shenlong, replied, "Brother Zhuge, I truly have no knowledge of its effects. I stumbled upon it while hunting in the mountains." With the transaction completed, Zhang Yanbin chose not to probe further. He continued to browse, but found nothing of interest and eventually retired for the night. The following day, he awoke. "Ningxi, good morning," he greeted. "Good morning, Lord," she replied, both exchanging smiles before setting off to attend to their duties. "Lord, the ship should be completed today. Would you like to take a look?" Zhang Yanbin shook his head. "I'll check tomorrow. Today, I plan to venture into the mountains with a team to scout for any potential dangers." "Understood. The territory is in good hands with me," Ningxi assured him confidently, having managed their domain exceptionally well. "By the way, do you recognize this item and its purpose?" Zhang Yanbin inquired, producing the red spiritual fruit. "This is a delicacy for beasts. It can aid in their evolution," Ningxi replied, instantly discerning its significance. "Haha, truly my capable assistant. You are well informed. I did not waste my expenditure on this," Zhang Yanbin expressed joyfully. Ningxi's cheeks flushed slightly. The remark held a hint of intimacy. However, she quickly added, "Typically, such items are guarded by spiritual beasts, making them difficult to obtain." This comment led Zhang Yanbin to consider that Bad Knife was no ordinary individual, as he had evidently faced spiritual beasts. In truth, they had indeed engaged in battle, deploying hundreds of men for the task. Ultimately, they failed to slay the spiritual beast, suffering considerable casualties. Determined not to leave empty-handed, they gathered the fruit instead. "All right, I shall take this to the Wolf King. Farewell." Zhang Yanbin set forth with a 30-member team, leaving the rest to guard their territory. Upon reaching the Wolf King's domain, he summoned over 50 wild wolves to greet him. The sight somewhat dismal. They had once numbered over 200. "Wolf King, I bring you a splendid item," he announced. Upon laying eyes on the red spiritual fruit, the Wolf King's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Do not be modest, it is yours." The Wolf King approached and snatched the fruit, promptly offering it to a nearby pup. The little wolf devoured it eagerly, savoring every bite. Ding system notification. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for obtaining a royal grade guardian spiritual beast, a young wolf. Another guardian spiritual beast? Zhang Yinbin hurriedly checked the leaderboard, where the top 2 slots belonged to Shenlong village. What a treasure, worth 5,000 units of grain, truly remarkable. Wolf King, we must scout the surrounding area. The Wolf King promptly turned and led the way in another direction, with the others following closely. Bandits. To their astonishment, Zhang Yinbin and his team stumbled upon a bandit stronghold. Retreat. Chapter 11. Eradicating the bandits. Indeed, there are bandits here. The Wolf King indicated that these bandits had ventured to another side, as this was his territory, and they dared not encroach. With bandits present, they had to be eliminated. Zhang Yinbin was eager to engage, for bandits typically carried wealth. Yet, he understood the need to minimize sacrifices and gain intelligence on their foes. He conducted thorough reconnaissance for several hours. The stronghold's numbers were not overwhelming, roughly around 90 individuals. However, they had a fortified entrance guarded by 8 individuals, complicating a direct assault. Having gathered sufficient information on the bandits, Zhang Yinbin meticulously devised a plan. Wolf King, take a few pups to divert their attention, prioritize safety. Chen Fong, lead your men to breach the gate with shields. I will charge in at the first opportunity. With our preparation, we can obliterate this stronghold. Zhang Yinbin's determination to eradicate the bandits stemmed from a desire to eliminate all threats to their territory. Understood, Lord, we shall follow your command. The entirety of his team complied with Zhang Yinbin's orders. He exchanged signals with the Wolf King, who understood the plan. In the afternoon, the operation commenced. A few wild wolves appeared suddenly at the stronghold's entrance, perplexing the inhabitants. The bandit leader dispatched several men to investigate. As they approached the base of the mountain, Zhang Yinbin and his team launched a surprise attack, swiftly neutralizing a few adversaries. With only 2 guards remaining at the entrance, they no longer had cause for concern. Enemy attack. One of the sentries shouted, alerting the bandits inside. But it was too late. Zhang Yinbin and Chen Fong each dispatched 1 guard, and soon after, several shield-bearing warriors crashed through the door, which splintered upon impact. Inside the stronghold were merely a few houses and a large open area. Kill! Zhang Yinbin roared, swinging his staff and sending a bandit flying. The remaining bandits rushed forth to confront them, while the wild wolves pounced into the fray. The wolves were fearsome, darting around the battlefield, taking down bandits from behind before retreating. The wild wolves prevented the bandits from regrouping, causing chaos among their ranks. Meanwhile, Chen Fong commanded his regiment like a seasoned army, pushing forward with shields, while Zhang Yinbin's iron staff proved unstoppable. Suddenly, a formidable bandit wielding a gleaming blade charged at Zhang Yinbin. Strength brings miracles, die? Zhang Yinbin, relying solely on his basic staff techniques, summoned all his strength for a powerful strike. The bandit, gripping his sword with both hands, attempted to block, but merely let out a grunt before collapsing to the ground. Zhang Yinbin's strike shattered the sword and knocked the bandit unconscious with a blow to the shoulder. With the assistance of the wild wolves, the stronghold was swiftly dismantled. Ding Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for annihilating a level 1 bandit stronghold. Rewards, a horse farm, 10,000 copper coins, and 500 reputation points for the territory. My heavens, merely a few days since the launch, and a bandit stronghold has been wiped out. Goodness. It typically takes several individuals considerable effort to eliminate a single bandit. A stronghold housing over 100 individuals seems insurmountable. Currently, no less than 500 players could achieve such a feat. The announcement left everyone in awe. The reason being, at present, a level 2 territory likely housed only around 1,000 individuals, with many needing to gather essential resources, particularly food. The number of combat-ready personnel was typically limited to a mere handful. Most players engaged bandits one at a time. Who else, like Zhang Yinbin, could obliterate an entire stronghold in one fell swoop? In truth, had it not been for Zhang Yinbin's formidable powers from the Dragon 9 transformations, bolstered by the wild wolves, and Chen Fong leading a regiment of soldiers, such an accomplishment would have been unimaginable. These factors enabled Zhang Yinbin to secure the first kill in the extermination of the bandits. He swiftly tidied up the battlefield. Zhang Yinbin remarked and began to survey the bandit camp. The camp could either be occupied, destroyed, or left unselected. If left unselected, it would reappear after a certain period. However, Zhang Yinbin opted for destruction. Occupying the location held little immediate value, as his territory currently housed only 1,500 individuals. He wished to eliminate any threats surrounding his domain before sending scouts to investigate the resources here. The report to the Lord indicated the acquisition of 30,000 units of food, 15,600 copper coins, 73 silver coins, and a plethora of weapons. The stockpile of weapons was substantial, exceeding 100, including swords, spears, and halberds. Zhang Yinbin picked up one of the swords, a standard broadsword with an attack power increase of 10 and a durability of 99. Chen Fong, this broadsword enhances attack power by 10. Why don't our spears have such an advantage? Zhang Yinbin pondered aloud, his curiosity piqued by the broadsword. "My lord, our blacksmith is merely an ordinary craftsman, and we lack weapon blueprints, so all that is produced are standard weapons," came the response. Zhang Yinbin nodded in understanding. "Very well, let us return with these spoils." Today's haul has been quite satisfactory. They had only sustained minor injuries, while the entire bandit camp was annihilated. With over 100 weapons, more than 10,000 copper coins, and over 70 silver coins, Zhang Yinbin calculated that in the game, 100 copper coins equated to 1 silver coin, 100 silver coins to 1 gold coin, and 100 gold coins to 1 diamond. Thus, he had effectively earned over 20,000 coins from this venture. His savings now totaled 30,000, allowing him to live comfortably for several months without the need for labor, dedicating himself solely to the game. Over 20 bandit captives were taken, including the unconscious bandit leader. Numerous carts within the camp were loaded with useful items for transport back. As the announcement circulated, several individuals who had added Zhang Yinbin as a friend sent him private messages. Yet, he paid them no mind. "Boss, do you have any strategies? Boss, do you have any valuable items? Scoundrel, why don't you reply?" One had previously sent numerous messages to Zhang Yinbin, but he had never responded. Victorious, Zhang Yinbin and his team arrived at the village entrance just before nightfall, where many gathered to witness their return. "The Lord has won another battle. The Lord is truly formidable. The Lord is impressive." Many villagers welcomed Zhang Yinbin back, celebrating their triumph. Meanwhile, the forum was ablaze with activity. A third of the discussions centered around Zhang Yinbin. However, he remained indifferent to it all. Upon returning to his territory, Zhang Yinbin first entrusted the resources to Nan Ningxi for distribution. As for the weapons, he contemplated their potential for sale. He intended to retain only the spears, as it was more advantageous to form a unit composed entirely of spear wielders. The numbers were still too sparse. That evening, Yang Xiong selected several individuals. Back in his small administrative quarters, Nan Ningxi had already fashioned garments from the silk, but had yet to don them, as she was currently bathing. Hearing the sounds of her bathing, Zhang Yinbin said, "Ningxi, today I acquired a blueprint for a horse ranch. Regardless of whether we have horses, let us construct it." "All right," she replied from the bath. "The boats have been completed. Shall we take a look tomorrow?" "Of course, we shall go tomorrow." As they exchanged words, Zhang Yinbin began to peruse trading information. He listed the weapons with attributes for sale. "Wow, boss, you're selling these weapons too? How do you sell weapons?" Not long after posting, the forum buzzed with inquiries, and many sought to add him as a friend. The queue for friend requests had reached 9,999, but Zhang Yinbin dismissed them with a single click. Chapter 12, Fire Cloud Stone. Zhang Yinbin had just posted his items without specifying a trading price. Uncertain of their market value, many players were still in need of food, yet Zhang Yinbin faced no such scarcity. At that moment, Fei Ying, with whom he had previously traded, reached out to him. "I have Fire Cloud Stones. Check their attributes. I wish to exchange them for weapons." Fire Cloud Stone can be used to forge weapons with an added burning effect. "How do we trade?" Fire Cloud Stone seemed quite promising. 1,000 units for 10 swords. Without hesitation, Zhang Yinbin submitted the trade information. The transaction was completed swiftly. Incorporating Fire Cloud Stones into weapon forging would enhance the burning effect. It appeared to be time to thoroughly explore the resources surrounding his territory. Subsequently, Zhang Yinbin listed the remaining weapons for sale, either at a price of 1,000 copper coins each or in exchange for special items. At that moment, others were also seeking food, and Zhang Yinbin had ample supplies. Thus, he sold some, bringing his total to 60,000 coins. It was time to consider a new place of residence. Possessing such strength without mastery could be perilous. In reality, he struggled to control his strength, which had grown too rapidly. Often, he would inadvertently crush items in his grasp. Just the previous night, he had broken the bathroom door handle while trying to open it. Once the trades were concluded, Nan Ningxi emerged from her bath, clad in the newly crafted attire. Instantly, Zhang Yinbin was entranced. Dressed in exquisite silk, Nan Ningxi appeared ethereal, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Truly beautiful, Zhang Yinbin remarked without reservation. A faint blush crept onto Nan Ningxi's cheeks, though it was unclear whether it was due to her recent bath or the compliment from Zhang Yinbin. After she finished bathing, Zhang Yinbin took his turn. Surrounded by fragrant steam, he completed his ablutions. Following this, he seated himself and began to practice the Divine Dragon 9 transformations. In the dead of night, Zhang Yinbin logged out. After logging off, he consumed a nutrient solution, which had little flavor yet sufficed for an entire day. He then attended to his needs in reality, drinking water, using the restroom, and bathing. Afterwards, Zhang Yinbin checked for information on mountain villas. Is it a mistake? 5,000 per month for a single room, not an entire villa? Currently, urban housing was quite affordable, and he resided in his own home. However, villas in the mountains, especially deeper in the wilderness, commanded higher prices due to the superior environment. Zhang Yinbin searched for a more expensive rental, aiming for a secluded mountain retreat where he could practice in privacy. Mountain villas were not densely populated. He discovered a villa that required traversing several mountain peaks to reach. The rent for a single room was 8,000 per month. Zhang Yinbin resolved to rent it. He could afford it now. Online, he secured the rental. Essentially, it was a room on the second floor of a villa. The space was not small, measuring 50 square meters, yet the rent was steep. He promptly paid 3 months' rent and packed only a single suitcase. Late at night, he decided not to move immediately, planning to do so the following day. Having completed these tasks, he logged back into the game. After resting briefly, dawn arrived. Upon waking, he was greeted by the sight of the ethereal Nan Ningxi, which was a delightful experience. "Good morning, my lord." "Morning, Ningxi. Shall we visit the dock today?" Zhang Yinbin extended an invitation to Nan Ningxi. "Sure, honestly, since my arrival, I've hardly ventured outside the territory. Let us have breakfast first." With improved conditions, they now had a dedicated dining table. Today's dishes seem even tastier than yesterday's," Nan Ningxi remarked with a smile. "Yesterday, we hired 2 new cooks, and their skills are quite commendable," Zhang Yinbin responded with a nod. One significant drawback of this game is the inability to view the character's level information, which leaves Zhang Yinbin feeling quite helpless. After their meal, the two strolled side by side towards the riverside. Along the way, they engaged in a brief discussion regarding the future development of their territory. The lordship and the horse farm should not be constructed for the time being. We have yet to acquire war horses, so it would be prudent to establish them far from the administrative center, he suggested. Indeed, you may take charge of the arrangements. The northern part of the territory is currently secure, as the wolf packs and mountain bandits have been eradicated. We should send more individuals to scout the resources in that region, came the response. As they reached the riverside, they encountered a rudimentary dock where a vessel was already moored. It was a ship of 500 tons, which was quite substantial. A dozen sailors were already on standby. "Excellent. You all start fishing and assess whether the river is teeming with fish or not," Zhang Yinbin instructed. A few sailors boarded the ship, untied the ropes, and navigated towards the river's center. Once there, they cast a large net into the water. To Zhang Yinbin's astonishment, as he observed from afar, the haul was quite bountiful. The net emerged laden with nearly 300 pounds of fish. "My lord, this is wonderful. In the future, we can reduce the manpower allocated for gathering wild vegetables and fruits," Nan Ningxi exclaimed, equally exhilarated. "Indeed, this catch is quite promising. By the way, how long will it take to build this ship? The timber we have is unsuitable for shipbuilding and will likely require repairs every 2 days," he mused. "Tomorrow, I will arrange for some men to head north to fell some large trees suitable for shipbuilding," Nan Ningxi replied, already anticipating the next steps. "That resolves our food supply issue. Moving forward, assign more individuals to Yang Xiong, providing him with all suitable recruits to train as an army. Additionally, expedite the construction of more vessels. I need to ascertain the situation upstream and downstream. As of now, only the northern side of our territory is deemed safe, being under the watchful eye of the Wolf King and its pack. The southern side is blocked by a river over 1,000 meters wide, allowing us to manage activities there without concern. The remaining 2 directions, particularly the east, have only been explored for 20 miles, revealing a flat terrain abundant with rabbits. Posing no immediate threat, Zhang Yinbin continued to observe the fishing activity. Each cast of the net yielded a substantial catch, but he understood that no single spot could sustain fish indefinitely. After several casts, they had gathered approximately 500 pounds in total, which amounted to 500 units. "It seems we shall need to venture further upstream or downstream. The distance from our territory is merely over 5 miles. If we dig a canal leading to our domain and establish a few fish ponds, we can store the surplus without the need to dry it into fish jerky," he proposed. "That sounds feasible. In a couple of days, we will have more hands to implement it," came the agreement. Zhang Yinbin then gazed across the river, contemplating a visit to the opposite bank. As they concluded their inspection of the vessel and began to return, he remarked, "My lord, we anticipate upgrading to a level 3 territory by tomorrow." "Level 3? So soon?" Zhang Yinbin was taken aback. Previously, they had unlocked the trading system at level 2. What would level 3 entail? Chapter 13, Upgrade Rewards. Today, Zhang Yinbin remained indoors, witnessing a significant increase in the population within the territory, now exceeding 2,800 individuals. In the early stages of the game, to simplify the difficulty, the sole requirement for upgrades was population count. Level 3 necessitated 3,000 inhabitants, a milestone they could reach by the following day. However, this posed a considerable challenge, as a larger population meant a substantial daily grain consumption. Without resolving the food issue, the Lord dared not recruit more inhabitants. Many territories, despite refreshing with refugees, were forced to turn them away due to insufficient food supplies. In the game's initial phase, this mechanism allowed players to sidestep intricate calculations and focus on essential aspects, primarily the relationship between population and food, as well as coordinating labor. Zhang Yinbin believed that by reaching level 3, players would have mastered these concepts. He sensed that significant changes awaited them upon reaching level 3. A game that intertwines martial arts with reality undoubtedly harbors complexities beyond mere appearances. The early stages were merely designed to help players acclimate. After returning, Zhang Yinbin dedicated himself to training, having ordered the creation of some iron rods specifically for his workouts. His strength was steadily increasing. That evening, after a refreshing bath, he logged off the game. Post-logout, he grabbed his suitcase and hailed a cab, making his way directly to the foot of the mountain. Upon arrival, the vehicle could not ascend further. Carrying his suitcase, Zhang Yinbin trekked for about half an hour to reach the villa situated halfway up the mountain. As he approached, the facial recognition system promptly granted him access, having completed all necessary procedures online. The villa boasted 3 stories and more than a dozen rooms. Zhang Yinbin had rented a room on the 2nd floor, facing the mountainside, which featured a massive floor-to-ceiling window. The glass on the mountainside was devoid of walls, serving a purpose far beyond mere transparency. It could change colors at will, concealing the interior from outside view, and also functioned as a colossal display screen capable of playing videos. After a brief arrangement of the room, it was already past midnight. He nibbled on some food, used the restroom, and without taking a shower, logged back into the game. Within the game, sleep came easily. He scarcely had time to lie down before drifting off within a minute. Upon waking, he noticed a stunning figure nearby and rose to greet her. "Good morning, Ningxi. My lord, please refrain from going out today. Upgrading to level 3 will bring significant changes," she cautioned. Zhang Yinbin was momentarily taken aback. Considering that Nan Ningxi was a native of this continent, did she possess some foreknowledge? Very well. As usual, Nan Ningxi prepared a meal and organized various tasks efficiently. They settled in to await the arrival of more refugees seeking to join them. As noon approached, Nan Ningxi completed the registration for their 3,000th resident. Beep. Announcement from the Eastern Continent. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for being the first to upgrade to a level 3 territory. Rewards include 1 epic hero, 1,000 silver coins, a high-level weapon blueprint, and 1 warhorse. Beep. Announcement from the Eastern Continent. Following the upgrade to level 3, players can now view the ranks and attributes of the residents within their territory. Beep. System notification. Player Zhuge Shenlong, please be advised that in 3 days, your territory will face a preliminary trial. Kindly select the difficulty level, easy, difficult, or hell. Easy will cause moderate damage to the territory with standard rewards. Difficult, the territory may endure significant damage. However, passing the trial will yield substantial rewards. Hell, the territory may face annihilation, leading to the player losing their lordship. First-time success in this trial will double the rewards. Beep. System notification. Player Zhuge Shenlong, due to being the first in the server to reach a level 3 territory, you have automatically accepted the regional level mission. Please prepare accordingly. Zhang Yinbin had yet to consider which difficulty to choose when the system had already made the selection for him, the regional level mission. He stood in stunned silence for a while, gradually coming to terms with this reality. Ningxi, it seems that something monumental is about to unfold, he conveyed. Summarizing the system's mission. My lord, nothing is absolute. We must prepare for any eventuality, she replied. With the system announcement echoing throughout the realm, everyone was taken aback. Zhuge Shenlong, where's your territory? Sell it to me. I'll offer 5 million federal coins. I'll bid 10 million. Stop inflating the price. No. Stop hiking the territory's value. I'll offer 20 million. Zhuge Shenlong, we can collaborate. The forum was abuzz with one message after another. However, Zhang Yinbin paid no heed to the news circulating in the forums. At that moment, a formidable figure approached, clutching a massive hammer and clad in armor. He came to a halt 5 meters from Zhang Yinbin and knelt on one knee. Subordinate Lei Bao pays homage to the lord and the lady. Indeed, Lei Bao lived up to his name, for he was as thunderous in voice as he was in stature. A blush crept onto Nan Ningxi's cheeks, and Zhang Yinbin understood the reason behind it. He replied, "Rise, for this is our vice lord of the divine dragon territory." It seemed that Lei Bao lacked a certain clarity of thought, as he failed to grasp the distinction between the lady and the vice lord. Currently, the territory was at level 3, allowing for the assessment of attributes. Lei Bao's status was noted, epic level. Affiliated faction, Divine Dragon Village. Martial art, Thunder God Technique, epic. Skill, Thunderhammer, epic. Loyalty, 100. Upon reviewing these attributes, Zhang Yinbin gleaned much. The martial arts differed from skills. The former could perhaps be transposed into reality. In the game, character quality was classified into grades: B, A, S, SS, SSS, epic, legendary, and mythical, totaling 8 levels. Nan Ningxi, it seemed, was a character of mythical caliber. Soon after, a figure led a horse into the vicinity, reporting to the lord. This steed appeared just beyond the territory and was brought here by my subordinate. Zhang Yinbin gazed upon the warhorse, which was resplendently white, exuding an air of majesty, its eyes brimming with pride. The warhorse let out a resounding neigh, proclaiming its existence. Lei Bao, standing nearby, looked on enviously and remarked, "What a splendid horse, my lord. Is it meant for me? Do you think you deserve it?" Zhang Yinbin rolled his eyes, bemused by Lei Bao's lack of perception. The horse deftly sidestepped as Lei Bao attempted to touch it. Zhang Yinbin approached the steed, gently stroking its head and offering a light pat. In return, the warhorse nuzzled him affectionately. "Very well, since we call ourselves Divine Dragon Village and Divine Dragon Territory, from now on, you shall be known as Little White Dragon." Little White Dragon, King level. Affiliated faction, Divine Dragon Village. Skills, 1,000-mile gallop, domain intimidation. The system rewards had been received, 1,000 silver coins, equivalent to 100,000. Capable of resolving numerous issues for Zhang Yinbin. The blueprint for a weapon landed directly in his backpack. Upon inspection, it read, Zhuge crossbow, rapid attack speed, strong penetration. Requires a high-level craftsman. True to his name, Zhuge Shenlong. Even the rewarded weapon was a Zhuge crossbow. Chapter 14, Training. Now that the territory had reached level 3, it was time to assess the attributes. The first task Zhang Yinbin set for himself was to organize the army. He aimed to train at least 500 individuals within 3 days. He had carefully selected suitable candidates, insisting that the minimum standard BS level. He sought an elite force. Other tasks, such as fishing, hunting, and farming, could be delegated to those of lower rank. After thorough selection, there were only 106 S level, 36 SS level, and 9 SSS level individuals in the entire territory. Above them, only Lei Bao and Ningxi remained. The first batch of soldiers was assigned to Yang Xiong for training, while Lei Bao was designated for combat. Yang Xiong and Chun Fong would oversee the military drills. The entire territory prepared for war. However, fishing and hunting continued unimpeded, and the collection of food remained a priority. The blacksmith's workshop grew busy, with others quarrying stone and crafting various obstacles and traps. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinbin was galloping across the plains. After only a brief period of learning to ride, he had mastered it and began racing across his territory, filled with vigor and exhilaration. In the afternoon, he summoned Lei Bao. Lei Bao, I have yet to fully grasp my strength. You shall serve as my sparring partner to expedite my mastery. In the open field, Lei Bao stood like an iron tower, arrogantly gazing at the sky. My lord, unleash your full might. But be warned, I wield the power of thunder. Zhang Yinbin was well aware that his current strength posed little threat to Lei Bao. Thus, he held back no punches. Gripping an iron rod, he swung it vigorously. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yinbin's strikes lacked finesse, merely an expression of raw power. Only by fully expelling his strength could he swiftly gain control over it. Intriguingly, as Zhang Yinbin launched his fierce assaults, he noticed that Lei Bao's thunderous attribute transmitted through his weapon, causing his hands to gradually numb, diminishing his combat effectiveness. Indeed, it was a perplexing attribute. Yet, Zhang Yinbin discovered that each time he felt the numbness, activating the Divine Dragon 9 transformations would dispel the effect. He continued his relentless barrage, the iron rod striking against Lei Bao's hammer with unwavering force. The more they clashed, the more astonished Lei Bao became, as Zhang Yinbin's combat prowess showed no signs of waning. Rather, he grew stronger with each exchange. It seemed that Lei Bao's thunderous might had little effect on him. Eventually, when Zhang Yinbin shattered the iron rod, he tossed it aside and declared, No more for today, we shall resume our practice tomorrow. I have begun to master my strength. Lei Bao, though still proud, could no longer underestimate this lord whose strength was not yet formidable. It will be a long time before the lord catches up to me. Zhang Yinbin disregarded his words, drenched in sweat, and said, Let us go. Upon returning to the administrative center, he first took a bath and changed his clothes before seeking out Ningxi. Ningxi, I must step away for a while. I leave this place in your capable hands. Very well, my lord, rest assured. Zhang Yinbin returned to the administrative center and then logged off. He intended to familiarize himself with his new surroundings. In reality, it was noon. After a trip to the restroom, he quietly stepped outside. Oh, are you new here? As he exited, a girl clad in pajamas appeared before him. She possessed a stunning figure and exquisite features, a rare beauty. Yes, I just arrived last night. Realizing she was still in her pajamas and not wearing a bra, the girl hurried back inside, muttering her discontent. Why is there a man here? Zhang Yinbin felt helpless. He had no idea who resided here when he rented the place online. Descending the stairs, he made his way to the back mountain. The air here was indeed far superior to that of the city, yet it still paled in comparison to the game. The back mountain was filled with towering trees and scattered stones, intentionally left untouched to preserve its original state. Zhang Yinbin moved swiftly, scaling the mountain in roughly half an hour. On the other side lay a completely untouched forest. The Earth Federation mandated that, to protect the environment, even mountains could only be partially developed. The remainder must remain in its natural state. Perfect, I shall give it a try. Lacking an iron rod, Zhang Yinbin snapped a branch and wielded it as a makeshift weapon. However, after striking a stone a few times, the wooden sticks splintered into pieces. It seemed he would need to order some alloy steel for practice. Since he was here, he wouldn't waste the opportunity. Zhang Yinbin began to use his fists, treating the large tree as a punching bag. The tree swayed violently as he delivered blow after blow. After a while, he had carved a dent into the trunk. Zhang Yinbin then picked up a stone to smooth over the indentation, ensuring it wouldn't be obvious that it had been made by a fist. He needed to acclimate to the environment here, as he would be returning at night. He was now brimming with strength, capable of running swiftly across the mountainous terrain. At times, when grabbing a stone too forcefully, he would inadvertently break it. After conducting 2 thorough inspections, it became evident that there were no signs of human activity in this area. He also made an effort to identify several alternative locations, Subsequently, he returned via a different route. The rear mountain of the villa, however, still showed signs of considerable human presence, with only 10 villas atop the entire hill. It was not an overcrowded locale. The estimated number of residents likely did not exceed 100. This place could be deemed relatively remote, not a hub of congregation. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Yanbin found himself blocked at the entrance. It was the woman from across the hall. "You are new here. You must understand the rules of this place," she stated, scrutinizing Zhang Yanbin with a lack of courtesy. He merely nodded slightly, not out of admiration for her beauty, but rather to avoid any unnecessary trouble. His focus remained on the game. "Firstly, there are 5 of us here, and you are the only male. In the common areas, please dress appropriately and refrain from smoking. Secondly, noise is strictly prohibited at all times. Thirdly, do not visit others' rooms. Fourthly, do not bring outsiders here." Zhang Yanbin listened patiently to her instructions and replied, "I see. The rule against visiting each other's rooms is quite sensible." He had no desire to be disturbed during his gameplay. The woman paused momentarily before choosing not to elaborate further. "My name is Dong Xiaowan. Everyone here plays Universal Lord. Do you play?" "Indeed, it is my passion for this game that led me to relocate here." Dong Xiaowan nodded, having tested the waters. Surprised to discover Zhang Yanbin was indeed a player. "What is the game called?" "Unnamed Pawn." "Forget it. I can't be bothered to get to know you. Although we are neighbors, we share no camaraderie. However, if you come across any game-related information in the future, we can exchange it." With that, Dong Xiaowan returned to her room. Zhang Yanbin could only shake his head helplessly, retreating to wash up, consume nutritional supplements, and prepare to enter the game. Chapter 15 Is that all? Upon returning to the game, it was already evening in the virtual world. At that moment, Nan Ningxi also returned to rest. "My lord, today we have successfully recruited 200 soldiers, and training is ongoing. There are still 2 days until the test." The two engaged in conversation while Zhang Yanbin sat observing trading information. The number of available territories for trade had become overwhelming. He was confronted with a myriad of peculiar items, their functions unclear to him. At present, he sought only those that could directly enhance his territory's combat strength. After a brief survey, he purchased nothing, closed the trading system, and settled into a meditative posture to practice his skills. Thus, a day passed. Upon awakening the next day, Zhang Yanbin first inspected the army. After a while, he invited Thunderstorm out for sparring. Once again, he wielded an iron rod with fervor. Curious. How has the Lord's strength increased so swiftly in just one day? Thunderstorm mused, astonished by Zhang Yanbin's rapid progression. This time, Zhang Yanbin had directly exhausted several iron rods. In the game, he had indeed mastered his strength. However, if he continued to grow at this pace, further training would be necessary. On that day, Zhang Yanbin remained indoors, purchasing basic resources through the trading system: stones, wood, and iron ore. The wood was meant for crafting arrow towers, the stones for constructing city walls, and the iron ore for forging weapons. The equipment produced by the blacksmiths bore no attributes. The entire territory was developing at an accelerated pace. On the 3rd day, Zhang Yanbin made his final preparations, awaiting the impending challenge. At this moment, the entire gaming community was abuzz with anticipation, eager to discover how Zhang Yanbin would navigate the test. I suspect Zhuge Shenlong will undoubtedly opt for the difficult level. However, the ordinary level might be safer. It is also possible he may choose the regional level. Anyone selecting the hell level must be a fool. On the evening of the 3rd day, the forum was abuzz with excitement. The system had not announced the level of difficulty chosen, leaving others in the dark. A crowd speculated, with some hoping that Zhang Yanbin would falter. Unfazed, Zhang Yanbin continued his preparations. Finally, another morning dawned. Today, they would face the system's trial, and it was set at the hell level. In the morning, Zhang Yanbin and Nan Ningxi stepped out together. One donned battle armor, radiating an aura of authority. The other wore embroidered garments, exuding an ethereal charm. "Ningxi, trust me. I will protect you and safeguard our territory." Zhang Yanbin had come to regard the game as reality. Despite the formidable nature of the hell-level trial, he was determined to give his utmost. Nan Ningxi's expression remained unchanged. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for gaining 5 favorability and 10 loyalty from the divine level hero Nan Ningxi. Nan Ningxi, divine level. Faction, Shenlong Village. Loyalty, 92. Affinity, 83. Skill, proficient in all internal affairs. Special bonus. All attributes of the territory increased by 100. Though her expression did not shift, the increase in favorability and loyalty spoke volumes. Accompanied by a force of 360 soldiers, Zhang Yanbin approached the village entrance. At this point, the entire territory had been encircled by stones towering over a meter in height. Given the time constraints, this was the best they could manage. White horses, iron rods. Battle robes. At the village entrance, Zhang Yanbin proclaimed, "Behind us lies our home, our family. Today, we shall fight to the death. Those who seek to destroy our sanctuary must first tread over our corpses. Long live the Lord. The Lord is mighty." The fervent cries of the crowd conveyed their sentiments and resolve. In the distance, an army approached them. Ding. System notification. Player Zhuge Shenlong, Be advised, the trial has commenced. It is a hell-level challenge. Only by repelling the enemy can the territory be saved from destruction. The simple and difficult levels merely cause damage. And once a certain threshold is reached, the enemy will retreat. However, the hell level offers no such reprieve. It is a fight to the death. The enemy drew near, 100 cavalry and 400 infantry. At the forefront stood a man wielding a large blade. Ha ha ha, sons, slay them all and seize everything. Take all the women. As they reached the village entrance, he looked down on Zhang Yanbin and his companions with disdain. Don't struggle, it is futile. The man, brandishing his sword atop his mount, regarded them as mere sheep. Zhang Yanbin maintained an impassive expression. He was uncertain of the enemy's strength, but in a hell-level trial, what choice remained? They could only engage fiercely. Previously, they had conducted tactical drills. Thunderstorm and Zhang Yanbin were to confront the strongest opponents, while Chun Fong commanded the shield formation to block the enemy and prevent their incursion. Kill. Zhang Yanbin had no option but to lead his men into battle. Both sides charged forward. Get down. Thunderstorm, known for his fiery temper, had no steed. Even a common horse could not bear his weight. Thunderstorm swung his hammer with great force toward the enemy leader, aiming directly at his mount. What? The leader was taken aback, astonished to discover that within this seemingly insignificant level 3 territory, a formidable warrior lay hidden. Thunderstorm's hammer struck the horse, sending the rider tumbling to the ground. This battle unfolded in a manner no one had anticipated, and the onset seemed somewhat amiss. However, the leader swiftly regained his footing and furiously charged at Thunderstorm. Having initially perceived them as mere sheep, he was now enraged at having been wounded by one. Boom. The two weapons clashed. Epic level. The adversary was shocked. He had not expected Thunderstorm to be of epic caliber as well. Indeed, the level 3 trial at the hell level was designed to feature an epic level hero. Presently, the epic tier was a formidable challenge for players. Ha ha ha, is that all you have? Come at me. The Thunderstorm discovered that the opponent was not particularly formidable. Thus, armed with a colossal hammer, he charged forward. The two engaged in a series of exchanges. Zhang Yanbin would not let this splendid opportunity slip away. He joined the fray simultaneously, wielding an iron rod and delivering powerful strikes one after another. The adversary, realizing the gravity of the situation, could not afford to be dismissive. Although Zhang Yanbin's strength was relatively weak, his prior skirmishes with Thunderstorm had imbued him with a fierce attack capability. Chen Fong, meanwhile, took it upon himself to fend off the assaults from the other foes. The most formidable among them was the leader, while the remaining minions lacked significant prowess. Had the minions been equally strong, the players would have stood no chance. Clearly, the system had granted the players a modicum of opportunity. Die, you wretch. Thunderstorm roared, swinging his hammer with relentless ferocity. The opponent's movements began to slow. Zhang Yanbin landed several crushing blows with his iron rod. The attributes of Thunderstorm rendered the adversary's hands sluggish. Evidently, even an epic-level technique could not counteract the thunderous attributes of Thunderstorm. From the outset, the two had maintained the upper hand, leaving no room for retaliation. Zhang Yanbin felt a sense of calm. This trial had been predetermined by the system, not tailored to individual preferences. He had successfully recruited an epic-level hero, a truly formidable one, allowing him to breezily navigate through the challenge. Chapter 16, The Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter Divine Ring. It was a humiliation for an epic-level hero to be so thoroughly overwhelmed. The power of thunder was indeed excruciating. Zhang Yanbin's relentless attacks began to bear fruit, and soon, the opponent could no longer endure. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yanbin struck decisively at the adversary's neck. The opponent attempted to block with his blade, but his hands, numbed by the thunderous force, failed to provide adequate defense. Zhang Yanbin's might was overwhelming, resulting in a swift break of the adversary's neck. With the leader vanquished, Zhang Yanbin altered his tactics and took the initiative. Thunderstorm, in a frenzy, sent opponents flying with each hammer strike, while Zhang Yanbin dispatched the lesser foes with equal ease. The demise of their leader shattered the morale of the troops, and with a single push, they scattered. After a brief onslaught, the remaining 100 or so chose to surrender. Zhang Yanbin surveyed the battlefield, somewhat dazed. What he had anticipated to be a fierce battle had turned into a devastating defeat for the enemy. Ding. Announcement from the Eastern Continent. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for enduring the hell-level trial. Rewards include 3 master-level craftsmen, an epic-level technique, an epic-level skill, the Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter Divine Ring, 100 gold coins, and a total attribute boost of 100 for his territory. Hearing the announcement, Zhang Yanbin could hardly believe his ears. The value of 100 gold coins equated to 10,000 silver coins, which in turn was equivalent to 1,000,000 copper coins, or 1 million federal currency. Just like that, Zhang Yanbin transformed from an individual with nothing into a millionaire. Of course, he understood that gold coins were the least valuable among these rewards. Goodness gracious. Zhuge Shenlong chose the hell-level trial. It turns out it's not so difficult after all. I shall opt for the hell-level trial too. He chuckled, relieved at his own cleverness in selecting the hell-level challenge. How splendid are the rewards. Is there anyone who can elucidate? The forum buzzed with excitement, as everyone awaited the details of the first player to upgrade their territory to level 3 and the nature of the trial. Zhang Yinbin took a deep breath and approached the entrance of the village, addressing his subjects. We have emerged victorious. This simple proclamation ignited a fervor among the populace. Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! The crowd erupted in cheers. Zhang Yinbin continued. Tonight, we shall feast on pork and lamb, reveling together. It is of utmost importance. The throngs cheered once more. He then instructed Chen Fong and the others to thoroughly clean the battlefield. Zhang Yinbin sought out Nan Ningxi. Ningxi, tonight's festivities will require your diligent arrangements. Nan Ningxi smiled gently and replied, it is my duty. Zhang Yinbin nodded appreciatively, then returned alone to the administrative center to review his rewards. Epic level technique, blazing flame art. Certainly, it would not compare to my divine level technique, so I shall not squander it. Epic level skill, blazing blade technique. Clearly, the system's rewards were a matched set. Regrettably, since both the skill and the technique were interconnected, he could not utilize them at present. Zhang Yinbin then examined the Niwa Divine Ring. The Niwa Divine Ring, an ancient artifact, could not be traded or dropped once bound. It possessed formidable spatial capabilities, capable of accommodating anything as its master grew in strength. It was, indeed, a spatial ring. Reading the description, he realized that binding it required merely a drop of blood. Without hesitation, Zhang Yinbin initiated the binding process. Soon, he could view its attributes. Niwa Divine Ring, divine level equipment, unique. Current space, 1000 by 1000 by 1000, capable of expanding alongside the master's strength. It was a growth type equipment. Powerful. There was no need for further explanation. Zhang Yinbin recognized its might instantly. Meanwhile, the forum had erupted in chaos, unbeknownst to Zhang Yinbin, as many players, inspired by his success in the Hell level trial, also chose to undertake it. However, the outcome would undoubtedly be tragic, and he could only speculate how many would harbor resentment towards him. After perusing his rewards, Zhang Yinbin finally found time to check his messages. Great one. Shall we engage in a clandestine transaction? Could you enlighten me on the nature of the Hell level trial? This message from Wan was somewhat ambiguous, hinting at a secretive deal. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yinbin replied succinctly, do not choose the Hell level trial. No further explanation was provided. Others also sought his advice. But Zhang Yinbin responded with the same brief message, offering no superfluous words. Now affluent, Zhang Yinbin began browsing through trade offers. He stumbled upon a listing for a type of wood called black jade cypress, known for its hue resembling black jade and its hardness akin to steel. While perusing the listings, he noticed an individual selling this wood. Taking the initiative, he sent a friend request to the seller, who went by the name Yuxing Xiaokuei, presumably a female. Yuxing Xiaokuei was present in the territory, observing craftsmen working with the black jade cypress. Is it truly unusable? The craftsman examined the shards of wood scattered on the ground and replied, my lord, it is indeed too hard. While we can fell it, crafting anything substantial is unfeasible. We can only carve it. We could carve many items, but transforming this into planks or strips is impossible as we have nothing to saw it with. The black jade cypress is simply too tough. Attempting to chop it would result in shattered pieces, and using a saw is futile. The saw would be rendered useless. Yuxing Xiaokuei sighed. I have a mountain full of treasures, a whole range of black jade cypress, and yet, I discover it's unsuitable as a material. What good is such a fine resource if it cannot even be fashioned into furniture? Carving is too slow, and crucially, it has no utility in the game. It could serve as a decorative piece or an art object for sale, perhaps? At that moment, Yuxing Xiaokuei received a friend request. Ah, she exclaimed in surprise. The others looked at her curiously. It's nothing at all. Since the black jade cypress is rendered useless and exceedingly difficult to chop, you should investigate if it possesses any other functions. Quickly exiting the workshop, Yuxing Xiaokuei accepted the friend request. Hello, how much are you selling that black jade cypress for? Upon accepting the request, she received a message from Zhang Yinbin. Stunned, she hesitated, unsure how to respond. She had merely listed the item to test the waters, never expecting that someone, especially the game's top player, Zhuge Shenlong, would actually be interested in purchasing it. After sending her message, Zhang Yinbin waited patiently. But the other party remained unresponsive. The black jade cypress tree immediately caught the discerning eye of Zhang Yinbin, who recognized it as a material of exceptional quality. Regardless of the circumstances, he decided to procure it for further examination. Not for sale. Then I shall trade you for information. After a prolonged wait, Zhang Yinbin finally received a response. Though he was not surprised, such a precious item could hardly be quantified by mere currency. Inquire, and I shall divulge what I can. I seek to understand the intricate details regarding the level 3 territory trial, particularly the hellish tier. It came as no shock to him that Yuxing Xiaokuei was interested in this information. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, what quantity of black jade cypress would suffice for this exchange? Although Zhang Yinbin refrained from publicly disclosing this information, he believed that as long as he could procure something tangible in return, there was no secret too great to share. 10,000 units. This particular resource was abundant in the mountainous regions for Yuxing Xiaokuei. It merely required manpower to harvest. Agreed. In Chapter 17, Master Artisan, Zhang Yanbin deemed the 10,000 units of black jade cypress to be a worthy investment. The hellish tier was indeed exceedingly challenging, with the enemy led by an epic-level hero capable of decimating an entire territory single-handedly. His prior victory was facilitated by items that weakened the enemy's combat prowess and temporarily immobilized them. Nonetheless, his territory had suffered significant damage as a result. Zhang Yanbin chose to withhold the truth regarding his losses, but was candid about the enemy's capabilities. As for the difficulty level, the territory will not be conquered, but it may endure considerable destruction. However, the hellish tier presents a dire ultimatum: either you perish, or I shall. Should players falter under the enemy's assault, their territory will be obliterated. Suddenly, Yuhang Xiaokuei felt she had made a prudent decision, as she had been contemplating a foray into the hellish tier herself. Bolstered by her own fortuitous experiences within the game and Zhang Yanbin's success, she resolved to proceed, fortunate to have time to choose, unlike Zhang Yanbin, who had been defaulted by the system. Soon, Yuhang Xiaokuei exchanged the 10,000 units of black jade cypress with her. Upon receiving the items, Zhang Yanbin was struck by the realization that this information could indeed be monetized. Consequently, he opened a conversation with a person named Wan, whom he had previously disregarded. Now, he considered it a viable option to trade this information. I can provide you with details regarding the level 3 territory trial, but not without a reciprocal exchange of valuable or useful information. Zhang Yanbin sent his message to Wan. Dong Xiaowan, who had previously been lamenting her circumstances, felt a surge of indignation. I am a striking beauty, yet when I inquired, Zhang Yanbin merely advised me against selection. He chose for himself and reaped immense benefits while denying others the same opportunity. Her frustration simmered until she received another message from Zhang Yanbin. Humph, detestable man, she muttered, before contemplating what she could offer in exchange. Money? He has just received a system reward of 1 million. He certainly wouldn't accept that. Perhaps she could trade a task scroll, as she had no conditions to fulfill. Dong Xiaowan shared the details of an Ice Moon Silkworm task scroll with Zhang Yanbin. Upon examining the task scroll, Zhang Yanbin noted that it required an epic-level hero accompanied by a 100-person team to undertake. Agreed. Zhang Yanbin relayed the information he had previously shared with Yuhang Xiaokuei to Wan, who then provided him with the task scroll. Others followed suit, and thus, Zhang Yanbin exchanged this information for a considerable amount of resources. After several transactions, he ceased further sales, cognizant that those who acquired the information would likely resell it, though he deemed this inconsequential. Soon, the information would become obsolete, as other lords were set to commence the task the following day. Once one player opted for the hellish tier, the information would likely be made public on the forums. This day was crucial, as many players faced a deadline for their choices. Should they fail to make a selection, the system would randomly assign one for them. After selling the information, Zhang Yanbin exited the administrative center, where he found Ning Cece waiting. My lord, we have 3 master craftsmen who have arrived, and their presence will be of great significance to our territory. Allow me to introduce you. Zhang Yanbin remained uncertain of the extent of their impact. Upon arrival at the workshop, he was taken aback by its rudimentary state. The tools were dilapidated, devoid of any fine materials. As they approached the entrance, Zhang Yanbin and Ning Cece overheard the 3 master craftsmen lamenting their predicament, while the other craftsmen, mostly novices or apprentices, remained silent. Esteemed masters, Zhang Yanbin announced, his hands clasped behind his back as he stepped inside. The craftsmen turned to him, visibly relieved. This is our lord, Zhuge Shenlong. Ning Cece introduced casually to avert any misunderstandings. The 3 masters felt a wave of embarrassment upon realizing the lord's presence. We have met the lord, they acknowledged with a slight nod. The conditions here are indeed rather humble, Zhang Yanbin remarked. Our territory is still in its infancy, with limited resources. However, you need not worry. I shall procure advanced workshops and superior materials for you. Yet, I urge you not to squander these materials through ignorance. The trio, all masters in their craft, exhibited a certain pride. I make no claims, but that with quality materials, I can inscribe powerful formations for the territory. The better the material, the stronger the formation. Whatever formation you desire, I can provide. Another master added, as a carpenter, given excellent materials, I can create whatever you wish. However, I refuse to work with this shoddy equipment. The blacksmith commented, surveying the tools. These tools are inadequate for crafting high-quality equipment. Zhang Yanbin nodded in acknowledgement of their sentiments. I do possess some materials, allow me to show you. He retrieved a segment of black jade cypress from the Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter divine ring. The deep black hue shimmered with a ghostly luminescence, resembling both charcoal and black jade. What is this? The 3 were taken aback, rushing forward to examine it. Is this wood? The carpenter inquired, while the blacksmith suggested, let us first assess the material's properties. After some experimentation, the blacksmith exclaimed, this is as hard as steel. It may well be suitable for crafting equipment. The formation master, intrigued, circled the material. This substance would be highly reliable for inscribing formations. The trio was swiftly captivated by the potential of the material. Zhang Yanbin then disclosed, this is known as black jade cypress. It is a type of wood. yet it possesses the hardness of iron. Study it and determine what you can create. The three masters, their initial concerns forgotten, delved into their research. Each harbored distinct ideas. The carpenter proposed slicing it to produce various items, while the blacksmith sought to ascertain whether it could be melted down. The formation master echoed the carpenter's thoughts, believing that slicing it would allow for the inscribing of formations. Very well, each take a portion to study. Whatever you can devise, proceed to create. Zhang Yinbin produced a substantial quantity of wood from the Niwa divine ring, filling the entire workshop. The three were left astounded. Such precious materials should not be presented in such abundance. They were utterly won over. No longer did they regard the workshop's simplicity. Superior materials constituted the finest conditions. With the masters no longer dissatisfied, Zhang Yinbin exited the workshop. My lord, you truly possess the means. Nan Ningxi understood that masterful individuals often harbor a sense of pride that makes them difficult to subdue. Yet, Zhang Yinbin managed to accomplish this with remarkable ease, albeit by mere coincidence. The utility of those wooden figures remains uncertain. Together, they returned to the administrative center. Chapter 18, Encounter with Pirates. That evening, a grand celebration was held in the territory to commemorate their hard-won victory, a splendid opportunity to rally the hearts of the populace. Zhang Yinbin led Nan Ningxi onto the dance floor, joining the residents of the territory in a joyous celebration. A prompt from the system announced, "Congratulations, player. The people's loyalty has strengthened, resulting in a 10 increase in resource production." Indeed, the festivities bore fruit. Although resources were currently scarce, they would gradually increase over time. Presently, Nan Ningxi organized efforts to cultivate the land, divert water to create fish ponds, and establish pig farms and pastures, along with the planting of medicinal herbs. In essence, resources would naturally proliferate in due course. Additionally, this augmentation positively influenced the influx of refugees. In territories where resources were lacking, the arrival of refugees often deterred recruitment. However, the situation was different for Zhang Yinbin. They were emboldened to recruit more refugees. The following morning, Zhang Yinbin arose early and made his way to the training grounds, not for training, but to further explore the situation surrounding the territory. Lei Bao, Chen Fong, gather 300 men and head downstream along the river. Yang Xiong, continue selecting and training the new recruits. Yesterday, they had suffered the loss of dozens of soldiers, leaving barely over 300 remaining. Understood. Zhang Yinbin led the troops along the riverbank, where several small boats were already fishing, belonging to their own territory. These vessels, however, were modest in size. Rather than commandeering the boats, they proceeded on foot, with Zhang Yinbin riding the remarkably swift little white dragon along the riverbank. The land on either side was remarkably fertile, adorned with vibrant flowers and grasses over half a meter tall, creating a breathtaking sea of blossoms. The presence of any precious items, such as flowers or herbs, remained a mystery to Zhang Yinbin. As they traversed the winding river, they came upon a broad, gentle bend, a picturesque sight that would surely captivate anyone from above. The lush flora and the invigorating air were unlike anything one could witness in reality. The group pressed on until Zhang Yinbin noticed a commotion ahead. A battle was underway. He dismounted, as his vantage point atop the horse afforded him a clearer view. Immediately, the others fell into a state of alertness. We must proceed cautiously. There are skirmishes on the water's edge, and the situation remains unclear. Zhang Yinbin gripped his iron staff, leading his warhorse onward. Chen Fong, sensing the tension, quickly organized the troops into a defensive formation. Lei Bao, brimming with excitement, was eager to rush forward and witness the conflict. After advancing 1,000 meters, the sounds of clashing armies reached their ears, echoing from the riverbank. We must conceal ourselves and observe. Zhang Yinbin instructed as he and Lei Bao stealthily approached. They soon discovered stranded ships at the water's edge, engaged in fierce combat. Were these pirates? The vessels bore the distinctive skull insignia of piracy, while the grounded ship displayed a flag that, albeit not a skull, still represented thievery. A conflict of the rogue elements? Both sides numbered in the hundreds, with some pirates having already landed and engaged in combat on shore. You dare violate the rules and come to the inner lake. One pirate taunted, laughing. We are pirates. Anywhere there is water, it is our territory. Indeed, they were pirates. Lei Bao, can we defeat them? My lord, there is no doubt. None of them are my match. Zhang Yinbin nodded, eager to engage. After the skirmish, only a few hundred remained on each side. Wait for my command. Zhang Yinbin discreetly signaled for Chen Fong and the others to draw closer. At last, the pirates had all landed. One side boasted over 600 men, while the other dwindled to just over 300. The battle continued fiercely. As casualties mounted on both sides, Zhang Yinbin cried out, "Charge!" Suddenly, a well-organized contingent of soldiers surged forth, led by a figure exuding an aura of lethal intent. Lei Bao, take out their leaders. Lei Bao had already fixed his sights on two formidable opponents. With iron staff in hand, Zhang Yinbin plunged into the fray. The two leaders fell swiftly to Lei Bao's might, unable to withstand his onslaught. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Yinbin fought valiantly, dispatching numerous foes. Chen Fong led his men in a direct assault, and soon both factions were in disarray. Spare those who kneel. As the battle dwindled to about 100 combatants on each side, Zhang Yinbin commanded surrender. With their leaders slain, the remaining soldiers, lacking in strength and faced with the fury of Lei Bao, had no choice but to capitulate. Chen Fang began to scour the battlefield. The discarded weapons were worth their weight in gold. Any weapon imbued with attributes could be sold for a profit. My lord, I have discovered a treasure map. Chen Fang presented it with both hands. Zhang Yinbin unfolded it, realizing that the great river led not far from the ocean, suggesting that their territory was not too distant from the sea. He had assumed they were nestled deep inland due to the surrounding mountains. But now it was evident that pirates could reach this place. Let us split up and interrogate them. I must understand the situation. After a thorough inquiry, they learned that about 15 kilometers east lay a vast lake, comparable in size to Poyang Lake in reality. 50 miles further east was the sea. Although their territory was approximately 100 miles from the ocean, a grand river provided direct access to the estuary. The map indicated various locations, including pirate dens and resource points. The lake itself was rich in resources. The potential of their territory, with both mountains and water, was staggering if properly developed. Let us commandeer their ships and return home. The 3 pirate vessels remained seaworthy, while the water bandit ships were rendered useless. The pirates had claimed the territory of the water thieves, which was truly remarkable. After a thorough search, Zhang Yinbin acquired numerous valuable items: 5 beginner martial arts manuals, 6 introductory skill books, and 11 foundational skill texts. It was the first time skill books had been directly obtained, though the monetary gain was modest. As they had not raided the pirate stronghold, Zhang Yinbin decided to return first to plan accordingly. Upon his return, he found Nan Ningxi and took her hand, exclaiming, "Come with me. I have something of great importance to discuss." Zhang Yinbin could hardly contain his excitement. However, to an onlooker, this action resembled a husband escorting his wife into their quarters, leaving them to speculate on his intentions. Chapter 19, The Water Bandit's Lair. "My lord," Nan Ningxi said. Her cheeks flushed. In a soft voice, she called to him. At that moment, Zhang Yinbin realized his oversight and released her hand. "Today, I encountered both pirates and water bandits. I led our forces to eliminate them, and now we have gained a wealth of information regarding our territory." Zhang Yinbin recounted all he had learned to Nan Ningxi. Nan Ningxi solemnly nodded and remarked, "We can harness the great river, initially developing the expansive lake, and subsequently utilizing it to reach the sea." Her strategic foresight was evident. She proved to be a competent steward of the territory. Indeed, our next priority must be the advancement of fishing, shipbuilding, and maritime industries. We must also cultivate our personnel in these areas. The two quickly reached a harmonious consensus. Zhang Yinbin pondered for a moment before stating, "Currently, the stability of our territory relies on food. For future prosperity, we cannot overlook the importance of wealth. As resources gradually become abundant, the functioning of the entire territory will increasingly depend on currency. I shall allocate the funds I possess for immediate use in the territory, while you will determine how to compensate the laboring residents. At present, the residents earn their sustenance through labor, which serves as their form of payment. However, once food is no longer scarce, we must incentivize their efforts with monetary compensation." Zhang Yinbin decided to entrust all his funds to Nan Ningxi. "Excellent. With this capital, managing the territory will become significantly easier. Currently, the circulation of goods is problematic, and residents have begun to barter." Zhang Yinbin had not reserved any funds for himself, as he could always retrieve a portion later. His primary objective remained to continue generating profit. Just as Zhang Yinbin contemplated new avenues for wealth, Chen Fang abruptly burst in, startling both. "My sincerest apologies, lord, lady, for interrupting your important discussion." The ambiguity of his words turned Nan Ningxi's face as red as a ripe apple. Chen Fang, tiptoeing, attempted to retreat. "Come back. What is the matter? From now on, no one is to enter the administrative center without knocking." "Yes, my lord, I won't dare again." Chen Fang hastily apologized. Zhang Yinbin suspected that the storm had unsettled Chen Fang's demeanor. "My lord, through our inquiries, we have discovered that a portion of the water bandits remains hidden. They have 3 lairs, 2 of which have been destroyed by pirates. The remaining one, located on shore, has been their hideout for years, containing the spoils of their plunder, and currently, the number of guards is sparse." Zhang Yinbin's eyes gleamed at the prospect of easy riches. "Excellent. This is indeed a windfall." Chen Fang, upon receiving orders, promptly assembled the troops, preparing for departure. Yes, although it was already afternoon, approaching evening, Zhang Yinbin felt compelled to set out. The longer we delay, the greater the risk. Who knows if these bandits, upon losing their leader, will divide their spoils and flee. Thus, Zhang Yinbin led his forces to march forth, accompanied by a recently surrendered bandit leading the way. They advanced swiftly yet maintained a defensive posture. After an arduous trek of several dozen kilometers, they had yet to arrive by nightfall. Zhang Yinbin allowed a brief respite of half an hour before continuing their journey. "My lord, the lair is nestled within this secluded valley, typically well concealed." The surrendered bandit, still unaccustomed to his new allegiance, referred to Zhang Yinbin as "my lord." "Let it be," Zhang Yinbin thought. Despite being informed that only a little over 100 guards remained, he remained cautious. Chen Fong, advance with the shield formation. Thunderstorm. Be prepared to strike at any moment. You flank right, and I'll flank left. We cannot underestimate the possibility of ambush. As they approached, a raucous group emerged. The Lord is surely doomed. Let us divide the loot and flee. We cannot leave. The Lord may still be alive. Observing their infighting, Zhang Yinbin wasted no time and charged in with his men. Deprived of their leader and under attack, they fought fiercely, resulting in dozens of casualties before the remainder surrendered. Very well, splendid. Zhang Yinbin surveyed the ground strewn with coinage, predominantly copper, with some silver coins. Additionally, there were substantial provisions stacked high. An announcement echoed across the eastern continent. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for conquering the Level 2 Water Fortress, earning a high-level skill manual, 100 silver coins, and 1,000 territory prestige points. Ah, so this is a Level 2 territory, he mused, noting that the system credited him for the conquest of the final stronghold. At this late hour, another announcement emerged, inciting further intrigue. Zhuge Shenlong is undoubtedly a favored child of the system. An announcement specialist, perhaps? The Water Bandits. How intriguing that Zhuge Shenlong's territory lies in the waters. What caliber of Level 2 bandits are we discussing? Yet, Zhang Yinbin was indifferent to the announcements. He was focused on directing his troops to secure the battlefield. Be meticulous. Not a single copper piece should be overlooked. Originally, the funds had been stored in chests, but the bandits had scattered them. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred, slowly collecting the scattered wealth. By dawn, they had finally tallied the spoils. Report to the Lord. A total of 5,430,000 copper coins, 3,000 silver coins, and 20 gold coins, along with a significant cache of weapons and provisions. 30 foundational skill manuals, and 50 basic skill books. A bountiful harvest indeed. The monetary total exceeded 6 million. Just as he had entrusted the funds to Ningxi, he had now earned another substantial sum. This wealth, temporarily surplus to the territory's needs, could serve as his private reserve. Indeed, my own private fortune. Load everything for transport back. Fortunately, the bandits required carts to transport these provisions, so we have plenty available. Otherwise, it would have been quite the challenge. Over the course of the last 2 days, he had acquired a considerable number of skill manuals, including foundational and initial level texts. Zhang Yinbin awarded himself a high-level skill manual. How shall we handle these books? He pondered while seated in the transport cart. Upon returning to the territory, Zhang Yinbin entrusted the management of the provisions to Nan Ningxi and allowed the troops to rest while he summoned Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong, I have a collection of skill manuals and books. How should we arrange them? I seek your counsel. Yang Xiong contemplated for a moment before replying. These manuals and skill books are intended for martial generals and can significantly enhance their combat capabilities. My lord, is it too extravagant to bestow them upon the soldiers? Only those with SSS level potential could utilize them. Please allocate them according to their suitability, ensuring they adhere to strict training standards. After all, generals are cultivated from soldiers. Yang Xiong refrained from further comment. Zhang Yinbin handed him the hundreds of foundational skill manuals and books for proper distribution. Chapter 20, Astonishment. Presently, many players lack skill manuals and techniques, while Zhang Yinbin has directly provided them to the NPCs within the game. It would be intriguing to see how others would react upon discovering this. Zhang Yinbin then visited the artisan workshop to observe the 3 master-level craftsmen, curious if they would create anything remarkable. Yet, he found himself unwarrantedly concerned. The trio was engrossed in their work. I believe these wooden boards can be used to inscribe numerous formations, perhaps even covering the entire underground area to protect the entire territory. They can construct ships, erect tall buildings, and create various types of furniture. Utilizing this cypress for weapons would also be advantageous. At the very least, crafting long spears would be straightforward. The 3 engaged in a spirited debate, each offering distinct perspectives. Ahem, Zhang Yinbin coughed deliberately twice to garner their attention. Ah, the Lord has arrived. Please, share your thoughts. The 3 began to express their opinions, each presenting different ideas. Zhang Yinbin puffed out his chest and addressed them. Your ideas are commendable. I believe. He paused, surveying their anxious faces, uncertain of whose proposal he would endorse. Let us pursue all of them. Having ideas is a splendid notion. Desiring to forge weapons, construct ships, erect houses, or delve into the intricacies of array inscriptions, the 3 individuals were momentarily taken aback. However, their gaze shifted towards the pile of materials in the corner, though substantial. It barely sufficed for the creation of a vessel weighing 500 tons. Yet, in my domain, the resources are plentiful. Zhang Yinbin had, outside, amassed another considerable heap of materials, 10,000 units, ample enough for their endeavors for quite some time. Furthermore, he could continue to procure more. The trio was once again rendered speechless. How extravagant! Had they known there was such an abundance of materials, their quarrel would have seemed utterly absurd. Observing their dazed expressions, Zhang Yinbin remarked, however, listen well. Regardless of what you wish to undertake, one person cannot accomplish too many tasks alone. Thus, you must select a group of apprentices and assistants within the territory to aid you. Concurrently, You shall impart your skills to them. The three nodded vigorously, fearing that Zhang Yinbin might retract the materials. Nevertheless, managing these resources indeed required numerous assistants. After a day and night of research, they concocted a liquid solution to soak the black jade cypress wood. After several hours, they extracted it for processing. At this point, it could be sawed, albeit with some difficulty, yet it was feasible. Subsequently, they washed it with fresh water, and after drying, it returned to its original hardness. As for alternative methods, they were still in the midst of exploration. By the way, my lord, we have fashioned a few iron rods from this black jade cypress for you. The three presented them with a sense of pride. The master carpenter stated, these have undergone special treatment to prevent slipping. The master blacksmith added, indeed, this wood has been infused with unique materials, enhancing its weight and imparting additional properties. The master of arrays chimed in, naturally claiming his share of the credit. These iron rods had been inscribed with arrays, augmenting their attack power and hardness. It turned out to be the trio's collaborative masterpiece. My lord, time is of the essence. We managed to create only 2. On another occasion, we shall devise more. Zhang Yinbin accepted the iron rods, placing them within his divine ring. He then commended, well done. Masters, you truly are remarkable craftsmen. Even ordinary wood can be transformed into something extraordinary by your hands. I shall surely procure more materials for you in the future. This affirmation was precisely what the three had been yearning to hear. Satisfied, Zhang Yinbin departed, confident that with 3 masterful artisans at his disposal, they would undoubtedly produce exceptional creations. Having labored through the night, Zhang Yinbin felt no fatigue, yet the soldiers were weary. Thus, he decided against venturing out that day. He planned to log off and secretly practice in the back mountains while also ordering some alloy steel rods online. After logging off, he first visited the restroom, then took a shower, followed by a light meal. Changing into sports attire, he prepared to step outside. Upon reaching the first floor, he discovered 3 individuals seated there, 3 women. They possessed commendable figures, though their facial beauty remained obscured by facial masks. Adorned with rings, it seems they are in relationships. The rules clearly state that outsiders are not permitted in the villa. If one wishes to indulge, they ought to do so elsewhere. This was the voice of Dong Xiaowan. Zhang Yinbin found it peculiar, as he never wore rings. Yet, he instinctively glanced at his left hand, where indeed, a ring rested upon his ring finger. At that moment, another girl spoke. The design is quite nice, reminiscent of ancient styles. Zhang Yinbin's heart raced. Was this not the Niwa divine ring? Astonishingly, the Niwa divine ring had found its way into the realm of reality. Taking a deep breath, he replied nonchalantly and swiftly exited the door. Once outside, he hurriedly made his way to the back mountains, overwhelmed by shock. His astonishment needed an outlet. Scaling the mountain's peak, he reached the secluded area behind. After ensuring no one was around, Zhang Yinbin finally examined the ring on his hand. Indeed, it resembled the Niwa divine ring from the game. Overwhelmed with disbelief, he attempted to retrieve items from within. 2 books emerged, one an epic-level technique, flame decision, and the other an epic-level skill. Additionally, he found 2 rods crafted from black jade cypress. No other items were present. He had deposited over 500,000 copper coins, along with some food, clothing, and tents within the ring. Furthermore, there was an advanced skill technique book. Could it be that the game mirrored reality? No wonder my divine technique could be practiced in the real world. It is clear why the Federation mandates all adults to enter the game. Perhaps this technology is not of earthly origin. Perhaps only epic-level techniques and skills could transcend into reality, while basic, intermediate, and advanced ones could not. This was merely Zhang Yinbin's conjecture, unprovable and destined to remain buried within his heart, never to be divulged to others. It seems, regardless of the realm, be it reality or the game, he must enhance his strength. Zhang Yinbin composed himself, producing the black jade rod, and began to practice diligently. He started with basic staff techniques before transitioning to strike trees and stones. A massive boulder gradually shattered under his relentless blows. Only through such exertion could he harness his strength and master his power. Sweating profusely, he reduced a stone several times the height of a person into fist-sized fragments. Zhang Yinbin felt an exhilarating sense of fulfillment. A universal lord? I aspire to become the strongest within the game. To be the strongest in the game may also signify being the strongest in reality. Chapter 21, Stardust Sand. Zhang Yinbin emerged from his morning practice, having trained until noon. Returning home, he found the 3 girls still present in the first-floor hall, now enjoying a meal. Having not eaten for some time, they had taken the rare opportunity to prepare a feast after logging off early from the game. Zhang Yinbin typically consumed nutritional liquids, lacking flavor and easily resolved in 2 minutes. Yet, eating has always been one of humanity's greatest pleasures. The 3 young ladies, each resembling celestial beings, were clad in loungewear, indulging in delectable dishes within the living room. Zhang Yinbin, now tranquil in spirit, longed to re-enter the game, while the 3 seemed oblivious to his presence. By the way, he overheard, the Gale Wind Guild had offered 30 million to acquire Zhuge Shenlong's territory. In truth, it was not only the Gale Wind Guild many sought to purchase. Yet the interested parties found it difficult to make contact. Currently, only the Gale Wind Guild boldly posted their acquisition intentions. As the three discussed, Zhang Yinbin unconsciously slowed his pace, ascending the stairs thoughtfully. They intended to purchase his territory? His domain had already accrued a profit of 15 million. Did they truly believe 30 million would suffice? If they were unaware that items from the game could be transported into reality and enhance one's strength, perhaps he might consider selling when someone offered 2 minor objectives. Now, even if offered 100 or 1,000 minor objectives, he would never part with it. I can reach Zhuge Shenlong, but he only engages in trade and seldom responds. This was Dong Xiaowan's voice. There were only a few individuals with whom he could trade. Was she one? Zhang Yinbin felt the world was unexpectedly small. He ceased eavesdropping, returning to his room, where he took a shower. Afterward, he consumed some nutritional liquid to replenish his energy and directly entered the game. Upon entering the game, he sat cross-legged, practicing the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon for an hour to restore his condition. Subsequently, Zhang Yinbin accessed the game forum. Oh, the Gale Wind Guild had raised their offer to 50 million. Zhang Yinbin noted that the most popular thread was the Gale Wind Guild's proposal to acquire his territory. Zhang Yinbin had never made an appearance within his territory. Presently, the number of private messages requesting to add him as a friend likely exceeded millions. Yet he never bothered to check. He would only take the initiative to add others, never allowing anyone to add him. Upon logging in, his first course of action was to purchase goods. Any valuable item caught his attention, and the first that came to his mind was the black jade cypress tree belonging to Yuhong Xiaokuei. Hello, Yuhong Xiaokuei. I have a use for your black jade cypress trees. How many do you possess, and can we engage in a trade? Upon receiving the message, Yuhong Xiaokuei was momentarily taken aback. Recently, she had been harvesting black jade cypress trees to use as construction materials, intending to repurpose them as beams or columns. Now, with Zhang Yinbin seeking to purchase them, she quickly realized that he had a means to utilize these trees. Instead of selling them, she pondered the possibility of exchanging for other resources. Yuhong Xiaokuei decided to test the waters regarding the value of the black jade cypress trees. Zhang Yinbin, sensing her intentions, found himself in a dilemma. How about this? I will buy a portion of them, and for the remainder, I will assist you in processing them into the items you require. I will take 30%. As expected, Yuhong Xiaokuei's response confirmed his suspicions. Zhang Yinbin indeed had a plan for utilizing the wood, yet he would not divulge the specifics. Could you exchange some skill books with me? My territory is still relatively weak. Yuhong Xiaokuei sent him a message. After reading it, Zhang Yinbin fell silent. It seemed there was a wealth of information regarding skill books, particularly martial arts skill books, circulating in the forums. I possess a few basic and intermediate ones, but the majority will need to be purchased with money. I require them in bulk, or I could trade for other foundational resources. Yuhong Xiaokuei, having sufficient food supplies, contemplated this. Most players had surpassed the food shortage by now. After a brief silence, she proposed, do you have any advanced martial arts? I am willing to trade 50,000 units of black jade cypress for them. For the rest, you can assist me in processing them into planks, and the terms will be, as you suggested, with 30% going to you. Zhang Yinbin indeed possessed advanced martial arts and knew well that such techniques could not be brought into reality. He promptly agreed. All right, it's a deal. Feel free to specify the specifications for the planks. I will ensure they maintain the same hardness as the original black jade cypress. The two reached a consensus with great satisfaction, and Zhang Yinbin proceeded to purchase additional tens of thousands of units. Now, he held a total of 100,000 units of black jade cypress. Meanwhile, Yuhong Xiaokuei had exhausted her supply of black jade cypress trees. After acquiring the trees, Zhang Yinbin turned his attention to other items. Ah, stardust sand. What is this? He stumbled upon another intriguing item. Upon closer inspection, the description was rather straightforward. It was merely a precious material. Zhang Yinbin noticed the seller's name was Ghostly Sorrow. Without hesitation, he sent a friend request. Shortly after, Ghostly Sorrow accepted it. Zhang Yinbin, not one for idle chatter, inquired, how can we trade stardust sand? Ghostly Sorrow, taken aback by the unexpected friend request from such a notable player, replied, I can give it to you for free, but there is a condition. Free? Such offers often come with challenging stipulations. You may state your condition. Zhang Yinbin remained cautious. You must add another player as a friend. He wishes to acquire your territory. To which Zhang Yinbin promptly responded, transaction cancelled. I will not sell my territory. Ghostly Sorrow, realizing his probe had failed, clarified, you misunderstood. The stardust sand is still free. Whether you sell your territory or not is of no concern to me. All right, tell me who it is, and I will add him. Zhang Yinbin was merely curious about the other party's motives. Ghostly Sorrow sent him a friend card with the name Wild Wind. Upon seeing this name, Zhang Yinbin recalled that this individual had publicly proclaimed on the forums his intent to purchase his territory for 50 million. 50 million. How amusing. Nevertheless, for the sake of stardust sand, Zhang Yinbin added him as a friend. Ghostly Sorrow, I have added him. Once he accepts, can I receive the stardust sand? Ghostly Sorrow wasted no words and promptly traded his single 1,000 units of stardust sand to Zhang Yinbin. After receiving the item, Zhang Yinbin paid no mind to Wild Wind. After all, he had no intention of selling his territory at any price. After acquiring the Stardust Sand, Zhang Yinbin browsed through the available items, but found nothing else that piqued his interest. Thus, he decided to venture outside and inspect his territory. At that moment, he noticed significant construction underway in a certain area. What could this be about? Approaching closer, he saw 3 master craftsmen directing a group of workers. What are you constructing? Master woodworker? The 3 turned to see Zhang Yinbin. My lord, the previous workshop was too rudimentary. We wish to build a more advanced one. The blacksmith nodded in agreement, adding, my lord, we would also like to name it. Perhaps you could suggest a name? Let us call it the Divine Workshop, Zhang Yinbin proposed. The formation master immediately exclaimed, that name is excellent, let it be so. The Divine Workshop was situated a distance from the territory, over 3 miles away. It might be relocated in the future as the territory continued to expand. The buildings surrounding the administrative center were gradually being dismantled for new construction. Zhang Yinbin produced the Stardust Sand and asked the 3 craftsmen, do any of you recognize this item? What can it be used for? The blacksmith's eyes widened as he exclaimed, this is Stardust Sand. Its applications are numerous. No matter what you forge, incorporating some will significantly enhance the results. Stardust Sand. Indeed, its effects are substantial, Zhang Yinbin mused. The blacksmith continued, for instance, when crafting high-level equipment, adding Stardust Sand greatly increases both the success rate and the quality. Very well. With such impressive benefits, I have no reservations. Here, take it all. Utilize it wisely. Zhang Yinbin realized that holding onto such an item would be of no use. It was imperative to put it to work swiftly. At that moment, Zhang Yinbin's friend request to Wild Wind was accepted. The latter immediately sent a message, Brother Zhuge, I would like to acquire your territory for 80 million. This offer should reflect my sincerity. On the forums, the price had escalated from 20 million to 50 million, and now it had surged to 80 million. Wild Wind must have learned from Ghostly Sorrow that Zhang Yinbin would not easily part with his territory. Apologies, but I do not intend to sell my territory. In reality, I am from a wealthy family. This game is merely for my enjoyment, and I am not in need of money. Previously, Zhang Yinbin had been financially constrained, earning barely 3,000 a month, just sufficient for his daily needs. However, now he possessed over 5 million, not counting the additional 10 million within his territory. While he may not be a true scion of wealth, he certainly had no compelling reason to sell any part of his territory. This response seemed to catch Wild Wind off guard. He continued, previously, I offered 2 epic-level books, 1 martial art and 1 skill. How about selling those to me? Name your price. Zhang Yinbin fell silent, his mind racing. After taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. It appears that word has spread regarding the potential of martial arts within the game to be applied in reality. Wild Wind was indeed aware of this. The acquisition of territory was a pretext. His true aim was to purchase those 2 epic-level books. He had gone to great lengths to approach Zhang Yinbin. Securing the territory would be ideal. If not, he would settle for the 2 epic-level martial arts and skill books. It was known that individuals from the Western continent who had learned epic-level martial arts had experienced significant increases in their real-world capabilities, although few were privy to this information. Wild Wind was among those who knew. He had previously sought after advanced martial arts books, recognizing their potential to rapidly enhance a character's strength within the game. However, in reality, such knowledge would only marginally improve one's physical condition, not transfer the martial arts into the real world. Apologies, but I have already mastered this technique and skill. You arrived too late. A sense of disappointment enveloped Quangfeng. Nevertheless, Zhuge Xinlong is, after all, the foremost figure in the game. He did not wish to offend him, and thus remarked, Brother Zhuge, should you come across any valuable items in the future, please make sure to sell them to me first. Zhang Yinbin replied, I have little interest in money. If a trade is to be made, it must be in the form of items or intelligence. With that, Zhang Yinbin ended the call. He took a stroll around the territory, eventually arriving at the training grounds. The soldiers there, having rested for merely half a day, commenced their training anew. Zhang Yinbin summoned Yang Xiong. Have the skill books and techniques been distributed? Indeed. 12 individuals have already learned them. As for the others, we have yet to find suitable matches. Currently, we have over 30 SSS-level soldiers. Only 30. Zhang Yinbin contemplated the establishment of an elite battalion. All right, I understand. I shall inform the deputy lord that henceforth, any young individuals with SSS potential should be assigned to you for rigorous training. As you command, my lord. The army has now expanded to 500 individuals, and over 100 militia have also been formed. The militia, when not on duty, patrol the vicinity of the territory. At this moment, the population within the territory has surpassed 10,000 and continues to grow rapidly. This growth has placed immense pressure on the fishing industry, necessitating that many venture out to catch fish daily. Although Zhang Yinbin has procured a substantial amount of grain from the water bandits, it suffices for only a few days. Zhang Yinbin now pondered where to acquire additional resources. He summoned Qinfang. Qinfang, we are still unaware of the situation across the river. Tomorrow, let us conclude training early and take 500 men across. Yes, my lord. As he traversed the territory, construction was underway everywhere. Ningxi was also busily engaged, leaving Zhang Yinbin with the most leisure time. With time on his hands, Zhang Yinbin dutifully returned to cultivate his techniques. The game concealed many secrets. A small faction of players had already unearthed some of them. That evening, within the administrative center, Nan Ningxi had bathed and donned a striking pink ensemble, appearing exceptionally alluring. Zhang Yinbin felt a sudden shift in her ethereal charm, nearly losing control of himself at the sight of her. However, he ultimately restrained his impulses, knowing that he would not act impulsively until the right moment arrived. Ningxi, tomorrow, please investigate the feasibility of constructing a bridge across the river that would also allow for the passage of vessels. We need to gather information about the opposite bank as well. Understood, she replied calmly. With the task entrusted to Ningxi, he felt relieved of the burden. After a restful night, Zhang Yinbin proceeded to the training grounds the following day. The army had already assembled in formation, 500 strong, their demeanor disciplined. Zhang Yinbin surveyed the ranks before raising a hand. Let us depart. Like everyone else, he did not ride a horse, as they needed to cross the river, and the situation beyond was uncertain. At his command, the troops began to move in an orderly fashion. Upon reaching the designated port, the ships notified the previous day awaited them, gradually ferrying the men across. This process took half an hour. The river, over 1,000 meters wide, could be traversed swiftly on foot, which is why Zhang Yinbin desired to construct a bridge. As the troop advanced, Zhang Yinbin observed that the terrain was entirely covered in grass, predominantly a single species, with few wildflowers. The grass, not particularly tall, barely reached knee height. The pace was steady, with several scouts positioned at a distance of only a few miles from the main body. They proceeded in a singular direction for over 10 miles. My lord, there is a cavalry force approaching from ahead, a scout reported. Form ranks. Hearing this, Zhang Yinbin swiftly commanded the troops to assemble. Just as they completed their formation, the cavalry encircled them. The horsemen numbered over 500. Haha, I was beginning to find this dull, and yet, fortune brings me prey. It turned out they were a band of horse bandits, a first-tier group of over 500, who had mobilized to surround Zhang Yinbin and his men. The bandits had spotted them long ago, but due to Zhang Yinbin's lack of cavalry and the scouts stationed only a few miles away, the enemy reached them before the scouts could return with warning. Chapter 23, Encirclement. Zhang Yinbin and his men found themselves besieged. He lamented his decision, wishing he had brought the Wolf King and his pack. The reason for not bringing them was that they were tasked with patrolling the north, and their numbers were still too few, only a little over 100. However, with their integration into the territory, they would benefit from its enhancements and soon multiply significantly. The horse bandits circled around them, yet Zhang Yinbin and his men remained undeterred, employing tactics suitable for dealing with wolf packs. Meanwhile, the Zhuge crossbows, previously rewarded to him, had now become manufacturable with the addition of 3 master craftsmen, although they were reluctant to create such devices and only produced 20 crossbows before returning to their preferred projects. Men, eliminate them all. At once, the morale of the horse bandits shifted, and they charged fiercely towards them. The impact of the cavalry was unlike that of wolves. Many shield bearers, particularly the novices, could not withstand the onslaught and were knocked down. This resulted in a gap that the pikemen had to fill. Damn it! Zhang Yinbin watched as several of his soldiers fell. Rage surged within him as he leaped into the fray. With an iron staff in hand, he swept at the horses' legs, shattering them and sending the bandits tumbling. Zhang Yinbin charged forward, heedless of the chaos. At this moment, dozens of his troops who had learned techniques and skills followed suit, rushing into battle. The shield bearers maintained their defense while the pikemen were instructed to thrust at the horses' necks. Coordinating their attacks, the archers targeted the riders. Chen Fang continued to command the remaining troops to fend off the bandits' assault. Meanwhile, Thunderstorm, wielding his massive hammer, plunged into the encirclement of enemies without a hint of fear. Once inside, he unleashed a devastating sweep, striking down both steeds and bandits alike. The grassland soon turned crimson with blood. The horse bandits surged from all sides. Zhang Yinbin sustained several cuts, blood streaming from his wounds, yet he felt no pain. His iron staff continued its relentless assault, attacking foes from the front and sides. Come on, if I furrow my brow even once, I'm no hero. Zhang Yinbin lost count of how many times he had been struck, forgetting the pain and continuing his charge forward. The horse bandits fought fiercely, unwilling to retreat. The battle raged on, brutal and fierce. With each swing of his staff, Zhang Yinbin felled dozens. The scale of this conflict was not vast, but its intensity was staggering. On the other side, Thunderstorm fought with fervor, though unscathed. He witnessed the heavy losses suffered by his comrades. At last, he spotted an opportunity, the bandit leader. Die. Though Thunderstorm lacked a steed, he wielded his hammer with might, hurling it from a distance. The hammer struck the bandit leader squarely, shattering him in a single blow. It was a legendary strike, one that would be remembered. The leader was merely a novice warrior. With his demise, the morale of the enemy plummeted. Zhang Yinbin commanded. All forces advance. He led the charge himself. Yet the horse bandits did not flee. Instead, they remained entrenched in battle. The sun blazed high above. The ground was stained with blood, a testament to the recent battle that had finally come to a close. Zhang Yinbin felt a swell of emotion in his eyes. Not merely due to the several wounds he had sustained, but rather from the heavy toll of the conflict. Over 100 brave souls had perished, with more than 200 injured. From a contingent of 500, the losses were staggering, exceeding 300. Such was the grim reality of this fierce engagement. These were merely the first-level bandits, their primary disadvantage being the absence of cavalry. I must establish an invincible cavalry, an unmatched army, and a formidable navy, Zhang Yanbin mused. If circumstances allow, I would even aspire to create an air force. He was uncertain whether the game could accommodate such an air force, but for now, the conditions were sufficient for a navy, an army, and cavalry. He began tending to the wounds of his comrades and meticulously clearing the battlefield, ensuring that the bodies of his fallen brothers were respectfully prepared for their journey home. His tone carried a weight of sorrow. The loss of so many from a 500-strong force was devastating. Nonetheless, he had witnessed firsthand the extraordinary combat prowess of those who had acquired skills and techniques, underscoring the necessity of nurturing higher-tier soldiers in the future. Zhang Yanbin dispatched individuals back to their territory to assist in transporting the injured, while also ensuring that the bodies of his soldiers were returned. He performed a rudimentary bandaging to staunch the bleeding, and, during the return journey, the atmosphere was somber. They had only managed to capture a little over 100 warhorses. The remainder had either perished or were rendered useless. The loot included only a handful of skill books, one of which was a mid-level equestrian manual, which Zhang Yanbin promptly learned. As they made their way back, the spirits of the group were low. "My lord, how severe are your injuries?" Ningxi had already heard the news and was waiting for him at the port. Zhang Yanbin, feeling despondent, merely shook his head in response. On their journey home, he instructed, "Send someone to the foot of the northern mountains to find a burial site, where we shall inter the heroes of this territory, with wolves to guard over them." The wounded, including Zhang Yanbin, were taken to the medical facility, where their injuries were treated further. Upon removing his clothing, the extent of Zhang Yanbin's wounds was revealed, large, gaping gashes that caused him considerable pain during treatment, yet he bore it stoically. This was reality, not a game. Wars resulted in casualties, a truth he had come to accept. Upon completing the bandaging, Zhang Yanbin ordered the craftsman to create a set of coffins and tombstones, which were to be transported to the northern foothills for burial. Once this was accomplished, he returned to the administrative center. That evening, Ningxi also returned. Noting Zhang Yanbin's low spirits, "My lord, rest assured, I will take care of the arrangements for our fallen soldiers," she assured him. Zhang Yanbin nodded and suddenly declared, "I am aware that war brings death, but I wish to minimize our losses. Can you assist me?" He grasped her hands fervently, driven by emotion rather than any ulterior motive. Ningxi did not pull away, her voice calm as she inquired, "How can I help you?" "Develop the territory, procure better equipment, and provide them with the finest training. Leave the matters of leading our troops in battle to me." Ningxi nodded earnestly. "Do not worry, my lord. I will devote myself to the development of our territory." A system notification chimed. "Congratulations, player Zhuge Shenlong. Your loyalty with Ningxi has reached 100. The number of refugees in the territory will double daily, and efficiency will be enhanced." Has her loyalty truly reached 100? Zhang Yanbin quickly checked Ningxi's attributes. Ningxi, divine level. Faction, Shenlong Village. Loyalty, 100. Affinity, 83. Skill, mastery of all internal affairs. Special bonus, all attributes of the territory increase by 100. Why hasn't her affinity increased? Zhang Yanbin pondered, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he anticipated what might occur if it were to reach 100. That night, Zhang Yanbin continued meditating to cultivate his techniques. However, due to his numerous injuries, he was unable to bathe. Later that evening, Ningxi applied fresh ointment to his wounds. Her slightly cool hands upon his skin alleviated some of the pain. The following morning, she returned to change his dressings once more. "My lord, your wounds are healing remarkably fast. They are already beginning to scab. At this rate, they should be healed by tomorrow." Ningxi was equally astonished. Such severe injuries, many quite deep, had improved by 70% overnight. "I have been practicing a divine level technique," he replied. "I also possess an epic level technique, but it is the flame technique, which is unsuitable for you. If I come across a divine level technique that suits you in the future, I shall provide it." A system notification sounded. "Congratulations, player Zhuge Shenlong. Your affinity with Ningxi has increased by 3. Her affinity had risen again. It now stood at 86, bringing him closer to the coveted 100. Early in the day, Zhang Yanbin made his way to the training grounds, where over 100 soldiers had assembled, and scathed. Though they had suffered grievously during the bandit attack the previous day, their sacrifices would not be in vain. "Today, we shall cross the river and investigate the situation on the other side. As for the burial of our fallen comrades, that will require a few days of preparation." This time, Zhang Yanbin brought along the little white dragon. As they crossed the river to the site of the fierce battle, they found that the bodies, both human and equine, had been cleared away by the villagers who arrived afterward. However, the ground still bore the dark stains of blood, a stark reminder of the ferocity of the conflict. "All soldiers, salute," he commanded. With their right fists placed upon their hearts, they observed a moment of silence. "1 minute. Attention," Zhang Yanbin called, and then led them forward, crossing the battlefield to continue their march. After walking for over 20 miles, they discovered the bandits' lair. Zhang Yinbin orchestrated a surround and attack maneuver. "Do not kill those who kneel," they shouted as they charged forward. Only a few dozen bandits remained, lacking the will to fight. Upon seeing Zhang Yinbin's forces approach, they surrendered, kneeling before him. "Why did you not flee yesterday, after a day had passed?" Zhang Yinbin addressed them. A shifty-eyed man in his 30s replied, "My lord, we only received news of our leader's death last night. There was nowhere to run. We are surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and a great river on the other. Even though the area spans hundreds of miles, it was inevitable that you would return to exact vengeance, and we had nowhere to hide." Indeed, the mountains encircled Zhang Yinbin's position from the southwest and north, while the east was bordered by the sea. The enclosed area was vast, spanning at least 300 miles, a considerable expanse. "Very well, how many warhorses remain here?" Zhang Yinbin surveyed the bandit hideout, noting the abundance of stables. He conducted a thorough search of the other valuables, uncovering over 30,000 copper coins and a modest supply of provisions. However, the most valuable assets were undoubtedly the warhorses, over 300 in number. This vast expanse of grassland, stretching towards the northern and western mountains, was ripe with wild horses. Zhang Yinbin envisioned establishing a cavalry, and this locale was the perfect setting to realize that ambition. At that moment, a horse neighed loudly, drawing Zhang Yinbin's attention. It was the little white dragon. "Little white dragon, what is it?" "My lord, that warhorse is a stallion. And there are several mares here. It seems they are in heat," the little white dragon explained. Zhang Yinbin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The little white dragon's antics were indeed quite mortifying. "All right, you few, from now on you will officially join our dragon territory and take good care of the horses here. Soon, I will send a group over." Zhang Yinbin briefly surveyed the area. There were likely tens of thousands of wild horses in this expanse. He intended to dispatch some individuals to establish a stronghold and subsequently capture more wild horses for domestication. After joining their territory, the attributes would significantly increase, and the number of warhorses would also rise. Once he confirmed that this direction posed no danger, Zhang Yinbin planned to return. "My lord, could you leave this white horse behind?" Zhang Yinbin expressed his desire to take the little white dragon. The lecherous man quickly interjected, "This horse is exceptionally majestic, and the offspring it produces will undoubtedly be of high quality. Let it stay for a while to breed some fine horses." Zhang Yinbin furrowed his brow. Did that mean the little white dragon would become a stud horse? He did not even have a girlfriend yet. And here was the little white dragon preparing to have offspring. "All right, let it stay here for a few days." Although Zhang Yinbin wanted to take it away, at that moment, the little white dragon was frolicking with a group of mares, making it unlikely he could take it. On the way back, Zhang Yinbin felt considerably lighter. However, upon reaching the halfway point, his joy dissipated. Ding! An announcement from the eastern continent. "Congratulations to player Qing Tian for annihilating a level 2 bandit group. Rewarded with 10 intermediate martial arts manuals, 10 intermediate skill books, and 1,000 silver coins." He had personally eradicated a level 1 bandit. But the level 2 bandit had been defeated by others. A first kill. He resolved to return and train his troops vigorously. Stirred by the news, Zhang Yinbin hurried back to his territory. Upon returning, he sought out Nan Ningxi. "Ningxi, we previously acquired the blueprints for a high-level horse farm. And now we have a place to build it. Across the river lies a natural, large horse farm. Immediately arrange for people to construct it and send a team to capture a batch of warhorses." "Understood, lord." After Zhang Yinbin settled these matters, he proceeded to the artisan workshop. At the artisan workshop, 3 master craftsmen were present, and they needed to produce some results. "Masters, if this artisan workshop cannot yield results in a few days, I require a batch of ships. Please utilize this black jade cypress wood to create some." Zhang Yinbin was unaware of the situation regarding the level 2 bandits. However, the surroundings were devoid of bandits or horse thieves. The geographical constraints likely prevented the emergence of large-scale horse bandits or mountain bandits, as this was a rather isolated continent. These bandits would find no place to raid. Level 1 bandits were simply generated by the system, while level 2 ones probably would not respawn. Thus, Zhang Yinbin turned his attention to the sea. "Rest assured, my lord, although we lack shipbuilding blueprints, we can certainly construct an 800-ton warship based on the previous 500-ton blueprints," the master carpenter confidently asserted. Zhang Yinbin nodded and instructed them to proceed. That evening, Zhang Yinbin intended to diligently practice the 9 transformations of the divine dragon. At that moment, his helmet signaled that someone was knocking at the door. He entered the administrative center and subsequently logged off. Upon logging off, he opened the door, and indeed, it was Dong Xiaowan. "Is there something you need?" Zhang Yinbin noted her average appearance, but impressive figure as he stood in just shorts and a tank top. His body sculpted from training. "What's the matter?" "There's a regular meeting in 5 minutes in the first floor hall to share game intelligence." Chapter 25, Intelligence Sharing. Zhang Yinbin initially held little interest. However, sharing game intelligence was indeed necessary. Isolated in a location surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on the 4th, he had little contact with other players. Thus, he required a source of information. After changing into more appropriate attire, he descended the stairs. Shortly after, three girls arrived: Dong Xiaowan, Yang Yingfan, and Qin Xiaoyan. They introduced themselves to one another. "What's your in-game name?" Dong Xiaowan asked him again. However, Zhang Yinbin refused to disclose it, sitting on the sofa and munching on some fruit. "Forget it if you won't say." Unbeknownst to him, the three girls were also unaware of each other's in-game names. Yang Yingfan, a delicate and beautiful woman, quietly began, "I'll share my information first. I know some members of the Qingtian Guild. They were able to take down the level 2 bandits by deploying a substantial number of personnel. There were over 1,000 players involved. Many of them abandoned their lordships for the life of a free hero. Additionally, they had over 1,000 troops. And with the aid of numerous items, they managed to conquer the level 2 bandits." This news piqued everyone's interest, including Zhang Yinbin. Qin Xiaoyan immediately inquired, "What is the strength of these level 2 bandits?" This was a matter of concern for them. Although the first kill for the level 2 bandits had already passed, capturing them would still yield considerable resources. Yang Yingfan paused for a moment to sip water before continuing. "There are 2 leaders, and preliminary estimates suggest they may be primary martial generals, each possessing martial arts and skills, though their levels remain uncertain. Additionally, there are around 200 elite subordinates, who are quite formidable." Zhang Yinbin contemplated the situation regarding the level 2 bandits. "This shouldn't be too difficult to eliminate. If I had the location of the level 2 bandit hideout, I would take it down as well." However, Yang Yingfan continued, "This time, they lost over 600 NPC elites, and about 80% of the players died in the process of taking down the level 2 bandits." Zhang Yinbin was left speechless. "That is too tragic." However, the others could recruit players and spend money to purchase various resources to train more soldiers, thus significantly surpassing Zhang Yinbin in military strength. He silently resolved to expedite the expansion of his own forces. After Yang Yingfan shared her information, they awaited the others to contribute. It was Dong Xiaowan's turn. "I know some uses and classifications of materials within the game. Additionally, there's a doctor in my territory who has developed some effective potions using herbs. You might want to explore this avenue. Furthermore, I have some intelligence regarding Zhuge Xinlong. I've traded with him twice. Once, he procured some silk, though I'm not sure if it was for a girlfriend or for his own peculiar habits." Upon hearing his name, Zhang Yinbin was momentarily taken aback. Yet, Dong Xiaowan continued, "Moreover, I've dispatched people to probe the several factions around me, and each territory has its own characteristics." Dong Xiaowan provided a brief overview, and Zhang Yinbin indeed gathered a wealth of information from her words. The group turned their attention to Qin Xiaoyan. "I have some news regarding the Stormwind Guild." As everyone focused on her, she began to speak. "The Stormwind Guild has made contact with Zhuge Xinlong, intending to acquire his territory. However, the transaction ultimately fell through, and it has been reported from above that Zhuge Xinlong's territory now holds no value for acquisition." Zhang Yinbin understood that what they sought were epic-level martial arts and skills, which he had already learned, rendering them devoid of value. Furthermore, the Stormwind Guild has been engaged in a significant mission recently, details of which remain unclear, but it may come to fruition soon. After Qin Xiaoyan completed her analysis, the group looked towards Zhang Yinbin. Dong Xiaowan was the first to speak. "The information shared here cannot be taken for granted. You must also contribute. If you don't have anything this time, you better bring something better next time. If you show up empty-handed again, you can leave." Dong Xiaowan was quite forthright. Zhang Yinbin fell silent for a moment before stating, "I have studied intermediate martial arts. I was once quite frail and suffered from asthma. However, after learning intermediate martial arts and practicing diligently, my body has strengthened and my asthma has been cured." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. This news is known only to the upper echelons. Dong Xiaowan asked in astonishment, "Is it true?" Zhang Yinbin nodded and replied, "Indeed. If the technique is superior, it may yield even better results." Zhang Yinbin made this assertion primarily to inflate the price of the skill book, but also to glean more intelligence. The technique, once brought into the real world, is a secret that cannot be kept for long. Many are already aware of it, and it may soon be made public. "Well, if this information proves to be accurate, we can consider it a breakthrough," Dong Xiaowan stated. They shared some intelligence before dispersing. Instead of returning to his room, Zhang Yinbin ventured outside. The night was dark, yet he managed to navigate smoothly to the rear mountain. Upon arrival, he discreetly scanned the surroundings and, finding no one, took out the black jade cypress staff and began his practice. After over an hour of striking the stones, Zhang Yinbin returned. He needed to accelerate his pace. The military force must also expand. 500 troops were insufficient, and he aimed to recruit at least 1,000. However, all recruits must be of S rank or above, otherwise it would be futile. Training a soldier requires a substantial investment of resources, thus they must be elite. Zhang Yinbin planned to purchase a gaming pod, which has a life support system, advanced nutritional fluids, and an automatic waste disposal feature, allowing for prolonged immersion in the game. However, upon researching online, he discovered that a low-end pod costs 500, while a high-end one reaches 2 million. Immediately, he abandoned the idea of purchase. First, he must earn money. If he were to buy, it ought to be a high-end model, as a low-end one would likely be obsolete before long. While 2 million could be gathered from the entire territory, including selling some items, Zhang Yinbin had no intention of pursuing that path. That night, he continued to refine his dragon transformation technique. At dawn, he headed straight to the training grounds. Yangxiong, I request that the military force be expanded to 1,000 as soon as possible, and the quality must not be compromised. How long will it take? My lord, we have sufficient manpower. It will only require 3 days. We already have a batch of veteran soldiers. When the new recruits arrive, they can be trained by the veterans, who will also lead them in battle. Zhang Yinbin then visited the artisan workshop, personally overseeing 3 master craftsmen to forge the equipment he required. The ships and Juga crossbows were essential at this moment. Zhang Yinbin supervised their production of 300 Juga crossbows. Simultaneously, new ships must be launched within 3 days. Without his oversight, the 3 master craftsmen would not prioritize the task. Chapter 26, Naval Assault. For 3 days, Zhang Yinbin remained at the military camp and the artisan workshop, diligently monitoring the progress of recruiting new soldiers and the creation of weaponry. Ordinary craftsmen also forged basic weapons and armor. While these lacked attributes, they were far better than having none at all. After 3 days, Zhang Yinbin finally reached the target of 1,000 troops. This was largely due to the territory's extraordinary attributes, albeit hidden. The daily population refresh was substantial, and Zhang Yinbin noticed that the overall quality was quite high. The proportion of SS and SSS ranks was significant. Although he was unaware of the attributes of other territories, he felt confident that with Nan Ningxi present, their ratio must be considerably higher. Over these 3 days, the game zone underwent substantial changes, primarily due to the influx of millions of scattered players whose territories had been breached. Many opted for hell-level difficulties, leading to tragic outcomes. Only Zhang Yinbin had succeeded. None of the others had passed the hell-level challenge. Those who chose the hard difficulty found their territories severely damaged, prompting them to dissolve their domains and seek refuge with larger guilds. Some major guilds began to gather numerous individuals. These players joined their guilds and territories, significantly accelerating the development of those territories. Meanwhile, in just 3 days, Zhang Yinbin's population had surpassed 20,000. The construction within the territory progressed swiftly. However, some larger guilds had player counts exceeding 20,000 within a single territory. Thus, Zhang Yinbin found himself lagging behind considerably. After 3 days, Zhang Yinbin convened a strategic meeting. The members present were himself and Nan Ningxi, held within the administrative center. They sat facing each other. Today, Nan Ningxi donned a simple white hanfu adorned with minimal floral patterns, exuding an ethereal charm that would deter all but the most audacious from approaching her. Ningxi, our territory will inevitably encounter developmental bottlenecks in the future. Therefore, I have devised 2 strategies. Nan Ningxi merely nodded, encouraging Zhang Yinbin to continue. She appeared elegant and serene. The first strategy involves venturing into the mountains, where we are sure to find abundant resources. We must assemble numerous expedition teams to explore various resources within the mountains. The second strategy is to develop towards the sea, which I will personally oversee by leading the army outward. We are surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, while the other side opens into the vast ocean. At this juncture, we should develop in both directions. Nan Ningxi paused for a moment before calmly inquiring, when will you depart? Tomorrow, Zhang Yinbin replied. We have already constructed 3 large vessels, along with 3 pirate ships we captured. The 3 pirate ships are approximately 500 tons each, with a displacement of 500 tons. We can build vessels around 50 meters long and 8 meters wide. The ships made from black jade cypress would have a displacement nearing 800 tons, allowing for the construction of vessels 60 meters long and 10 meters wide, with a draft of about 4 meters. These can carry many people and supplies. Among the 6 ships, one will primarily transport supplies. Short-range voyages to various coastal outposts are already feasible. The ships made from black jade cypress require minimal maintenance every 3 months and major maintenance once a year. If you need anything, send word promptly. And do prioritize safety. At this moment, Nan Ningxi embodied the qualities of a competent wife, nay, a capable vice lord. After concluding their strategic meeting, they took some rest, lying side by side with a gauzy curtain between them. By the way, when is the next territory upgrade required? Our population is already substantial and continues to grow rapidly. For the next upgrade? Zhang Yinbin echoed, equally intrigued. My lord, after reaching level 3, to upgrade further, the population must reach 50,000. The number of buildings must be adequate, and there must be 3 high-level structures. Then, the lord must voluntarily accept a trial mission, which also has simple, hard, and hell-level difficulties. Alright, I understand. Let us get some sleep. The next upgrade would require specific conditions, and each upgrade necessitated a trial. Thus, Zhang Yinbin must expedite the enhancement of both the quantity and quality of his troops. The following morning, upon rising, Ningxi presented him with a white silk scarf embroidered with flowers. Take this. It has been blessed. Keep it with you. Zhang Yinbin accepted the scarf and solemnly placed it in his bosom, inhaling its delicate fragrance. Nan Ningxi's cheeks flushed as she remarked. The pattern embroidered on it was designed by a master of formations. It can alleviate seasickness. Although crafted by the formation master, it was Nan Ningxi who had meticulously embroidered it. In truth, the formation master had inscribed formations for reinforcement and seasickness prevention on the ships. Nevertheless, given the unpredictable nature of the sea, Nan Ningxi prepared an additional one for Zhang Yanbin. "Thank you," he said succinctly. A simple expression of gratitude sufficed. Zhang Yanbin then strode out the door, heading towards the training grounds. As Nan Ningxi emerged, she gazed at his departing silhouette before commencing her own tasks. By the riverside, a rudimentary dock was bustling with military formations. At the forefront, Zhang Yanbin bellowed, "Board the vessels." The troops began to ascend the ships in an orderly manner. The vessels, each boasting an impressive capacity of 800 tons, already stretched several dozen meters in length. Soldiers swiftly boarded the gangplank, and as one ship filled to capacity, another approached to accommodate the remaining troops. Zhang Yanbin observed the scene, recognizing the necessity for future expansion. Plans to excavate a large docking port capable of simultaneously mooring multiple vessels were on the horizon, though such endeavors lay ahead. He too successfully boarded a ship, which was not only a flagship but also adorned with a commander's banner. The vessel set sail along the great river, reaching the expansive lake within the span of an hour. The lake's surface shimmered under a gentle breeze, presenting a picturesque landscape. At that moment, the vast expanse of the lake belonged solely to Zhang Yanbin. Rich in aquatic resources, this lake was a veritable treasure trove for fishing. The territory under his command was indeed a place of exceptional fortune. After 3 days of military training, they would venture out to sea. In naval warfare, the paramount skill lies in the use of crossbows. The ship was equipped with 6 large crossbows strategically positioned at the bow, stern, and midsection, complemented by the Zhuge crossbows wielded by the soldiers. With no prior experience in maritime combat, they had gleaned some knowledge from captured water bandits and pirates and were now commencing their training. Utilizing various targets, the soldiers engaged in rigorous training day and night, also learning to maneuver the vessels. Upon returning to the cabin, Zhang Yanbin logged off. Instead of traversing the main hull on the first floor, he opted to leap from the second floor window. He hastily made his way to the mountainside, where he trained for over 2 hours before returning. Chapter 27, Assault on the Pirates. Over the course of 3 days, significant developments unfolded within the game. Numerous system announcements reported the completion of major quests and the acquisition of rare treasures. Additionally, other lords had successfully recruited epic heroes. Zhang Yanbin split his time between training on the Great Lake and honing his skills in reality. Meanwhile, Nan Ningxi had dispatched individuals to establish a stronghold at the lake. It is worth noting that within the game, one can establish strongholds anywhere, yet the radius of a level 3 territory is limited to 30 kilometers. Within this 30-kilometer radius, one benefits from territorial bonuses. Beyond that, the advantages cease. The Great Lake, however, lay over 100 miles away and thus did not receive any territorial benefits. Nevertheless, as the territory continued to upgrade, Zhang Yanbin decided to name this lake Shenlong Lake. Shenlong Lake would become his inner sanctuary for training. After 3 days of drills on the waters of Shenlong Lake, Zhang Yanbin stood at the bow of the ship, embracing the gentle breeze that tousled his hair. He commanded, "Set sail, fleet." The flag bearer immediately signaled with flags, and the 6 ships headed toward the open sea. Exiting the lake, they would still need to navigate an additional 30 miles along the river to reach their destination. However, for the fleet drifting downstream, it would take less than an hour to arrive at the estuary. Upon leaving Shenlong Lake, the river widened to an impressive 10 kilometers, accommodating even the largest of vessels. Though the game currently lacked ships of such immense size, after exiting the estuary, they followed the nautical chart northward. According to the remaining pirates, they had originally been level 1 pirates. They had retreated to the inner lake to contest territory after losing a battle against others. Consequently, they had fallen into Zhang Yanbin's hands. The target for their first battle was the former stronghold of the pirates, a location they were quite familiar with. The sea was tumultuous, the wind whipping Zhang Yanbin's clothing as he stood at the bow, relishing the vastness of the ocean and contemplating the connections between the 8 continents, each linked by the sea. If his ships were sufficiently large to venture into the deep waters, could he not also reach other continents? The game had revealed the existence of 8 continents, one for each cardinal direction, with an additional 4 located centrally, each offering superior rewards and quests compared to those on the periphery. Yet, as of now, no one knew how to traverse to those lands. Zhang Yanbin's fleet was constrained to navigating close to the coastline, unable to venture far into the open sea. After enduring a lengthy journey, they approached dusk, with merely 2 hours remaining before nightfall. The stronghold of the pirates lay within that bay. Typically, at this hour, their ships would be docked in the harbor. Chen Fong had meticulously gathered intelligence and was now reporting to Zhang Yanbin. "Excellent. Our 3 large ships will lead the charge into the fray. Thunderstorm, should an opportunity arise. Jump aboard their vessels. If they are on shore, leap onto the land and engage in combat." "Understood, my lord. Just watch me," Thunderstorm exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of battle. The ships swiftly entered the harbor, and Zhang Yanbin issued commands as the flag bearer directed the maneuvering of the 3 ships. positioned side by side, each armed with 3 formidable crossbows. The arrows of these crossbows were as thick as a man's arm. The small bay was not particularly vast, yet it housed a band of pirates who had formerly been level 2 marauders. After suffering losses in their territorial disputes, they were now recuperating, with all their vessels docked in the harbor. The injured crew would require several days before they could set sail again. However, at that moment, 3 large ships had unexpectedly arrived, followed by 3 more. The soldiers stationed in the lookout tower, initially languid, took a moment to process the sight of the ships. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, they raised the alarm: enemy attack. Enemy attack. Yet, by this time, Zhang Yanbin's 3 ships had already entered the harbor. Attack. Prevent them from approaching the crossbows. The shipboard crossbows commenced firing. On the shore, defenses were in place as well, with numerous crossbows set up, albeit unattended. Some pirates attempted to rush forward to utilize these crossbows against Zhang Yanbin's forces, but they were met with a preemptive strike. A volley of bolts surged forth, sending chills down their spines. The crossbow bolts struck the structures, creating gaping holes with astonishing destructive power. One unfortunate pirate was caught off guard and was impaled against the wall. A bolt pierced through the lookout tower, severing one of its supporting pillars, causing half of it to collapse. The ships pressed onward, their crossbows continuing to unleash a relentless barrage, thwarting the pirates' attempts to approach their shore-mounted defenses. Some of the shore-based crossbows were utterly destroyed in the onslaught. Hurry, counterattack. Charge forth. The pirate leader rallied his men. They have only a handful of crossbows. We need not fear. The ship's bows collectively boasted merely 9 crossbows. The density of their attack was not particularly overwhelming, but the ferocity of their firepower was undeniable, capable of piercing through multiple foes. The whistling bolts flew past, their passage accompanied by a painful rush of wind. Faced with such an intimidating onslaught, fear gripped the hearts of many. Nevertheless, under the pirate leader's command, the pirates were driven to seize the crossbows and retaliate. The crossbows were heavily guarded, and many who attempted to advance met a gruesome fate. The scene was nothing short of bloody, instilling terror in onlookers. An arrow could cleave a man in 2. Finally, sporadic counterattacks began to emerge. Press on. Bring the reinforcements to join the assault. Arrows continued to rain down. One crossbow was aimed directly at Zhang Yanbin. Zhang Yanbin remained utterly unperturbed, wielding his ebony staff with formidable force. With a resounding crash, the powerful strike met the fierce assault of the crossbow, resulting in a cacophony of sound. The wooden crossbow shattered into splinters under the impact. The ships surged swiftly toward the shore, where the soldiers aboard could unleash their Zhuge crossbows. Arrows flew thick and fast from both sides, as Zhang Yanbin deftly deflected the incoming projectiles with his iron staff. Awaiting the moment to approach the shore, 6 vessels had already joined the fray. At last, the ships were but a stone's throw from land. Grandfather was the first to disembark. Thunderstorm hurled his hammer onto the shore, obliterating a bed crossbow with a single blow. He leapt onto the land, colliding with several pirates and sending them sprawling. Seizing an enemy, he wielded them as a weapon, sweeping aside a multitude. Following suit, he retrieved his own weapon and resumed his rampage. Zhang Yanbin also leapt ashore, swiftly clearing the vicinity of pirates to facilitate the advance of his fellow soldiers. Thunderstorm. Scatter their crossbow ranks, he commanded. The pirates had formed a shield wall, while numerous archers behind them rained down arrows, inflicting considerable casualties. Chapter 28. Annihilation of the second-rank pirates. Onward, charge with me. Zhang Yanbin rallied a group of individuals well-versed in martial arts and skills, leading them alongside Thunderstorm into the fray. As Thunderstorm swung his massive hammer, he shattered a gaping hole in the enemy's shield wall. Zhang Yanbin was the first to leap into their ranks, confronting a throng of archers who, upon his close approach, found themselves utterly powerless. With a sweeping strike, he felled a substantial number, prompting his comrades to follow suit into the fray. In mere moments, their force of over 300 was reduced to disarray by a mere handful of their skilled fighters. Once the largest contingent of pirates was dispersed, their offensive capabilities diminished significantly. Their bows and crossbows paled in comparison to Zhang Yanbin's Zhuge crossbows, which boasted rapid-fire capabilities and were constructed from the resilient ebony cypress, enhancing their lethality. As the soldiers closed in, they unleashed a fierce onslaught. The second-rank pirates struggled to withstand such devastating firepower. Quickly regroup. Do not flee, the pirate captain shouted, witnessing signs of disarray among his men. He charged forward personally, cutting down several of Zhang Yanbin's fighters. Face me. Zhang Yanbin fixated on this captain, bellowing to Thunderstorm, you lead the others to disrupt their gathering. Scatter any who attempt to regroup. Thunderstorm's presence alone was a greater deterrent. While Zhang Yanbin kept the captain occupied, Thunderstorm would dismantle the pirates' attempts at unification. Zhang Yanbin swung his iron staff overhead, meeting the pirate captain's hefty blade in a clash of wills. I shall end you, the captain screamed, driven to madness by the audacity of the assault on his stronghold. Their weapons clashed with equal ferocity, neither gaining the upper hand. Again, Zhang Yanbin noticed that the captain's strength matched his own, yet he remained undaunted. The two exchanged blows, each strike aimed to be lethal. The captain attempted to break free multiple times, yet Zhang Yinbin thwarted each attempt with timely interventions. You face me, do not lose focus. The captain endeavored to shake off Zhang Yinbin to command his forces, but each attempt met with failure. Zhang Yinbin's onslaught intensified, delivering relentless strikes. The captain's hands grew numb from the impact, his combat efficacy waning. His movements slowed, and the power he once wielded diminished, especially after expending considerable energy in desperate maneuvers to escape Zhang Yinbin's grasp. Zhang Yinbin, relying on his fundamental staff techniques, ensnared the captain, denying him any chance of escape. With a resounding thud, he struck the captain's arm, eliciting a grimace of pain. Distracted, meet your demise. Zhang Yinbin pressed his advantage with renewed vigor, his strength seemingly inexhaustible. The captain, alarmed, made a grave mistake. A single lapse resulted in Zhang Yinbin's decisive blow to his neck, silencing him permanently. Zhang Yinbin, drenched in sweat, surveyed the scene. Thunderstorm was still in pursuit, and the pirates had been thoroughly scattered, posing little threat. Indeed, before long, the dead lay strewn about, and the pirate stronghold was laid to waste. As they tended to the battlefield and cared for the wounded, Zhang Yinbin, with his staff in hand, surveyed the aftermath with a sense of triumph. The soldiers busied themselves, and after a moment, he knelt to retrieve the pirate captain's exquisite blade. Realizing it was a fine weapon worth a small fortune, potentially several tens of thousands, if no suitable hands within the territory could wield it. Upon further examination, he noted the acquisition of basic martial arts and skill books, with 2 introductory volumes among them. The captain had yielded 2 tomes, and the system had issued rewards, albeit modest. Despite their pirate status, their nature was akin to that of mountain bandits, and the first kill bonus had already been forfeited. The elite force of roughly 1,500 comprised primarily of the shield and bowmen had posed the greatest threat during the conflict, inflicting significant casualties through their concentrated fire. However, the threat was short-lived, as Zhang Yinbin and Thunderstorm quickly breached their defenses. The remaining pirates were mere commoners, lacking the combat prowess of Zhang Yinbin's soldiers. Given that nearly 100 in Zhang Yinbin's ranks had received foundational training, they outclassed their adversaries. Through stealth and the advantage of having Zhang Yinbin and Thunderstorm, the second-rank pirates were effectively overwhelmed. My lord, we have sustained over 100 casualties, reported Chen Fong, who had tallied the losses, for a force of merely 1,000. This was indeed a significant toll. Such is the nature of battle. We must reflect on the lessons learned from this encounter, Zhang Yinbin replied. Having matured considerably since their previous defeat on the plains, though saddened by the losses, he concealed his emotions. Chen Fong continued with the report on the spoils of war. My lord, we have seized over 50 foundational martial arts and skill books, with only 2 being of the introductory level. These 2 did not count among Zhang Yinbin's own acquisitions. Monetary gains amount to over 600,000 copper coins, he added. Zhang Yinbin furrowed his brow. Such poverty. Over 600,000 coins, and at the cost of more than 100 lives, we have gained so little. These pirates must have expended considerable resources in their previous skirmishes. My lord, we have captured 8 ships, including 2 battle vessels and 2 transport ships, along with over 300,000 units of provisions and additional weapons and supplies, Chen Fong reported meticulously. Zhang Yinbin contemplated the haul and instructed. Let us rest here today and return to Shenlong Lake for recuperation tomorrow. Once we have gathered our strength, we shall set sail again. This was merely our initial engagement, after which, we must reflect and train our troops accordingly. The domain has been developing in our absence, and they should have trained a new cadre of soldiers. That day, they rested, and by dawn the next morning, they began their journey back, escorting over 300 captives. Simultaneously, a multitude of vessels were present. These ships could be repurposed as fishing boats, training ships, or transport vessels. However, when it comes to warfare, the ships constructed within one's own territory are far superior, lighter, and sturdier. Upon returning to Shenlong Lake, Zhang Yinbin allowed his troops to recuperate and commence training with 500 new recruits. Meanwhile, 2 additional ships were constructed in the territory. Zhang Yinbin had not paid attention to the game for several days. Offline, someone summoned him. It was likely time for intelligence sharing again. Zhang Yinbin entrusted the training of the army to Lei Bao and Chen Fong before logging off. Chapter 29, The Task of the Gale. Upon logging off, it was indeed Dong Xiaowan who came to notify him. Hurry down, there is something important. Zhang Yinbin quickly tidied himself and changed his attire before heading downstairs. Dong Xiaowan and Yang Yingfan were already present. After a brief wait, Chen Xiaoyan arrived as well. Everyone was gathered. Yingfan, you take the lead, Zhang Yinbin instructed. Yang Yingfan nodded solemnly and began. Previously, the Gale Guild has been engaged in a grand mission. Now, they have encountered a significant obstacle at the final stage. They require assistance, as the last challenge is exceedingly formidable. Zhang Yinbin's interest was piqued, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yingfan continued. In the final challenge, the enemy is a ferocious beast that has reached the peak level of an epic hero. For this mission, only 100 participants are allowed, with no restrictions on players or NPC heroes. 100 individuals are indeed faced with a daunting task against an epic-level beast. Zhang Yinbin lamented the unfortunate reality that this mission bore no relevance to him. The reason I called you offline is that I have received intelligence indicating that the Gale Guild intends to invite individuals from across the eastern continent. Anyone with sufficient strength may participate. The conditions are negotiable, and a decision must be made within the day to finalize the roster, as failure in this endeavor would render their substantial preliminary investments futile. A flicker of opportunity ignited within Zhang Yinbin. Chen Xiaoyan seemed to possess considerable knowledge and added. It is said that there has been considerable debate among the Gale Guild's management about whether to extend an invitation to Zhuge Shenlong. Rumor has it that Zhuge Shenlong has mastered certain techniques, attained a commendable level, and possesses an epic hero. However, discussions regarding the terms have been contentious, as the rewards for this mission are undoubtedly immense. If they invite Zhang Yinbin, he is sure to impose certain demands, and should those demands be excessive, it complicates matters further. The three women commenced a discussion on whether they would participate, which struck Zhang Yinbin as peculiar. His participation hinged entirely on the terms presented. After some deliberation, they turned their attention to Zhang Yinbin. Yang Yingfan inquired, Zhang Yinbin, do you possess any intelligence to share? My territory is situated by the sea, and we encountered pirates. Does that qualify as intelligence? Zhang Yinbin replied. Upon hearing pirates, the group's eyes gleamed with intrigue as they scrutinized Zhang Yinbin with keen interest. Dong Xiaoan remarked, we have no time today. We must quickly return to the game and observe how Zhuge Shenlong negotiates with the Gale members. During the next intelligence sharing session, you can elaborate on the situation by the sea. Clearly, they were curious about the vastness of the game world and its various facets, given that they resided inland. After addressing the matters at hand, the group dispersed. Zhang Yinbin did not immediately return to the game. Instead, he assessed the remarkable increase in his strength. However, he had now managed to grasp most of it. After a brief respite, he returned to the game. Upon entering, a private message awaited him. Wan boss, someone wishes to invite you to a fight. Will you go? Boss, make sure to charge a high fee. The Gale Guild is affiliated with a conglomerate worth billions in reality. Boss, what is your current level? You must protect me in the future. Zhang Yinbin found himself at a loss for words. This Dong Xiaoan was indeed Wan. She had caught on. The disparity between the game and reality astonished him. Zhang Yinbin first checked the status of his army. Chen Fong, excellent. There are now over 130 SSS-level soldiers. I will devise a method to equip them with techniques and skill books. Furthermore, 500 additional recruits had arrived from the territory. It was said that Yang Xiong was still training over 200 individuals. Each day, suitable refugees would also be added. Concurrently, Zhang Yinbin instructed his men to evaluate the captured pirates, directly incorporating those who met the criteria. He aimed to forge an elite force composed entirely of SSS-level individuals. While Zhang Yinbin was strategizing his next steps, he received a communication from Gale. Brother Zhuge, you may already be aware. I would like to enlist your assistance in defeating a boss, regardless of the outcome. How does 3 million federal coins sound? Zhang Yinbin frowned upon reading the message. His time was precious, and he was not particularly interested in money. Defeating a pirate could yield hundreds of thousands. I have no interest in monetary compensation, he replied, reiterating his lack of interest. On the other end, Gale let out a sigh, clearly struggling. We have invited many participants this time, and can only offer monetary compensation. Or we can provide you with 10 foundational technique books and 20 foundational skill books. What do you think? Zhang Yinbin remained disinterested. He would rather explore and confront pirates than engage in this endeavor. He promptly declined the offer. Gale, once again rejected, took a considerable time before reaching out to Zhang Yinbin again. Brother Zhuge, why don't you propose a condition and we can negotiate? Zhang Yinbin pondered before responding. If the epic beast drops any items, I would like to select one. If nothing drops, I will take the corpse. Brother Zhuge, that is rather excessive. We have invited numerous skilled individuals. We can increase the monetary offer to 5 million federal coins, along with an intermediate technique book. What do you think? Zhang Yinbin could not be bothered to respond. He had little interest in money or non-epic items. He chose to remain silent, which sent Gale into a frenzy, as they were uncertain about their prospects. They had indeed invited many participants, and the mission scroll would automatically transport names to a designated space once filled out, commencing the series of tasks with substantial rewards. They had already invested heavily, and if they failed at the final stage, the Gale Guild would be rife with internal discord. Yet, this bore no consequence for Zhang Yinbin. He examined the maritime map and summoned Lei Bao, Chen Fong, and several SSS-level squad leaders. Each ship was manned by several SSS-level individuals, one of whom served as captain. Zhang Yinbin pointed at the map and declared, this time, we shall mobilize 1,500 troops, heading directly north for 300 miles, thoroughly scouting this area. If we encounter pirates, we shall engage them. Afterward, we will proceed south for another 300 miles. You are to intensify your training and prepare to depart in 3 days. Additionally, ensure that supplies are expedited from the territory. Yes, Lord, they responded, each taking their leave. Meanwhile, Gale finally acquiesced to Zhang Yinbin's terms, for they could not afford to fail. Brother Zhuge, we agree to your conditions, but you must bring your epic hero along. Please provide me with the name, and I will inscribe it on the mission scroll. We will be transported tomorrow morning. The mission duration is only 1 day. Chapter 30, The Might of the Azure Dragon. Gale conceded, as they could not gamble with their future. If this mission fails, the loss will be immense. Zhang Yinbin glanced at the news, a serene smile gracing his lips. He then sent the name of Thunderstorm to him. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, alongside others, the mission would officially commence. Zhang Yinbin proceeded to make some simple preparations. He instructed the craftsman to create a mask for him. This mask, fashioned from leather, would not be uncomfortable to wear. The reason for the mask was the imminent meeting with other players, as the avatars within the game bore a striking resemblance to their real-world counterparts. However, in the game, the attire and hairstyles would exhibit some variations. Additionally, due to the practice of his skills, his demeanor had become even more distinguished. Yet, these changes would gradually influence his real-life persona, contingent upon the proficiency of one's techniques. After a night of cultivation at the dock, he found himself with Thunderstorm the following day. Big boss, I heard you were participating in the Gale mission. How exhilarating. That's a legendary beast. Thunderstorm exclaimed. I truly wish to join you in battle. Early in the morning, Dong Xiaowan, having received news from an unknown source, bombarded him with numerous messages. Zhang Yinbin shook his head helplessly, choosing not to respond. At 8 o'clock, the time arrived. Suddenly, both Zhang Yinbin and Thunderstorm were enveloped by a mysterious force. A mist surrounded them as they soared through the air. In a short while, they landed together. Upon touching the ground, they found themselves in an open area. At this moment, Zhang Yinbin held a wooden stick, while Thunderstorm remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Many others had also appeared, curiously glancing about. This was a special space, distinct from the outside world. The voice of Gale echoed, revealing a towering man wielding a massive sword, clad in armor and exuding an impressive aura. The rest of the crowd was unfamiliar to Zhang Yinbin. However, there was Zhuge Shenlong. I am Zhuge Shenlong, and this is my warrior, Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm, with an air of pride, disregarded the other players. Most of those present were recognized by Gale, while the masked Zhang Yinbin appeared distinctly different. All right, everyone, let us make some basic preparations and form groups. We are unaware of the enemy we face. Initially, I had a group of 50, who are well coordinated and will remain together. Gale's group of 50 had consistently teamed up, developing a strong synergy. They had all trained in their skills and amassed various defensive items. Zhang Yinbin was indifferent. I'll team up with my hero. His skills could inadvertently harm others. Gale merely glanced at the two of them and nodded silently. As the groups were finalized, a sudden dragon roar reverberated through the air. Instantly, everyone felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end, for this roar carried a menacing aura, imbued with palpable danger. Even Thunderstorm sensed the threat, promptly stating, Leader, this dragon exceeds my strength. They are all legendary, yet possess varying levels. Suddenly, a dragon appeared in the distance. The Azure Dragon. It approached swiftly, its 2 claws extending. The roar of the dragon echoed once more. The massive Azure Dragon executed a sweeping tail strike, instilling terror among the crowd. Gale shouted, Block it. Use defensive items. Suddenly, someone from their ranks produced a talisman, conjuring a wall of earth before them. Yet, before the Azure Dragon, this wall was as fragile as paper, shattered effortlessly by a single claw. Even so, it granted others a brief respite. The dragon's tail swept across, and while some evaded, others attempted to resist with their skills. And some were flung away, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Thunderstorm braced himself with his mighty hammer, and Zhang Yinbin stood beside him, using his wooden stick to withstand the force, merely stumbling back a few steps. Gale's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the mission would be so arduous, with several casualties right from the outset. However, the Azure Dragon offered them no further chances. With a fierce roar, it prepared to strike again with its tail. Thunderstorm, unleash your most powerful attack, Zhang Yinbin shouted, summoning all his strength. Boom. Thunderstorm executed his skill, successfully blocking the Azure Dragon's assault, while the force of thunder impacted the dragon as well. Witnessing Thunderstorm's ability to withstand the dragon's attack, others quickly followed suit, unleashing their own assaults. Quick output. Gale saw a glimmer of hope. Thunderstorm was extraordinary. They began to attack in unison, utilizing a variety of skills. Although their techniques were rudimentary, their numbers provided a certain degree of impact on the Azure Dragon. Yet, this only served to infuriate the beast. After another dragon roar, the Azure Dragon descended, exhaling a torrent of dragon breath directly at Gale's 50-member team. Scatter! Gale cried, but it was too late. The dragon's breath descended, claiming the lives of over 20 individuals. All means were employed to retaliate. Zhuge brother, please block the Azure Dragon. Zhang Yinbin understood that at this juncture, they were all in peril. Thus, he and Thunderstorm had to shield against the dragon's onslaught. Thunderstorm successfully repelled 3 of the Azure Dragon's attacks, while Gale and the others hurled numerous ceramic vials at the dragon. These vials contained various corrosive potions, causing the Azure Dragon to become a kaleidoscope of colors. Quick, use armor-piercing arrows, Gale commanded, as others procured the arrows for a continuous barrage. The Azure Dragon, entangled by Thunderstorm, provided Gale's group with a frenzied opportunity to unleash their power. Zhang Yanbin joined Thunderstorm in resisting the dragon. Each time the dragon struck, Zhang Yanbin felt a violent tremor in his hands. After each defense, he had to quickly activate his divine technique. Otherwise, his arms would become immobile. After several thwarted attacks, the Azure Dragon became enraged. It ascended and circled above. Ding. System notification. You have been intimidated by the dragon's might. Your mental state is compromised, reducing combat effectiveness by 50. Ding. System notification. Your divine dragon transformation negates the influence of the dragon's might. Thunderstorm. Zhang Yanbin urgently called out. As Thunderstorm had momentarily drifted into a daze, he snapped back to reality, hastily channeling his own technique. Damn it, this is dragon might. Following the dragon's intimidation, the other players were severely affected. The dragon descended from the sky, sweeping over Thunderstorm and Zhang Yanbin, decimating half of Gale's team. Leader. The Azure Dragon has unleashed its ultimate move. Now is its moment of weakness. Cover me. I shall deliver the strongest output. Thunderstorm, being of equal caliber to the dragon, understood that the earlier intimidation was the dragon's ultimate technique. After its use, it would enter a state of vulnerability for a period. Alright. Thunderstorm required time to unleash his devastating attack. Zhang Yanbin positioned himself beside him. Should the dragon notice Thunderstorm, he too could deliver his most potent strike. Thunderstorm gathered his energy. His hammer crackled with electricity, arcs of lightning sparking with a cacophony of sound. Go. Thunderstorm hurled his hammer. This was Zhang Yanbin's first glimpse of Thunderstorm's ultimate move. Boom. The hammer struck the Azure Dragon's head, crackling with electric arcs. Chapter 31. The True and False Masks. The massive form of the Azure Dragon was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Gale was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that Zhuge Shenlong's companion would be so formidable. The Azure Dragon was gravely wounded. Zhang Yanbin rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow to its head with his stick. The tremendous recoil forced him back several steps. But the dragon, clearly in pain, let out a pained roar. Though the Azure Dragon was severely injured, it remained alive, gradually rising to its feet. Zhang Yanbin could not afford to grant it any further chances, especially since he noticed Thunderstorm was also in a state of weakness after his recent display of power. Once more, Zhang Yanbin sprinted forward, leaping into the air. With his stick raised high, he activated his divine technique. Kill! He shouted as he brought it down with force. The wooden stick struck heavily upon the head of the Azure Dragon, causing it to fall prostrate. The frenzied wind rejoiced, sensing hope for the success of this mission. However, he pondered the formidable prowess of the Azure Dragon. The treasures it would yield upon its demise would undoubtedly be of incomparable value. Perhaps, it would reveal an epic-level martial art. He was already aware of its potential, which could be transposed into reality, enabling him to ascend as a master in the real world. Such temptation is irresistible. No amount of wealth could compare to the mastery of one's own skills. The frenzied wind understood this truth. Help me slay him, he commanded, pointing at the Thunderstorm. Like the Azure Dragon, Thunderstorm was weakened after unleashing his ultimate move. Upon returning, the reward would be doubled. The frenzied wind had over 20 companions remaining and noted that Thunderstorm was unarmed. In the distance, Zhang Yanbin erupted in fury, bellowing, Zhuge Shenlong. Do not blame me. Blame your own arrogance. Zhang Yanbin had audaciously rejected his recruitment. This time, he intended to select an item first. Thus, the frenzied wind sought to eliminate Zhang Yanbin's greatest asset, Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm, be cautious. Thunderstorm, appearing exceedingly feeble and disarmed, braced himself. Kill him. The frenzied wind led the charge, rallying his comrades. Zhang Yanbin, in a state of urgency, sprinted to rescue Thunderstorm. Though Thunderstorm was not his strongest card, he was their most formidable force within the dragon territory and a brother at that. An NPC's death would be irreversible. Zhang Yanbin rushed forward to confront the frenzied wind and his faction, yet he was evidently too distant to intervene in time. The frenzied wind and his companions surged forth. Suddenly, Thunderstorm extended his hand, catching the wooden stick thrown by Zhang Yanbin. Even in weakness, I am not a mere insect you can overpower. Thunderstorm erupted with renewed ferocity. With a sweeping motion, he sent several opponents flying. Then, his massive form began to spin, wielding the stick like a colossal hammer. Under Thunderstorm's onslaught, the frenzied wind and his comrades were dispatched like kites severed from their strings. In that fleeting moment, regret washed over the frenzied wind. He had forgotten that Thunderstorm was on par with the Azure Dragon. Thunderstorm swiftly decimated the remaining foes, but soon, he too began to weaken, propping himself up with the stick, half kneeling upon the ground. My lord, I am merely fatigued. It is nothing. The Azure Dragon yet lives. Only 3 beings remained on the battlefield, Zhang Yanbin, Thunderstorm, and the Azure Dragon. Zhang Yanbin retrieved another stick from his divine ring. I shall continue. He leapt, bringing the stick down with great force. His hands trembled from the impact against the hard skull, yet it mattered not. Invoking the divine dragon's 9 transformations alleviated the numbness in his hands. Huh. Just like smashing stones on the back mountain, Zhang Yinbin practiced in the real world similarly, striking repeatedly. On the back mountain, he smashed stones. Now, he smashed the dragon's head. After dozens of strikes, a notification chimed. Congratulations, player Zhuge Shenlong, for slaying the epic level Azure Dragon. Reward, 1 Azure Dragon Corpse. Another notification echoed across the eastern continent. Congratulations, player Frenzied Wind, for completing an epic level mission. Rewards, 1 epic level martial art, 1 epic level skill book, 100 gold coins, 50,000 territory reputation, 1 advanced equipment blueprint, and 1 advanced building blueprint. With the death of the Azure Dragon, the Frenzied Wind's mission was considered complete. Though he perished, the mission was still accomplished. The treachery of the Frenzied Wind would not go unpunished. He had sought to eliminate them. A cacophony of chimes erupted. The Azure Dragon had fallen, leaving a plethora of treasures scattered about. Ah, the Dragon Clan, whether real or fake, has an affinity for gold. Zhang Yinbin gleefully beheld the multitude of coins. What is this? Amongst the coins, a glimmer revealed an object. He sifted through the coins, retrieving a mask. A genuine fake mask, crafted from precious dragon hide. Wearing it alters one's appearance and identity. Divine grade. This was indeed an item of divine caliber. Zhang Yinbin held the mask and removed his own, donning the new one. Instantly, the mask transformed, reshaping him into another man. This meant that with the mask, Zhang Yinbin could assume an entirely different identity. Ha! The Frenzied Wind will surely regret his actions. However, since he did not attack me, this treasure belongs to me. Zhang Yinbin removed the mask once more, placing it into his divine ring. With only the 2 of them remaining, there was no need for disguises. Zhang Yinbin gathered the coins from the ground, 2 million in total. What remarkable feat had the Frenzied Wind accomplished? In truth, this was merely part of the rewards. The rewards announced were only a portion. This bounty belonged to the mission. Zhang Yinbin had claimed this segment for himself. Before them lay the immense corpse of the dragon. Zhang Yinbin's mouth watered at the sight of the 100-meter-long carcass. Surely, the dragon meat must be edible. He disregarded other matters, promptly placing the dragon carcass into the Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter divine ring. Ha! This ring is marvelous. It can hold so much and halts time, preserving items better than a refrigerator. The dragon carcass, stored within the Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter divine ring, would not decay or change in any way. Thunderstorm, let us return. With the mission completed, an exit button was available. Upon logging out, Zhang Yinbin materialized at the dock beside the divine dragon lake. Thunderstorm, are you alright? I am fine, merely fatigued. Without training, I need a day to recover. With training, I can recover in 2 hours. Good. Take care of yourself. I have urgent matters to attend to. Zhang Yinbin promptly logged out. Having acquired 2 million gold coins, he decided to immediately order a gaming pod. No longer would he need to log out daily. In the event of encountering a large-scale mission requiring extended online presence, a gaming pod would be indispensable. Chapter 32, The Pursuit of Posts. After logging out, Zhang Yinbin swiftly ordered a luxurious gaming pod worth 2 million online, using his previous address to avoid revealing his current location. With his abilities now, he could easily return to retrieve it, concealed within the Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter divine ring. He could bring it back without leaving a trace. The gaming pod would arrive the next day. Zhang Yinbin sat in his room, taking a deep breath. He attempted to retrieve the genuine fake mask, confirming once more that such divine items could indeed be brought into reality. Curious about its effect, he stood before the mirror and slowly donned the mask. Upon wearing it, the reflection morphed into that of another man. Truly powerful. Zhang Yinbin examined closely, feeling it. There were no discernible traces. It was as if he had always looked this way. Remarkable. This surpassed any cosmetic surgery. He removed the mask, deciding that it was unnecessary for now. He would possess 2 identities from this point onward. Given the changing times, who could predict the future? Thus, Zhang Yinbin deemed the mask exceedingly useful. As he moved about the room, Zhang Yinbin fell into contemplation. Despite being a game, the Frenzied Wind had resorted to murder. In the future, could there emerge a cadre of masters in reality? Perhaps even individuals willing to kill for the sake of in-game gains? Zhang Yinbin suddenly realized that he must prioritize his safety above all else. Returning to the game, he found himself at the port. At this moment, several large ships were returning, waiting to dock not far from the harbor. Boss, what's wrong? Boss, the Gale Guild has placed a bounty on your head. Boss, have you seen the post? Someone has leaked your location. The reward is 5 million. Boss, you must hide well. Gale intends to hunt you down. Zhang Yinbin's communicator incessantly chimed. Upon opening it, he saw a message from Wanwan. He then checked the forum, and indeed, the Gale Guild had issued a bounty. They were offering 5 million for revealing his location and 20 million for killing him or annihilating his territory. How extravagant, he thought to himself. Zhang Yinbin's territory was currently in a secluded state, surrounded on 3 sides by towering mountains, with the ocean on the 4th. If they dare, let them attempt to cross the sea to kill me. Zhang Yinbin was eager to locate the Gale Guild and eliminate them. Yet he understood that they possessed multiple territories and numerous players. I'm fine, thank you. Zhang Yinbin replied succinctly before deleting any further communication from the Gale Guild. There was nothing more to discuss. If he were to encounter them, he would show no mercy. The feeling was mutual. As the Gale Guild publicly accused Zhang Yanbin of breaking the rules and slaughtering them for their rewards, it was a classic case of the villain crying foul. Zhang Yanbin saw no need to explain himself. He had recordings of the game, yet chose not to share them, opting instead for silence. After all, no one could locate him, and he preferred not to engage in empty bravado. Given the opportunity, he would eliminate them. If not, he would wait for or create such an opportunity. At the port, Chun Fong returned from military training. Chun, how is the army? My lord, we are ready for battle at any moment. Zhang Yanbin had full faith in his troops. Let us wait 3 more days for the next batch of ships to arrive. Why 3 days? Because Zhang Yanbin was planning to undertake a quest, a legendary quest. The task set by the Gale Guild had instilled confidence in him. Specifically the Ice Moon Silkworm quest. This quest required 100 participants, and the quest scroll was obtained from Wanwan. This time, Zhang Yanbin was determined to complete the quest. He also intended to select talented individuals, for it was only through battle that true talent could emerge. Fear of death was not an option. Zhang Yanbin planned to take only SSS-ranked soldiers with him. He was unafraid of casualties. Death was an inherent part of warfare. To forge his army, he needed to engage in combat. Chen Fong, begin preparations for war. The requirements are as follows. Zhang Yanbin did not send Chen Fong out yet, but instructed him to make preparations. Chen Fong's abilities were beginning to lack. He was merely a centurion previously and possessed only an SS-level aptitude. However, there were no other talents available at present, so he would continue to lead the troops for now. Warfare required extensive preparation, and Zhang Yanbin allowed them a day to gather supplies. Meanwhile, as soon as the game pod arrived, he would dive back into the game. At that moment, in reality, someone called for him. It was unmistakably Dong Xiaowan. First floor meeting. Dong Xiaowan was succinct, dressed rather lightly, resembling someone in sleepwear, with nothing underneath. When Zhang Yanbin arrived, they had initially been more discreet, but that attention had waned. He changed his clothes and headed downstairs. Shortly thereafter, all 4 of them had arrived, dressed similarly in light attire. The 3 women seemed unconcerned. Zhang Yanbin had no intention of indulging in such distractions. The game was of utmost importance, as romance would hinder his reflexes in battle. The meeting centered around significant changes within the game. First, the game's premier player, Zhuge Shenlong, was gradually falling behind and was being hunted by the Gale Guild. Second, there was a trend of consolidation among major guilds and factions, prompting the need to consider potential alliances. Third, mysterious artifacts had begun appearing across the western, northern, and southern continents, and anyone with leads on major quests or scrolls could fetch a handsome price. However, such quests were notoriously difficult to complete. Zhang Yanbin suddenly perceived that Dong Xiaowan was quite astute, seemingly well-informed. Of course, Yang Yingfan and Chen Xiaoyan also possessed considerable knowledge. It appeared they were all part of organized groups, while he remained a lone wanderer. Yang Yingfan nodded in agreement, saying, in this game, anything is possible. Mysterious locations could emerge near any territory, whether in mountains or waters. As long as the Lord investigates, even the smallest places might yield quests. Zhang Yanbin had been somewhat negligent regarding his territory, as Nan Ningxi had been managing it. The meeting was relatively straightforward, primarily intended to raise awareness and encourage the sharing of information. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Yanbin felt little emotional impact. He had already sensed the enormity of the game map. His territory was vast, yet he had not encountered other players. He could only speculate on the size of the entire eastern continent and the multitude of secrets it held. He decided to sit down and meditate. Assuming a cross-legged position on his bed, activating the divine dragon transformation technique, he lost track of time as he practiced. In the adjacent room, noises emerged. You belong to the Liuli Guild, correct? It was Yang Yingfan speaking. Indeed, but I am merely a lower-level member, promoted due to my connection with Zhuge Shenlong. This was what Dong Xiaowan had stated. Zhang Yanbin, while practicing the divine dragon transformation, could hear their conversation quite clearly. Apart from the information-sharing meeting on the first floor, they also exchanged intelligence privately. However, with Zhuge Shenlong's decline, Dong Xiaowan lamented her precarious position. Yang Yingfan continued, I am from the Chasing Shadow Guild, also a mid-level member. Our guild has tasked us with tracking down Zhuge Shenlong. We do not wish to target him, but rather seek a unique resource from the Gale Guild. If you have any information on Zhuge Shenlong's whereabouts, I hope you can sell it to me, or we can arrange an exchange. Zhang Yanbin listened intently, aware they were probing for his whereabouts. Dong Xiaowan shook her head, stating, Zhuge Shenlong is quite reclusive and speaks little. Yang Yingfan offered no further comments and departed the room. Zhang Yanbin couldn't help but smile wryly. That evening, he left the villa and descended the mountain, finding a secluded spot to change clothes and don a mask, transforming into a different persona. Later that night, he returned to his original residence, waiting for the game pod to arrive before bringing it back to the villa. Throughout the process, no one noticed anything amiss. The game pod had a notification feature. If someone called for him in reality, it could respond intelligently. Zhang Yanbin set up the game pod, filling it with high-grade nutrient fluid. He removed all his clothes and lay back inside the pod, most of his body submerged in the nutrient solution. Once the pod was sealed, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach from the outside. Even explosives would not easily dismantle it, ensuring the occupant's safety. Of course, it was primarily designed to prevent accidents. If the power were to go out, the pod could only sustain life for 2 hours, but it would issue a warning. Zhang Yinbin re-entered the game. "My lord, we are fully prepared. Chen Feng, bring the troops over and await my command." "Excellent." Zhang Yinbin surveyed his surroundings. They all donned the equipment of their territory, uniform in design, enhanced by masterful craftsmanship that bestowed various attributes upon them. However, these attributes paled in comparison to the treasures yielded from vanquishing monsters. Yet, uniformity has its own merits. Zhang Yinbin conducted a thorough inspection. Indeed, this crossbow bolt, infused with stardust, exhibited remarkable armor-piercing capabilities. Moreover, there were poisoned arrows, ideally with a paralyzing effect. After a meticulous evaluation, Zhang Yinbin produced a scroll and activated it, enveloping 100 individuals, including himself and Thunderstorm, in a mysterious force that transported them to an undisclosed location. As the mist dissipated, Zhang Yinbin beheld a grove of mulberry trees surrounding them. He instructed his team to prepare their defenses, uncertain of their adversary's nature, and thus remained cautious. Their assembly consisted of 40 shield bearers, 30 polearm warriors, and 18 archers, leaving only Zhang Yinbin and Thunderstorm. The 100 formed a formation and advanced forward. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, a sound reminiscent of a tiger's growl. Having just slain a dragon, were they now to hunt a tiger? Zhang Yinbin lamented, pressing onward. Before long, within the thicket, a ferocious beast with a predatory gaze emerged. Indeed, it was a creature that could rival the size of a tank. This tiger was colossal. "Thunderstorm, what level is it?" Zhang Yinbin pondered with trepidation, realizing that this mission would not be a mere trifle. "Epic level," Thunderstorm replied. Zhang Yinbin, aware of the power inherent in such foes from prior encounters, felt a surge of confidence, bolstered by Thunderstorm's presence. "Fear not, my lord," Thunderstorm assured him. Eager for the battle that promised growth, the team advanced towards the tiger. The tiger roared once more, a display of intimidation. Yet, despite the formidable nature of this intimidation, Zhang Yinbin was resolute in completing his task. He urged his team forward. Another deafening roar erupted as the fierce tiger lunged at them. "Come forth." Thunderstorm gripped his hammer tightly and charged ahead. With a resounding thud, Thunderstorm's strike met the tiger's outstretched paw, sending him staggering several steps back. The tremendous beast landed heavily, evoking an instinctual fear in all present. Yet, victory was imperative. Another roar erupted from the tiger as it charged, maneuvering around Thunderstorm to assault the shield formation. "Hold the line," Zhang Yinbin shouted, rushing forward himself. With a series of violent collisions, the tiger's onslaught sent several warriors flying. Zhang Yinbin was the first to engage, delivering a blow, but the tiger appeared unfazed, as if merely tickled by the strike. A significant breach opened in their defensive formation. However, several polearm warriors coordinated their skills to impede the tiger's advance, preventing further devastation within their ranks. Nearby shield bearers swiftly closed the gap, reinforcing their defenses, while others hurried to tend to the injured. Zhang Yinbin and Thunderstorm charged once more. "I strike." Zhang Yinbin swept his weapon, landing a hit on the tiger's leg. But it seemed to have little effect. In that moment, arrows rained down from their formation, each imbued with various attributes, some armor-piercing, others toxic. Yet, their impact was minimal, merely serving to distract the tiger rather than inflict real harm. They aimed for its eyes, hoping to exploit a vulnerability, but the beast adeptly evaded their attempts. Thunderstorm approached, his hammer striking with formidable force as they exchanged blows with the tiger. The beast recognized Thunderstorm as its primary threat, opting to engage him directly, leaving Zhang Yinbin a chance to flank from behind. He targeted the joints of the tiger's legs with relentless strikes. The battle raged on, with Zhang Yinbin's focus narrowing to a singular point of attack. Suddenly, a system notification resounded. "You have been affected by the tiger's might." Yet, with a swift effort, he shook off the influence. The tiger unleashed a powerful attack, reminiscent of a legendary dragon. "Be cautious, Thunderstorm," Zhang Yinbin warned, channeling all his energy into the dragon transformation technique, letting out a mighty roar. Though Thunderstorm felt the impact, it was not as severe as that of the dragon. For this tiger was not of the same caliber. Thunderstorm quickly regained his composure, responding with a surge of ferocity. His skills unleashed a barrage of strikes, momentarily stunning the tiger. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yinbin unleashed a flurry of attacks upon its hind leg joints. The tiger, evidently in pain, retaliated with its tail, sweeping Zhang Yinbin off his feet and sending him tumbling 30 meters away. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Zhang Yinbin rose, determined to inspire confidence in his comrades. Observing his splintered weapon, he readied himself for battle once more. Chapter 34, The Ice Moon Silkworm. The others, seeing Zhang Yinbin rise, felt reassured and pressed on with their assault. Despite their lower levels, they fervently attacked the beast. The tiger's strength waned, allowing them to inflict damage. Zhang Yinbin, enduring excruciating pain, activated his techniques, gradually alleviating his suffering. After several minutes, the pain subsided, and he retrieved a new wooden stick. The old man returns to the fray. Thunderstorm had been clashing with the tiger for over 100 rounds, the relentless power of thunder weakening it further. However, Thunderstorm was not in peak condition either. Both warriors having exhausted their strength. Zhang Yanbin, rejuvenated, prepared to strike once more. Feel the force of my blow. He summoned all his might, channeling the dragon transformation technique to deliver another strike to the tiger's hind leg. Roaring in pain, the tiger turned to retaliate against Zhang Yanbin, but Thunderstorm's voice boomed. Your foe is me. Do not lose focus. Thunderstorm's hammer collided with the tiger's face, eliciting a series of pained roars. Perish. Zhang Yanbin realized that the tiger was nearing its end. He unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, each one landing with precision. The tiger, now riddled with injuries, found its defenses compromised. The archers continued their unyielding assault, while the polearm warriors seized any opportunity to strike. Die! Zhang Yanbin, noticing the tiger's faltering hind leg, summoned all his strength for one final blow. With a resounding crack, the leg shattered, and his weapon splintered in the process. The tiger collapsed to the ground. Thunderstorm charged forward, delivering a decisive blow to its head. Ding! A notification echoed across the eastern continent. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for slaying the epic level tiger. Rewards: Epic level technique, Epic level skill book, 100 gold coins, 50,000 lord reputation, and a high-level building blueprint for the Spirit Guard Tower. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhang Yanbin felt a wave of relief wash over him. The tiger was defeated. Quick, tend to the wounded. Zhang Yanbin, at this moment, found himself devoid of the spirit to assess the rewards. This time, the casualties were considerable. The Lord had lost 16 brothers, with 8 left disabled and 53 injured. Those who were injured could still return to the ranks, but the dead and disabled were beyond saving. War inevitably claims many lives. Although Zhang Yanbin felt a pang of sorrow, he remained resolute, undeterred by the losses in the face of battle. Upon the announcement from the system, astonishment washed over him. Zhuge Shenlong had finally returned. It seemed he had been biding his time for a significant move. Zhuge Shenlong, did he have an alliance? He was capable of contending with epic-level foes. It was said that when the Gale faced the epic-level Azure Dragon, it was also Zhuge Shenlong who had engaged in the fray. Was it not true that throughout the eastern continent, only Zhuge Shenlong possessed the strength to rival epic-level beings? Ha ha ha, Gale still harbored ambitions to hunt him down. Was there anyone in your alliance capable of matching an epic-level opponent? Zhang Yanbin suddenly perceived that epic-level beasts were far more formidable than he had previously considered. Old Lei, are you alright? Zhang Yanbin glanced at the weary figure of Thunderstorm seated on the ground. I'm fine, just sustained some internal injuries. I need to recuperate for a couple of days. Thunderstorm replied. Old Lei, have you grown old? Back in the territory, you easily dealt with epic-level bandits. What happened to that ease? Thunderstorm shot him a glare and retorted. That fellow had only just grazed the threshold of epic level, and his techniques were merely advanced. His combat prowess was not on the same level. This ferocious tiger is in its mid-stage. Zhang Yanbin nodded in understanding. He stood up and surveyed the surroundings. This task could not merely be about slaying a single ferocious tiger. Bring a few archers and accompany me forward to scout. Zhang Yanbin then stored the tiger's carcass within the Niwa divine ring and cautiously advanced with his companions. After traversing several hundred meters, a child's voice suddenly echoed. Don't kill me. Qiuqiu, take me away, don't kill me. Zhang Yanbin halted, instantly on guard, while the others remained oblivious. As he proceeded a few steps further, he spotted a large yellow-golden silkworm, approximately 1 meter in length, lying on the ground, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. Were you the one speaking to me? Zhang Yanbin inquired. I can communicate with you through thought. I am little silkworm, and I am quite useful. My silk is of great value. Qiuqiu, please don't kill me. Ice Moon Silk, Zhang Yanbin realized. This silk was the ultimate reward of the quest. Very well, I shall take you with me. Bring my food along, and make sure to collect some of the mulberry trees from here. I cannot adapt to other food. These mulberry trees were notably different from ordinary ones. Initially, Zhang Yanbin had not paid close attention, but the leaves bore a hue not of the typical green, but rather a yellowish tint. Upon closer inspection, they were yellow-golden. All right, I will take you with me. Zhang Yanbin commanded his companions to gather some mulberry trees for transport. He then attempted to lift the Ice Moon Silkworm. My nest has some silk for you, a token of gratitude for sparing my life. The Ice Moon Silkworm was timid and utterly devoid of combat prowess. Hence, the ferocious tiger had served as its guardian. Now, without its protector, it was vulnerable. Nevertheless, the Ice Moon Silkworm was exceedingly valuable. Zhang Yanbin searched and found a bundle of silk, which was also yellow-golden. He placed the silk into the ring and then cradled the Ice Moon Silkworm in his arms. Should I call you Little Bing or Little You? Since you are a girl, Little You seems more appropriate. The Ice Moon Silkworm's voice resonated directly in Zhang Yanbin's mind. What level are you? And how can you communicate with me? I am at the legendary level, quite formidable, merely a hair's breadth away from the mythical level, provided I receive sufficient nourishment. Zhang Yanbin was astounded. She was a legendary being, second only to the divine. This time, his elite forces had all achieved SSS level, yet they had suffered significant losses. Nonetheless, Zhang Yinbin felt it was worthwhile. He gathered everyone and instructed them to carry their fallen comrades. Zhang Yinbin then exited the task space, and everyone was promptly transported back to the port. Prepare the ships. We must return to the territory at once. The injured should not be moved. Let them recuperate. However, Zhang Yinbin needed to return with Little Yu and the mulberry trees. He had gathered plenty of mulberry, yet he worried it might not suffice for Little Yu. Inside the Nuwa divine ring, he also stored many fresh leaves. That evening, Zhang Yinbin returned to the territory. Ah, what a beautiful sister. Upon seeing Nan Ningxi, Little Yu wriggled free from Zhang Yinbin's grasp and rushed to her, seeking her embrace. This Little Yu, unexpectedly a flatterer, seemed to know who held the key role. Upon encountering Nan Ningxi, she clung to her. Nan Ningxi was equally delighted to see Zhang Yinbin return. This Little Yu is quite remarkable. Ensure she is well taken care of. Additionally, designate a specific area for planting the yellow golden mulberry trees. Zhang Yinbin briefly outlined the situation regarding the ice moon silkworm to Nan Ningxi. For the time being, there was no suitable accommodation. She would remain within the administrative center. I will establish a home for her in the north, planting yellow golden mulberry trees across the entire hillside, and have the wolf clan guard her. Previously, the ferocious tiger served as her protector. I trust the wolf clan will be willing to do the same. Zhang Yinbin found no fault with this arrangement. That night, Little Yu would share a sleeping space with them. It was simply impractical to place her elsewhere. The administrative center was the safest option. As night fell, while preparing for sleep, Little Yu innocently inquired, "Why aren't you two sleeping together?" Zhang Yinbin and Nan Ningxi found themselves unable to explain. Even if they did, Little Yu might not comprehend. Little Yu seemed uncomfortable in her sleep. Nan Ningxi asked, "Little Yu, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" There's no nest made of my silk here. It's difficult to sleep. But it's all right. So long as the food is sufficient, I will begin spinning silk tomorrow. Eventually, Little Yu nestled against Nan Ningxi, managing to drift off to sleep. Zhang Yinbin, though physically recovered from the battle with the ferocious tiger, felt emotionally drained and succumbed to slumber early. In the middle of the night, he felt a soft body beside him. Zhang Yinbin kept his eyes closed, thinking it was merely Little Yu, restless from a lack of comfort. With two beds separated by a thin veil, it was easy to roll over. Thus, he instinctively embraced her. The next morning, Zhang Yinbin jolted awake. The figure he had held throughout the night was not Little Yu, but Nan Ningxi, who had been awake for some time, too hesitant to move. She, too, was perplexed as to how she had ended up beside Zhang Yinbin. At that moment, Little Yu lazily remarked, "It's still not as comfortable as my own little nest." Little Yu had completely commandeered Nan Ningxi's bed, having been the one to bring her over. The veil between them had been pulled aside. Zhang Yinbin quickly released Nan Ningxi, though the sensation was overwhelmingly vivid. Ningxi, your skin has quite the bounce," he blurted out, almost unwittingly. Nan Ningxi, dressed in the silk robe gifted by Zhang Yinbin, felt the thinness of the fabric made her attire almost indistinguishable from nudity. "I'll get up first," Nan Ningxi hastily declared and fled. Zhang Yinbin rose as well, readying himself for the day. They were set to venture out to sea and embark on an exploration. However, Zhang Yinbin had a significant task to attend to. He needed to distribute his 2 sets of epic-level techniques. Whom should he bestow them upon? During the battle with the ferocious tiger, several individuals with commendable combat abilities had emerged as promising candidates worthy of cultivation. Zhang Yinbin noted that the set of epic-level techniques and skills used against the tiger included the Ho-E mindset and the 1,000-mile divine shot. Naturally, a pseudo was appended to the latter. For it to be the genuine Ho-E mindset, it would likely need to reach divine level. Zhang Yinbin decided to assign the Flame Divine Decision and Flame Blade technique to his subordinates. He selected 2 individuals, one of whom was the exceptionally talented marksman, Iron Wing. One is the fiery and audacious Yuan Hai, who possesses both courage and a nimble mind. The other is Zhang Yinbin, who plans to impart epic-level martial arts and skills for them to cultivate. Zhang Yinbin, carrying the lingering fragrance of Nan Ningxi, sets sail. By noon, they arrive at the port, where he summons the 2. Yuan Hai. This time, the Lord intends to reinstate both of you, bestowing upon each of you a set of martial arts and skills. You shall refrain from going to sea this time. I hope you can make significant contributions when we set sail next time. Zhang Yinbin hands them the 2 sets of epic-level martial arts and skills. My lord, this is far too precious. Both of their hands tremble with excitement. This is neither basic nor advanced. It is truly epic-level martial arts, entirely different. Enough with the theatrics. Learn it, practice diligently, for the next time will be your chance to shine. The 2 immediately kneel on one knee, swearing their unwavering loyalty to the Lord. Zhang Yinbin had already assessed their attributes. Their loyalty had reached 100, otherwise, he would not have entrusted such gifts to them. Now, they are even more steadfast. Stay here this time, and do not let me down next time. Yes, my lord. They exchanged glances, understanding that Zhang Yinbin entrusted them with such invaluable resources to hone their skills for the next battle. Zhang Yinbin instructed them to remain at the port and train diligently while he would lead the fleet on their voyage. This time, the fleet consists of over 10 ships. And with the sailors and warriors combined, there are already 2,500 personnel, of which 2,200 are warriors. It can be said to be an elite army. Set sail. The troops have undergone training, and now they must be tempered in the crucible of blood and fire. The fleet of large ships exits the lake and heads straight for the open sea. Zhang Yinbin makes another appearance in the system announcement, prompting many to speculate. Regardless of the outside world's chatter, Zhang Yinbin focuses on rapidly enhancing his combat strength. The fleet sails onward in solitude across the sea. Inside the cabin, Zhang Yinbin engages in cultivation. By nightfall, he delegates the management of the fleet to others and logs off. Once offline, he opens the game pod, only to be astonished by the staggering consumption of nutrient fluid. Could it be that I used a substantial amount of nutrient fluid to replenish my body while cultivating? That is the only possibility. Zhang Yinbin does not delve further into it. Testing his body reveals no issues. After a refreshing shower and changing his attire, he leaps out of the window and heads straight for the back mountain. Indeed, his strength has increased significantly. Zhang Yinbin discovers that utilizing the nutrient pod has resulted in enormous consumption of nutrient fluid, yet his physical capabilities have swiftly improved. After training for over 2 hours in the back mountain, he has essentially mastered his newfound strength and quietly returns. As he approaches, he encounters Dong Xiaowan. Zhang Yinbin shrugs and remarks, "Just out for a night run." Dong Xiaowan casts a suspicious glance at him, but says nothing further, retreating to her room. Upon returning to his quarters, he takes a thorough bath. Despite the nutrient fluid, Zhang Yinbin still consumes food. Afterwards, he sits in meditation to train. He can hear the sounds emanating from Dong Xiaowan's room, presumably her practicing yoga or something similar. As night deepens, Zhang Yinbin logs back into the game. Upon logging in, he inquires with Chen Fong, "Have there been any discoveries?" "My lord, nothing unusual has been detected." Zhang Yinbin nods and strides to the bow of the ship. The dawn is beautiful. This world operates under different rules compared to reality. Facing the dawn and the gentle breeze, the fleet sails swiftly. The ship's speed is significantly faster than in reality. This may be due to the vastness of the map, prompting the system to adjust parameters. Or perhaps because their ships are exceptionally light. Crafted from black jade cypress, the vessels are remarkably lightweight, yet of superior quality. By evening, they have traversed over 500 nautical miles. "My lord, we have a situation." A soldier on the lookout tower shouts. Ahead, there is a fleet flying the pirate flag. "Approaching us. All hands, prepare for battle. All positions, assume readiness." They unexpectedly encounter pirates at sea. Chapter 36, Level 3 First Kill. This time, it is different from the last. Previously, they ambushed the pirates. Now, it is a direct encounter. The enemy has only 9 ships, while Zhang Yinbin's side boasts 16, of which 14 are main battle vessels. This skirmish tests the army's responsiveness. Each combat position quickly takes their place, and the attack formation is established. 3 ships form the core and charge directly into the enemy formation. Zhang Yinbin commands with composure, fully aware of his side's advantage. Their ships can withstand blows. As long as the enemy cannot sink them, there is little to fear. In close combat, they possess Juga crossbows and various types of arrows. Thus, Zhang Yinbin's commands are decisive. The army and warships surge forward. Archers unleash their attacks. The 3 foremost ships boast 9 massive crossbows. As soon as they enter range, they begin their assault. The crossbows, crafted from black jade cypress, have greater range and power. Bang, bang, bang. The massive bolts strike the enemy ships, sending splinters flying. As the ships draw closer, the enemy begins to retaliate. Their firepower is formidable. The incoming bolts are indeed alarming. Nevertheless, Zhang Yinbin's forces exhibit a fierce determination. They charge headlong into the fray. Zhang Yinbin stands at the bow, shouting commands, while behind him, a group of men brandishing shields guard the way. Thunderstorm, on another ship, dodges incoming bolts, eagerly poised for action. The Juga crossbows launch their volleys. As the 2 sides close in, the effectiveness of the ranged attacks diminishes, leading to hand-to-hand combat. Zhang Yinbin awaits this very moment. Charge! Jump onto their ships. Zhang Yinbin and his men leap onto the enemy vessels. And it is evident that the enemy has issued the same command. The 2 sides engage in close-quarters combat, blades flashing and arrows flying. Each squad of 10 rushes forward. Thunderstorm charges, with Zhang Yinbin's elite guards behind the shields. The 10-man squad comprises SSS-ranked warriors who have trained in both martial arts and skills. They leap onto the enemy ship and commence a fierce battle on the deck. Zhang Yinbin leaps onto the enemy ship and dispatches 3 foes without finding their leader. However, he does encounter the ship's captain and swiftly knocks him overboard into the sea. The elite squad of 10 works in perfect harmony. Their martial arts include both offensive and defensive techniques. They unleash attacks and then retreat, allowing the defenders to shield them. Wave after wave of assault ensues. The enemies on the deck are either slain or forced to jump into the sea. One vessel after another is captured. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Yinbin hears a series of explosive sounds from a nearby large ship. Turning his head, he sees Thunderstorm engaged in battle with an opponent, launching powerful attacks that leave several large holes in the ship. The vessel begins to tilt. Yet, the enemy is also being pummeled by Thunderstorm. With another strike, Thunderstorm sends the opponent flying into the sea. That was the pirate captain, now seemingly defeated, plummeting into the water, though it remains uncertain whether he survived. The ships are swiftly secured. The archers unleash a concentrated barrage. Those who miss the opportunity to board unleash relentless attacks, forcing the enemy to abandon the deck. Consequently, the ship spirals out of control, allowing the other vessels to close in and seize it. After a fierce battle lasting over an hour, Zhang Yanbin and his companions have finally triumphed over this band of pirates. They rescued those who had fallen into the water, regardless of friend or foe. Those who had plunged into the depths posed no further threat. Even enemies could be taken captive. Zhang Yanbin and his team commenced their rescue operations. To their surprise, one of the adversaries was still alive, having merely lost consciousness. The formidable Labwa had returned from the sea, and the vessel he had boarded was now sunk, despite the deck being several meters above the ship's keel. Yet, after several strikes, Labwa had managed to crack the hull. Thus, that ship was rendered utterly inoperable. Upon Labwa's return, he discovered that the pirate he had knocked into the water was, astonishingly, still alive, merely unconscious, and had become a prisoner. The fleet began to tidy up, gathering the captives for secure holding. Meanwhile, all seaworthy vessels were directed to find a safe harbor for repairs, as they would need to transport numerous craftsmen and supplies. Some materials were stored on 2 transport ships, while others were placed within Zhang Yanbin's Niwa divine ring. Uncertain of when he might need to leave abruptly, he refrained from storing everything within his ring, should he unexpectedly log out or depart. The fleet would be left without supplies. The pirate stronghold lay a mere 20 miles away. Chen Fong had extracted crucial information during the interrogation. Excellent. Everyone prepare for action. They would take an hour to rest and conduct minor repairs on the ships. Over 2,000 lives had been lost in battle, both in death and captivity. This fleet possessed many elite members, yet their strengths were dispersed across various ships. Zhang Yanbin's tactical approach involved concentrating their elite forces on a single vessel to eliminate the opposing elite. Concurrently, the Zhuge crossbow delivered a remarkably high attack intensity with concentrated firepower, leaving little room for the enemy's elite to operate. Hence, Zhang Yanbin surmised that their base was now severely undermanned. Covering their advance with pirate ships, the remainder would conceal themselves behind. All elite forces were to engage first, seizing control of the enemy base at the earliest opportunity. After making the necessary arrangements, Zhang Yanbin set off. The pirate ships led the way, their crews entirely replaced. Upon entering the enemy base, they found that the remaining pirates were indeed few, many of whom were engaged in logistical support roles, such as craftsmen. This base required numerous artisans to build and maintain ships. The vessel successfully docked without detection. Charge! Crouch down, everyone! Crouch down, or perish! A group charged forward. Armed with bows and crossbows, and long spears pointed at them, the bewildered group was swiftly subdued. A system announcement echoed across the eastern continent. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for annihilating a level 3 pirate stronghold. Reward: 1 advanced martial arts skill book, 2 advanced skill books, 1 advanced architectural blueprint, 20,000 Lord's reputation points, and 500 silver coins. It was a first kill. The system announcement, reserved for such achievements, resonated with excitement. Alas, the pirates. No wonder Zhuge Shenlong's territory was elusive. It was by the sea. Are there any brothers by the seaside? Quickly locate Zhuge Shenlong's domain. Ah, Zhuge Shenlong has returned. Is he still the top player? Brother Zhuge, at 18, can surely master various poses. Get lost, you old hag. The forums erupted with fervor. The Sunny Sky Guild sighed heavily. We were so close to conquering that level 3 stronghold. Over 4,000 lives lost, and yet we missed the first kill. The Sunny Sky Guild was also actively preparing for their next endeavor. The Gale Guild had intended to engage as well, but they had yet to fully recover from their previous losses. Chapter 37, Flame Stones. Zhang Yanbin heard the rewards with a calm demeanor. Advanced martial arts skills no longer intrigued him as much. Nonetheless, they could foster talent. Upon returning, he could seek someone with promising aptitude to learn from. Zhang Yanbin began to survey the pirate base, which resembled a modest port, backed by a sprawling array of buildings. Chen Fong and Labwa had already taken command of the area. Chen Fong set out to search for supplies. Within a base, there surely existed many valuable items, including the spoils from prior battles. The Lord's cache, combined with previous loot, yielded 187 foundational martial arts texts and 312 basic skill books. There were 98 primary martial arts texts and 119 primary skills, 21 intermediate martial arts texts and 21 intermediate skill books. Yet, none were advanced. Zhang Yanbin's eyes brightened. So many intermediate texts. This venture has proven profitable. Intermediate skill books held immense value, capable of producing elite warriors in large numbers. Furthermore, he planned for his subordinates to learn from these texts. What else? The monetary haul, converted to copper coins, amounted to over 2.3 million. However, They had seized several warehouses filled with supplies, including an abundance of high-quality timber suitable for shipbuilding. Food supplies totaled over 200,000 units. Additionally, there was an assortment of peculiar items whose precise uses remained unknown, all packed in crates. Take me there. Zhang Yanbin approached an open area where the seized goods had been transported. Upon inspection, he discovered several large chests. Opening one, he exclaimed, "What is this, or?" It was a type of mineral, though its exact nature was unclear. Upon closer examination, he discovered its properties, flame stone. This iron ore was mined from a volcanic island, possessing unique attributes. Zhang Yanbin could investigate its properties. As he opened all the boxes, they were filled with this material. Bring forth the foreman pirate. Shortly, a foreman was brought forth in chains. Where did these stones come from? There is a volcanic island 50 nautical miles from here, which produces these stones. The pirate did not dare to conceal the truth. With over 400 pirates captured, if he remained silent, others would surely speak, and death would be his fate. Why were these stones packed into crates? We regularly prepare them for sale. Who buys them? An NPC faction or player faction? Zhang Yanbin inquired with growing curiosity. We do not know. Only our captain is aware. Zhang Yanbin waved his hand, signaling for the pirate to be taken away, then turned to Qin Fang. What of the pirate leader? Unknown. He remains unconscious. General Labwa struck him hard enough to send him into the sea. He is lucky to be alive. We have already provided medical attention, but his survival is uncertain. Zhang Yanbin nodded. He collected all the items, leaving the mysterious buyer for another time. With over 10,000 units of flamestone, Zhang Yanbin recognized their significance. He then instructed his team to ascertain the mining yield and frequency of shipments. He asked Qin Fang to inquire further, seeking validation from multiple sources. After waiting for over half an hour, Qin Fang returned. My lord, these stones are difficult to mine. Only about 20,000 units can be extracted in half a month. The buyers are expected to trade at sea in 3 days. Each unit equates to 1 silver coin. But wait, why is this pirate gang so impoverished? 20,000 units mean 20,000 silver coins, amounting to 2 million. How could their haul be so meager? Dig deep and inquire if there are any hidden treasures. The sum Zhang Yanbin's crew had confiscated amounted to merely over 2 million, a fraction of what they should have uncovered. Understood, my lord. The crew began their search, dismantling buildings in their quest for hidden wealth. Truly prepared to dig to great depths, Zhang Yanbin was convinced that other treasures awaited discovery. As night fell, torches in hand, the search continued. The soldiers brought shovels meant for mining and began to excavate the ground, starting with the area where the leader resided. However, after digging several meters deep, no trace was found. They decided to broaden their search. Zhang Yanbin was convinced that within this den of thieves, there must be more than just the 2 million in currency. Given the substantial amount of wealth accumulated from selling or, along with the assets of the warships, the discrepancy was considerable. As dawn approached, they reported to the lord, "We have unearthed 2 ornate boxes beneath a large tree, 2,000 meters away." They had consulted other pirates who revealed that their leader often relieved himself there. This detail was indeed pertinent to their investigation. The leader, being cautious, buried his treasures at a distance but felt compelled to frequently check on them, which led to their discovery. Had he not been so suspicious, Qin Fang and his men would not have found him. Zhang Yanbin seized one of the ornate boxes and opened it, revealing a scarlet dagger that exuded a faint aura of darkness, giving it an ominous appearance. The scarlet blade, true attachment, a weapon straddling the line between good and evil, possessing a terrifying corrosive quality. Zhang Yanbin examined its properties, finding it rather peculiar. The dagger, with its ancient design, seemed to belong to a higher tier of weaponry. Weapons are classified into categories: ordinary, novice, intermediate, advanced, epic, legendary, and divine. Typically, ordinary players craft or acquire common gear that merely provides basic attack capabilities. True weapons of merit not only possess standard attributes such as attack and sharpness, but also additional qualities. Yet, this dagger appeared to carry solely its corrosive nature. From its material, it seemed to be forged from flame stone. Zhang Yanbin found this strange and surmised that he would have to wait for the pirate leader to awaken to glean any further information. He placed the dagger and the ornate box into his ring. Next, he opened the second box, which surprisingly contained a scroll. The lost artifact. In the ancient continent, numerous artifacts once guarded various realms, all now lost. Are there brave warriors willing to retrieve these artifacts and restore their former glory? Zhang Yanbin's heart raced at the mention of an artifact. Although he was unaware of its true power, he knew it was among the most coveted treasures in the game, as evidenced by the immense value of the Niwa divine ring he possessed. The significance of this task would undoubtedly be immense. He resolved to wait until several of his generals had matured before embarking on this endeavor. Zhang Yanbin then distributed 2 sets of epic-level techniques and skills, followed by advanced and intermediate skill books. Once these resources were utilized, he would consider tackling the task at hand. Chapter 38, The Pirate Leader's Secret. After gathering the items, Zhang Yanbin pondered, had the pirate leader exchanged most of his wealth for these 2 artifacts? The allure of an artifact was undeniable, coveted by all. Yet, given the strength of this band of pirates, they seemed insufficiently capable of acquiring such a treasure. Was the advanced dagger truly of such immense worth? Or did it possess additional attributes? Pondering these questions, Zhang Yinbin resolved to bide his time. He instructed his men to rebuild some structures at the site, intending to make it their temporary residence. In 3 days, a transaction was to take place, and he also planned to send people to mine flamestone from the island. This ore, expelled by volcanic magma, bore unique properties that, when delivered to a master blacksmith, might yield extraordinary results. The army entered a state of rest. By midday the following day, the pirate leader awoke. Chun Fong came to report this development, and Zhang Yinbin hurried over to assess his condition. How is he? He inquired of the healer attending to the leader. My lord, he has awakened and will gradually recover, the healer replied. Very well, you may all leave. The pirate leader had been placed in a tent, with someone specifically assigned to care for him. I have found your belongings, a dagger and a scroll. Upon hearing this, the pirate leader nearly lost consciousness, gasping for breath as he struggled to regain his composure. Zhang Yinbin was indifferent to his plight, revealing his hand to test whether these were indeed the items the pirate leader valued most. His reaction confirmed that he was indeed shaken to the core. Is there anything special about this dagger? Zhang Yinbin brandished the dagger before the pirate leader. The leader's fear was palpable, recognizing the menacing stance of Zhang Yinbin, as if to determine where to strike. My lord, please do not wield it so, the pirate leader pleaded. Upon seeing the dagger, his previous hopes dissipated. Noticing the leader's reaction, Zhang Yinbin produced the task scroll. An artifact, he declared, knowing it must be something remarkable. The pirate leader's indifference towards the dagger was replaced with trepidation upon seeing the scroll, realizing it had been retrieved from a spatial ring. Waving the scroll before him, Zhang Yinbin remarked, however, it seems the challenge may be too daunting. Perhaps I should simply burn it. No, please don't, the pirate leader exclaimed instinctively. Yet, he quickly realized the implication. Are you attempting to deceive me? Such a reflex was hard to feign. Zhang Yinbin nodded, intent on tricking him. Can you reveal where this came from? With your crew's strength, it seems unlikely you could secure an artifact. The pirate leader's demeanor darkened. Indeed, I cannot obtain it anymore. It is beyond my reach now, and there is little left to say. Observing that the pirate leader understood his precarious situation, Zhang Yinbin continued, very well. If you cooperate, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you shall endure excruciating torment. This dagger will corrode you slowly. The pirate leader's countenance shifted as he fell silent. Zhang Yinbin pressed on. Be forthright. Did you hide any portion of your wealth? No, just those 2 ornate boxes, the pirate leader replied, his voice trembling. You've engaged in numerous transactions. And with the high value of flame stone, how could so little be uncovered? Zhang Yinbin calculated the disparity, recognizing it was significant. I assure you, there is nothing more. During the trades, I acquired many skill books, intending to cultivate a formidable force to undertake the artifact quest, but then I encountered you, my lord. I purchased 300 intermediate techniques and 300 intermediate skill books, most of which were distributed only days ago. Cursed system. Zhang Yinbin sighed in frustration. Although he had seized a considerable number of intermediate techniques and skill books, it fell far short of the 300 claimed. They had all been utilized. Yet, the system had ensured a balance, preventing the entire tier of pirates from rapidly expanding in strength. It was likely that, if left unchecked, they would eventually ascend to tier 4. With such a plethora of techniques and skill books consumed, what level of strength would be required for this task? I do not know. I have never attempted it, the pirate leader responded. And how did you acquire this task scroll? The pirate leader's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Zhang Yinbin immediately produced the dagger, slicing it across the leader's hand. No, please. I'll tell you. The task scrolls are, in fact, ubiquitous across the entire continent. Any faction of level 3 or above may obtain them. Yet, many individuals, much like myself, choose to conceal their pursuits in secrecy. I have only heard whispers of these tasks, with rumors suggesting that the minimum requirement is an epic level. Therefore, I must strive diligently to advance. Save me. Save me. Zhang Yinbin suddenly discerned that the pirate leader's arm was beginning to exhibit signs of corrosion. It was not severe, but the pain was excruciating, compounded by the fact that the pirate leader had recently sustained grievous injuries. Alas, he has perished. You could at least have finished your sentence. Zhang Yinbin observed in dismay that the pirate leader had been so startled that he succumbed to death. The dagger's corrosiveness was not particularly potent. However, it inflicted a significant psychological blow on the pirate leader. Zhang Yinbin felt a pang of regret. Could this divine artifact scroll be considered a hidden quest? If not for Zhang Yinbin's analytical prowess with the flame stones, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that the pirate leader had concealed something valuable, thus missing out on this scroll and the vital information it contained. Death is but death. Zhang Yinbin continued to wait. When the time arrived, he, along with his team, ventured to the designated maritime area with the flame stones in tow. As anticipated, they commenced trading. Both parties dispatched vessels to board one another's ships, conducted inspections, and upon confirming the absence of issues, departed with their respective crafts. The returns were modestly comprised of coin, but predominantly included martial arts techniques and skill tomes, with a greater portion being of intermediate level and a smaller segment of beginner level. Is this a glitch that allows for the farming of techniques and skill books? Zhang Yinbin began to harbor doubts on the return journey. He resolved to train a battalion of 300 men. Presently, all intermediate techniques would be allocated to those of SSS aptitude, while all beginner techniques would be given to those of SS aptitude. Zhang Yinbin retained a portion of men and also planned to transfer personnel from his territory to the island for the extensive mining of flame stones. In addition to trading with that enigmatic third party, he required them for his own use. Upon returning, Zhang Yinbin intended to visit his territory to assess the progress made in his absence and to replenish his forces. Chapter 39. The Lord's Upgrade Trial. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yinbin appeared quite at ease. The SSS-level soldiers who accompanied him had all learned from the martial arts tomes. After returning and undergoing training, they would coalesce into a formidable unit. He still possessed a considerable number of skill books, all of which would be promptly distributed upon his return. Upon arriving at the Dragon Lake, he found it had undergone a remarkable transformation. Numerous piers had been established, accommodating a multitude of vessels. The port was bustling with construction laborers, intent on erecting a grand harbor. Additionally, several new ships were moored nearby, and not far off lay a dockyard, alongside a harbor designated exclusively for fishermen. All of these arrangements were orchestrated by Nan Ningxi, showcasing her meticulous planning. Lord Yang Xiong knelt on one knee to welcome Zhang Yinbin back. Yang Xiong had been conducting drills at the port, having brought over 1,000 new recruits for training. Zhang Yinbin surveyed the regiment standing orderly behind Yang Xiong and nodded approvingly, signaling him to rise. Our dragon territory is flourishing, thanks to everyone's unwavering support. Zhang Yinbin reviewed the troops and subsequently entrusted Yang Xiong with a substantial cache of martial arts techniques and skill books for distribution. Just then, he heard an announcement. Ding! Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Lioli, the first to successfully pass the ordinary trial and upgrade to a level 4 territory. Rewards to follow. Someone has leveled up. Lioli. This name was not unfamiliar to Zhang Yinbin. Could this Lioli be affiliated with the Lioli Guild? It seemed that Dong Xiaowan was associated with the Lioli Guild. Before long, another system announcement rang out. Ding! Eastern Continent announcement. Congratulations to player Qin Tian, who has successfully passed the hard-level trial and upgraded to a level 4 territory. Receiving a high-level martial arts technique, a high-level skill book, 10 gold coins, and a high-level blueprint as rewards. Another announcement, spaced precisely 10 minutes apart. The Qin Tian Guild, led by Yang Yingfan. Zhang Yinbin suddenly sensed a looming crisis. As a solo player, these guilds were advancing their territories ahead of him. He needed to accelerate his development. Zhang Yinbin resolved to return to his territory. The journey by boat would take merely half a day. He entrusted the port matters to Yang Xiong and promptly made his way back to the territory. Today, Nan Ningxi was adorned in a pink ensemble, exuding an ethereal charm. Ningxi, upon hearing Zhang Yinbin's voice, her cheeks flushed. She recalled the incident a few days prior when Zhang Yinbin had held her while she slept. Lord, Nan Ningxi softly called out. Yes, come, let us return. I have matters to discuss with you. Zhang Yinbin took her hand firmly and led her back to the administrative center. My lord, there are so many eyes upon us, Nan Ningxi protested shyly. Zhang Yinbin paid little heed to their gazes. Let them think as they may. However, both he and Nan Ningxi enjoyed immense prestige within the territory. Many residents, upon witnessing their intertwined hands, felt reassured, believing their territory to be safer. Upon entering the administrative center, the damaged curtains remained unrehung. Ningxi, many territories have already upgraded to level 4. When shall we achieve the same? Zhang Yinbin's mind was solely focused on the urgency of upgrading the territory. Upon hearing the seriousness in his tone, Nan Ningxi's expression turned grave. My lord, as soon as you return and pass the trial, we can upgrade. However, I wish to wait for a suitable opportunity. Opportunity? Zhang Yinbin inquired with curiosity. Nan Ningxi tilted her head in contemplation before responding. I have prepared everything. The last time you left behind a high-level blueprint, we can construct a shrine of loyalty by tomorrow. This shrine will significantly enhance the combat prowess of the soldiers within our territory. It will only be effective within the territory, and once completed, you can preside over a ceremony, allowing us to challenge hard or hell-level trials. Hell-level? Zhang Yinbin felt a surge of excitement. Both simple and difficult trials had been successfully completed. It was likely that many territories would soon follow suit. Very well, immediately recall the troops. We shall conduct the ceremony for the Shrine of Loyalty tomorrow. Presently, there were over 3,000 soldiers in the territory, and Zhang Yinbin planned to summon them all back for the ritual. Ningxi, you have worked hard for the territory, he said, clasping her hand once more. Ningxi wishes to report on the reconnaissance of the northern mountains, she began. We discovered a wealth of minerals, timber, and even tea leaves. The northern mountains are of vast range, abundant in resources. Zhang Yinbin listened intently to her report. During his absence, the territory had developed remarkably. My lord, our total population has now reached 120,000, and various buildings have been erected. However, The demand for funds is substantial. Currently, the treasury holds less than 1 million. Nan Nengxi's report astonished Zhang Yanbin. He had initially set aside a considerable sum. Now, it had dwindled to less than 1 million. However, considering the equipment and training for 3,000 soldiers, as well as the development of the territory, it was understandable. I also brought back some resources to leave in the territory. Nan Nengxi's report lasted over an hour. Zhang Yanbin needed to grasp the overall strength and foundation of the territory to strategize effectively for future battles. At last, he released Nan Nengxi's hand. I must step away for a moment. I will rely on you for the preparations for tomorrow's ceremony. Understood, Nengxi replied obediently, not saying much more. Zhang Yanbin placed the spoils of his recent expedition, along with the rewards he had received previously, into his territory before logging off. Lately, he had not gone offline often, but with his rapid increase in strength, he wished to take some time for training. After logging off, he took a refreshing shower and noticed a subtle change in his physique. He had grown a tad taller and appeared more well-proportioned. Could this be attributed to his martial arts practice? Zhang Yanbin was uncertain, yet he did not dwell on it, for it was ultimately a positive development. He ventured to the mountain behind his residence and trained for over an hour. By the time he returned, night had fully descended. As he entered through the main gate, he was met with an unexpected inquiry. Out for some fun again. We just called a meeting, and you were absent. Upon entering, Zhang Yanbin observed 3 young women already seated and engaged in discussion. My apologies, I was out for a run, he replied. Dong Xiaowan did not press further. Once Zhang Yanbin took his seat, Yang Yingfan addressed the group. Today, we primarily need to discuss the territory upgrade. All major guilds have selected territories to challenge the Hell level trials, but none have succeeded. The Hell level trials consist of 300 participants, who are teleported directly into a specific space. The intelligence reports vary. Some indicate encounters with ferocious beasts, while others mention barbarian tribes or bandits. Do you have any information on this matter? All eyes turned to Zhang Yanbin. However, he was at a loss, as his territory had yet to upgrade. In a moment of desperation, he blurted out, according to the news, Zhuge Shenlong will challenge the Hell level trial tomorrow. The moment he spoke, the 3 women regarded him with intrigued expressions. Chapter 40, Explosive News. This revelation was indeed of great significance. The 3 women fixed their gaze on Zhang Yanbin, as if attempting to unravel his very essence. Yet, they refrained from probing further. All right, that concludes today's intelligence sharing. Next time, don't wander off. Missing vital information will be your own fault. With that, they departed, leaving Zhang Yanbin momentarily lost in thought. Dong Xiaowan, Chen Xiaoyan, and Yang Yingfan hurried back to the game to report to their guild leaders. Zhang Yanbin leisurely returned to his shower. The cool water cascaded over him. Yet he felt no chill. It was still late summer. Even in winter, he doubted he would feel the cold. Halfway through his shower, the doorbell rang. Wait. Zhang Yanbin sighed, hastily wrapping a towel around himself to cover his modesty before opening the door. Sister, I'm in the middle of my shower. Come in if you wish to speak. Dong Xiaowan merely glanced at his physique without further comment. Isn't this a bit inconvenient? Zhang Yanbin protested. Aware he was only clad in a towel. Less chatter, Dong Xiaowan urged, giving him a gentle push. He was concerned about exposing himself, so he reluctantly allowed her to enter. What else with the suspicion? Are you afraid I might take advantage of you? Dong Xiaowan, dressed casually, seemed at ease in the villa. At that moment, their demeanor could easily be misconstrued. Speak, she commanded, entering with a commanding presence, unbothered by Zhang Yanbin's attire. He stepped back, attempting to shield himself as he stammered. What do you want to know? Do you know Zhuge Shenlong? How do you know him? When did you meet? Where is his territory? Dong Xiaowan bombarded him with questions. Zhang Yanbin internally sighed with relief. It appeared she was merely researching him. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing the truth and instead fabricated a story. I traded with him before. I had a listing for trading firestones on the trading system, and Zhuge Shenlong initiated contact. He subsequently bought out all my firestones. Out of curiosity, I asked what he intended to do, and he mentioned preparing for an upgrade. I was puzzled, as the top player should have been able to commence long ago. After some inquiry, he merely stated he would challenge the Hell level trial and offered no further details. Dong Xiaowan seemed skeptical, scrutinizing Zhang Yanbin closely before breaking into a smile. Indeed, you have been running. Your physique is certainly improving. With that, she took her leave, and Zhang Yanbin exhaled, relieved. The news of Zhuge Shenlong, amidst millions of lords in the game, was hardly noteworthy. Most discussions on forums were dominated by major guilds, and Zhang Yanbin had not been particularly prominent. However, he was unaware that there were always those who kept a watchful eye on him. Just as he felt a sense of relief, the doorbell rang again, this time with urgency. I say, miss, how long will this continue? He muttered. Yang, would you like to come in? Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Yang Yingfan standing there. Upon seeing Zhang Yanbin in such a state, her cheeks flushed. Sorry for the trouble, she stammered. Yang Yingfan, petite and gentle in demeanor, entered unexpectedly. You. They both began simultaneously. After a moment of silence, Yang Yingfan inquired. Do you truly know Zhuge Shenlong? Zhang Yanbin repeated the fabricated story he had told Dong Xiaowan. Yang Yingfan regarded him seriously, saying, If you have any pertinent information regarding Zhuge Shenlong, we could arrange a private exchange. As long as the information is valuable enough, you may ask for anything in return. Anything, Zhang Yanbin thought, noticing he was still clad in only a towel while Yang Yingfan, in her loungewear, likely wore little beneath. Her words sparked a flurry of thoughts in his mind, conjuring images of a dragon soaring within. This dragon seemed eager to break free, embodying a potent masculine energy with a strong desire for possession. Yang Yingfan observed Zhang Yanbin's slightly rapid breathing, and her implication hung in the air. Anything you desire. Indeed, she concluded before hastily exiting. Does she sense my thoughts just now? Zhang Yanbin pondered, attributing his desires to the influence of the dragon in his mind. Historically, emperors had numerous consorts. It was only a select few who did not. Zhang Yanbin was cultivating the 9 dragons technique. And now that a dragon had manifested in his mind, could it be that he had only just begun? Once he reached the 9th tier, he would embody the 9 dragons. After all, the highest honor belonged to the 9 dragons. Sighing, he thought he should take another cold shower to cool off the rising heat brought on by the 2 young women. He resolved to request that they dress more conservatively in the future, at least donning something beneath their casual garments. Even within the villa, Zhang Yanbin felt rather helpless, unaware of the potential consequences of practicing the 9 dragons technique. After finishing his shower, he endeavored to dispel any lingering distractions and logged back into the game, which had already transitioned into night. Within the administrative center, he encountered Nan Ningxi, who was dressed quite lightly, her hair still damp from a recent wash. Oh, one cannot escape this in or out of the game, he mused. Lord, everything is prepared. Tomorrow morning, we will proceed to the foot of the northern mountain for the ritual at noon. Fortunately, Nan Ningxi was dressed appropriately beneath her outer garments. However, her beauty, coupled with an alluring fragrance and ethereal aura, further agitated Zhang Yanbin. What kind of technique is the 9 dragons? Why has this been so persistent lately? He wondered. Very well, we shall conduct the ritual for the souls of those who fell in battle for our territory, numbering over 300. They shall be laid to rest at the foot of the northern mountain, where a shrine for loyal souls has been erected. I too shall cleanse myself and retire early. Tomorrow will be a busy day. Later, as Nan Ningxi's hair dried, Zhang Yanbin practiced the 9 dragons technique twice before preparing for rest. Without the veil in between, the two were in fact quite close, able to hear each other's breaths. After the last embrace, the night held an added intimacy. In the dead of night, Zhang Yanbin felt a soft body beside him once again. He instinctively wrapped his arms around it, finding great comfort in the gesture. As dawn broke, Zhang Yanbin was astonished to discover that it was none other than Nan Ningxi in his embrace. He originally intended to apologize, but suddenly realized that he was in his own bed, not having ventured over to Nan Ningxi's side. My lord, I am not a wayward man. Rather, it is the nature of your cultivation technique that draws me to you in my dreams. At that moment, Nan Ningxi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Zhang Yanbin found her irresistibly alluring, and, almost involuntarily, he kissed her. A moment later, he felt a pang of regret. Ningxi, you are simply too beautiful. Nan Ningxi's face was awash with embarrassment, leaving her at a loss for words. Zhang Yanbin quickly rose and changed the subject, saying, does this technique truly influence people? By the way, does it also affect my world? Are you familiar with it? My lord, in your eyes, we are NPCs, while you are the players. Those who attain divine levels are well aware of this. It turned out Nan Ningxi was already informed, so there was no need for further explanation. Indeed, this technique does affect people. You practice a technique of utmost yang, which at times requires a balance. Ah, balance, I understand. Cough, I comprehend this. The harmony of yin and yang is common knowledge in this digital age. My lord, your world functions similarly. However, you must never perish in battle. Though your demise would not cause the territory to collapse, and my presence would mitigate the impact, each death among players diminishes their foundational strength. A basic foundation means that upon death, one might only reach higher-level techniques at best. Even those with strong foundations, after several deaths, may find themselves unable to cultivate epic-level techniques or higher, with some relegated to only basic techniques. Zhang Yanbin's eyes widened, overwhelmed by this critical information. He realized that sharing this on the forum could incite a tremendous uproar. Yet, he perceived that such news could be quite lucrative. What would happen if the major guilds were to learn of this? If he leaked this information on the forum, the cost for many guilds would likely multiply. Compensation for each death could reach astronomical sums. In the future, players would become far more cautious about their lives, and major guilds relying on sheer numbers would need to reconsider their strategies and whether they could afford the losses. Chapter 41, The Demon Clan. Zhang Yanbin, however, had no time to sell this information. He was about to embark on a journey. Nan Ningxi assisted him in donning his newly crafted armor, a recent creation of the Divine Workshop. It was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed a degree of flexibility, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. He looked quite impressive in it. The army awaited him in the training grounds, and Zhang Yanbin approached with an air of authority. The crowd stood solemnly. Today, we gather to pay tribute to the souls of those who perished in service to our territory. From this day forth, should any of us fall in battle, we shall receive the reverence of all our residents. There was no need for excessive words. A few stirring phrases were sufficient to ignite the spirit of the warriors. Having concluded his address, Zhang Yinbin led the army northward. The Loyal Soul's shrine stood 3 stories tall, housing the spirit tablets of fallen soldiers. Currently, all those who had perished were on the first floor. Access to the second and third floors required significant contributions. Nan Ningxi presided over the ceremony. Though she was a woman, her prestige among the soldiers was second only to Zhang Yinbin's. Before the shrine, the crowd stood in solemn silence as Zhang Yinbin led them through the rituals. Upon completion, it seemed as if a mysterious force had imbued them with strength. At that moment, Zhang Yinbin and Nan Ningxi exchanged glances, and he nodded, ready to commence his trials. Before doing so, however, he needed to select the troops. Gathering 300 elite soldiers for a brief training session of about an hour. Over 100 of these elites had studied intermediate techniques and skill books. The rest were familiar with basic skills. All were rated SSS. This battle could bring about significant casualties or even total annihilation. Yet Zhang Yinbin understood the necessity of this approach. While waiting, Zhang Yinbin activated his communication system. That mischievous girl, Wan, also known as Dong Xiaowan, had sent him a flurry of messages inquiring why he had yet to undertake the upgrade trials and if he intended to opt for the Hell level trials. She also forwarded information regarding the Hell level trials. Major guilds would opt for the challenging level, where failure allowed for a retry. The worst consequence being a temporary inability to upgrade. However, choosing the Hell level trials bore severe repercussions. Firstly, anyone who chose to participate was doomed to die. Zhang Yinbin shook his head in resignation, but knew he had to respond. Only by replying could he validate the accuracy of his information in the real world. I am currently making final preparations. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will be opting for the Hell level territorial trials in 1 hour. Thank you for your message. I have been preparing for quite some time, and this is imperative. After sending the reply, he turned off the communication system, determined not to let external distractions interfere. Wan had initially doubted the veracity of Zhang Yinbin's intel, thinking he was merely speaking nonsense. After all, she had messaged Zhuge Shenlong upon logging in last night, and sent several more messages this morning, only to receive no response. Now, seeing the messages, Dong Xiaowan realized that indeed, Zhuge Shenlong was about to challenge the Hell level trials. She hoped he would succeed, as her standing in the guild had become increasingly precarious. Feeling overlooked, although the 3,000 troops had been trained by Yang Xiong, some were out to sea while others remained in the territory for training, lacking real combat experience. They now needed to undergo simple coordination and grouping, tasks that did not require Zhang Yinbin's involvement. He approached Nan Ningxi and quietly took her hand, saying, "Wait for my return, your man will surely succeed." Nan Ningxi's face flushed, and she pulled away, admonishing him, "Don't speak nonsense outside. I will return to the territory to prepare for your victorious return." "Very well, we may not speak of such things outside, but we can once we reach the administrative center." Zhang Yinbin watched her retreating figure, contemplating how he was indeed influenced by the dragon transformation technique, with sudden desires surfacing in his mind. Finally, the army was ready. Zhang Yinbin surveyed the scene, his gaze instilling awe. "We shall venture forth once more into battle. Those who fall shall rest behind us, while the living continue to fight for our territory. Prepare yourselves. Long live the Lord. The Lord is mighty. Charge forth." The army shouted in unison, their voices resounding with fervor. Zhang Yinbin promptly selected the Hell level trial. The trial was not conducted within the territory, but in a designated space. The challenging level allowed for retreat, but such a retreat required a 10-day wait before one could reapply for an upgrade. In contrast, the Hell level trials were a matter of life and death. Instantly, a mysterious force enveloped the 300 participants, and soon they arrived in a designated space. They found themselves in an open area, surrounded by grass and stones, shrouded in ominous dark mist. Silence enveloped the surroundings, as if they had entered a cursed realm. The group readied themselves, with Lei Bao, Yuan Hai, and Tai Yi, all having learned epic-level techniques and skills, along with 3 others who had studied advanced techniques and skill books, positioned in various directions to respond to any enemy ambushes. They stood in the open space for quite some time, prepared for what lay ahead. Suddenly, a wave of ominous black mist enveloped the surroundings, gradually dispersing to reveal a procession of humanoid figures approaching. The contingent was modest in size, comprising merely a few dozen individuals, humans. At last, fresh and tender humans had set foot upon this land. "Today, we shall feast to our heart's content." The leader among them spoke, shrouded in dark energy, or perhaps magical essence. "Who are you? What realm is this?" Sensing that the other party was capable of speech, Zhang Yinbin sought to glean further information. Thus, he initiated the conversation. "Ha ha ha, it has been an eternity. Humans have forgotten our existence. We are the ancient remnants of the demon race. And it is indeed a privilege for you to behold us today." Demon race? Zhang Yinbin had never encountered such a term. "Lei Bao, what is their strength?" Zhang Yinbin, ever relying on Lei Bao, turned to him. Lei Bao nodded slightly, stating, "I cannot ascertain, Their aura differs from that of humans, rendering their strength imperceptible. Prepare for battle. Regardless of their origins, readiness was paramount. The army promptly formed a defensive formation. Ha 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 ha. Pitiful humans, your struggles are in vain. The leader, towering at over 2 meters, brandished a stone club and charged forward with a bellowing laugh. Archers, fire. In an instant, a rain of arrows was unleashed upon them. The arrows pierced through the air, finding their mark within the bodies of the demon kin. Yet, astonishingly, they appeared largely unscathed, oozing a viscous black ichor, and continued their relentless assault. Kill. The enemy had already breached their lines. There was no choice but to confront them head-on. Zhang Yinbin swung his wooden staff with all his might. A resounding crash echoed as he was forced back several paces, despite exerting his full strength. From this encounter, he estimated their power to be at the level of a high-ranking martial general. Chapter 42, The Indestructible Demon Race. Though the foes were indeed high-ranking generals, Zhang Yinbin found them increasingly formidable. Despite the numerous arrows embedded in their bodies, they pressed forward with unwavering determination. The arrows continued to rain down, yet the demons disregarded the onslaught, crashing into Zhang Yinbin's formation. Thud, thud, thud. The demons began to rain down blows upon Zhang Yinbin's ranks with their stone clubs. Flame slash. Yuan Hai, witnessing the formation being shattered and several soldiers felled, hastily executed his skill. The fiery arc surged toward the demon warriors. The blade struck heavily against one of the demons, eliciting a pained cry as a gaping wound opened on its leg, engulfed in searing flames. The demon writhed in agony, terrified of fire. Seeing this, Yuan Hai shouted, "Archers, switch to fire arrows." The archers, equipped with incendiary arrows originally intended for naval warfare, readied themselves. These specially crafted arrows ignited upon impact, boasting armor-piercing capabilities suitable for penetrating ships and igniting them. The archers released their flaming arrows, some demons recoiling in response, while others wielded their clubs to swat the projectiles away. A few, however, were struck, and the fire caused them significant pain, prompting them to hastily remove the arrows. Spilling torrents of black blood. Behold my might. Thundercloud blast. Lei Bao launched into a fierce confrontation, harnessing his strength against them. While he excelled in raw power, his repeated strikes inflicted only minor injuries upon the demons, as if they were impervious to death. Lei Bao unleashed a thunder-infused assault, sending a shockwave through the nearest demon, which trembled in fear and sought to flee. With a decisive blow, Lei Bao sent the demon reeling. Meanwhile, several spearmen seized the opportunity to strike, piercing through the demon's body. Yet, even this formidable assault failed to extinguish its life. Despite being impaled by multiple spears, the demon remained resolute in battle. Lei Bao continued his relentless assault, striking 6 times in succession, and with the aid of the spearmen, finally managed to slay one of the demons. This hellish encounter was proving overwhelmingly arduous. What manner of beings were these demons? Though their strength was not exceedingly high, with the strongest among them numbering 6 at the level of high-ranking generals, Lei Bao could easily overpower them in terms of strength. Yet, they were simply unkillable. A single blow from a regular human would surely dispatch a high-ranking general. But these demons remained resilient. Zhang Yinbin charged forward once more, fueled by determination. I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you. He confronted a high-ranking general of the demon race, exerting all his strength, yet he was consistently repelled. Alongside a few other soldiers, they managed to entangle one demon. The demon commanders dispersed, launching simultaneous assaults. The formation had become ineffective. These demon beings, endowed with immense strength and vitality, were capable of shattering their ranks. Thus, Zhang Yinbin and his comrades scattered, forming smaller teams to engage 1 or 2 demons at a time. Among the 6 high-ranking generals, several were of intermediate rank, while others were merely novices. The intermediates posed a significant challenge, but the novices, if adequately defended against, were less of a threat. Once more, Zhang Yinbin was forced back repeatedly, enduring losses among his soldiers, some fallen, others wounded. He charged again, launching a furious onslaught. The wooden staff met the stone club in a series of violent clashes. Crack! The staff, crafted from the resilient black jade cypress, shattered under the relentless strikes. Undeterred, he retrieved another staff, inadvertently drawing forth a dagger, the crimson blade. Uncertain of the corrosive properties' effects on the demons, Zhang Yinbin grasped the dagger firmly, bracing against their attacks. The demon commander swung his heavy stone club downwards, sending 3 shield bearers staggering back several steps, disrupting their formation entirely. The group was now exposed to the demon's onslaught, and a single sweeping attack could easily result in numerous casualties. In that moment, Zhang Yinbin leaped into action, maneuvering behind the demon. He plunged the dagger deep into its back before slicing horizontally across. A long gash opened, black blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Roaring in agony, the demon emitted a pained howl, its eyes turning a furious crimson. Observing the dagger in his hand, Zhang Yinbin realized the crimson blade could inflict tremendous harm. Yet, at that moment, the demon general retaliated with a sweeping strike, sending 2 soldiers flying to the ground, lifeless. Zhang Yinbin's heart sank, Such promising lives lost. Ah, he cried out in despair. Die. With agile footwork, Zhang Yanbin, standing at a mere 1.8 meters, chose to target the demon's legs. He charged forward, thrusting the dagger with ferocity, then slicing across once more. The demon howled, turning to retaliate against Zhang Yanbin. Swiftly, he rolled to the ground, narrowly evading the lethal blow. This was a high-ranking demon general. Being struck would surely be fatal. The demon, wounded in its leg, experienced an unhealing injury, with black blood seeping profusely. Was this the essence of corrosive power? Corrosion, fundamentally, is not merely the decay itself, but rather the inability to let wounds heal. The bow and arrow persist in their assault, albeit with limited damage inflicted. Ironwing, a master of epic archery, is currently coordinating with a small team to besiege a high-ranking general of the demonic race. His archery skills have reached a commendable level, as he relentlessly targets a specific area, namely, the opponent's right arm. Initially, the demonic general dismissed these strikes, but after sustaining over 10 arrows in his arm, he began to feel the impact. He yanked out the arrows with little sign of pain, only to continue his offensive, inflicting severe harm on Zhang Yanbin's soldiers. Some shield bearers had their arms brutally shattered. At this juncture, Ironwing withdrew an arrow crafted from flame stone, realizing his stock of arrows was dwindling. The flame stone, recently acquired by Zhang Yanbin, had only been used by the craftsman for experimental weaponry. With only a few arrows remaining, Ironwing aimed at the general's arm. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, striking the joint of the demonic general's arm. A cry erupted from the general, who suddenly found himself unable to hold onto his stone club. Chapter 43. The Efficacy of Flame Stone. Zhang Yanbin had observed that ordinary arrows, even those imbued with fire, allowed the enemy to heal swiftly after removal, with little to no blood loss. This remarkable regenerative ability posed a significant challenge. Thus far, it had been determined that they were vulnerable to fire and thunder. However, the fire arrows were not specially crafted, and their removal had minimal lasting effect. Instead, they primarily served as an irritant. Yet, at this critical moment, Ironwing unleashed a decisive arrow that penetrated the demonic general's arm joint. The general, pulling the arrow out, revealed a menacing glare, as if he were ready to devour his adversaries. However, his wound refused to heal, continuing to bleed profusely. Lord, these flamestone weapons can inflict tremendous damage upon them, Ironwing shouted. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanbin, wielding the scarlet blade, engaged in a fierce struggle against the demonic forces. One leg of the adversary had been rendered useless. As several soldiers launched coordinated attacks, the enemy gradually began to weaken, compounded by the massive wound on his back that continued to bleed. Yuan Hai, this is for you. Yuan Hai, skilled in flame slash, held his ground against a high-ranking demonic general. The two were locked in a stalemate. Upon hearing that flamestone could cause harm, Zhang Yanbin retrieved a sword forged from flamestone from his ring. Aside from Ironwing's few flamestone arrows, this was the last of their flamestone weaponry. Ironwing caught the sword hurled by Zhang Yanbin and charged into battle. Swiftly, he cut several gashes into the demonic foe, confirming the difficulty of healing such wounds. Together, Zhang Yanbin and Ironwing managed to vanquish the demonic general. At this point, 4 high-ranking demonic generals had already been defeated. Ironwing turned his attention to another target, drawing an arrow and contemplating his next strike. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth. The demonic general seemed to sense an immense threat, abandoning his assault on others to swat the arrow away. A pity, Ironwing lamented silently. Now, he was left with just one last arrow forged from flamestone. Seizing the moment, Ironwing called out, "Thunderstorm, follow my lead." Thunderstorm and Zhang Yanbin had already dispatched their assigned demonic generals, setting their sights on yet another. With the force of thunder, Thunderstorm launched a strike against the demonic general, whose movements became sluggish due to the electrical properties of the attack. As Zhang Yanbin rolled beneath the general, he stabbed into the thigh of the foe. The demonic general roared, intent on pursuing Zhang Yanbin, but Thunderstorm bellowed, "Look out!" With a mighty strike, Thunderstorm drew the attention of the demonic general, immobilizing him further. Ironwing seized the opportunity and shot an arrow directly into the heart of the demonic general. The general shuddered violently, then slowly knelt, confessing, "Were it not for our powers being sealed, the flamestone could not harm us." With that, the light in the general's eyes dimmed. There remained one final demonic general, who had already claimed the lives of over a dozen soldiers from the Divine Dragon territory. "Thunderstorm, Ironwing, let us advance." Yuan Hai's situation appeared stable. With the flamestone weaponry, they had managed to prevent the enemy's recovery, gradually sapping their combat effectiveness. United, Zhang Yanbin and his companions finally dispatched the last demonic general. They then set about clearing the remaining demonic leaders and soldiers. After yet another fierce battle, they eradicated all demonic foes. As they began to clean the battlefield, Ironwing and Yuan Hai led their troops in the efforts. At that moment, a system announcement chimed in. Ding! Announcement from the Eastern Continent. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for passing the Hell-level territory trial. Rewards include 1 large ship, 2 epic-level martial arts manuals, 2 epic-level skills, 2 advanced weapon blueprints, 2 advanced building blueprints, a tenfold increase in territory attributes, 100 gold coins, and 1 advanced weapon with authenticity. Upon the announcement's release, the entire eastern continent erupted in excitement. Zhuge Shenlong was indeed the same Zhuge Shenlong. Zhuge Shenlong, seeking to purchase epic-level martial arts. By heavens, what a beast. The divine dragon brother is going to create progeny. Perverse. The entire forum was alight with fervor. At this moment, the Gale, filled with fury, issued a bounty for Zhuge Shenlong. Yet now, it only served to make him a laughingstock. Various factions began probing into how Zhang Yanbin had conquered the hell-level trial. Moreover, the high-ranking members of major guilds were acutely aware of the significance of epic-level martial arts. However, such resources were exceedingly rare, and now Zhang Yanbin had acquired 2 more. Having previously studied one himself, he was certain he could sell the others. Dong Xiaoan was promptly tasked with contacting Zhuge Shenlong to gather more intel. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yanbin, he was presently listening to the casualty report, feeling a weight in his heart. My lord, 63 have perished, 21 are disabled, and the majority of the remainder are injured. The losses amounted to 84, equating to 1/3 of their combat strength, suddenly diminished. The demons were unexpectedly formidable. Had it not been for their counteracting weaponry, they might not have emerged with so many survivors. The trials had proven immensely challenging for them. The other territories attempting the hell-level challenge had undoubtedly faced total annihilation, whereas Zhang Yanbin had merely lost 1/3 of his forces. My lord, we have made a discovery. Ironwing returned with his team after a search of the surroundings. We found some weapons that these demonic beings had hidden. Ironwing displayed a selection of weapons on the ground. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Yanbin noted that while these weapons were not particularly advanced, they bore the mark of authenticity. Strangely enough, the system rewards had also included authentic weapons. Let us collect these for now. Prepare to return. We must recuperate after the loss of so many lives. Zhang Yanbin exited the task space, returning safely. He himself had sustained significant internal injuries, but with the application of the Divine Dragon 9 transformations technique, he would soon recover. Upon their return to the territory, they materialized in the grand square before the Shrine of Loyal Souls. Numerous soldiers awaited their triumphant arrival. However, the first order of business was a funeral. Zhang Yanbin, along with those who had participated in the battle, returned to rest, for they were all grievously wounded. On the way back, Zhang Yanbin activated his communicator. Boss. 666. As expected from a boss, you have indeed surpassed the hellish level. Is it truly that effortless to conquer hell-level challenges? By the way, epic-level techniques are currently quite valuable. Might you consider selling them? These messages were sent consecutively by Wanwan. Others also chimed in, primarily expressing a desire to acquire epic-level techniques. Chapter 44. Selling Information. Zhang Yanbin perused the messages on his communicator, but chose not to respond to any. He headed straight to the administrative center and began to channel the Divine Dragon transformation technique. Oddly enough, his powers seemed to have increased following his injuries. After approximately 2 hours of practice, his wounds healed, and he sensed a surge in strength. Could it be the result of life and death battles? Or perhaps it was the relentless exertion of his full power that propelled the advancement of his techniques. At that moment, someone called for him from offline. Without a doubt, it was Dong Xiaoan, likely seeking information about Zhuge Shenlong. She had sent numerous messages while he was online, awaiting his response, and now wished to inquire if he had any updates. Reluctantly, Zhang Yanbin emerged from the gaming pod. Upon exiting, he quickly wiped off the nutrient fluid from his body. As he brushed against his ring, he instinctively glanced inside. To his astonishment, he discovered an array of weapons, including the Scarlet Blade and others inscribed with the words True Attachment. He retrieved the least formidable sword among them. In reality, it emanated an icy aura and was remarkably sharp. As for the high-level weapon he had earned, it was a short sword, slightly longer than a dagger, approximately 30 centimeters in length. Yet, the cold gleam it emitted suggested it was an extraordinary blade, capable of slicing through hair with ease. The extent of its power remained a mystery to him, and he returned the high-level weapon to its place. Meanwhile, outside, Dong Xiaoan impatiently pressed the doorbell. Zhang Yanbin casually placed another sword on the table and, with a towel modestly covering his important areas, went to open the door. Miss, are you here to summon souls? Dong Xiaoan entered without hesitation, disregarding his minimal attire, and closed the door behind her. Zhuge Shenlong has passed the hell-level trial. I know. Everyone in the game is aware, as it has been announced by the system. How could I claim ignorance? What do you know? If you were aware that he was to face a hell-level trial today, you must also know other information. Zhang Yanbin, feeling helpless, replied, I don't know. Zhuge Shenlong is quite reticent. If it weren't for possessing something he desires, he wouldn't bother conversing with me. Dong Xiaoan considered this and quickly found it plausible, recalling her own encounters with Zhuge Shenlong. Oh, what do you possess that he needs? Perhaps we can strike a deal. In the game, I go by Wanwan. You can add me. How do I add you? I am Zhuge Shenlong. There's no need to add friends. The item Zhuge Shenlong wants from me is called Flamestone. I was born on an island near a volcanic island, where flamestones can be mined. As for their usage, I am uncertain. Dong Xiaowan scrutinized Zhang Yanbin with suspicion. He, in turn, examined her and suddenly realized that she was improperly attired. Dong Xiaowan, hastily exiting the game, threw on some clothes. What, are you interested in me? You appear to have some potential, but alas, I am not inclined. However, if there are any significant developments in the game, I would not mind negotiating with you. Despite her exposure, Dong Xiaowan seemed unfazed. Zhang Yanbin, upon hearing her remarks, felt his irritation dissipate. Indeed, I possess two significant pieces of information. Though I wonder if you can afford the price. Information regarding Zhuge Shenlong? How about a 50-50 split? Some details I obtained from him directly. Oh, what are they? Zhang Yanbin feigned reluctance. In exchange, you must offer something of value, be it information or in-game items. However, I can grant you one piece of information for free. Zhuge Shenlong intends to sell a major piece of news. This information will be sold simultaneously to various guilds and announced on the forum 3 days hence. Dong Xiaowan, skeptical, queried, if it's to be announced on the forum, how can it still be sold? Zhang Yanbin shook his head. I truly don't know, but Zhuge Shenlong mentioned that it pertains to the entire power dynamics within the game. Why didn't he approach me? Dong Xiaowan expressed her dissatisfaction. Why would he seek you instead of me? Zhang Yanbin again shook his head. I believe he is reaching out to everyone. I was merely about to trade with him when he mentioned it. The content of this trade is also a critical piece of information, very significant. It depends on what you are willing to trade. He still regarded her with keen interest, but refrained from coercing her. In his mind, the dragon seemed poised to devour Dong Xiaowan. Unaware of his gaze, she was lost in thought. I'll return shortly. Zhang Yanbin understood that Dong Xiaowan was eager to re-enter the game. He discarded his towel and hurriedly rejoined the virtual world. Indeed, it wasn't long before Dong Xiaowan sent him a message. He did not rush to respond, instead taking time to examine his weaponry. The fact that he could bring them into reality was astonishing. After his inspection, he finally replied to Dong Xiaowan. I'm not interested in selling epic-level technique manuals. I believe you are already aware that they can be cultivated in reality. However, I possess a significant piece of confidential information within the game that could directly alter the power dynamics. I wish to sell it to 10 individuals tomorrow for a sufficient price before making it public on the forum. This information primarily impacts the major guilds. Do you know of any? Dong Xiaowan gasped in surprise. Zhuge Shenlong had conveyed similar sentiments to Zhang Yanbin. She promptly relayed the news to her superiors. Concurrently, Zhang Yanbin reached out to a few others, keeping the circle small as he did not wish to disclose too much at this time. Shortly after logging back into the game, he was summoned again in reality. With a sense of resignation, he exited the game once more. This time, he simply grabbed a towel to cover himself and opened the door. Take a shower and meet me at the back mountain. I have something to discuss with you. With that, Dong Xiaowan turned and walked away. Who do you think you are? Zhang Yanbin muttered under his breath. Nevertheless, he was curious about her guild's stance. So after showering and changing, he leaped from the second floor and made his way to the back mountain. On the way, he encountered Dong Xiaowan. In the darkness, visibility was limited, but he sensed that she bore a heavy heart. Continuing onward, as they crested the mountain, Zhang Yanbin's curiosity piqued. Could it be that his training grounds had been discovered? Upon reaching the dense forest of the back mountain, Dong Xiaowan spoke up. I wish to trade with you. Chapter 45, 100 million. Trade? Zhang Yanbin pondered, wondering if Dong Xiaowan intended to privately purchase Zhuge Shenlong's information here and then resell it. Zhang Yanbin would not be so foolish. In the realm of the game, he was to trade with many parties. A transaction? How intriguing. I wonder what valuable information you possess. Before the words information could escape her lips, Dong Xiaowan unexpectedly unfastened her coat. Beneath it, she appeared almost bare. Tell me what you intend to sell, and tonight, I shall be yours. She proposed the exchange right here, her voice trembling yet resolute, as though she had made a significant decision. This left Zhang Yanbin momentarily bewildered. What if my information holds little worth? Humph, I shall accept that. It's merely a transaction. And your figure is quite appealing. Perhaps, should the experience be pleasurable, I would not emerge from this encounter empty-handed. Tentatively, Zhang Yanbin extended his hand to grasp hers. The sensation was undeniably pleasant, and he felt her slight shiver. Yet, she did not flinch nor refuse. This was indeed a serious negotiation. At that moment, the dragon in Zhang Yanbin's mind let out a deafening roar, momentarily clouding his clarity. When he regained his senses, he found himself enveloping Dong Xiaowan in his embrace. Very well, I shall share this with you, and it is undoubtedly of value. Under the cloak of night, the two engaged in a clandestine transaction. You speak so loudly. It's no wonder you refrain from such actions in the villa. You surpass my ex-boyfriend by leaps and bounds. Dong Xiaowan seemed to struggle with the intensity. Meanwhile, the dragon in Zhang Yanbin's mind continued to spiral, fueling his boundless energy. After 2 hours, Dong Xiaowan could no longer continue. Zhang Yanbin held her, urging her to sit and take a moment to rest. Now, can you divulge what information you have? She inquired, her voice tinged with fatigue. Indeed, items from the game can be brought into reality. Weapons marked with the word true can also cross over. I possess a sword in my room that I acquired from the game, obtained through trade with Zhuge Shenlong, in exchange for 1,000 units of flame stones. Carry me back, she implored, unable to walk. Zhang Yinbin effortlessly lifted her, traversing the mountainous terrain with surprising speed. I wish to see that sword. Upon entering Zhang Yinbin's room, they found the very sword resting on the table. As Dong Xiaowan grasped it, she became convinced of its authenticity. The feeling was unmistakable. It shattered her previous understanding of the game. Zhuge Shenlong had also mentioned that epic-level techniques could be cultivated in the real world. I have no doubt about that. I previously informed you that these techniques can enhance physical abilities in reality. Look at me, I was quite formidable tonight. Silence, Dong Xiaowan retorted. Recalling her own inability to maintain composure on the mountainside that evening, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Humph, all men are the same, flaunting their prowess. My ex-boyfriend was no different. After I gave him everything, he boasted, which incited my ire and led to our breakup. That was how I found myself in this game. Dong Xiaowan was uncertain why she shared such sentiments. Glancing at the sword in her hands, she asked, what other information do you possess, and what exactly are flamestones? Zhang Yinbin would certainly withhold information regarding player deaths and their detrimental effects on foundational abilities. Those details were to be sold to major guilds, aimed at undermining them later. He kept the core information to himself, but was willing to share peripheral details. If you wish to acquire some information, you might procure it from Zhuge Shenlong through me. He seems quite interested in my flame stones. As long as he is willing to share, we can continue our trade. Though the dragon in his mind had been satiated and was less agitated than before, he remained uncertain when it might spiral again. Very well, Dong Xiaowan replied, rising wearily and setting the sword aside before departing. By the time she left, it was already late into the night. Zhang Yinbin did not rush back into the game. Instead, he practiced his techniques. Remarkably, his progress accelerated. By calming the agitated dragon, his cultivation rate surged to 3 times the previous speed. As he engaged in his practice, the benefits of the transaction became apparent. Just as dawn approached, Zhang Yinbin finally entered the game. Upon entering, he was inundated with messages. Dong Xiaowan, representing her guild, inquired about the transaction price. Each guild was prepared to invest 10 million, secured through the system's guarantee. While this information might not significantly impact smaller guilds, it could potentially reshape the dynamics of larger ones. By the way, the Stormwind Guild will not sell. Dong Xiaowan quickly replied, I need to consult with others. Please wait. After approximately an hour, she sent another message. Agreed. The transaction can proceed through the system's guarantee. 10 guilds will each deposit 10 million into the guarantee system. And once the information is posted, the trade can commence. What if Zhang Yinbin's information is not as valuable as he claims? However, these larger guilds were unwilling to take that risk. The guild Dong Xiaowan belonged to had contacted several others. Ideally, only a select few high-ranking members should be privy to the information, and it must not spread. If it does, it would be as if they had purchased nothing. This is merely a friendly reminder. I have submitted the information to the trading system. The information Zhang Yinbin posted indicated that each time a player dies, their foundational abilities suffer. Should deaths accumulate, they risk becoming ineffective. How could these major guilds rely on a strategy of overwhelming numbers when players are reluctant to sacrifice their lives? Previously, major guilds would send vast numbers of players to confront higher-level challenges, offering only minimal compensation in return. In the future, these guilds would undoubtedly need to undergo significant adjustments. Once the information becomes public, they would either need to provide compensation that is exponentially greater or risk losing players who are unwilling to fight for them. Major guilds might be compelled to dismiss many members, while ordinary players would find it increasingly difficult to survive. Lacking strength, they would be undesirable, as the cost of death would be high. Ultimately, some less capable players might have no choice but to engage in menial labor, akin to becoming wage earners in reality. One by one, guilds began depositing funds into the system's guarantee. Ding! Transaction successful. By 8 in the morning within the game, a notification confirmed the successful transaction. The guilds Lioli, Detong, Xiaoyao Sect, Qin Wangfu, Penguin Guild, Ant Guild, Shengting, Ming Wangfu, and Huiwa Pavilion had all purchased the information. For a guild, 10 million was not an exorbitant sum, yet they did not dare to gamble. Upon receiving the information, they were met with profound shock. Techniques could indeed be brought into reality. However, if one dies too many times in the game, they would be unable to cultivate. Many believed that death in the game bore no significant penalties, which led major guilds to rely on sacrificing players. The harshness of the death penalty was now glaringly apparent. Dong Xiaowan, as a mid-level member, was granted an exception to view this information. She felt a surge of joy as Zhuge Shenlong had not disclosed the information regarding the true weapons being transferable to reality. Thus, her efforts in last night's transaction were not in vain. She hoped her hard work would not be overshadowed by other guilds acquiring the information. On Zhang Yinbin's side, he marveled at the ease with which he had accrued 100 million, a stark contrast to the mere 3,000 federal coins he once possessed. Chapter 46, Advancement of Techniques. With 100 million in hand, Zhang Yinbin contemplated allocating this fortune to Nan Ningxi, allowing her to develop her territory properly. The 10 alliances that purchased the information were now in a state of shock. Internally, they would certainly need to make adjustments. From now on, a single life would not be carelessly sacrificed. The president of the Lioli Guild, Z Lioli, reviewed the intelligence. It appeared that Zhuge Shenlong lacked substantial backing, prompting him to disclose this information. Once announced, we, the formidable powers, would inevitably face fragmentation, even if we do not disband. We can no longer rely on the previous strategy of sheer numbers. Z Lioli, through Zhang Yinbin's actions, has discerned much. We must swiftly adapt, making necessary adjustments before the other guilds realize what is transpiring. Wan, you have performed admirably this time, and the intelligence from Fuzhan is of paramount importance. The guild will reward you with a mid-level martial art and a mid-level skill book, in addition to 300,000 copper coins. Dong Xiaowan's face lit up with a smile as she remarked, I shall continue to cultivate a good rapport with Zhuge Shenlong to acquire more intelligence. However, her thoughts drifted back to Zhang Yanbin, from whom her information was indirectly obtained, and considering the nature of their relationship, it weighed heavily on her mind. Z Lioli continued the meeting while other guilds convened urgently. Following these assemblies, the guilds would undergo significant restructuring. They sought elite members, willing to invest in poaching talent from rival guilds, while simultaneously dismissing their ordinary personnel. Previously, they had recruited as many common members as possible, some regions boasting memberships in the tens of thousands. Now, these members faced two choices: to undertake auxiliary roles, such as carpentry within the territory, or to become death warriors, performing fixed tasks with guaranteed compensation upon death. Resources from the guild would be exclusively allocated to the elite, and a greater share would be reserved for their NPCs. In the future, when players' lives become more valuable, a single death compensation could suffice to train 2 NPC soldiers. Thus, a significant reallocation of resources was imperative. Several guilds were making adjustments, while at the same time, the Stormwind Guild was organizing multiple territories to tackle challenging quests. Upgrading was essential. The Stormwind Guild had acquired numerous territories. As these regions developed, they could unite, forming a substantial force. A large guild requires a considerable population to function, and currently, the Stormwind Guild boasted over 2 million members. They were not only pursuing difficult tasks, but also targeting level 3 bandit camps, which promised ample mid-level martial arts and skill books. This time, the Stormwind Guild aimed to surpass all others, orchestrating a grand operation. Of course, they were not alone. Other guilds were also mobilizing, but none matched the might of the Stormwind Guild. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinbin entrusted money to Nan Ningxi within the game. Ningxi, boldly develop. As for finances, let your man handle it. Nan Ningxi, slightly embarrassed, made a dismissive sound before attending to her duties. Zhang Yanbin began strategizing for the next operation, promptly distributing rewards from the territory, which included 2 sets of epic martial arts. He presented them to 2 outstanding young individuals, Zhang Xinting and Wang Xiaowu, both of whom exhibited exceptional talent. You already possess considerable combat prowess. You have 2 days to practice diligently. The 2 were exhilarated to receive the epic martial arts and skill books, Zhang Xinting receiving a set of sword techniques, and Wang Xiaowu a set of fist techniques. Yes, Lord. The pair took their martial arts and skill books and proceeded to train. Zhang Yinbin also intended for the army to rest and replenish. This time, he planned to undertake a quest for divine artifacts. What an alluring name it was. Zhang Yinbin needed to prepare as well. His wooden staff had broken last time. Despite being inscribed with enhancement runes, it seemed that the black jade cypress staff had become inadequate. He arrived at the artisan workshop, where several masters had not been present for some time, and the place was bustling with activity. The masters were quite pleased, for Nan Ningxi, as the head, had not been stingy, investing substantial resources into the workshop, providing an array of materials, and even employing dozens of SSS-grade apprentices. The masters collectively agreed to craft several staffs, as although the black jade cypress was sturdy, it was overly light. The blacksmith master quickly responded, no problem. Recently, the Lady of the Lord ventured into the deep mountains and procured a small quantity of ores, sufficient for the Lord alone. We shall study it and forge 3 to 5 staffs for you shortly. Zhang Yinbin nodded and surveyed the workshop to ascertain what could be produced. At that moment, he needed to head to Dragon Lake, for the system had granted him a ship. He had yet to see the vessel or claim it. Zhang Yinbin planned to retrieve this reward at Dragon Lake. In the afternoon, he arrived at the lake to collect his reward. At the port, the moment he claimed it, Dragon Lake erupted with waves as a colossal ship emerged onto the surface. A magnificent vessel over 200 meters long, 20 meters wide, and towering at least 10 meters high, with a displacement of 5,000 tons. I must return to the territory immediately, summon the masters to inscribe runes upon it, and install additional crossbows. The immense ship stood before Zhang Yinbin's eyes, and he hoped to invite a few masters to evaluate its sturdiness and potential for modification. After taking a boat back, Zhang Yinbin spent the day traveling but felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The massive ship represented formidable offensive power. He envisioned equipping dozens of crossbows and constructing lookout towers. And perhaps, if the ship were large enough, it could even accommodate 1 or 2 catapults. Zhang Yinbin instructed his crew to familiarize themselves with the ship while he returned to the territory. By the time he arrived, it was already evening. He notified several master craftsmen that the majority of the artisan workshop would need to go early the next morning. That night, as Zhang Yinbin practiced, Nan Ningxi returned late. Ningxi, why are you so late today? Nan Ningxi, somewhat fatigued, decided to take a bath. Your funds arrived just in time today. Many tasks that could not be addressed before are now underway. Zhang Yinbin realized the significance of her words. When Nan Ningxi emerged from her bath, dressed rather lightly, Zhang Yinbin felt a surge of restlessness in his mind. Damn it, quiet. With no other recourse, Zhang Yinbin steeled his resolve and attempted to sleep early. In the dead of night, he embraced Nan Ningxi, and gradually, the tumult within him subsided. The next morning, the two no longer exhibited the initial awkwardness. However, at that moment, Zhang Yinbin noticed a small dragon had sprouted in his dantian. No way, has my martial art advanced. Chapter 47, The Xianyuan Sword. While the advancement of his martial art was a positive development, he was unaware of the potential side effects of the divine dragon technique. Ningxi, there's something I wish to ask you. Zhang Yinbin hesitated slightly. My lord, you and I are still one entity. Do not hesitate to speak. Zhang Yinbin gathered his thoughts and said, in my divine dragon 9 transformations, a small dragon has emerged in my dantian. Does this signify an advancement? However, practicing this technique sometimes makes my heart exceedingly restless, especially when I see beautiful women like you. Nan Ningxi's face flushed, and she lowered her gaze in silence. Ningxi, I did not mean to offend. It is just. Suddenly, Nan Ningxi lifted her head and kissed Zhang Yinbin, causing a chill to envelop his lips. Gradually, clarity returned to his mind. They shared a kiss for about half an hour, seemingly without concern for oxygen. My lord, with your mortal physique practicing this divine-level technique, how could there not be side effects? Yet, she added, but it is not a significant issue. The dragon is inherently masculine, and a woman can temper and alleviate it. If the lord requires it, as the vice lord, it is only natural that I serve under you. Zhang Yinbin's eyes widened. What a fortunate turn of events. However, the sensation from that recent kiss was truly extraordinary. Very well. Zhang Yinbin grasped Nan Ningxi's hand and expressed, I am grateful for your presence. Together, we shall fortify our territory and protect our people. Of course, Zhang Yinbin had no intention of pursuing anything further with Nan Ningxi at this moment. There were matters to attend to first. Today, a multitude of tasks awaited them. In the morning, they both departed later than usual. Zhang Yinbin, accompanied by over 100 craftsmen, headed straight for Shenlong Lake. Upon arrival, the massive ship remained docked. Leading the group aboard, the master carpenter examined the vessel and remarked, My lord, the wood used for this ship is extremely rare West Namphor wood, superior to the black jade cypress. The master of formations then added, Inscribing formations is feasible, but we can only inscribe a few auxiliary formations to enhance the ship's sturdiness. After deliberation, they concluded that the ship could be outfitted with 3 catapults, with over 10 crossbows mounted on each side. However, no crossbows would be installed at the bow and stern. Excellent. Let us commence the modifications immediately. Once completed, we shall set sail. This time, our destination lies 1,000 miles southward. With this grand vessel as our flagship, Zhang Yinbin's confidence soared. The masters estimated that the renovations would take approximately 8 days, perfectly aligning with Zhang Yinbin's quest for the sacred artifact. He entrusted the ship to the skilled craftsman while requesting the blacksmith master to forge a staff for him. This time, it was crafted from several materials, significantly increasing its weight and making it more manageable. Zhang Yinbin summoned his army, preparing for the sacred artifact quest. The sacred artifact scroll was still located in a designated space, accommodating 300 participants. Unlike the last expedition, Zhang Yinbin's team had acquired new equipment and prepared additional weaponry, storing the surplus in his spatial ring to avert a recurrence of the previous calamity with the demon race, where only specific items proved effective in battle. This time, excluding the thunderstorm, for individuals had mastered epic-level techniques and skills, alongside several advanced ones. The majority had attained mid-level techniques and skills, gradually enhancing the strength of his 300-member team. The lost artifact, I am coming. Zhang Yinbin rallied his squad and selected the mission. In an instant, a white light enveloped them, transporting them to a new realm. My lord, this appears to be a continent, not merely a designated space, observed Leibois, who sensed an absence of spatial pressure, akin to their homeland. His team promptly assumed defensive stances. They found themselves in a desolate land, overgrown with wild grass. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a colossal stone giant rose unexpectedly. Towering over them at over 10 meters, the stone giant proclaimed, Accept my trial. Strike me 3 times. Zhang Yinbin was perplexed by the giant's intentions and firmly gripped his staff. Very well, I shall comply. Channeling all his strength into the divine dragon transformation, he charged at the stone giant, launching a full-force assault. His hands reverberated with the impact. The retaliatory force was overwhelming, causing a small piece of stone to chip off the giant. Forced to retreat, Zhang Yinbin frantically channeled his techniques, lest his hands be rendered useless. Once more, the stone giant intoned with a deep voice. This trial was peculiar, and Zhang Yanbin remained uncertain of its purpose. Nonetheless, the giant's challenge was clear, and he steeled himself for battle. After a brief respite, with his hands restored, Zhang Yanbin took a running start. As he leaped mere meters away from the stone giant, he swung his staff, striking its shoulder with a thunderous crash. The force sent him flying backward. In midair, his staff slipped from his grasp, and his arms felt as if they were detached from his body. "My lord," his comrades anxiously called out to him. With a heavy thud, he crashed to the ground. Zhang Yanbin understood he must rise to continue the fight, despite his body feeling as if it were falling apart. He struggled to stand, his entire body aching. "I am fine, do not intervene. The 3 strikes are not yet complete." Zhang Yanbin's stubbornness prevailed as he resumed channeling his techniques. The small dragon within his dantian seemed to grow slightly stronger, its energy flowing through him. After a moment, he regained his composure, retrieved his staff, and tightened his grip. Again, prepared for the next attempt, Zhang Yanbin charged once more. This time, he refrained from leaping. Instead, he swept his staff horizontally, aiming for the stone giant's leg. With a resounding impact, his staff flew from his grasp again, and his hands bore the marks of strain. He had exerted all his strength, barely avoiding a catastrophic injury to his arms. Once more, he was sent hurtling backward, yet he managed to rise again. Just as he regained his footing, a dagger-sized object shot forth from the giant's chest. "My lord, be careful." Several comrades rushed to aid him, but it was too late. Zhang Yanbin witnessed a broken sword. Merely the blade's tip pierced his chest. Curiously, he felt no sharp pain, as the blade only penetrated slightly. To his astonishment, the 2 dragons on his body gravitated toward the broken sword. Ding. System prompt. Player Zhuge Shenlong. You have acquired the Xianyuan sword. The system's notification was succinct. This broken sword was indeed the renowned Xianyuan sword. In that moment, Zhang Yanbin understood that the recent encounter was both a test and a recognition process. Perhaps it was premature to consider it full acknowledgement, but a part of the Xianyuan sword had undeniably become his. "I am unhurt. Do not act." Zhang Yanbin promptly halted all actions from his subordinates. Chapter 48, Forum Post. The Xianyuan sword. It was indeed the Xianyuan sword. Zhang Yanbin had not anticipated that this mission would require no grand battle. Perhaps it was due to his techniques that the Xianyuan sword merely sought to test his worthiness for possession. The 2 divine dragons circled the Xianyuan sword for a moment before returning to their original positions, one in his mind and the other in his dantian. Zhang Yanbin extended his hand to draw the Xianyuan sword from where it lay. As he gripped the sword, a voice resonated within him, stating, "To claim me as your own, you must locate my remaining fragments to restore my completeness." This indicated that while the Xianyuan sword had chosen him, it had not yet fully recognized him as its master. This short blade, measuring only a few centimeters, was undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. "Rest assured, I shall give my utmost effort." No sooner had he spoken than the towering stone giant began to disintegrate, crumbling into rubble. The stone giant had been sustained by the Xianyuan sword, and now that the sword had selected Zhang Yanbin, the task appeared to be relatively straightforward. Ding. Announcement from the Eastern Continent. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for completing the scroll mission, The Lost Artifact. The announcement was somewhat peculiar, as it made no mention of rewards. The reward, it seemed, was the Xianyuan sword itself. What greater reward could there be? "My lord, look. There are items." As the stone giant fell apart, various objects tumbled from it. Zhang Yanbin sheathed the Xianyuan sword in his ring and picked up a nearby token, which bore the inscriptions of and Shun. It was a divine-level village construction token. In this game, constructing a village did not require such a token. As players enter the realm, each individual is granted the opportunity to establish their own territory. Is it possible that if a territory is breached, one could still utilize a village-building order to reconstruct it? Zhang Yanbin glanced at his attributes. It is permissible to establish territories on other continents. The attributes are quite straightforward. This item cannot be employed on the Eastern Continent, but only in other lands. "Lord," Zhang Xinting remarked, presenting a diagram of a formation he had discovered to Zhang Yanbin. Upon receiving the blueprint, Zhang Yanbin began to examine it. A teleportation formation. At last, this entity has made its appearance in the game. This is undoubtedly a remarkable asset. Wonderful. Fortuitously, within his territory, there exists a master of formations. Zhang Yanbin mused that in the future, he could return from Dragon Lake to his territory without enduring a lengthy sea voyage. How splendid it would be to teleport directly. He could even construct a teleportation array aboard his vessel, allowing for instant return. With this delightful prospect in mind, Zhang Yanbin led a search of the surrounding area, but discovered little of note. "Let us return," he declared. This expedition had successfully navigated the artifact quest without sustaining any losses. Upon his return, Zhang Yanbin's communication log erupted with messages. Several acquaintances reached out to inquire about his recent endeavors. Additionally, Wanwan had recommended a few individuals, those prominent figures from major guilds. Although Zhang Yanbin traded with them, he had yet to add them as friends. After some contemplation, he decided to extend friend requests to these individuals. "Ziyuli, Zhuge Shenlong, what is the nature of this artifact quest?" Could you enlighten me, or perhaps sell the information? Many were inquiring about the artifact. Yet Zhang Yinbin had no intention of divulging anything. He refrained from responding to any inquiries. His interest in monetary gain had waned. Should he sell? It would be in exchange for information. Meanwhile, significant events were unfolding on the forums. The Gale Guild announced a recruitment drive. The Gale Guild. Having successfully conquered 5 territories through arduous trials, swept through 6 level 3 bandit camps in a single day, and planned to orchestrate an even grander operation the following day. They were fervently seeking new talent. Upon reading this post, Zhang Yinbin couldn't help but chuckle. The Gale Guild had evidently secured substantial funding, prompting them to devise a grand scheme targeting level 3 bandit camps. However, such camps are not easily subdued. Yet, they boast an extensive membership, over 2 million. Despite their branches being dispersed, a single territory can mobilize thousands of players to select a contingent of elites to confront the bandits. This approach is bound to incur significant casualties, yet the Gale Guild remains unconcerned. Their subordinates share this indifference. In the game, death is merely a temporary setback. After a day of cooldown, they return to the game, unperturbed by their losses. Perhaps the more seasoned players might perceive the challenge of leveling up. But for the cannon fodder, many of whom lack advanced training, the impact is minimal. This is a reckless endeavor. In addition to the Gale Guild, other guilds were also advertising for recruits. To attract players, one must offer something of value. Thus, many players were grinding bandits and acquiring techniques and skill books as rewards. However, the 10 guilds that had purchased information from Zhang Yinbin remained remarkably calm. They not only refrained from recruiting, but planned to eliminate a portion of their members. Other guilds, witnessing this, swiftly sought to recruit those disillusioned players. Consequently, these guilds experienced significant attrition. Nevertheless, their higher-ups had discreetly retained some core personnel and elite members. Those who wished to depart were free to do so. For those who remained, resources and subsidies would be scarce. In this game, labor laws do not exist. Zhang Yinbin perused the forums, rarely posting messages. Now, he resolved to create a thread to provoke the Gale Guild. The Gale Guild, bloated but insubstantial, would inevitably collapse without much effort on his part. He also attached a video documenting the Gale Guild's betrayal and their assault on him. Zhang Yinbin had preserved recordings from the day the Gale Guild attempted to eliminate him in Thunderstorm. Until now, he had maintained silence, allowing the Gale Guild to tarnish his reputation. They assumed he had not recorded any footage. However, Zhang Yinbin had documented the encounters for study and reflection. With a combination of biting rhetoric and video evidence, his reputation swelled. The post quickly gained traction, becoming the most popular thread. Upon receiving the news, the Gale Guild erupted in fury, cursed Zhuge Shenlong, lurking in the shadows and now causing turmoil. The Gale Guild seethed with anger. Quick, flood the forums. We must diminish his momentum and generate buzz for our own posts. They were acutely aware that they had indeed sought to eliminate Zhang Yinbin, only to be caught off guard by his counterattack. Such an embarrassing incident could not be allowed to surface at this critical juncture. The Gale Guild commenced a campaign to bury Zhang Yinbin's post. However, Zhang Yinbin, having posted, closed off comments. He was unhurried. Regardless of the Gale Guild's attempts to suppress the thread, it would not fade, for the other 10 guilds that had purchased information were actively supporting Zhang Yinbin, ensuring his post remained at the forefront. Ziyuli chuckled, remarking, Gale, if you wish to rectify today's debacle, your only recourse is to raid more bandit camps and generate more chaos, resulting in further casualties. It is clear that the Gale Guild is on the brink of facing a significant setback. Chapter 49, The Teleportation Array. Zhang Yinbin's post continued to dominate the forums. Bolstered by supporters, hours passed, and the Gale Guild remained engulfed in rage. Incompetent fools, cease the spamming. Prepare to strike the confirmed bandit camps tomorrow and record videos to post on the forums. In a desperate bid to reclaim their standing, the Gale Guild opted for an aggressive campaign against bandit camps, seeking to seize additional resources and amass techniques and skill books as rewards. They believed they could quickly gather more followers. The Gale Guild disclosed the locations of many of their territories, enticing players to flock to them. New recruits would receive 300 copper coins upon joining, along with daily rewards based on their contributions. This time, the Gale Guild had invested significantly. Their ambitions were grand. Having secured funding, they aimed to establish themselves as the preeminent guild in the realm. In this game of infinite possibilities, only powerful guilds could seize greater resources and ultimately acquire superior techniques. Some leaders within the guild, individuals of influence in the real world, had aged, wishing to invest in a formidable guild that could secure them advantageous techniques and perhaps even items to prolong their lifespans in the future. Zhang Yinbin paid little attention to the Gale Guild. The time for action had not yet arrived. When the moment was right, he would undoubtedly take action. Having successfully navigated the quest for the lost artifact without harm, he emerged from the task space and promptly sought out the Master of Formations. Master, behold this diagram of the formation. The Master of Formations took the blueprint and scrutinized it meticulously. A splendid blueprint. With this, we can construct a teleportation array. Master, how far can this teleportation array transmit? Zhang Yinbin inquired. Furthermore, Can it be constructed aboard a ship? The master, adopting an air of profound wisdom, replied, My lord, theoretically. It is feasible. However, in practice, constructing a teleportation array in such a confined space aboard a vessel requires exceptionally fine materials. Very well. Then how far can this teleportation array transmit? Zhang Yinbin pressed. The master stroked his beard thoughtfully and, with an enigmatic demeanor, stated, Theoretically, it can reach infinite distances. Once again, in theory, Zhang Yinbin has proven himself astute, aware that there must be certain limitations. Presently, what kind of teleportation array can be constructed? The master of formations can no longer afford to keep them in suspense. My lord, we can currently establish a teleportation array capable of transporting 5 individuals over a distance of 300 miles. 300 miles would allow for direct teleportation from the seaside to our territory, which is of paramount importance. Simultaneously, we can erect smaller arrays in the vicinity, such as to the horse ranch or towards the northern Wolfest Den. Arrays covering dozens of kilometers can also be constructed. This will greatly facilitate our movements. Is it challenging to set up? What are the costs? Rest assured, my lord, it is not difficult, and even if it were, we would proceed regardless. The master of formations declared with unwavering conviction. With the blueprints for the formation in hand, his role became evident. He could lead his disciples to construct the teleportation arrays. What a splendid endeavor. Very well, I shall leave the specifics to you. Should you require anything, seek out Ningxi directly. Yes, my lord. I shall ensure that both you and the lady are satisfied. Zhang Yinbin could only shake his head in resignation. The efficacy of the formation and the distances it could cover primarily hinge on the materials available. At present, the materials he could gather would only permit such capabilities. Zhang Yinbin did not press the issue further. After concluding his tasks, Zhang Yinbin felt the need to log off for a while. Although he had completed the quest for the artifact without any harm, he felt mentally fatigued. Despite having only executed 3 attacks, he had expended all his strength, leaving him feeling as if his body were falling apart. Now, he sought a moment of genuine rest. Furthermore, upon awakening, he needed to acclimate himself to his newfound strength. Upon logging off, it was still afternoon. Zhang Yinbin took a shower and promptly went to sleep. When he awoke, it was already evening. He sat cross-legged, practicing his cultivation methods for a while. The small dragon in his dantian had grown somewhat stronger. The Xianyuan sword. Zhang Yinbin recalled the Xianyuan sword, pondering whether it could be brought into reality. Peering into his ring, he saw the Xianyuan broken sword floating there. With a mere thought, he summoned the Xianyuan sword. It was remarkable. In his hands, the sword appeared rather ordinary, yet its ancient aura was undeniable. How many fragments of the Xianyuan sword remained? Zhang Yinbin examined it repeatedly before returning the sword to its resting place. Knock, knock, knock. A meeting was about to commence. Outside, he heard Dong Xiaowan's voice. Another meeting? Zhang Yinbin descended the stairs directly. Upon reaching the lower level, he found only Dong Xiaowan. Her cheeks flushed upon seeing him. Perhaps she was reminded of their previous transaction in the back mountain. Soon, Chen Xiaoyan and Yang Yingfan arrived as well. Inside the room, they were dressed rather lightly. The small dragon within Zhang Yinbin's dantian stirred restlessly. Damn it, be quiet. Zhang Yinbin silently inhaled deeply a couple of times, calming the small dragon within. Xiaoyan, what is the purpose of this meeting? Dong Xiaowan inquired. She likely had an inkling of the reason, but was aware that certain matters could not be disclosed. Chen Xiaoyan surveyed the room before speaking. Today, there have been unusual occurrences in the game, such as the Stormwind Guild, which is trying to make a name for themselves. However, I have noticed that 3 guilds have been unusually quiet. Chen Xiaoyan and her team had not managed to investigate more than 10 guilds, only discovering that 3 had remained inactive. This was likely due to the short amount of time since the intelligence was sold. Dong Xiaowan was undoubtedly aware of this, yet she chose to remain silent. Yang Yingfan also seemed to possess some knowledge. Indeed, not only the 3 guilds you mentioned, but also several others have suddenly ceased their activities. Speculations abound, with some suggesting that they are preparing for a more significant undertaking, while others suspect internal mergers or acquisitions. Currently, there are many rumors, but none are confirmed. Yang Yingfan, not being part of the upper echelons, was unaware of the intricacies. At present, only Zhang Yinbin and Dong Xiaowan were privy to the information, yet neither could speak of it, one being the seller of information and the other the buyer. The timing was not yet right, so both Zhang Yinbin and Dong Xiaowan remained silent. Tonight's meeting was brief, as of the 4 present. 2 were aware yet could not divulge, while the other 2 had limited information. They merely exchanged news. As they ascended the stairs, Zhang Yinbin walked alongside Dong Xiaowan. How many players are in your territory? Dong Xiaowan inquired. Zhang Yinbin, unfazed, replied, by the seaside, it is desolate, with only myself as a player. It is quite peaceful. Yet my development lags behind others. Haha, that is quite fine. Dong Xiaowan hesitated, contemplating whether to advise Zhang Yinbin to refrain from undertaking any large-scale activities for the next few days. However, with only 1 player in Zhang Yinbin's territory, he could do as he pleased. Ultimately, as long as he did not perish, the situation was manageable. However, players tend to assess their own strength when undertaking missions. This was not something Dong Xiaowan needed to worry about. Zhang Yanbin spent approximately 2 hours practicing in the back mountain before logging back into the game. Upon entering the game, he found himself at the port. Regrettably, he could not embrace Ningxi this time. The teleportation array needed to be constructed promptly. This way, he could return every night. Zhang Yanbin shook his head and proceeded to inspect the ships and troops. The vessels were ready at a moment's notice to set sail. Currently, the modifications to the large ship were not yet complete. However, the catapults and crossbows had already been installed. These posed no technical challenges. The real difficulty lay in the formation. Nevertheless, Zhang Yanbin wished to postpone the formation on the ships since its utility was not particularly significant. He prioritized the construction of the teleportation array first. Tomorrow, they would set sail. Chapter 50. The Confidence of the Stormwind Guild. The following day, Zhang Yanbin awoke early. After rising, he assembled his troops, who quickly gathered. They had rested for many days and needed to move. Today, we have larger ships and a more formidable fleet. I have decided to send 3,000 troops and 15 ships out to sea. The fleet embarked once more. Along the way, Zhang Yanbin checked the forums. Oh, my post is still quite popular, ranked second. The top post belongs to the Stormwind Guild. They plan to raid 10 level 3 bandit camps today. Surely, that will result in the deaths of thousands. Zhang Yanbin had not anticipated that the Stormwind Guild would be so provoked. Bored, he contemplated making another post. Stormwind, I alone shall challenge your entire guild. What does it matter how many of you there are? Just provide me with the coordinates, and I will slay you one by one. Zhang Yanbin's post was intended to provoke them further, inciting Stormwind to attack the bandit camps with even more fervor. I have nurtured a few epic-level experts. What elite members do you possess? Can your numerous intermediate-level experts defeat me? Do you even possess epic-level techniques or skill books? The Stormwind Guild indeed had a set, but only one. The first set belonged to him. Any additional techniques would have to be claimed by the capitalists behind the scenes. These wealthy capitalists, the younger ones nearing 60 and the older ones well over 80, began investing wildly upon learning that such techniques could prolong life. The Stormwind Guild was but a representation of this phenomenon. At this moment, Stormwind was fully prepared. My lord, we have detected a band of pirates ahead. They appear to be level 2. Level 2? Zhang Yanbin waved his hand dismissively. You all go and deal with them. Level 2 pirates held little interest for him. The others went about their business, while Zhang Yanbin continued his posts. Stormwind, if you wish to become the #1 guild in the game, I shall be your obstacle. From now on, whenever I encounter your territories, I shall slaughter without mercy. Stormwind was organizing today's activities when one of his underlings informed him of the forum situation. Stormwind's face contorted with rage. This Zhuge Shenlong, a mere single player, dares to challenge us? With our 3 million members, we can easily crush him. Do not mind him. Let us create our own momentum. Remember to record everything and publish it promptly. At this moment, the Gale Guild begins its announcement, showcasing the scene of their team's departure. A grand spectacle, it appears to be a multitude of tens of thousands. Moreover, it is not just a single team. Several territories are acting simultaneously. Come join our Gale Guild, where the benefits are plentiful and our strength formidable. Each month, rewards are abundant based on contributions. Various advertisements begin to proliferate. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanbin merely observes the unfolding drama. He browses the forum, reveling in the spectacle. He now watches as the Gale Guild constructs towering edifices, anticipating the day when those structures will inevitably crumble. Outside, the cacophony of battle has commenced. The first to strike are the catapults. Now, several catapults have been mounted on the great vessel, launching attacks on the pirate fleet from a distance. The pirates are momentarily stunned. How is it possible that they possess catapults? Their typical arsenal consists of crossbows, and often they struggle to employ them effectively, necessitating ship-to-ship boarding for combat. Yet now, their opponents wield catapults, an utter breach of martial ethics. Zhang Yanbin remains unconcerned, directing the commanders to take action. Currently, the fleet is under the command of Zhang Xinting, one of Zhang Yanbin's key protégés. After several volleys, the catapults sink 2 pirate ships, scattering the remaining vessels. Zhang Xinting then orders the fleet to advance, surrounding the pirates. 2 ships encircle one. Some vessels come under fire, and the pirates are understandably frightened. Coupled with the fierce firepower from Zhang Yanbin's side, the battle is swiftly concluded. The conflict upon the waves is resolved, and they set their sights directly on the pirate stronghold. There, they need not conceal their intentions. They deploy catapults to obliterate the coastal defenses. Subsequently, they land and seize control of the pirates' lair. What follows is a thorough plundering. With the battle concluded, the spoils are gathered. Zhang Yanbin raises a hand to halt Zhang Xinting from continuing his report. No need for haste. Let us regroup and continue toward our objective. Yes, Lord. The plunder from the second-tier pirates consists merely of basic techniques, elementary skills, and some currency. Naturally, there are also captives, provisions, and vessels among the spoils. Yet, Zhang Yanbin finds little interest in these acquisitions. At present, his strength renders such treasures insignificant. These spoils pale in comparison to his true ambitions. His goal for this voyage is to traverse 1,000 miles southward to survey the conditions surrounding his territory. Zhang Yinbin continues to peruse the forum. Members of the Gale Guild have begun engaging in combat, posting battle videos online. The top 10 posts on the forum are devoid of Zhang Yinbin's contributions. Dominated entirely by the Gale Guild, many are drawn to watch the battle footage, leaving enthusiastic comments. The Gale Guild truly excels. Thousands charge forth together, showcasing an array of spectacular skills. It is a magnificent sight. This time, the Gale Guild is certain to attract a multitude of recruits. Only the Gale Guild possesses such audacity to establish a third-tier bandit stronghold. Gale stands resolute at its base, observing the posts while simultaneously directing his subordinates to commence recruitment. At this moment, he notices that the top 10 posts are all theirs, and all exude positivity. He is immensely pleased. The unpleasantness of the previous day, instigated by Zhuge Shenlong, has been swiftly overshadowed. Now, the public only perceives the Gale Guild's formidable side. As for the previous petty schemes, they are rendered inconsequential. Haha. In this game, who else could rival the Gale Guild? Immediately, he releases a statement declaring the substantial investments from numerous large corporations and conglomerates in their guild. Although they cannot yet recharge with federal currency, the online losses can be compensated offline. Then, a post is published directly from Gale's account, previously prepared. It lists the names of over a dozen financial moguls, including the renowned Quantum Fund, Goldman Sachs, Sequoia Capital, and others. These entities have made significant investments in the Gale Guild, which is why they can orchestrate such a formidable offensive. This post quickly ascends to the top rank. Zhang Yinbin takes note. It totals just over 300 billion, doesn't it? How long can that last? Though this is merely the first round of financing. What a pity that they will have no opportunity for a second round. Zhang Yinbin possesses his own trump card. Once he disseminates the information, a considerable number of players may well depart. No matter how affluent the Gale Guild may be, they cannot muster such numbers. In the future, losing a player will not be remedied by simple compensation. This could indeed undermine their foundation. Chapter 51. A transaction with Dong Xiaowan. Zhang Yinbin, leisurely seated within the cabin, peruses the forum. The fleet continues its voyage. They encounter second-tier pirates, but their stay is brief. The fleet persists in its navigation. Zhang Yinbin remains engrossed in the forum, not solely fixated on the Gale Guild, but also attentive to other matters. The game harbors many peculiarities. Some players have discovered secret realms. However, Zhang Yinbin is not entirely certain what these realms entail. They are guarded by beasts, and upon their defeat, treasures abound within. The specifics, however, are not elaborated upon. The fleet continues its journey until afternoon, with the Gale Guild having successfully taken down 7 third-tier bandit strongholds, while 3 more are still engaged in combat. The battles are fierce, with players charging recklessly. In order to create an impact and swiftly seize the strongholds, the Gale Guild employs a strategy of overwhelming numbers. They aim to convey to all players within the game that they possess the capability, strength, and unity to succeed. The effect is indeed remarkable. Many within the game have sought to connect with the Gale Guild. They have dedicated teams for recruitment, accepting anyone willing to join. However, they categorize recruits into tiers. Elites receive a direct grant of 5,000 federal currency, with additional monthly rewards based on contributions. Others receive varying amounts of compensation, with loot distributed according to their contributions. Lords who have lost their territories flock to pledge their allegiance. In a moment, the Gale Guild trends toward surpassing 500 members. They continuously generate momentum on the forum. Zhang Yinbin observes this with calm detachment. Let them revel for a day. Tomorrow we shall make our announcement. He refrains from posting further, choosing instead to remain silent. By nightfall, the fleet continues its voyage, yet Zhang Yinbin finds himself with nothing to occupy his time. He could log off, and upon returning, he would still be in the cabin, unless the ship were to be destroyed, in which case he would plunge into the sea. Zhang Yinbin opts to log off. The journey at sea proves rather tedious, merely the sound of water lapping against the hull. Having logged off, he feels no inclination to train or practice martial arts in the back mountains. Each day such as this is exhausting, primarily mentally taxing. Having donned his attire, he decides to visit the swimming pool at his villa. The pool is situated at the rear of the villa, a 30-meter climb away. The water is sourced from a mountain spring, continuously flowing, ensuring its purity without the need for replacement. Here, he finds solitude, surrounded by trees and flowers, creating a secluded atmosphere. This pool is exclusively for their villa's use, rarely frequented by others unless they reside within the villa. After swimming for a while, Zhang Yinbin leans against the pool's edge, quietly listening to the mountain winds and the sounds of insects in the night. Suddenly, he hears footsteps. However, there is no cause for concern. With his current strength, he need not fear anyone. A figure approached, her footsteps light. Indeed, it was a woman. So you are here, she remarked, revealing herself to be Dong Xiaowan. Concerned about her clothes getting wet, she left them on the shore and leapt into the water. In the darkness, Zhang Yinbin could only discern a vague silhouette. Soon after, Dong Xiaowan swam closer to him. What do you intend to do? He inquired, feeling an unsettling stir within his dantian. as if the small dragon there had developed an interest in her. I propose a trade, she responded, immediately entwining herself with him. Zhang Yanbin neither rejected nor initiated. Instead, he stated, let us clarify the terms first. I seek an advanced skill manual. I have accomplished significant feats. Yet the guild has only rewarded me with a basic skill guide. If I do not hasten my training in advanced techniques, I risk becoming cannon fodder. Each death would undermine my foundation. Dong Xiaowan was acutely aware of her intentions and desires. I do not possess any advanced techniques. I once did, but I have since learned them. She examined Zhang Yanbin before continuing. No wonder you are so formidable. You have been cultivating advanced techniques. You have hidden this well. The small dragon within his dantian grew increasingly agitated, compelling Zhang Yanbin to act. However, he was a man of principles. While I lack them, Zhuge Shenlong possesses several, including numerous epic-level techniques. You should trade with him, and I shall trade with you. Dong Xiaowan clung to him, leaving him with no choice but to comply. As the small dragon roared within him, threatening to drive him to madness. No, he asserted. 3 times, once every 3 days. Yet, she had ensnared him completely. Deal. The moment the agreement was uttered, Zhang Yanbin ceased to exercise restraint. They engaged in a transaction that lasted a full 2.5 hours. Embracing her, they dared not exit through the front door. Zhang Yanbin lifted Dong Xiaowan and leapt directly to the second-floor balcony. The advanced technique is extraordinarily potent. Holding me, you can effortlessly leap to the second-floor balcony, Dong Xiaowan exclaimed in astonishment. The disparity between those who have cultivated techniques and those who have not was indeed staggering. The dragon within Zhang Yanbin's dantian had quieted. He said nothing as he carried Dong Xiaowan back to her room. Rest assured, I will contact Zhuge Shenlong promptly. Even if he does not have it now, I will ensure he relays a message to you. I will gather the resources he requires. Although I am unaware of the utility of the flame stone, Zhuge Shenlong values it highly. Zhang Yanbin was uncertain if this transaction would yield profit or loss. Yet some matters were beyond his control. It was all due to the extraordinary techniques. The consequences of a mortal cultivating them were unexpectedly severe. Indeed, Zhang Yanbin is innocent. He is a victim of circumstance. Very well, I trust you. I need a good night's sleep. At this moment, Dong Xiaowan was eager to enhance her strength. She was indeed fatigued, her voice strained and hoarse from recent exertions. I hope no lives are lost due to this impulsive decision. We were ill-prepared. And perhaps the villa itself lacks the necessary provisions. As they exited, Zhang Yanbin shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Both parties acted of their own volition. Even if a life were lost, it was not his responsibility to manage, for Dong Xiaowan would make her own decisions. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Yanbin felt considerably more at ease. Checking the time, he noted it was already late in the night, and likewise, the game world was also in its nocturnal phase. After a refreshing shower, he logged into the game, finding himself still within the ship's cabin. Exiting, he encountered the on-duty Zhang Shinting. My lord, you have returned. The terrain here is quite peculiar. I was about to report, but you were absent. Oh, do share, Zhang Yanbin replied. Chapter 52. The moment of the gale's brilliance in the night, visibility of the surroundings was limited. The ship dared not approach the shore too closely, fearing rocks or getting stranded. The sound of the water was a stark contrast to the echoes of splashing in the swimming pool. Zhang Shinting began his report. My lord, 2 hours ago, our vessel navigated a wide bay. It appears we are at the edge of the continent. This revelation was extraordinary. Whether it was truly the continent's edge or not, this area could very well be a peninsula, a crucial geographic point. At dawn, we shall find a suitable location and dispatch 3 ships for reconnaissance. The fleet continued its journey, some crew members advancing while others rested. Gradually, dawn approached. As the sun rose, Zhang Yanbin surveyed his surroundings. They were quite distant from the mainland, only able to glimpse land in the far distance. He ordered a small boat to approach the shore for reconnaissance while sending out additional vessels to explore the perimeter. Zhang Yanbin had not anticipated that his territory would be situated in such a corner of the continent. This presented both challenges and advantages. The advantage was proximity to the sea, allowing access to various locations by ship. The downside, however, was glaringly apparent. Resources were limited, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. He suspected he was the only player in the vicinity. The ships made landfall, delegating these tasks to others while Zhang Yanbin returned to the forums. Yet, he was reminded of Wanwan and sent her a message. I currently do not possess any advanced techniques. I have taught them all to the NPCs, including the epic level ones. However, I will endeavor to procure one for you. Dong Xiaowan received Zhuge Shenlong's message and felt a surge of joy. She had risked herself to engage in trade with Zhang Yanbin, having discerned the increasingly ruthless nature of this game and world. Only strength would serve as her foundation. Her own territory was not flourishing. It primarily produced silk and other basic commodities. She had yet to discover anything related to military resources, relying on the alliance. She found their support minimal. At best, it facilitated resource exchanges. At times, securing the alliance's protection required her to surrender some resources. This was something Dong Xiaowan found quite distasteful. Yet, her current weakness left her no room to resist. After sending the message, Zhang Yinbin did not dwell on it further, turning his attention back to the forums. Ah, the Gale Guild is indeed riding high, he mused. Let them bask in their moment of glory. Recently, the Gale Guild had invested over 200 billion from their fundraising efforts. For a large consortium, this amount was relatively insignificant. Just yesterday, the Gale Guild had seized 12 level 3 bandit camps, acquiring numerous intermediate skill manuals and several advanced ones, alongside an abundance of basic and elementary texts. These would serve as capital for recruiting members. The 10 guilds that had been purchasing information from Zhang Yinbin had remained dormant in recent days. Speculation had begun to swirl among the populace as 3 days had elapsed. However, it no longer mattered. The 10 guilds had each implemented policies to drive away members by reducing subsidies or outright canceling them, igniting considerable dissent among their ranks. Opposition proved futile. They could only depart. Many of those who left were swiftly absorbed by rival guilds, with the Gale Guild attracting the most members. Even some mid-level personnel from the 10 guilds, unaware of the full situation, were lured by the Gale Guild's generous offerings. The 10 guilds remained indifferent to such losses. If they chose to leave, so be it. There would be no attempts to retain them. Zhang Yinbin sat atop a rock on the beach, while others ventured onto land to explore. At sea, vessels were dispatched in 3 directions for further investigation, allotted 5 hours before returning. The previous day, the Gale Guild had made a significant impact. Today, they were liberally dispersing funds, continuously announcing their growing membership numbers. Ah, another surge of several 100,000, he noted. Now, the membership has reached 3,600,000. Zhang Yinbin will check in after a while. Oh, it's only noon, and the number has already soared to 4 million. It seems the count is still on the rise. Zhang Yinbin gazes at the figures, utterly unperturbed. He had intended to make an announcement today, yet he chooses to wait. He desires to see the membership of the Storm Guild swell further before revealing anything. At that moment, the entire game guild landscape will undergo a profound reshuffle, while the Storm Guild will be left in disarray. Ah, 100,000 increase in just 1 hour. An entire small alliance has opted to pledge allegiance. Explosive news continues to spread. Zhang Yinbin, watching the updates, feels an immense sense of pride swelling within him. In the afternoon, he finds himself by the shore, kindling a fire. He then draws forth the Xianyuan sword, slicing a generous portion of tiger meat for a barbecue. As he grills, he peruses the forum. The Storm Guild has made numerous bold proclamations. Those who ally with them will receive immediate benefits, based on their prowess, whether in reality or in-game. Zhang Yinbin takes pleasure in this. As he savors the tiger meat, he observes the Storm Guild's meteoric rise. Finally, around 3 o'clock in the game, their membership surpasses 5 million. The Storm Guild is now brimming with confidence. He has prepared a speech, ready to post on the forum. I am the Storm Guild's president, and I hereby solemnly declare that our Storm Guild has ascended to become the foremost guild not only in the Eastern continent, but across all 4 continents of the game realm. Our guild shall continue to thrive, sweeping aside all opposition. In this game, there are no rules. The strong are the rule. After a lengthy speech spanning over 10 minutes, Zhang Yinbin finishes reading it. He has also finished his tiger meat, wiping his mouth as he remarks, "This epic tiger meat is truly delectable. I can only imagine how exquisite dragon meat must be, though I cannot bear to part with the dragon's skin and tendons. I shall have to seek out a professional dragon slayer for that. Although it is merely a 2-clawed azure dragon, not a true dragon, it is still a dragon nonetheless." The Storm Guild has a point. In this game, there are no rules. The strong define the rules. And now, I am the strong one, here to overturn your rules. The post from the Storm Guild has garnered over 10 million likes and 1 million comments, and it continues to rise rapidly. Yet, Zhang Yinbin remains unfazed. He begins to write, "I am Zhuge Shenlong, privy to many secrets of the game, and I am now ready to disclose them formally. First, in the game, player death is not without consequence. Not only is there punishment, but the penalties are exceedingly severe. Each death undermines one's foundation. This foundation is crucial to learning advanced skills and using high-grade elixirs, among other things. If you die several times, it may become impossible to cultivate advanced techniques. And dying too many times may even hinder the mastery of intermediate skills. Second, the game's techniques can enhance one's physical constitution in reality. Those of epic grade and above can be cultivated in real life, making longevity not an impossibility. Third, there are items in the game that bear the word true and can be transferred to reality. In the future, more such items may be brought into the real world. In summary, players must cherish their lives. Chapter 53, The Collapse of the High-Rise. Having completed his message, Zhang Yinbin refrains from any explanations. Those who choose to believe will do so. Meanwhile, he is in no rush to publish. He watches as the Storm Guild's video continues to garner immense popularity. After all, surpassing 5 million members and becoming the premier guild in the game is a well-deserved title. However, Zhang Yinbin waits for it to gain even more traction. By 5 in the afternoon, the members who had ventured out begin to return. Soon, he will hear reports from his subordinates. Thus, Zhang Yinbin commences the release of his message. He posts his announcement and simultaneously notifies 10 guild leaders and Wanwan, informing them of his post. Once Zhang Yanbin's message is released, the 10 guilds swiftly begin their preparations. Earlier in the afternoon, they had summoned all upper management and some mid-level members for a meeting to announce their news. However, no one is allowed to leak the information. Everyone is participating in an offline video conference, with every move being monitored. Consequently, no one has the opportunity to disseminate any details. The guild heads, although not all present, have arranged for immediate updates regarding any developments from Zhuge Shenlong. Well then, our draft announcement is ready. Now, let's all log in and notify everyone to elevate Zhuge Shenlong's post. These guild members had foreseen Zhuge Shenlong's potential actions and had been preparing accordingly. The upper management unveils their plans. After the announcement is made, a restructuring of personnel will follow. Once the news breaks, many are left dumbfounded. They had been filled with ambition, eager to join forces with the premier guild for a grand endeavor, believing that life in the game is of little consequence. A death merely means a day offline before resurrection. However, this new revelation now concerns their future. Dying once could undermine their foundation. Who knows what lies ahead? Aspiring to greatness or utility, one cannot afford to perish recklessly in the game. Some players who had already died several times for the Storm Guild are nearly in tears. They had received beginner skill books, but their progress has been painfully slow, initially believing this to be normal. It turns out their repeated deaths are the cause. Upon receiving this news, the Storm Guild's leader, in the administrative center with several high-ranking members, finds himself dumbfounded. The room falls into a heavy silence as the leaders struggle to find words. This must be a fabrication, a mere rumor spread by Zhuge Shenlong. Fury simmers within him, but beneath that rage lies a deep-seated fear. If what Zhang Yanbin has disclosed is true, maintaining 5 million members will be utterly impossible. No one will be willing to face cheap deaths anymore. No one dares to die lightly. Excessive deaths can render even the most gifted into dregs. Each death diminishes one's foundation. With enough deaths, one risks becoming worthless in the game and in reality. Now, in the 2080s, 98 of jobs are held by robots. They live in reality on federal aid. The game represents a golden opportunity for all to turn their fortunes around. But one cannot afford to die. Each death chips away at their chances. The players are equally astonished. Previously, they had not valued their lives much. After dying, they would return after a day, ready to face the world anew. But who now would dare to die? Zhuge Shenlong, we are destined to be adversaries. Just as the Storm Guild basks in its triumph, Zhang Yanbin unleashes this revelation. Regardless of its veracity, Zhang Yanbin stands as the preeminent figure in the game. His words carry substantial weight. This poses a grave threat to their guild. At this moment, chaos engulfs the entire guild. A palpable sense of panic spreads. One senior member exclaims, "Guild leader, we must issue an announcement immediately to stabilize our members' confidence. Otherwise, all the recently recruited members may swiftly scatter. The stakes are high, as the game is linked to real-world bank accounts and other information. Most members receive their welcome bonuses promptly. This sum is not insignificant. They had prepared 200 billion, along with various in-game items and currency to distribute. Should disarray ensue, the losses would be catastrophic. Everyone understands the magnitude of such a loss. A guild of this size, with such vast sums already dispersed, how could they hope to reclaim it? It would be virtually impossible. All right, we shall promptly draft a message to reassure our members. Now, Zhang Yanbin's post has become the most talked about thread. The revelation is indeed shocking. The notion that elements from the game could manifest in reality is almost beyond belief. A decade ago, the Earth established the Earth Federation, sparking speculation that a higher civilization may have intervened. Perhaps the game serves merely as a conduit to this advanced civilization. With the Earth's population surpassing 10 billion, it seems that only a select few may gain entry into such elevated realms. These are mere conjectures. However, the tangible occurrences within the game have been felt by some. Individuals have cultivated skills from the game, curing numerous ailments. Remarkably, even those who were paralyzed have experienced gradual recovery through the practices learned in the game. Thus, the credibility of Zhang Yanbin's post is exceedingly strong. The Stormwind Guild is urgently drafting detailed announcements, primarily focusing on 2 points. First, that Zhuge Shenlong aims to sow discord among the ranks. Second, that they will not abandon any member, with previous promises and systems remaining intact. The third point emphasizes their commitment to unity in establishing the foremost guild in the game. However, Zhang Yanbin considers the third point to be of lesser significance. Once the content was published, it quickly ascended to the second most prominent post. The release of this information has certainly raised doubts among many. Within the Stormwind Guild, numerous members are now in a state of observation. While individuals from various alliances are keenly monitoring the situation, as it directly influences the guild's progression. Many guilds have begun to recruit additional personnel. Zhang Yanbin smirked. He promptly listed 3 weapons on the trading system. Each weapon bore the inscription True Affix. He announced, "I am selling 3 weapons, each priced at 20 million. First come, first served." If there are concerns about authenticity, buyers can utilize the guarantee system, although it entails a 30% tax, entirely borne by the buyer. Zhang Yanbin issued a public notice. Once released, various guilds kept a close watch on it. Zilvli did not hesitate, swiftly purchasing one sword. She was already nearly certain of its authenticity. After her acquisition, she logged off, only to log back and shortly thereafter. I, Zilvli, have purchased a sword, which can indeed be retrieved in reality. Furthermore, my Lioli guild has already disbanded 80% of its members over the past 3 days. Henceforth, resources will be reserved solely for the elite. Elites previously affiliated with my Lioli guild are most welcome. Zilvli's post undoubtedly shattered the morale of everyone within the Stormwind Guild. Zhuge Shenlong's post was genuine. However, this was not the end. Several other guilds were poised to voice their stance in succession. Chapter 54. The Downfall of the Stormwind Guild. Initially, the Stormwind Guild had managed to stabilize its membership of 5 million, but now instability loomed. Soon after, multiple guilds began to issue announcements. They employed authoritative figures and reputable accounts to publish their statements on the forum. The content of these announcements was largely similar. They had disbanded a significant portion of their membership, retaining only the elite, while simultaneously recruiting more elite members, directing additional resources toward them. They also called for production-type players, those weary of conflict or fearful of death, to join their territories and engage in production activities alongside NPCs, receiving equal pay. Prominent guilds such as Qing Tian, Lioli, Detong, Xiaoyao Sect, Qin Wangfu, Penguin Guild, Ant Guild, Shengting, Ming Wangfu, and Huiwa Pavilion all made their announcements in succession. Instantly, those within the Stormwind Guild recognized that the tide had turned. "It's over," sighed Stormwind, slumping down in despair. He had been closely monitoring the forum, aware that among the 10 influential guilds, 6 were within the top 10. Thus, these guilds had known this information 3 days prior and began disbanding their members. Ironically, many who had been recruited by the Stormwind Guild had lightened the burden on these guilds. Only these 10 guilds were privy to the information. The rest, regardless of size, were actively recruiting. This recruitment had been spurred on by the Stormwind Guild itself. In a single day, they had conquered numerous level 3 bandit camps, seizing a plethora of resources. Envious of this, the other guilds began to secure funding and offer various incentives to attract new members. Subsequently, they organized large teams to assault the bandit camps. Combat invariably results in casualties. However, the ordinary members, after suffering a death, perceive the loss as negligible, leading to minimal compensation. Little do they realize the substantial costs incurred, which fundamentally undermine their base. Many individuals promptly announced their departure from the Stormwind Guild. A recently merged minor alliance, in a shocking turn, declared its dissolution. Some had already reaped benefits and vanished without a trace. The acquisition of their alliance had cost a considerable sum. Now, with the alliance disbanded, the assets and territories were lost. A significant number of members departed without notice. What purpose did they serve? To become cannon fodder? It was clear to the discerning that the Stormwind Guild could no longer sustain such a vast membership. Without subsidies, who would choose to remain? Staying behind meant facing the prospect of becoming expendable. The compensation for a single death was meager. Moreover, in the short term, the Stormwind Guild could not muster a large-scale operation. Without such operations, there would be little to share among the vast membership. Previously, they could rely on relentless effort to earn contributions and claim alliance rewards. Now, who would dare to become expendable? Stormwind, in the administrative center, clenched his fists tightly. Unable to endure any longer, he slammed his fist down on the table. This was a conspiracy. Zhuge Shenlong awaited this moment. "Zhuge Shenlong, we shall be sworn enemies," he declared, overturning the table in anger. The high-ranking members present understood the urgency of the situation. The president of Stormwind needed to devise a solution, otherwise, the Stormwind Guild faced imminent destruction. Recruiting 5 million members and ascending to the pinnacle of guilds had taken less than 2 hours, and now it was beginning to crumble. Many members were already unreachable. Numerous newly recruited members departed, with only a few returning items. The majority took their promised benefits and left. The small guild they had acquired had cost an exorbitant amount. However, at the moment of transfer, the seller reaped significant benefits. While the current collapse had no bearing on them, the Stormwind Guild had previously invested over 300 billion, now rendered entirely futile. Just in these few days, over 200 billion had been poured in. Following his fury, Stormwind regained his composure. Being elected as president and managing millions of members was not without merit. Who could remain unperturbed amidst such chaos? Now, he retained only core personnel, dismissing all others immediately. Furthermore, those who had died many times, previously considered core members, would receive minimal compensation before being sent on their way. It was a desperate bid for survival. The funds previously invested, regardless of the amount, were now counted as losses. Stormwind remained remarkably rational in this regard, acknowledging that the prior investments were irretrievable. "President, this approach will alienate many," one advisor cautioned. "Humph," Stormwind replied coldly, having regained his composure. "Do you not yet grasp the reality of this world? Strength is paramount. Only with strength can one possess everything. Zhuge Shenlong is but a player, lacking any significant power. What gives him the audacity to challenge us? Possessing strength in the realm of gaming begets the freedom to act as one desires. Those who dare oppose must be swiftly vanquished, allowing them to perish once more. The Windstorm Guild reveres power, and this notion holds truth. However, their inability to manage affairs judiciously this time inevitably sows seeds of future peril. Yet, should they choose to address matters gradually, it is likely that others would not grant them the luxury of time. Presently, all are immersed in development, seeking opportunities. The Windstorm must adopt a decisive approach to swiftly eliminate obstacles. Orders were dispatched, and each executive was tasked with overseeing their respective domains. The majority of the newly recruited members have not been wronged. They received their benefits and departed, thus reaping their own rewards. Conversely, those elite and mid-level personnel poached from various guilds have been ensnared. Their promised benefits will undoubtedly be significantly diminished. Meanwhile, those who have sacrificed for the Windstorm Guild on numerous occasions will find themselves ruthlessly discarded. For them, this is perhaps the most brutal outcome. Having perished multiple times and suffered a loss of foundation, they are now cast aside. The Windstorm cannot retain them, as their repeated failures have rendered them ineffectual. They are no longer the foremost guild. A decline is imminent, necessitating a consolidation of resources. Thus, these individuals must be forsaken. The actions of Windstorm can be deemed both prudent and misguided. However, such concerns should not burden Zhang Yinbin. He is presently preparing to receive reports. Lord, Zhang Xinting respectfully saluted before stating, "We have surveyed the land extending 200 miles around us, and it appears to be barren wasteland. No extraordinary locations have yet been discovered. However, it is indeed surrounded by sea on 3 sides, potentially marking the edge of the continent. The coastline, at the continent's terminus, is understandable." Zhang Yinbin had not anticipated that their territory might be situated on a peninsula. Yes, the returning ships should be arriving shortly. In due time, the vessels returned. Lord, 3 teams have reported back from 3 different directions. Our ships are too small. After venturing over 300 nautical miles, we encountered severe storms and could proceed no further. The situation is similar for all 3 teams. Zhang Yinbin's flagship had not set sail. He observed the darkening sky. Night was approaching. Gaining clarity on their location was paramount. Leave a small boat here to establish a base, and select 500 individuals to accompany me on the large ship for an expedition. Zhang Yinbin intended to head southward. His high esteem ensured that no one opposed his decision. Thus, he selected several hundred elites and boarded the grand vessel. At this juncture, Zhang Yinbin ceased to monitor the forum, which had erupted in chaos. No one had anticipated that the esteemed number 1 guild would collapse within a single day. Windstorm now required considerable time to rectify the aftermath, a task that was equally essential for other guilds. Nonetheless, those guilds collaborating with Zhang Yinbin benefited from an additional 3 days to leverage the information gap and resolve numerous issues. Currently, guilds were streamlining their operations, while those who had lost territories or struggled with development were feeling the strain. That night, Zhang Yinbin practiced within the ship's cabin as the vessel sailed swiftly. They were navigating in a singular direction. If land remained out of sight, it would indicate that they were at the continent's edge. Zhang Yinbin's strategy would need to be adjusted. Should a new continent be discovered, swift development was imperative to prevent others from gaining a foothold and posing a threat. After practicing until midnight, they had traveled over 500 miles, yet had still not glimpsed any land. Zhang Xinting, I leave the watch to you, Zhang Yinbin arranged, ensuring someone would guard through the night, assigning Zhang Xinting to the latter half. Rest assured, my lord. Zhang Xinting, only 17 years old, possessed exceptional talent and had learned epic-level techniques. His promotion was not merely due to their shared surname, but rather a necessity to cultivate young talents. Having finalized his arrangements, Zhang Yinbin logged off. After training for half the night, the 2 divine dragons within him had gained strength. He stealthily ventured to the back mountain for an additional 2 hours of practice. Subsequently, he returned to his villa and slept until morning. When the morning sun streamed into his room, Zhang Yinbin opened all 3 windows to bask in the warmth of reality. After enjoying a cup of tea, he logged back into the game. Upon returning, the ship continued its voyage across the sea. My lord, we have ventured 800 miles but still see no land. The vessels within the game are swifter than in reality. In merely a few hours, they had covered 800 nautical miles, which was not an exaggeration. Given the vastness of the game world, adhering to real-world speeds would hinder many endeavors. Very well, you may rest. I shall remain here. At this moment, Wang Xiaowu began his watch. Zhang Yinbin stood at the bow, observing the crew at work. The sea breeze was strong, despite the otherwise pleasant weather. However, the wind continued to intensify, accompanied by an unusual fog that would intermittently obscure visibility to mere meters. This rendered the crew anxious, forcing them to reduce their speed. Generally, the fog would dissipate within 10 minutes. Yet, it became increasingly frequent, now appearing every half hour. Accelerate, do not slow down. Upon encountering the fog again, Zhang Yinbin commanded the ship to hasten its pace. At this moment, he cared not for the unknown ahead or the risk of shipwreck. Should the vessel be lost, the crew would not perish. He had prepared ample supplies within his ring. The ship continued to surge forward, despite the mounting winds. By 10 o'clock in the morning, they had sailed over 1,000 miles without sight of any land. Zhang Yinbin silently calculated. If no discoveries were made by the afternoon, he would consider retreating. Such a distant maritime route posed no immediate threat, even if land were to be found. He could then develop in peace and explore the peninsula for further insights. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, my lord, our ship is immobilized. It appears we have struck something. The vessel was abruptly halted, as though colliding with a soft object, rendering them completely obstructed. Send several men into the sea, ensuring they are secured by ropes, to investigate the situation below. Understood, my lord. A dozen crew members fastened ropes and leaped into the ocean. After a brief interval, they resurfaced. My lord, our survey indicates that nothing is obstructing the ship below. Rather, it seems there is something ahead. Zhang Yinbin hastily approached the bow and stood atop the railing. Before him lay the vast sea, unchanged. Suddenly, he extended his hand, and it felt as though he had encountered a transparent membrane that completely barred his passage. Ding system notification. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for discovering the continental barrier. Passage through the continental barrier grants access to other continents. The system notification enlightened Zhang Yinbin. This was the boundary between continents. However, he was uncertain if it was the barrier connected to the southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern continents inhabited by players, or if it was the boundary of the 4 unnamed inner continents that remained enigmatic and had yet to be opened to players. Prepare for the return journey and meticulously document the voyage. Having ascertained the answer, Zhang Yinbin and his party were ready to set sail back. The return journey requires spending most of the time confined within the ship's cabin, taking a full day and night to reach home. At this moment, a system announcement echoed throughout the server. Ding. System-wide announcement. All level 4 territories across the continents have reached 1 million. In 3 days, the endless battlefield will commence, with rules to be announced shortly. Following the endless battlefield, territory rankings will be established, with the first phase assessing the overall points of each continent. This announcement conveyed a wealth of information. Level 4 territories are scarce. Zhang Yinbin and his companions have been leveling up for many days, and as of now, only a few continents have surpassed the 1 million mark. It is worth noting that Earth is home to billions of players. Many individuals have struggled in their development, unable to sustain their territories, leading to early disbandment and their subsequent transition to becoming free players, often aligning themselves with guilds. The number of those who have relinquished territory management is not insignificant. The endless battlefield? Could it be that Zhang Yinbin will finally face other lords in direct confrontation? The endless battlefield is set to occur in a unique space where players are prohibited from including or exceeding epic-level heroes among their characters. Each team is limited to 500 members, encompassing both NPCs and players, all of whom can respawn. Both NPCs and players face penalties upon death, although these penalties are halved. The first round involves slaying bandits. The higher the enemy's level and the greater the number of kills, the more points will be accrued. Chapter 56. The Endless Battlefield. The Endless Battlefield. The initial phase merely entails the extermination of bandits, with time constraints determining who can secure the most kills. The number of participants is limited, and there are also restrictions on strength. Unfortunately, the inclusion of epic-level characters is forbidden. Otherwise, with a single powerful hero, one could easily annihilate an entire bandit camp. As long as the number of participants is regulated, no other territory stands a chance of surpassing mine. Zhang Yinbin promptly ordered the fleet to return. Simultaneously, he instructed some members of his team to focus on honing their skills while delegating the management of the ship to others. Zhang Yinbin himself also seized the opportunity to practice diligently. Later that evening, a knock echoed at his door, prompting Zhang Yinbin to log off. In the first floor meeting, Dong Xiaowan spoke succinctly before descending the stairs. Emerging from the gaming pod, Zhang Yinbin opened the door without even taking a moment to grab a towel. He instantly recognized Dong Xiaowan's voice. After a quick shower and change of clothes, he descended to find several girls who had just finished bathing, dressed in a casual manner. Have you all heard about the Endless War? Yang Yingfan initiated the conversation. Dong Xiaowan nodded, stating, Our guild has begun organizing personnel and is also investigating the preparations of other territories. Given the short time frame, we have yet to gather substantial information. The 3 girls possessed similar intelligence. Today's meeting was merely to share any updates as they arose. All eyes turned to Zhang Yinbin. He responded, I am but a single player, with the remaining 499 being NPCs. I plan to equip myself with the finest gear and gather ample supplies. The others paid little heed to Zhang Yinbin's words. This was simply an informal briefing. Major guilds were still in the midst of their analyses. All right, let's conclude tonight's meeting. We shall reconvene tomorrow at noon and again at 9 o'clock tomorrow evening, proposed Qin Xiaoyan, to which no one objected. As they were leaving, Dong Xiaowan intercepted Zhang Yinbin at the door. Do you have any news about Zhuge Shenlong? Zhang Yinbin shook his head, responding, No. I was just planning to seek him out to exchange some weapons and equipment for firestones. I'm unsure if he would be interested or if he possesses anything of value. Dong Xiaowan nodded and added, If there are items of sufficient worth, we can continue trading. The mere mention of trading caused Zhang Yinbin to feel a twinge of annoyance, not for himself, but due to the agitation of his two divine dragons. Very well. I will keep an eye out and inform you of any developments at the earliest opportunity. Zhang Yinbin hurriedly excused himself and retreated, aware that Dong Xiaowan still owed him a transaction for high-level techniques, which could be traded 3 times. However, Zhang Yinbin had yet to provide her with the techniques. Logging back into the game, it was still night, and he remained at sea. Zhang Yinbin was soon inundated with messages. Boss, do you have any strategies to share? Boss, do you have any weapons or techniques for sale? Zhuge, brother. Some were seeking intel, while others were interested in purchasing items. Hoping Zhang Yinbin had something unique to offer, he still possessed several weapons that were genuine and could be used in reality, though their effectiveness in the game remained uncertain. Previously, he had capitalized on the opportunity to sell 3 weapons for a staggering 6 million, a truly lucrative endeavor. Zhuge Shenlong had sent a message expressing hope for collaboration should players encounter each other later in the game. Ziyu Li also reached out with a message, followed shortly by another, indicating that there were 4 guilds in total. The endless battlefield was merely the first round, focusing on the count of bandit kills. Yet, with the first round comes a second, who knows what else lies ahead. Zhang Yinbin chose not to respond. His silence indicated neither acceptance nor refusal, leaving everything contingent upon the unfolding circumstances. The return journey had now spanned 2 days. During this time, various guild teams had emerged, brandishing their banners in search of elite recruits. By this point in the game, it had become abundantly clear that only the elite would suffice. Through Dong Xiaowan and her companions, Zhang Yinbin had gleaned some information regarding other guilds, yet it held little relevance for him. He needed only to focus on his own preparations. Upon returning to his territory, Zhang Yinbin hastily commenced his arrangements. He set about selecting 500 individuals, 100 shield bearers, 200 spearmen, and 200 archers. Naturally, he counted himself among the spearmen. Now, all 500 were to be trained in horseback riding. Zhang Yinbin mounted his white dragon, remarking, "This stallion shall remain here. You've attracted so many mares." At the training grounds, he discovered thousands of wild horses, all tamed by the white dragon, including several mares who were now expecting foals from him. The white dragon held its head high, proud to be the king of horses, commanding their respect. This time, Zhang Yinbin intended to select 1,000 warhorses, ensuring each fighter had 2 mounts. The soldiers he was deploying were of SSS rank. While he was unaware of the circumstances in other territories, he was confident in the quality of recruits within his own. This might be attributed to Nan Ningxi, a divine support character. In any case, Zhang Yinbin was determined to seize victory in the endless war. Among the 500, 4 had studied epic-level techniques and skills. Although they had yet to reach epic status, they were permitted to participate. The workshop had also produced a significant quantity of weapons and equipment. Zhang Yinbin made additional preparations, gathering various items he might require. He amassed over 200,000 arrows, each possessing different attributes, along with an assortment of potions. Within his territory, there was a high-level alchemist who had researched numerous concoctions. Zhang Yinbin, indifferent to their utility, decided to bring them all along. He worked tirelessly until the early hours of the morning before finally returning home. Upon his return, Nan Ningxi had just finished her shower. "Let us give it our all tomorrow," she said, keeping her words brief. Zhang Yinbin naturally embraced her, finding a sense of inexplicable calm in her presence. That night, he did not wait for Nan Ningxi to fall asleep before holding her close. The following day, Zhang Yinbin and his army gathered just outside the administrative center. The administrative center had transformed into a standalone courtyard, encircled by a garden on one side and a plaza on the other. As the territory expanded, some structures near the administrative center were dismantled, gradually shifting outward. 500 soldiers and 1,000 warhorses were assembled, alongside 4 junior commanders, Zhang Xinting, Wang Xiaowu, Tai Yi, and Yuan Hai. In the midst of battle, the inevitability of death is a truth universally acknowledged. As soldiers, there is little need for further exhortation. In this conflict, let your valor shine forth. All personnel, prepare yourselves. Zhang Yinbin requires no lengthy speeches. He embodies the very essence of a role model. He engages in combat with unwavering determination. The army stands resolute, silently readying themselves. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Yinbin inputs the information regarding their impending engagement. Soon, a serene aura envelopes them, contrasting sharply with the usual tension of other missions, which are often shrouded in a dense mist. Ding, system notification, you have arrived at the endless battlefield. A countdown of 3 days commences. Ding, system notification, the leaderboard for the endless battlefield is now officially open. Following this announcement, Zhang Yinbin surveys the area. They find themselves on an expansive plain, with small hills and woodlands in the distance. Not far off, a band of mountain bandits lurks. Chapter 57, The Executioner's Duty. The mountain bandits ahead, flying their notorious banner, number only around 100. Mount up, charge. Zhang Yinbin commands, taking his place upon his steed, the white dragon. Subsequently, all soldiers mount their horses and surge forward. Zhang Yinbin, gripping his iron staff, leads the charge. The white dragon is animated, eagerly anticipating the clash of battle. As they approach, the bandits finally react, but within moments, they are all felled. Scattered across the ground lie hundreds of copper coins. However, Zhang Yinbin shows no inclination to scavenge the battlefield. The Lord discovers a map. Zhang Yinbin accepts the map from Zhang Xinting and examines it. It is the map of the endless battlefield, deliberately provided by the system. This wave of bandits consists of first-tier foes, requiring minimal effort to defeat. Thus, the map is likely a guaranteed drop. Upon inspecting the map, Zhang Yinbin notes the vast expanse of the endless battlefield, with their current position at the periphery. The deeper they venture, the higher the level and greater the number of bandits they will encounter. Notably marked at the center is a fifth-tier stronghold. Brothers, charge ahead. The outskirts are merely first-tier bandits, a welcoming gift from the system. Zhang Yinbin displays little interest. His goal is to penetrate deeper and confront more formidable foes. Zhang Yinbin's contingent presses onward, seeking the next location. After traversing over 3 miles, they encounter another group of first-tier bandits. Attack swiftly, do not linger. Zhang Yinbin urges. Plunging into the fray, this band of bandits is swiftly scattered, with dozens falling to their blades. Each first-tier foe grants merely a single point. At this juncture, Zhang Yinbin glances at his ranking from horseback. His strategic planning has placed him among the 30,000 ranks. It is important to note that only lords are permitted to participate, yet he finds himself plummeting in the standings. Nevertheless, Zhang Yinbin remains unperturbed. With 3 days allocated to the endless battlefield, survival must also be prioritized. Higher-tier bandits yield greater points. And Zhang Yinbin is eager to reach a more central position to gauge the second-tier foes and identify those suitable for slaughter. Charging forth without hesitation, they encounter another wave of first-tier bandits. Zhang Yinbin leads his forces into battle, engaging in yet another relentless assault. Over the course of an hour and a half, they have stormed 9 times, but their points remain modest. Their ranking continues to drop, now languishing at over 1 million. With each charge, they dispatch dozens of bandits. At times, they may only slay 20 or 30. Remarkably, throughout this hour and a half of rapid advancement, they have suffered no casualties, covering significant ground. The entire army dismounts for a half-hour respite. Zhang Yinbin observes that within the endless battlefield, apart from the leaderboard, there is no means to post on forums or send messages to other players. Currently, the rankings fluctuate, with many players opting for a slow, methodical advance deeper into the battlefield. Equipped with maps, they lack cavalry. Upon encountering first-tier bandits, they choose to eradicate them entirely, thus accumulating points more effectively. In contrast, Zhang Yinbin merely scatters foes, counting any kills as a success. Remaining inactive for half an hour causes his ranking to plummet further, now beyond the 1 million mark. With no one paying him any mind, save for the top 100, a group in constant flux. Even though Zhang Yinbin cannot post on the forum, those not participating can still view the leaderboard. Occasional mentions of the name Zhuge Shenlong arise, yet there is little discussion. Only skepticism regarding his status as the game's foremost player, as he is nowhere to be found among the top 1,000 or even 10,000. Zhang Yinbin, however, pays no heed to the opinions of others. He continues to lead his men into the depths of battle. Oh, could it be that a group of second-tier bandits lies ahead? While not particularly formidable, they number around 300. With just over 20 elite foes among them, these serve as a trial for the players. All units, assault their core formation. Zhang Yinbin commands. Their archers, equipped with both Zhuge crossbows and regular bows, prepare for the onslaught. The crossbows can only fire straight, while the bows allow for a variety of shots. Fire. The arrows rain down, piercing through the enemy formation. Zhang Yinbin, at the forefront with several highly capable warriors, leads the charge. A volley of arrows strikes first, decimating the bandits before they plunge into the fray. Despite only possessing basic staff techniques, Zhang Yinbin strikes with unerring precision. He possesses numerous skill books. Yet he opts for the iron staff, appreciating its weight and the power it allows him to unleash without the need for intricate technique. He seeks to maximize his potential and strength, thus he has no intention of switching to a different weapon. The army surges into the heart of the second-tier bandits. Facing over 20 elite foes, Zhang Yinbin and his companions easily dispatch them. After a thorough sweep, the elite foes are vanquished, yielding over 60 points. Each elite foe is worth 3 points. Scattered across the ground, among the copper coins, lie a couple of foundational martial arts manuals and skill books. Onward, to the next wave. This time, they have slain over 20 elite foes and more than 100 other bandits, resulting in a significant boost to their points. The remainder of the bandits, now scattered, would require considerable effort to eliminate. Zhang Yinbin, unwilling to squander time, presses forward. As they delve deeper, the bandits become increasingly dense. After merely 20 minutes, they encounter yet another wave of second-tier bandits. No need for further discussion. Charge in and wreak havoc. They are commanded, engaging in a frenzied assault on the central formation. Once the bandits are dispersed, Zhang Yinbin and his men casually gather the scattered skill books from the ground. Disregarding everything else, the copper coins, when totaled, amount to only a few hundred. Spending time on such trivialities is unworthy of their attention. To Zhang Yinbin's rear, A tall and graceful woman leads a group composed entirely of NPCs. My lord, it appears these bandits have been previously attacked, yet for some reason, the assailants did not eliminate them all. Xiling notes, having encountered remnants of the enemy for the third time. Slaying these stragglers is a simple task, and there are still many copper coins to collect. Who possesses such formidable cavalry? The ground is marked with hoofprints. Xiling knows that the attackers were cavalry. Let us hasten. Perhaps we can catch up to them. Though they are all infantry and the hope is slim, they wish to try. Zhang Yinbin has encountered several waves of second-tier bandits in succession. Within half an hour, he is certain to face another wave. The system's design is a test of a lord's overall capability. Command, assault, decision-making, and endurance are all to be considered. The simpler the rules, the more cerebral effort is required to achieve high scores, or, alternatively, sheer strength. Zhang Yinbin relies on the latter. Regardless of the mountain bandits, we shall charge forth indiscriminately. Chapter 58, That Fleeting Silhouette. Zhang Yinbin dispatched several waves of mountain bandits with remarkable efficiency, suffering no fatalities among his ranks, only a few injuries. These second-tier bandits proved to be quite feeble. Zhang Yinbin's current ranking has ascended to approximately 1 million. He is not in a rush to elevate his position. If he desired to accumulate points, he could do so swiftly. Given the strength of the second-tier bandits, a contingent of 500 players would likely incur a few casualties. At this rate, they could only endure until tomorrow before succumbing. Presently, Zhang Yinbin's group has sustained only a handful of injuries, a testament to their formidable combat prowess. The system would not impose a 3-day limit on players without allowing them to endure that duration. While resting, Zhang Yinbin contemplated his strategy. After engaging numerous bandits, he found them lacking in strength, yet he discerned no significant issues. Could it be that the system intends for players to unite? Forming a coalition could indeed be a prudent choice. Alternatively, should they turn against other players? Zhang Yinbin shook his head, dismissing this notion. His reluctance stemmed not from moral considerations nor fear of offending fellow players. He would not hesitate to antagonize the Stormwind Guild. Rather, he believed that mutual destruction would only lead to injuries without any points gained. Were it possible to seize their points, Zhang Yinbin would certainly bide his time for 2 days, then launch a surprise attack on unsuspecting players. Alas, the system lacked such provisions. He decided to delve deeper into the fray, pondering the potential for unforeseen developments within. Zhang Yinbin took a more extended respite this time, resting for over 2 hours, contemplating his next course of action. At that moment, Xiling and her team hastened towards him. Hey wait! Zhang Yinbin, mounted on his white steed, glanced back briefly. He had donned a mask upon entering the endless battlefield, not one that alters one's appearance, but a simple iron mask. In the game, his visage bore a striking resemblance to his real self, and he wished to remain unrecognized. From a distance, he could only discern a tall beauty calling out. But the sound of neighing steeds and pounding hooves drowned out her words. He signaled for his troops to commence their advance. Xiling caught only a glimpse of a silhouette, white horse, iron staff, and black armor. I'm furious, she exclaimed, stamping her foot. Despite her attempts to greet Zhang Yinbin, he seemed indifferent to her presence. Unbeknownst to him, she was attempting to catch his attention. All of his 1,000 steeds were white, creating a magnificent spectacle as they galloped, their black armor gleaming. Commander, are those individuals like you, part of the alien faction? Or perhaps, a team dispatched by the celestial god? Xiling pondered, shaking her head. Regardless, she decided to follow them, eager to collect any spoils. Even skill books were of no consequence, as copper coins littered the ground, money nonetheless. Zhang Yinbin would certainly gather any skill books in sight, even the most basic ones. However, many lay trapped beneath the corpses or hidden in corners, overlooked. Zhang Yinbin made no effort to scavenge the battlefield or collect copper coins. He pressed onward toward the center, eager to discern the nature of the third-tier bandits and the points they offered. In the game, some players had indeed banded together to collectively dispatch bandits, thereby minimizing their own losses. With 3 days at their disposal, considerations extended beyond merely accumulating points. Survival also weighed heavily on their minds. Zhang Yinbin continued his march. By evening, they had vanquished over 20 waves of bandits, though most encounters resulted in mere dispersal rather than encirclement. An all-out assault would likely incur significant losses. As dusk settled, their point tally climbed to over 600,000. The rankings among the top 100 or even the top 1,000 fluctuated constantly. Some players, caught off guard and slain by bandits, found their points stagnating as casualties mounted. In contrast, Zhang Yinbin's group had only incurred injuries. With no fatalities, death would force a player to exit the game. As twilight enveloped the landscape in a gray hue, Zhang Yinbin surveyed the wilderness, utilizing the waning light to consult his map. They were a day's journey from the central area. If they pressed on through the night, their cavalry could reach it shortly after dawn. This was the speed of their cavalry. The infantry, if they engaged along the way, would not arrive until the morning of the third day. Zhang Yinbin scrutinized the map, then declared, all troops, rest for 1 hour, then we shall depart, circumventing the bandits. This time, he intended to venture inward to assess the situation. There was no need for haste regarding points. A full day had yet to pass. Even if they were pursued later, there would be ample time. An hour later, darkness enveloped the land. Zhang Yanbin urged his steed onward. Some terrain was flat, while others were mountainous. The second-tier bandits appeared disinclined to initiate attacks. They merely evaded confrontation. As dawn broke, Zhang Yanbin's troops, weary and fatigued, approached the center. Dismounting, he ordered a 3-hour rest. A small contingent would remain on guard while the rest recuperated. Zhang Yanbin, too, required a brief respite. 3 hours of sleep would suffice. However, he planned to practice his techniques for half an hour to fully restore his state. After resting for just over an hour, Zhang Yanbin began his training. As the time elapsed, his soldiers regained their vigor. Zhang Yanbin's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, emanating a fierce determination. He mounted his horse and resumed their advance. Additionally, scouts were dispatched in 3 directions to locate the bandits. It was high time they accrued some points. 40 minutes later, a squad of scouts returned, reporting to the commander. We have identified a band of bandits to the left front, numbering approximately 500. They are fortified and have numerous patrolling bandits. We dare not approach too closely. 500. This must signify third-tier bandits. Zhang Yanbin recognized the necessity of confronting these third-tier foes. Recall the other 2 scout teams. We shall engage this band of bandits. Minutes later, the other 2 teams were summoned back. They had only scouted a short distance ahead, remaining close to the main force. Let us proceed. Zhang Yanbin commanded with a wave of his hand, and the white dragon understood, galloping ahead. They arrived at a desolate area, a special space conjured by the system. Upon nearing the bandit stronghold, approximately 3 miles away, Zhang Yanbin ordered a halt. The bandits began to prepare their defenses, erecting numerous wooden barriers, each larger than a bowl and impervious to ordinary blades. Within the confines, archers were stationed, while many bandits patrolled, ready to strike at a moment's notice. In the center, a small wooden hut could be faintly discerned. Zhang Shinting, Wang Xiaowu, Zhang Yanbin called. At your service. You 2 take 1/3 of the troops and attack from the left flank. Yuan Hai, at your service. You will lead another third of the troops for a right-side assault. Understood. Tai, at your service. Utilize your exceptional marksmanship to identify and strike the most significant threats. The remainder will engage with me at the forefront. With that, the crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers, instilling a sense of trepidation among the bandits across the way. Having completed the arrangements, Zhang Yanbin fixed his gaze ahead, and with a decisive wave of his hand commanded, attack. The army surged forth, naturally splitting into 3 distinct routes. Several junior commanders, alongside Zhang Yanbin, charged ahead. As they approached, arrows from the opposing side rained down. Zhang Yanbin effortlessly deflected the incoming projectiles with his iron staff. Simultaneously, the archers on his side unleashed a volley of arrows, targeting the enemy with deadly precision. Zhang Yanbin drew near, using his iron staff to dismantle several wooden barriers that obstructed his path. The momentum of the cavalry remained unyielding as they surged into the fray. A minor thug attempted to confront him, but with a single strike of his staff, Zhang Yanbin shattered the thug's skull, despite the latter's desperate attempt to block with a knife. More of these lesser foes rushed in, yet Zhang Yanbin, accompanied by a few comrades, swiftly dispatched them without delay. On the flanks, Yuan Hai wielded the fierce flame blade technique, known for its ferocity, and pressed forward with relentless aggression. Meanwhile, Zhang Shinting and Wang Xiaowu led their forces with formidable prowess. Zhang Shinting's ocean wave blade technique showcased a succession of increasingly powerful strikes, each one building upon the last, culminating in overwhelming force. Wang Xiaowu's unarmed combat, while potent in one-on-one encounters, lacked the capacity for group assaults. However, he specialized in targeting the enemy's elite fighters. Iron Wing, stationed at the periphery, identified the greatest threats and targeted them with remarkable accuracy. His archery was impeccable, ensuring that each shot found its mark. As Zhang Yanbin and his formidable army penetrated the ranks of the bandits, they found themselves swiftly encircled. Though the bandits were not without strength, they were, after all, mere brigands facing a disciplined military, and thus quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. The outer ranks suffered heavy casualties. Zhang Yanbin led his men directly toward the heart of the enemy forces. At this juncture, an individual with a scarred face, brandishing a large circular blade, barred Zhang Yanbin's path. Who dares to challenge me? Zhang Yanbin bellowed as he swung his iron staff forward. This shout served as a rallying cry for his allies. With a resounding clash, Zhang Yanbin's strength overpowered his opponent, who turned out to be the bandit leader. The leader roared in fury, "You shall perish," and launched a series of relentless attacks with his circular blade. Zhang Yanbin defended fiercely, though the leader exhibited formidable martial skills, forcing Zhang Yanbin to rely solely on his defensive abilities. Nevertheless, Zhang Yanbin's immense strength enabled him to withstand the onslaught. "Do not assist me. Swiftly eliminate the remaining thugs," he urged. In terms of technique, Zhang Yanbin was outmatched. However, his raw power seemed inexhaustible. With a fierce determination, Zhang Yanbin engaged in a contest of might against the bandit leader. While the leader showcased superior skill, Zhang Yanbin unleashed a barrage of strikes with his iron staff, disregarding finesse and focusing solely on brute force. Frustration mounted for the bandit leader, who, despite initially having the upper hand, found himself increasingly overwhelmed by Zhang Yanbin's relentless assault. Fatigue began to set in, his arms trembling under the strain. Zhang Yanbin, employing only a handful of basic techniques, relied solely on his raw strength. Around them, his troops capitalized on their collective advantage, coordinating their efforts to systematically eliminate the bandits. Yuan Hai and Zhang Xinting shone brightly in the chaos, their blade techniques dispatching multiple foes with each fluid motion. Meanwhile, the unassuming Iron Wing proved equally lethal, having already claimed over 30 lives while assisting in the downfall of several others. As the battlefield neared its conclusion, Zhang Yanbin found himself turning the tide. Now firmly in control, the bandit leader, in stark contrast, was forced into retreat, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Die! Zhang Yanbin shouted, delivering 3 powerful blows. The bandit leader raised his blade in defense, but as the third strike landed, he could no longer maintain his grip and was swiftly dispatched by Zhang Yanbin's follow-up strike. I fear nothing but a test of strength, Zhang Yanbin declared, drenched in sweat, yet invigorated by the display of his own power and potential. With the battlefield now cleared, he began tending to the wounded, noting the abundance of spoils. Standing amidst the remnants of conflict, he breathed heavily, exhilarated by the engagement. The bandit king had met his end, overwhelmed not by skill but by sheer force of will. Zhang Yanbin glanced at his score, witnessing a significant increase. Upon reviewing the details, he noted that ordinary third-tier bandits were worth 5 points, elite bandits 10, while the bandit leader commanded a staggering 100. Thus, defeating third-tier or higher bandits was key to surpassing previous scores. As Zhang Yanbin meticulously examined the point details, he discerned the underlying rules of the battlefield. At that moment, Wang Xiaowu approached, brimming with excitement. "My lord, we discovered a treasure chest," he exclaimed, gesturing toward a small wooden hut where it had been found. Zhang Yanbin wasted no time in opening it. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, player Zhuge Shenlong has acquired the bandit treasure chest, rewarding 1,000 battlefield points and additional items within the chest. Indeed, it rewards points. Zhang Yanbin mused. If we can conquer the bandits' huts, we can obtain considerable points. The bandit leader offered a mere 100 points, whereas this treasure chest promised 1,000. Yet, following conventional wisdom, one would likely need to eliminate most bandits to access the treasures within the hut. Zhang Yanbin began inspecting the contents. To his surprise, he found an advanced technique. The ice sealing method, alongside 2 intermediate techniques and skill books, and finally, 10 gold coins. Zhang Yanbin's breath quickened. The rewards, in terms of present value, seemed to amount to millions, primarily due to the rarity of the advanced technique. We've struck gold. Next time, we shall specifically target third-tier bandits. Who needs tasks when we can breach more third-tier strongholds and reap these bountiful rewards? Chapter 60, Efficient Scoring. The rewards were indeed splendid. Once the battlefield was secured, the casualty report emerged. Zhang Xinting approached with a solemn expression. "My lord, we lost 23 brothers. The toll of over 20 lives will gradually diminish their combat effectiveness. Fear not. This is the Divine Realm's task space. They have already respawned in our territory," Zhang Yanbin assured him. Zhang Xinting nodded before continuing. "My lord, we have seized numerous foundational techniques and skill books, with only 2 being of the beginner tier. Moreover, we collected over 30,000 copper coins and more than 100 weapons." "Very well, I acknowledge this," Zhang Yanbin replied, utilizing his ring to store the acquired items. He then traversed the stronghold, both inside and out. The bandits possessed third-tier strength yet lacked adequate defenses, affording us a remarkable opportunity. Zhang Yanbin contemplated further. His points surged upward, now exceeding 600,000. This was primarily due to his relentless journey the night before, while others had engaged in continuous combat. Time was limited, and everyone aspired for a favorable ranking, undoubtedly leading to even greater rewards. Many players had begun to form alliances. If they were to form 2 teams, they could effectively flank the bandits, each slaying their own enemies, thus significantly dispersing the bandit strength and enhancing their efficiency. Should 3 groups or more unite, they could launch a simultaneous assault from all directions, allowing those with prowess to claim more kills and accumulate greater points, ultimately sharing the spoils. Let us proceed to the next location. Along the way, Zhang Yanbin pondered. On horseback, he activated his communicator to reach out to Wanwan. "Oh, it went through. Are you also in the endless battlefield?" Zhang Yanbin had previously communicated with others, but contact with those outside the battlefield was impossible. Yet, he could send a message to Wanwan. "Big shot, you've come to the battlefield too. I brought my territory's NPCs along. Where are you? It's quite challenging here. Can we team up?" Wanwan sent several messages in quick succession. Zhang Yanbin merely traded her a book of the ice sealing technique. This advanced skill was unsuitable for his male subordinates, hence he gifted it to her as a debt settled. "Wow, an advanced skill. Did you acquire it here in the endless battlefield?" "I've been busy and haven't engaged much with the bandits. The battlefield is vast. So we can meet again later." Zhang Yanbin chose to ignore Wanwan further. Holding the ice sealing technique, Wanwan felt an immense thrill. This was a personal achievement. bypassing the guild to obtain the skill on her own. Typically, the guild would purchase such advanced techniques and distribute them among members. But she was brimming with excitement and immediately learned it. Now, she was among the few in the game possessing an advanced skill. After handing the book to Wanwan, Zhang Yanbin spurred his horse onward to the next destination. After more than half an hour, they discovered another bandit hideout. This time, Zhang Yanbin refrained from rushing into battle. He ordered reconnaissance, noting that the layout was similar to the previous bandit camp. Once the scouts returned, he summoned several key subordinates. This time, we shall alter our strategy. We will push through directly, eliminate their leader, and storm the cabin to see if there are any treasure boxes. I estimate that even level 3 bandit camps possess them. Everyone heeded Zhang Yanbin's command. He surveyed the distant camp and continued. This time, Zhang Xinting and Yuan Hai will protect the flanks with their elite forces. Your techniques and skills are suited for group attacks. I, along with Wang Xiaowu, will seek out the bandit leader and dispatch him swiftly. Tie, provide assistance in eliminating the bandit leader. With your sharpshooters, we shall bring him down quickly. After defeating the leader, we will seize the cabin's contents, retrieve the treasure box, and retreat immediately. Zhang Yanbin made further arrangements to enhance efficiency, focusing solely on the leader's elimination and the treasure box. Tactical plans were laid out, and they began to allocate their forces. Zhang Yanbin instructed Tie to lead the archers, selecting several skilled bowmen to concentrate their fire in support of Zhang Xinting and Yuan Hai. Once the troop distribution was complete, they charged forth. Zhang Yanbin led the charge, closing in on the bandit camp, where the enemy initiated an attack. Soon after, the archers under Tie's command unleashed a volley, claiming several enemies. As they engaged in direct confrontation, the camp's defenses crumbled like parchment under their assault. Zhang Xinting and Yuan Hai activated their skills, splitting the enemy ranks and thrusting towards the center. Zhang Yanbin targeted single foes with precision strikes, retreating any who survived without pursuing them. Their objective was clear, a cavalry surge that would obliterate the bandit stronghold. The leader was positioned just over 30 meters from the cabin. Observing the unfolding chaos, he advanced with his elite troops, brandishing a spear. Come forth. Following the original plan, they commenced their assault. Zhang Xinting and Yuan Hai led their men to intercept the elite forces, their attacks ferocious. Their swordsmanship excelled in single combat, while also being formidable in group engagements. In this melee, they successfully contained all elite bandits. The bandit leader now lay exposed before Zhang Yanbin, wielding a spear. He surged forward to confront him, while Wang Xiaowu, nimble and quick, countered the leader's attack with a powerful punch, sending the spear flying and rendering it ineffective. Zhang Yanbin seized the opportunity to strike down with a metal rod, their combined efforts leaving the bandit leader at a significant disadvantage. At that moment, an arrow struck from an unexpected angle, piercing the bandit's chest and drastically diminishing his combat effectiveness. Wang Xiaowu swiftly advanced, delivering 3 successive punches that sent the leader's spear tumbling from his grasp. In close quarters, the spear proved futile against Wang Xiaowu's relentless assault. Zhang Yanbin capitalized on the opening, landing a blow that halved the leader's vitality. Following this, Wang Xiaowu unleashed a flurry of punches, culminating in a devastating strike that felled the bandit leader in mere moments. Charge! Zhang Yanbin commanded, leading the troops toward the cabin. Wang Xiaowu sprinted ahead to seize the treasure box, while Zhang Yanbin, Zhang Xinting, and Yuan Hai regrouped and charged forth. Their onslaught was swift. The elimination of the bandit leader took less than 10 minutes, and in total, they required just over 20 minutes. They emerged victorious, their steeds racing 3 miles before coming to a halt, unpursued by the enemy. Nearly half of the bandit camp had been vanquished, and they secured the treasure box. Chapter 61. Points are accumulated. A single treasure box equated to 1,000 points, equivalent to defeating 10 level 1 bandit camps. How could this compare? Engaging level 1 camps was merely a training exercise, a chance to participate, with little hope for a commendable ranking. The rankings and their rewards remained uncertain, but they surely wouldn't be subpar. Excellent. Another 2,000 points acquired. Zhang Yanbin checked the rankings, witnessing a significant rise to over 300,000. The difference of mere points could lead to substantial disparities in ranking. Today, breaking into the top 100 was just a matter of a few bandit camps. Zhang Yanbin opened the treasure box. Oh, no advanced skill books. Were they only available on the first attempt? Inside the box, he found 5 gold coins and 2 intermediate skill and technique books, yet no advanced skill books were present. A pity. If a bandit camp could yield an advanced skill, Zhang Yanbin would swiftly assemble a formidable force. Alas, only intermediate skills remained, which were still in high demand. All troops, take a half-hour break. Scouts, proceed ahead. Despite the disappointment, Zhang Yanbin was determined to press on. The soldiers dismounted to rest while feeding their horses. Next time, they would ride prepared steeds. After half an hour, they resumed their march. After about 10 minutes, the scouts returned with news of another level 3 bandit camp. Good, let us take it down. Zhang Yanbin led the troops directly toward it. This time, they had to be cautious of casualties. They had lost 5 brothers in the previous encounter. Zhang Yanbin's cavalry held a considerable advantage. The group continued their advance toward the level 3 camp. Upon arrival, they conducted reconnaissance, finding little deviation in the circumstances. Brothers, let us go. Zhang Yinbin made slight adjustments to their tactics before launching the assault. Armed with previous combat experience, this encounter proved significantly smoother. Zhang Xinting and Yuan Hai knew precisely when to unleash their most powerful skills. Zhang Yinbin, along with Wang Xiaowu and Tai Yi, swiftly eliminated the leader of the bandits. Following this, they made a beeline for the small wooden cabin nestled within the mountain stronghold, seizing the precious brocade box contained therein. As for the scattered weapons, armor, and skill books littering the ground, Zhang Yinbin and his companions showed no interest. While those items held significant value at that moment, time was far more precious to Zhang Yinbin. By minimizing casualties, he could obtain far more valuable treasures. They breached yet another stronghold, catapulting Zhang Yinbin's ranking into the top 100,000. In the subsequent hour, he overcame another stronghold, his rank steadily ascending, soon landing him within the top 10,000. At that juncture, the forum erupted with excitement. What sort of elixir had Zhuge Shenlong consumed to rise so rapidly? Previously, his presence was elusive, yet now he was ascending at an astonishing pace. It appeared that Zhuge Shenlong had discovered a loophole for accumulating points. Hurry, report to the system. Alas, there seemed to be no avenue for reporting. This game appeared to lack customer service and any means of lodging complaints. Who could possibly know the whereabouts of Zhuge Shenlong? Zhang Yinbin had dismantled several strongholds, yet none yielded advanced tomes. However, he amassed quite a collection of intermediate skill books and gold coins. Each brocade box contained no fewer than 15 gold coins, and a single gold coin equated to 10,000 in currency. In times past, this fortune could sustain Zhang Yinbin for 3 months. Yet now, his desires were focused on martial arts techniques and skill tomes. After consecutively conquering multiple strongholds, Zhang Yinbin deemed it necessary to rest his team for a brief respite. They took a 3-hour pause, allowing for recuperation. Meanwhile, Ziling was astounded. She had been tailing Zhang Yinbin's party, effortlessly following their trail of hoofprints. The first level 3 stronghold had been entirely vanquished by Zhang Yinbin and his companions, leaving no bandit alive. Ziling was taken aback, but remained intrigued. Upon reaching the second location, with half of the bandits slain and an abundance of resources scattered across the ground, she seized the opportunity to surround and eliminate the remaining bandits. With their leader and most of the elites dispatched, who was this individual? Could he really be Zhuge Shenlong? Why did he forego the spoils strewn about, only slaying half the bandits? Ziling successfully eradicated this bandit group, acquiring a wealth of loot. Yet, she found herself engulfed in confusion. Perhaps he had encountered some sort of trouble along the way. Following the hoofprints, she and her team pursued once more. Upon arriving at the next bandit hideout, the situation mirrored the previous one. Half of the bandits, along with the elite and their leader, lay dead. For her, the slaughter was effortless, and the points accrued were substantial. Was it possible they targeted only the leaders and elites due to their higher point value? Did they disregard the others solely to save time? Through her observations, Ziling pieced together much, yet she remained oblivious to the existence of the brocade boxes. Zhang Yinbin's true objective was indeed the brocade boxes. Though Ziling's team may have garnered fewer points, their bounty was considerable, skill books and currency that could elevate her territory to new heights. They dared not linger for long, distributing some martial arts tomes among themselves. During their journey, they took brief half-hour breaks to practice their techniques, scarcely daring to sleep. As cavalry, Zhang Yinbin's team pressed onward, while Ziling's group, as infantry, had no choice but to keep pace. Ziling, trailing behind, eliminated several waves of bandits. She scrutinized Zhang Yinbin's ranking. Confirming her suspicions, it was indeed him, Zhuge Shenlong, now ranked among the top 6,000. Previously, she had been too preoccupied to note his standings. However, upon checking the forum, she found real-time updates on Zhang Yinbin's rank. It was truly formidable. Yet, his disinterest in the spoils allowed her forces to ascend, and she believed it would not be long before each member acquired foundational martial arts and skills, with some even receiving intermediate ones. Ziling had managed to collect several tomes from the bandit leaders, yet Zhang Yinbin lacked the leisure to gather them. As soon as the bandit leader fell, he charged ahead, directly entering the wooden cabin to seize the contents before swiftly retreating. Ziling was left in shock. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yinbin, a long-legged Ziling was hot on his heels. He continued his relentless assault, having dispatched over a dozen waves of bandits. Although he only targeted half, he collected the majority of the points with minimal losses. In just over half a day, Zhang Yinbin's score eclipsed that of the previous day's journey. Many began to question the leaderboard. Zhang Yinbin's ascent was astonishingly rapid. They decided to circumvent the bandits and head towards the center. The Ant Guild had united with several territories, resolving not to engage in peripheral skirmishes with the bandits, as the core undoubtedly harbored more valuable treasures. With only 3 days remaining, they needed to expedite their entry into the central zone. Observing the forum analysis alongside the leaderboard changes, those on the outskirts began to abandon their pursuits of low-level bandits in favor of advancing inward. Especially at night, the efficiency of bandit hunting diminished significantly. It was already afternoon, and many prepared to forego sleep. opting instead to forge ahead. Chapter 62, Level 4 Stronghold. Zhang Yinbin remained indifferent to external speculation. He continued his path of slaughter, methodically breaching strongholds and eliminating elites and bandit leaders, seizing the brocade boxes and departing. By evening, his rank had surged into the top 1,000, a truly staggering efficiency. Nightfall was imminent, leaving but a day and night for the task at hand. At this juncture, many had uncovered the secrets of the Level 3 strongholds. They were not easily conquered. Apart from Zhang Yinbin, others needed to form alliances with various territories. They slowly advanced from the periphery, encountering numerous players along the way. Yet, Zhang Yinbin left them in the dust, moving at such speed that no player could catch up. Thus, he operated independently. Being cavalry rendered collaboration with others inconvenient, though several territories boasted their own cavalry. However, their offensive capabilities paled in comparison to Zhang Yinbin's prowess, as he systematically annihilated stronghold after stronghold. As evening fell, many players began to hasten their pace, determined to reach the inner sanctum overnight. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinbin pondered his strategy for the night. He finally halted, having lost count of how many brocade boxes he had amassed. He had accrued a substantial collection of intermediate martial arts techniques and skill books, along with a considerable amount of gold. All of these treasures were securely stowed away in his ring. Presently, his team consisted of over 430 members, with minimal casualties in each skirmish. Their training had fostered greater cohesion, and their combat effectiveness was on the rise. Upon reviewing the leaderboard, Zhang Yinbin noted that he now ranked within the top 1,000. Many players saw their scores rising at a sluggish pace, having endured a 2-day and night campaign that depleted their forces significantly. Most could only form teams, as solo endeavors against the bandits had become untenable. As their squads gradually converged towards the center, larger groups began to form, swelling from thousands to tens of thousands. The deeper they ventured, the more players they encountered. These individuals, upon spotting a stronghold, would quickly divide tasks and lead their teams into coordinated assaults. Level 3 strongholds fell within 10 minutes, though some players inevitably perished in the process, and competition for the spoils was fierce. Well-managed teams would collaborate and delegate, taking turns to eliminate leaders, with brocade boxes apportioned based on strength and contributions. Some individuals have swiftly taken to eliminating third-tier bandits, and Xiling is no exception. She possesses ample foundational martial arts texts, enabling her subordinates to cultivate their skills. They forego sleep, opting instead to practice for half an hour whenever fatigue sets in. Those who engage in cultivation can manage several days without rest. While prolonged deprivation is detrimental, 3 days pose no issue. Thus, she diligently pursues the footsteps of Zhang Yinbin, collecting spoils along the way. As night fell, Zhang Yinbin planned to rest for 3 hours before resuming his journey. This time, he consulted the map. Beyond this point lie 4th-tier bandits, and given my current strength, I would likely be unable to vanquish even 2 without sustaining significant losses. 3rd-tier bandits are not overly formidable. Zhang Yinbin decided to temporarily forego confronting 4th-tier bandits, knowing that a coalition of players would ultimately be required to defeat them. However, he still intended to engage more 3rd-tier foes. He planned to navigate in a circular route, ensuring he would not stray too far from other players. This way, his entire army could rest, and their steeds could recuperate as well. Then, under the veil of night, they commenced their operations. Just as Zhang Yinbin set off, Xiling arrived in pursuit, narrowly missing him again. Frustrated, she stomped her foot in anger, just catching a glimpse of Zhang Yinbin's retreating forces, illuminated by torches. Naturally, with an understanding of the impending 3-day timeline, Zhang Yinbin had prepared torches for their nocturnal travels. After approximately an hour of travel, Zhang Yinbin and his entourage encountered a vast assembly of over 6,000 players besieging a 3rd-tier bandit stronghold. Despite the darkness, their numerical advantage allowed them to maintain a rhythmic assault, with several players engaging a single bandit effectively. Zhang Yinbin observed from a distance, opting not to interfere. Continuing onward, he encountered several other groups, who speculated about his identity upon sighting his forces. Yet, Zhang Yinbin had no intention of drawing closer, as he solely targeted 3rd-tier foes. They could not hope to keep pace with him. However, his aspirations extended beyond mere points. He sought rewards as well. The bounties from 3rd-tier strongholds were quite substantial, often yielding numerous intermediate martial arts and skill tomes. When utilized for training soldiers, these resources could forge a formidable army. Thus, Zhang Yinbin yearned for even greater rewards. 4th tier, and especially the central 5th-tier strongholds, surely promised even more impressive bounties, particularly in the form of advanced martial arts texts. Zhang Yinbin activated his communicator, capable of connecting with others in the endless battlefield. He first reached out to Wanwan. What is your current location? Have you formed alliances with other players? Ah, esteemed leader. Wanwan replied. We are currently assaulting a 3rd-tier stronghold, but I am unharmed. As the Lord, I observe from the rear. She expressed surprise at Zhang Yinbin's communication with her. We encountered several groups who have united to attack the stronghold. However, the points gained are pitifully meager. Even when sharing the spoils, our point accumulation is slow. In the absence of treasure boxes, a single charge yields only a few dozen to a couple of hundred points. Fortunately, I have managed to sell items from my territory early on, and our strength is moderate. Nonetheless, our ranking is dismally low. Indeed, it aligned with Zhang Yinbin's assumptions. The points were limited. Although they had united, the points distributed remained scant. I will clear a few more strongholds and then wait inside. Tomorrow is a crucial day. To secure better rewards, we must assault 4th tier or central 5th tier strongholds. Zhang Yinbin and his forces found a place to rest. As dawn approached, he swept through numerous strongholds, elevating his ranking to within the top 100. As daylight broke, many players realized that to attain better points, they must target higher tier strongholds. Consequently, they advanced towards the center, with Zhang Yinbin trailing behind. They were now quite close to the central area, where a 4th tier stronghold finally emerged. The 4th tier bandits numbered over 3,000, far exceeding 500, and most were elite fighters. Moreover, they possessed their own offensive and defensive systems. Zhang Yinbin shadowed a group from a distance, maintaining several miles separation. Their scouts had thoroughly assessed the situation of both the bandits and the players. Lord, this bandit group is formidable. The opposing players number only around 16,000. It is unlikely they can overcome these bandits, one scout reported. Zhang Yinbin speculated that an attack was imminent and sought to observe more closely. Chapter 63. The players defeat Zhang. Yinbin galloped forth with a few companions, circling to reach the far side of the stronghold. Zhang Xinting. This bandit group has demonstrated commendable offensive and defensive capabilities. If our players charge recklessly, the casualties will be severe. Zhang Xinting gazed into the distance and remarked. Though they possess only 2 defensive lines, the wooden barriers are thicker than a soup bowl. The attacking force must first breach the initial line. I suspect numerous archers are stationed within, capable of inflicting significant damage. The second defensive line is already manned by bandits, making a swift breakthrough exceedingly difficult. A fierce battle is bound to erupt at the second line. After Zhang Xinting completed his analysis, Zhang Yinbin chose not to respond. He had brought a few individuals to test their skills and teach them to observe the battlefield. As the main force approaches, let us maintain our distance and avoid detection for now. Zhang Yinbin led his group further back, observing from horseback. Indeed, upon sighting the 4th tier bandits, the players' excitement grew. After a brief discussion and simple arrangements, they commenced their attack from 4 directions. Over 10,000 players charged forward, initiating the assault. Inside the stronghold, a hail of arrows rained down, inflicting heavy losses on the players. However, relying on their numbers, they pressed on. The first line was breached, resulting in the loss of over 3,000 players. Despite such losses, they managed to reach the second defensive line. Following this, the players mounted a concerted assault. The bandits countered with spearmen, blocking the advance of those at the forefront. Subsequently, arrows rained down with each volley, clearing small areas of the battlefield. A mere quarter of the players had prepared shields for defense, leaving the majority exposed to arrow fire. While there were archers among the players, their dispersion prevented the formation of an effective arrow formation, whereas the bandits had ample wooden shields for protection. The players, though outnumbered, continued to charge forward. While one could describe their actions as brave, one could also argue that they recklessly sacrificed lives. Zhang Yinbin observed the battle and concluded, our numbers remain insufficient to mount an effective offense against 4th tier strongholds. Yet, these players are evidently in a precarious situation. They may very well face defeat. I wonder if they can force the bandits to reveal their trump cards. The second defensive line, composed of sturdy wooden barricades, proved impervious to players' weaponry. Even if they were allowed to strike unimpeded, it would take them at least 10 minutes to breach it. Meanwhile, the bandits continued their relentless assault, and players fell in droves. Eventually, a player leader recognized the predicament. Utilizing skills, they focused their attacks on a single point, unleashing their abilities before retreating. The players began to concentrate their fire, ultimately managing to breach the second defensive line. With the line broken, a grand melee ensued. The mountain bandits are indeed what they are. Once they emerged, they became utterly disorganized. Initially, these bandits relied on their defensive strategies, exhibiting a semblance of discipline. However, once the players breached the second line of defense, the bandits lost all semblance of restraint and charged forth, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. A chaotic melee ensued, with over 1,000 bandits still remaining, comprising the elite of their ranks. In contrast, the players were a ragtag assembly, hastily cobbled together. The battle raged with ferocity, yet a handful of players found themselves no match for a single bandit. The bandit elite wielded skills of their own, and soon, the air was filled with a cacophony of unleashed abilities and anguished roars. The players fought valiantly but found retreat no longer an option. The bandits, driven by bloodlust, would pursue any who attempted to flee. They resolved to fight to the bitter end, for every point earned mattered. Zhang Yinbin observed from a distance as the numbers on both sides dwindled. Suddenly, 2 hulking figures burst forth, brandishing large curved blades. They charged in, unleashing a flurry of skills that sent a dozen players flying. Were these the bandit leaders? A level 4 dual-headed leader, each taking a side, wreaked havoc among the players. Where they passed, the players could not withstand their onslaught. The players could only muster a few desperate skill attacks, but chaos ensued, further disorienting them. Some players attempted to regroup, only to discover that amidst the turmoil, few could be rallied. Fleeing with just a handful proved futile. Let us charge them. If we can take one down, that has more points for us. With such thoughts, they resigned to their fate, believing that an early demise might afford them an opportunity to manage their territories or attend to other matters. Wandering aimlessly with a few comrades served no purpose. The bloodshed resumed, and the players continued to dwindle. The bandits, however, had also suffered losses, now numbering just over 300. The players still had more than 1,000. Yet they could not contend with the two leaders. They charged, determined to take down at least one. Some clever players sought out weapons and skill books, but the bandits, now emboldened, attacked on sight. Zhang Yinbin speculated that the players could hold out for no more than 5 minutes. He declared, "Let us retreat. It's our turn to take the stage." With 16,000 against 3,000 bandits, it was a brutal clash leading to mutual annihilation. The players faced near total destruction. Zhang Yinbin galloped back swiftly to his troops. "You've all seen the state of the bandits. We will charge twice with our war horses. After 2 rounds, we dismount and engage in battle. Wang Xiaowu and I will hold one of the bandit leaders. You 3 quickly surround and eliminate one, then come to our aid." Leading his forces, Zhang Yinbin surged into the fray. By the time they arrived, only a handful of players remained. While the bandit numbers were also reduced to merely 300, they charged forth, uncaring of whether they were players or bandits. The onslaught continued. Zhang Yinbin wielded his iron staff, dispatching 2 bandits, and then the cavalry circled back for another assault. Some bandits were sent flying, and after 2 rounds of charge, only about 100 bandits remained. "Dismount and engage," Zhang Yinbin commanded, and they quickly formed ranks to advance upon the bandits. This group of bandits was aggressive, charging towards Zhang Yinbin and his men. "Zhang Xinting, you take the left flank." Both bandit leaders converged upon them. Zhang Yinbin, wielding his heavy iron staff, charged at the bandit leader. "Quick, start recording. Whose army is this?" The remaining dozen players had taken refuge to the side, while the bandits focused their assault on Zhang Yinbin's forces. A crowd began to speculate and record the unfolding events. Zhang Yinbin's staff struck a bandit, yet the impact seemed negligible as the bandit retaliated with a fierce swing of his blade. The clash echoed loudly, forcing Zhang Yinbin back several steps. The bandit leader, undeterred, advanced menacingly. Wang Xiaowu dashed forward, landing a kick against the bandit's chest, momentarily halting the leader's pursuit of Zhang Yinbin. Regaining his footing, Zhang Yinbin centered himself, dispelling any discomfort. Chapter 64, the Level 4 Bandit Leader. This bandit leader was significantly stronger than the Level 3 ones. Zhang Yinbin and Wang Xiaowu were outmatched but pressed on, attacking with all their might. Even if they could not slay the leader, they aimed to wear him down. The leader had unleashed several devastating skills while hunting the players, each capable of decimating groups of 10 or more. At present, however, he was unable to unleash his full power. As Zhang Yinbin relentlessly attacked with his iron staff, Wang Xiaowu adeptly maneuvered around, targeting the leader's vulnerabilities. Each time Zhang Yinbin struck, Wang Xiaowu seized the opportunity to deliver a heavy blow. Their coordination, however, was met with fierce resistance from the bandit leader, who pushed them back. Surrounding soldiers occasionally struck the leader, yet several fell victim to his onslaught, perishing on the battlefield. On the side of Zhang Xinting, he and Yuan Hai unleashed their ultimate skills, bolstered by the support of Tai Yi, gaining the upper hand. Particularly, Zhang Xinting's wave blade technique had reached 5 layers, allowing him to contest the bandit leader directly. They exchanged blows, with Yuan Hai's flame blade technique delivering significant damage, honed from earlier practice. Tai Yi aimed arrows at the leader's eyes, successfully distracting him despite a few near misses. 7 stars rapid fire, Tai Yi shouted, not merely to bolster morale, but to alert his comrades and instill fear in the enemy. Hearing the shout, the bandit leader faltered, recalling the lethal wind that had accompanied Tai Yi's arrows. It was time for a decisive strike. Tai Yi drew several armor-piercing arrows, launching 7 in rapid succession towards the Level 4 bandit leader. The arrows struck multiple parts of the leader's body. Though he attempted to deflect them with his curved blade, he was a moment too late. The 5th, 6th, and 7th arrows aligned perfectly, obscuring the leader's vision, and the final arrow struck him squarely in the eye. Wave slash, flame slash. Zhang Xinting and Yuan Hai seized the opportunity, delivering their most potent attacks and sending the bandit leader flying. After sustaining serious injuries, the leader, already in a weakened state, succumbed to their combined might. Quickly, support the Lord. At that moment, Zhang Yinbin found himself in a defensive position. Although the bandit leader was also compromised and unable to unleash his ultimate skills, each strike he delivered forced Zhang Yinbin to exert all his strength in defense. In the distance, a dozen players watched in awe, mouths agape at the sheer ferocity of the battle. Who are these individuals? They must be the legendary Zhuge Shenlong, leading a cavalry. On the first day, he was nowhere to be seen, but by the second day, his points surged rapidly, indicating a deep incursion into the Level 3 bandit stronghold. Many astute minds, upon observing the current situation, deduced the identity of Zhang Yinbin. Always masked, Zhang Yinbin wished to keep his appearance concealed. Yet, one cannot hide their identity forever. The fluctuations in the leaderboard invariably reveal it. Nevertheless, Zhang Yinbin remained indifferent. My lord, we have arrived. He was being overwhelmed in battle. His arms numbed from the relentless blows. The arrows of Iron Wing were the first to strike, producing a sharp, clear sound as they struck the bandit's blade, compelling the bandit leader to acknowledge Iron Wing's formidable presence. With a single arrow, Iron Wing established his dominance. Zhang Xinting and Yuan Hai also rushed to engage. Upon their arrival, they unleashed their skills. Though not their most potent abilities, they were significant enough to warrant the bandit leader's attention. Thus, the 5 strongest warriors, including Zhang Yinbin, commenced their siege on the leader, attacking from all sides. Xiao Wu, assist the others and lead your troops to cleanse the bandits, commanded Zhang Yinbin. Wang Xiao Wu, being a martial artist, found his skills less applicable in this situation. With Iron Wing and the others supporting, dealing with the bandits was no longer a concern. I shall confront him directly, Zhang Yinbin declared, favoring his signature move, a relentless downward strike with his iron staff, maximizing his power while significantly exhausting the opponent. Blocking Zhang Yinbin's assault was no trivial task. Instantly, they gained the upper hand. The bandit leader's eyes burned with fury. Die! Gritting his teeth, he summoned his remaining strength to unleash a devastating attack. Be cautious and defend, Zhang Yinbin warned, yet he surged forward. Upon closing the distance, he swung his iron staff with all his might, channeling his energy into a fierce clash. A resounding boom echoed as Zhang Yinbin was sent flying several meters. His staff hurled into the air. While he could have evaded, he chose to engage head-on. In this fierce exchange, the bandit leader also suffered, having unleashed his mighty attack. He was met with the backlash from Zhang Yinbin's counterstrike, sustaining severe internal injuries. Zhang Shenting, Yuan Hai, and Iron Wing quickly responded, each employing their finishing moves. Iron Wing fired an arrow that pierced the bandit leader's chest, while Zhang Shenting and Yuan Hai each struck with their blades, sending the bandit leader hurtling away, lifeless. My lord, several rushed to assess Zhang Yinbin's condition. Do not touch me. I am not dead yet, he grimaced, racked with pain. Iron Wing, protect me. You 3. Swiftly eliminate another bandit, then come to my aid. Additionally, send Xiao Wu to search for a treasure box or other valuables. Keep others at bay. Zhang Yinbin lay on the ground, gravely injured. Zhang Shenting and the others began to eliminate the remaining bandits. With the 2 leaders dispatched, the rest fell swiftly, and soon, the area was cleared. The dozen players, witnessing the bandits' demise, approached. Halt! Anyone who comes closer will be shot on sight. Zhang Shenting glared at them, flanked by a row of archers. What do you mean by this? The defeat of these bandits is our accomplishment. You merely seek to reap the spoils. Step aside. Most of the credit belongs to us, and so do the spoils. Observing Wang Xiaowu racing towards the village center, they speculated he was seeking the treasure box. Having previously engaged level 3 bandits, they understood the significance of such items. Meanwhile, Zhang Shenting remained cold and unyielding, refusing to engage in idle debate. These players, despite their protests, found their arguments futile. Disputing with NPC soldiers was pointless, as they would only heed their lord's commands. Chapter 65, the first level 4 kill. Ascending to the pinnacle. This battle had already granted Zhang Yinbin several thousand points. For the others, accruing points was no simple feat. The more players there were, the fewer monsters to defeat. The rewards were diminishing. The onlooking players observed Zhang Yinbin's soldiers clearing the battlefield, their envy palpable. The ground was strewn with valuable loot. These elite monsters and their leaders surely yielded treasures aplenty. They spotted someone sprinting towards the center of the stronghold. Having faced level 3 bandits before, they knew the small cabin likely contained a treasure box, but the level 4 bandits held unknown rewards. Zhang Yinbin, lying there, gradually began to circulate his energy. As he did, waves of pain coursed through him. Yet, with each cycle, he felt a modicum of relief. Slowly, he managed to sit up. Am I meant to be a punching bag? Why do I keep encountering such monstrous foes? Not long after he settled, Wang Xiaowu dashed over. My lord, I found this inside. Zhang Yinbin, still in pain, took a glimpse at a treasure box and a sizable chest. He first accepted the treasure box and opened it, his eyes lighting up upon discovering an epic level skill. His territory was about to gain another expert. Next, he found several advanced skill and technique books. The box contained only these texts, which he collected. Opening the chest proved challenging due to its size, but he instructed Wang Xiaowu. Place it on the ground and open it. Incredible. It's filled with gold coins. Wang Xiaowu exclaimed, counting. There must be over 1,000 coins. 1 coin equals 10,000, so this is 10 million. In fact, there are 1,500 coins, totaling 15 million. Although these coins would not fully compensate for the losses incurred in battling level 4 bandits, if they succeeded, the players would not suffer too greatly. The system had anticipated this. However, it had not foreseen that Zhang Yinbin would stumble upon such a windfall. The level 3 stronghold's first kill granted an advanced technique. while the level 4 stronghold's first kill yielded an epic one. Level 5 was simply beyond their reach. The map marked the level 5 stronghold in red, leaving players puzzled about the system's intentions. Other level 4 strongholds would yield at least a few advanced techniques upon conquest. My lord, here are 2 advanced techniques and 2 intermediate skills obtained from the 2 leaders, reported Yuan Hai, who was scavenging the battlefield for valuable items. Zhang Yanbin, seated on the ground, replied, "Good, hand me the books so I can distribute them later." You all continue to clear the battlefield. With that, Zhang Yanbin closed his eyes, focusing on circulating his energy. The divine dragon's essence began to swirl around him, gradually alleviating his pain while enhancing his skills. Indeed, after expending all his strength, Zhang Yanbin's techniques would advance significantly. As the soldiers continued their efforts, the envious players dared not approach. The NPC soldiers would show no mercy. If they intruded, they would surely face aggression. Zhang Yanbin had directly ascended to the pinnacle, receiving 10,000 points for the level 4 stronghold and additional points for the treasure box. His previous achievements placed him at the top of the leaderboard. The players quickly realized this cavalry belonged to Zhuge Shenlong, with Zhang Yanbin now ranked first. The forums erupted in fervor. Who would have thought that the second place would be held by Quanfeng? Originally first, he has now fallen to second. Zhang Yanbin had regained 60% of his strength and was able to move. Zhang Shenting, what is the casualty report? Zhang Shenting clasped his hands in salute and spoke. My lord, we have lost over 60 brothers in battle. Zhang Yanbin nodded in acknowledgement. Their numbers had dwindled to just over 300. The battlefield was still being cleared, revealing a plethora of copper and silver coins, along with an assortment of weapons and equipment. Numerous tomes lay scattered about, including foundational techniques and skill manuals, with a fair share of beginner ones as well as the occasional intermediate level. All of these constituted a substantial fortune. Many of Zhang Yanbin's soldiers were injured, and his 4 key subordinates had also suffered considerable losses. In the short term, they were unable to mount further attacks and needed to establish a temporary encampment to recuperate. Zhang Yanbin recognized the necessity of a thorough rest. For the moment, they were devoid of combat capability. After resting for a little over an hour, Xiling finally arrived with her troops. Upon her arrival, she was taken aback by the sight before her, a field littered with corpses, the battlefield in utter disarray. At that moment, Zhang Yanbin did not issue orders to halt her advance, as the battlefield had already been cleansed. Are you Zhuge Shenlong? Xiling approached Zhang Yanbin and inquired. He merely inclined his head slightly, his mask obscuring any visible expression. When I called out to you earlier, why did you not respond? Zhang Yanbin reflected for a moment before replying. Tall legs. Do we know each other? Xiling pondered, realizing that perhaps Zhuge Shenlong truly had not heard her cries. You've done well to reach this point while maintaining the integrity of your army, she remarked, noticing that her forces numbered a little over 400. Xiling felt a flush of embarrassment. She had merely followed behind, reaping the benefits. May I ask why you only defeated half of the third-level bandits? Zhang Yanbin, without deceit, revealed his genuine thoughts. It appeared that the third-level bandit stronghold harbored a wealth of treasures. The leader of the third-level bandits had dropped numerous intermediate techniques and skill manuals, which Zhang Yanbin had not had the time to collect. Meanwhile, Xiling had gathered over 20 technique manuals along her journey, a significant windfall. Standing at a height of 181 meters, Xiling truly embodied the moniker tall legs. Is this 4th-level stronghold also one you conquered? Zhang Yanbin shook his head and remained silent. I am Xiling. I appreciate your assistance in my scavenging efforts. May I accompany you moving forward? Zhang Yanbin surveyed her troops and noted their commendable condition. Your army's armor has a rather peculiar design, he remarked, observing the red battle gear worn by Xiling's forces. Indeed, our territory possesses a unique red mineral. It is merely distinctive in color, and it also possesses a magical resistance attribute, though this attribute has proven to be somewhat trivial, having yet to show any tangible effect. Intrigued, Zhang Yanbin recalled the demon race. Let us become friends. I am interested in purchasing your mineral. Zhang Yanbin was straightforward. Certainly, we can discuss it after the battle. By the way, are your warhorses for sale? They are. If you require them, you can trade using your red mineral. One more question. Do you know what purpose this magical resistance attribute serves? Xiling admitted that she had yet to comprehend the unique properties of the mineral. Zhang Yanbin chose not to answer her inquiry. If it posed a challenge, perhaps it was best left unaddressed. Xiling sensed Zhang Yanbin's reluctance to divulge information. Secrets within the game often held great value, and his reticence was understandable. There is nothing that cannot be shared. During a previous quest in a special realm, I encountered the demon race, which proved quite formidable. I suspect that your mineral is specifically designed to counteract them. Chapter 66, A Fortuitous Encounter with the Gale. Zhang Yanbin himself was uncertain if he would encounter the demon race again, yet preparing was never amiss. The two exchanged friend requests and resolved to proceed together. Zhang Yanbin opted to walk alongside Xiling instead of riding, as although they had spare warhorses, her troops did not mount them. A 4th-level stronghold required at least 20,000 troops for a successful siege. Zhang Yanbin felt his role was now diminished. Outside, the 3rd-level bandits had been eradicated, and by dawn, they might manage to locate a few more. However, continuing large-scale incursions rapidly was no longer feasible. Zhuge Shenlong, have you considered collaborating with other players? Xiling suggested. We should explore. Surely there are many large forces out there. Xiling had been relentlessly pursuing, which was why she had not encountered other players. However, she had gleaned some information through forums. The Gale had amassed a large number of players by promising them benefits and acquiring points through financial incentives. He communicated within the game and conducted live video recordings, assuring participants of certain advantages. Consequently, a significant portion of points from third-level bandits had been claimed by the Gale. He was remarkably capable, having gathered over 30,000 individuals. Furthermore, the spoils of war on the battlefield were distributed among them, yet the final points were solely his. Additionally, they provided compensation offline. This was a public agreement, and the video was recorded. Other players had relatively small contingents, with some consisting of merely a couple of hundred individuals. A multitude of players congregated, requiring a competent and respected leader, qualities embodied by the Gale. Thus, he successfully recruited numerous followers. Although the spoils acquired were minimal, their points consistently increased. By distributing the loot, these individuals perceived this as the optimal course of action, as allowing someone else to lead would likely result in chaos. Each team harboring its own agendas. The Gale's willingness to provide compensation was appealing, particularly to those whose own teams were weak and ineffectual. Aligning with the Gale yielded benefits. And thus it was a fortuitous arrangement. At that moment, the Gale and his 30,000 troops discovered a fourth-level bandit stronghold. The circumstances surrounding Zhang Yanbin's group remained unknown to them. However, with their sheer numbers, attacking the fourth-level stronghold would likely be a straightforward endeavor. After 2 hours of travel, scouts returned with reports regarding the Gale's situation. Tall legs, you might consider collaborating with them, Zhang Yanbin remarked. My name is Xiling, she reiterated. Throughout their journey, Zhang Yanbin had persistently referred to her as Tall Legs. Despite her protests, he continued to call her that. I shall pass. With this meager force, accumulating a few hundred points is of little consequence. My ranking cannot improve significantly. Preserving their lives is paramount, for even in death, it would sap our foundation. Zhang Yanbin wholeheartedly agreed with Xiling's perspective. Collaborating with tens of thousands of players would yield minimal points, insufficient to affect their overall ranking. It was wiser to safeguard their lives. After all, dying even once could weaken their foundation, despite the task's penalty being halved. Gradually, Zhang Yanbin and his companions approached their destination, the Gale's forces. Upon reaching the outskirts, Xiling recognized the Gale. Yes, I see him too, she confirmed. For they had previously undertaken a mission together, enabling Zhang Yanbin to identify the Gale directing operations. Zhuge, are they capable of conquering it? They can, but it will likely cost them at least 20,000 lives. If any refuse to cooperate, the casualties may be even higher. Xiling, who had initially felt eager to join the fray, now felt a desire merely to observe. Let us mount our horses and watch the spectacle, she suggested. Although she was unfamiliar with riding, she could manage sitting on a horse's back. Despite her height, Zhang Yanbin assisted her in mounting a warhorse. The Gale allocated tasks and initiated a multi-pronged assault. He exhibited intelligence by concentrating shield bearers within the ranks. However, this strategy resulted in the fragmentation of numerous teams. The assault commenced. The Gale's tactics were far more organized than those of the previous group. Nevertheless, a fourth-level stronghold remained formidable. The archers within unleashed wave after wave, causing them considerable distress. Yet, they managed to breach the first line of defense with relatively low casualties. Next, the assault on the second line of defense commenced. It was evident that they were faltering. The ranks had become disordered, and their coordination had diminished significantly. This disarray arose from the necessity to concentrate various troop types, such as shield bearers, spearmen, and archers, leading to the fragmentation of forces from a single territory. Consequently, the complications in coordination were manifold. Many of the NPC soldiers from various territories possessed limited intellect, with some encountering such large-scale battles for the first time, lacking experience and intelligence. Their command relied solely on the chaotic winds of battle, resulting in numerous issues. Xiling observed this with trepidation. They would have been better off launching a dispersed assault, attacking freely to capitalize on their respective strengths. Rest assured, once the bandits surged forth, chaos would ensue, and the command structure would collapse entirely. A hastily assembled force was inherently flawed. Similar contingents existed in the Endless Lands, where many, insufficient in number, attempted to assault level 4 bandits, only to be annihilated. Larger groups, however, charged forth in a disorganized frenzy, overpowering the level 4 stronghold. Now, players were compelled to unite. After considerable effort, Huangfeng's troops breached the second line of defense of the stronghold. However, the nightmare was just beginning. The bandits within were not as they had anticipated. Instead of engaging in a defensive struggle, they charged forth, indiscriminately slaughtering. The fragmented armies descended into chaos, suffering severe casualties. The scene was gruesome. Xiling remarked on the horror of it all. Zhang Yanbin scanned the battlefield, searching for something. The leader had yet to emerge. It was still early, and they had already lost over 10,000 men. This wave, it seemed, could not be contained. Despite their numbers, Quangfing had committed a grave error by dispersing the troops. Had they remained cohesive, they could have encircled and eliminated several bandits. Now, they struggled to coordinate, falling victim to the bandits' relentless onslaught, resulting in excessive losses. Quangfing recognized the emerging problem and hastily attempted to rectify it. Yet the battlefield was too chaotic, commands were poorly communicated. Some lords, disregarding others, retreated with their forces. In summary, the battlefield was in disarray. The bandits, too, were scattered, undeterred by the threat of encirclement or injury, and simply sought to kill indiscriminately. Some bandits, equipped with area of effect skills, plunged into the fray, unleashing devastating attacks that felled dozens. Subsequently, they expended significant energy and were overwhelmed. Many such elites existed, inflicting grievous wounds upon the players' forces. At that moment, Zhang Yanbin declared, "They have arrived." No sooner had he spoken than two bandit leaders charged forth. These two leaders wielded astonishing power, cutting through the throng with impunity, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake, unstoppable. Chapter 67, The Interception. Finally, they had emerged. Zhang Yanbin had long awaited the appearance of the two bandit leaders. Are they both leaders? Xiling, unfamiliar with the endless battlefield, inquired. Indeed, both leaders possess formidable strength. This battle will be arduous. The two leaders rampaged through the ranks, targeting the densest clusters of players, wreaking havoc. Though the players were numerous, their formation began to crumble under pressure. They needed to confront these two and encircle them. Quangfing attempted to command the troops, but his orders were lost in the chaos. The NPC forces would only heed their respective lords, many of whom had perished or been scattered. Quangfing could only watch as his army disintegrated, falling victim to slaughter. Players found themselves mercilessly pursued by the two leaders. Zhang Yanbin observed from a distance, remaining impassive. He refrained from intervening, recognizing it was not his place to assist. The players still outnumbered the bandits. Some lords regained their senses, encircling individual bandits to maximize their kills and earn points. The battlefield was rapidly thinning. The players' ranks dwindled to just over 3,000, while the bandits numbered only slightly more than 200. Yet, the two bandit leaders remained fearsome adversaries. Quangfing glanced at the rankings, noting the difficulty in accumulating points. The players surged forth to encircle the two leaders. Whoever delivered the fatal blow would claim the rewards. The bounty for defeating a bandit leader included an additional 500,000 copper coins, a substantial sum, equivalent to 500,000 federal currency. With such a lucrative incentive, many rallied to confront the bandit leaders. Quangfing finally organized several hundred individuals to charge at the bandit leaders. Ha! Come forth. Kill. The bandit leaders, invigorated by the throng, unleashed their might, cleaving through 20 individuals in an instant before plunging into the crowd, their blades carving through flesh. Those who were struck faced either death or grievous injury. At this juncture, one leader had become ensnared by a relentless swarm of players. Recognizing an opportunity, several players surged toward the stronghold, with the bandits dwindling in number. They sought to seize the coveted treasure within. Many players coordinated their assault and surged into the stronghold, a mass of over 1,000 charging forward. Upon witnessing this, one bandit leader erupted in fury. "I am not yet finished." He cleaved through the two players who stood in his way, then hastily pursued the intruders. After several leaps, he reached the throng and began to strike outward. Yet, the players were fervent, knowing that whoever reached the treasure first would claim it for themselves. "Fear not, press onward." The players descended into a frenzy. While unaware of the exact rewards from the level 4 stronghold, they were certain they would be immensely tantalizing. The bandit leader, consumed by rage, wielded his blade with abandon, cutting down dozens in rapid succession. However, the players were equally relentless. Despite sustaining injuries, the bandit leader fought on, as if impervious to pain. "Ha ha ha! All of you shall accompany me to the grave." A surge of crimson light enveloped him as he unleashed a skill, sweeping his blade in a wide arc, instantly slaying over 200 players. The battlefield fell eerily silent. Before him lay a sea of bodies, the bandit leader kneeling on one knee, his long sword propped up to keep him from collapsing. Ironwing rushed forth to claim the kills, while Wang Xiaowu sought an opportunity to retrieve the treasure. Zhang Xinting and Yuan Hai prepared to charge into the fray to rescue their comrades. Observing the scene, Zhang Yanbin understood that the bandit leader was nearing his limits, on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the players were beginning to panic, having lost over 500 of their number in the fray. Ironwing galloped forward, bow in hand, knocking a long arrow and drawing back the string. The arrow flew forth with great speed, piercing the bandit leader's throat. The bandit, already drained of strength, lacked the energy to evade. Points were secured. Zhang Yanbin beamed with delight. At that moment, Wang Xiaowu deftly maneuvered through the chaos. His training in both fist and leg techniques endowed him with agility and speed. As players began to awaken to their surroundings, they realized the bandit leader had fallen. "Quick! Rush in! Don't let the treasure be stolen." Yet their response was ultimately sluggish. Wang Xiaowu, experienced in treasure retrieval, made a beeline for the prize. After securing it, he dashed toward the rear exit of the stronghold. "You wait here. I'll go provide support. Xiling remained silent, merely nodding in understanding. She recognized Zhang Yinbin's intent, seizing the moment amidst the chaos. This will undoubtedly offend many players. Yet, Zhang Yinbin remains unperturbed, as does she. However, the benefits that Zhang Yinbin reaps are not accessible to her, rendering her presence unnecessary. Departing swiftly, Zhang Yinbin gallops away, with the soldiers in tow. She heads directly towards the rear of the stronghold, where Wang Xiaowu is currently being pursued by a throng. Charging ahead, a group of players emerges, intent on intercepting Wang Xiaowu, as Zhang Yinbin and her comrades brandish their weapons, advancing ruthlessly. The cavalry sweeps through, and players collapse before them. Originally a disorganized mob, they are quickly scattered in a single sweep. Subsequently, the group shields Zhang Yinbin, observing the dwindling number of players remaining. Wang Xiaowu steps forward, presenting the brocade box and the chest to Zhang Yinbin. My lord, all the items are here. Zhang Yinbin nods in acknowledgement, promptly stowing the golden chest within her ring. The coins hold little allure. Upon opening the brocade box, she is greeted by a system notification awarding her points. Yet, within lies merely a few advanced techniques and skill books, devoid of any epic level items. Disappointment flickers across Zhang Yinbin's face as she reclaims the brocade box. Who are you? Lurking in the shadows? Hand over the items, the brocade box. A group dares only to shout from a distance, for Zhang Yinbin's army glares at them menacingly. Archers. She commands, draw your crossbows and aim at them. Onward, let us hunt down the Gale. Ignoring the remaining players, Zhang Yinbin instructs her subordinates. She leads the charge, with her forces following closely. What did she just say? It sounded as though she intends to kill Gale. Does she have a vendetta against him? How audacious. No wonder she wears a mask. At this moment, they have not observed the leaderboard. If they had, they would note that Zhang Yinbin's points have significantly increased. Zhang Yinbin circles around once more, returning to the previous battlefield. This sudden cavalry unit piques the curiosity of many, leaving them unsure of the identity of the newcomers. Gale, I never expected to encounter you here. I have already taken what was inside the stronghold, and I must thank you for that. Zhang Yinbin calls out to Gale from a distance, her voice resonating loudly enough for most players to hear. Zhuge Shenlong. Gale nearly bellows in response, their enmity reaching new heights. Chapter 68, The Hunt for Gale. Gale trembles with anger. Zhang Yinbin has audaciously seized the items from the stronghold. Not only does she aim to rob, but she also seeks blood. On that day, you sought to kill me. Today, be prepared to face your demise. All troops, prepare. Whoever dares to act, slay them. Zhang Yinbin desires to take on Gale alone. Arrogance. You possess epic-level techniques and skills, yet you think you can defeat me one-on-one? You have yet to earn that right. Gale reflects on the time Zhang Yinbin assisted him in a quest, which rewarded him with epic-level techniques and skill books. At that time, major capital had not yet invested, thus he learned them independently, aware that he could apply them in reality. Now, however, Zhang Yinbin dares to challenge him solo. Dismounting her steed, Zhang Yinbin wields her iron rod. Meanwhile, her troops maintain a vigilant watch over the surrounding players. Anyone who dares interfere shall face merciless retribution. Come forth. I, too, wish to slay you. Gale, armed with a blade, assumes a fighting stance, awaiting Zhang Yinbin's approach. Zhang Yinbin advances calmly, inching closer while grasping the iron rod with one hand. Gale, our feud has long been established. In the future, we need not exchange threats. We will simply kill each other upon encounter. Use any means necessary to slay me. I will do the same to you. Gale, infuriated, responds with indignation. He is the leader of a prominent guild. Even if it no longer ranks as the top guild in the world, it remains one of the 10 most esteemed guilds in the Eastern continent. Now, Zhang Yinbin coolly issues her challenge, implying a relentless cycle of conflict. Arrogance. You shall perish. I have numbers on my side. I will overwhelm you. With that, Gale ceases his banter, gripping his blade tightly as he charges forward. Zhang Yinbin effortlessly lifts her iron rod, gripping it with both hands, and executes a deft parry. A clang resonates, though not overly loud, as Zhang Yinbin remains steadfast, while Gale stumbles back 2 steps. It is worth noting that Zhang Yinbin's movement appears almost effortless, and Gale is the aggressor. Such is the extent of your prowess. I shall extinguish you in 3 moves. With that, Zhang Yinbin springs into action, her speed astonishing. With a single strike, she brings the rod crashing down. A resounding impact reverberates, fracturing Gale's hands as his blade flies from his grasp. Following swiftly, Zhang Yinbin sweeps her iron rod, delivering a fatal blow to Gale's head. Gale, devoid of any strength to resist, is instantly vanquished. Gazing upon Gale's lifeless form, Zhang Yinbin feels no ripple of emotion. Ah, it's over. Wasn't there supposed to be a grand battle? Gale, did you truly learn epic-level techniques? Surely, he cannot be a mere pretender. I haven't even drawn my fruit yet, and it's already finished. Zhang Yinbin casts a brief glance at Gale before turning back towards her own ranks. Mounting her steed, she gestures for her troops to turn and depart. The archers retract their Zhuge crossbows as she approaches the formation led by Xiling. This matter is concluded. Let us proceed to the next location. Our steeds can carry you without breaking into a gallop. Very well, I shall accompany you. As they continue their journey, Zhang Yinbin walks alongside Xiling. Gale fell to 2 swift strikes. Wasn't he also trained in epic level techniques? Is it possible that such techniques vary in strength? Xiling, observing from a distance, witnesses the clean and decisive manner in which Zhang Yinbin dealt with Gale. Perhaps he truly did train. I can't discern his strength. He is far too weak. Xiling contemplates, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Is this a self-praise? Though it seems not entirely unfounded. Zhuge Shenlong, will you continue to claim monsters? It depends on the situation. I will attempt to claim those that are enemies. Collaboration is preferable with those who are not. Oh, the two proceed onward, their steeds trotting steadily. Although Xiling-S group may lack horsemanship, they are secured with saddles and reins, ensuring they do not fall. Of course, they bear no combat capability while atop the horses. After more than an hour of trotting, it is now past 2 in the afternoon. My lord, there is a situation ahead. A large force is mobilizing. Let us investigate further. The scouts stationed ahead report back upon discovering the situation. After a short interval, another scout returns, stating, My lord, there are over 20,000 individuals ahead, preparing to assault a level 4 stronghold. Let us proceed and observe. While remaining vigilant on all sides, a mere 10 minutes later, Zhang Yinbin can discern the opposing forces' vast numbers. At this moment, a crowd surrounds the stronghold but has yet to initiate an attack. Zhang Yinbin's company stands out strikingly, all on white steeds. The 2 leading figures, one masked, the other a strikingly tall beauty, are undeniably captivating. Upon noticing Zhang Yinbin's arrival, a few individuals confer briefly before one steps forward. Friends, I am from the Ant Guild. My name is Manhwaedit. May I inquire as to which esteemed allies you represent? This Manhwaedit displays a certain charm, appearing to be in his 20s. As he adopts the ancient custom of clasping his fists in greeting, Zhang Yinbin reciprocates with a bow, stating, Zhuge Shenlong, merely passing through to take a look. As Xiling traversed the path, she unexpectedly encountered a formidable figure, leaving her momentarily taken aback. It was none other than the illustrious Zhuge Shenlong. Ah, brother Shenlong. From whence do you hail, and to where might you be bound? Manhwaedit pondered, feeling somewhat foolish for his naive inquiry. In this endless battlefield, purpose was often elusive. Only through chance encounters did one uncover their true intentions. Brother Zhuge, shall we join forces to assault the bandit stronghold? This time, Manhwaedit finally displayed a semblance of wisdom. Having witnessed 2 teams fail in their attempts to conquer a level 4 stronghold, he recognized the futility of such endeavors. Of course, the team led by Quangfeng managed to survive with a few members intact, but Manhwaedit had effortlessly dispatched Quangfeng and seized the spoils. Manhwaedit hesitated, unsure whether to extend an invitation or not. Yet, being from a prominent family, he quickly regained his composure. How splendid. Brother Zhuge, your experience would greatly enhance our efforts. Might you take the lead in our strategy? Very well, terms are negotiable. Zhuge Shenlong accepted with calm assurance, proceeding to follow Manhwaedit. The latter introduced him to the assembly, who were equally astonished by Zhuge Shenlong's presence. I have but a few suggestions, Zhuge Shenlong began. Should you adhere to my counsel, I shall join your ranks. If you choose otherwise, I shall refrain from interference, unless you all perish, in which case I might intervene. Some among them wore expressions of discontent. Zhuge Shenlong's audacity seemed excessive. Did he truly believe himself the foremost player in this game? Noticing the discontent, Zhang Yinbin remained unfazed, standing with arms crossed, observing the newly appointed management team. Chapter 69. Commanding the battle. A heavy silence enveloped the group as they realized Zhang Yinbin's intent to divide the spoils. Esteemed comrades, I have faith in Brother Zhuge. His points far exceed those of the second-ranked player, a testament to his prowess. With such a small contingent, he has amassed considerable points. Thus we must place our trust in him. Manhwaedit, enjoying a high standing among the group, lent his support and persuaded them to acquiesce. Brother Zhuge, we shall follow your lead. Zhang Yinbin nodded, stating, Let me outline my conditions. There are 2 bandit leaders within, both equipped with area of effect abilities. I can assist in neutralizing one, with no need for anyone else to engage. Naturally, I will not partake in standard assaults, as my forces cannot be squandered. Secondly, within lies a treasure box containing several advanced martial arts and skill tomes. I require 1 advanced martial art and 1 advanced skill. As for the golden chest containing 1,500 coins, I shall forego that. The spoils from the bandit leaders I defeat shall be mine. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback, realizing the existence of 2 leaders within the stronghold. After a moment of contemplation, they deemed Zhang Yinbin's demands somewhat excessive. Yet he had left the majority of the treasures for them. Following a brief discussion, they consented. Brother Zhuge, you shall orchestrate our strategy. Without further ado, Zhang Yinbin was unreserved in his approach. After their victory, he intended to seek fortune elsewhere. Regardless, this group would be spent after the battle, lacking the strength to assault another stronghold. The first line of defense is relatively straightforward and can be taken with ease. The crux lies in the second phase. Once breached, the bandits will surge forth, lacking any semblance of order. Each territory should form small teams, with one team encircling a single bandit. Zhang Yinbin meticulously shared his plans. Drawing from his observations of previous assaults, trusting in Zhang Yinbin, they deployed a minimal number of shield bearers, followed closely by a handful of powerful fighters to break through the first line of defense. Remarkably, few casualties were incurred at this stage. For the second line, smaller teams engaged, armed with shields, long spears, axes, and knives, successfully breaching the defenses. Archers provided covering fire, while the main force formed various small units, each led by a lord, who allocated personnel based on their combat prowess to confront individual bandits. The bandit numbers were not overwhelming, allowing for minimal losses as they coordinated their attacks according to Zhang Yinbin's strategy. As anticipated, the moment the second line fell, the bandits erupted in chaos, charging forth without restraint. Thank goodness for Brother Zhuge. Had he not been here, our ranks would have been thrown into disarray by their ferocity. Everything unfolded according to Zhang Yinbin's design. The bandits were efficiently cleared, and while the players' forces suffered considerable losses, they remained intact. Brother Zhuge, if the bandit leaders are so formidable, must we assemble 1,000-strong force? Zhuge Shenlong instructed the preparation of a robust unit, while his own contingent numbered a mere 300. In truth, Zhang Yinbin planned to confront a bandit leader without relying on sheer numbers. After a fierce exchange, the bandit leaders emerged, one wielding a spear, the other a large blade, launching an immediate devastating attack that sent over 20 players flying. Quickly, intercept the spear-wielding bandit leader. The chaos unleashed by the two leaders wreaked havoc, inflicting severe damage upon their previously organized ranks. Manhwaedit, alarmed, swiftly dispatched personnel to confront the spear-wielding leader. It is our turn now, Zhuge Shenlong declared. Xiling, though not participating in the fray, remained observant by Zhang Yinbin's side. Accompanied by Zhang Xinting, Wang Xiaowu, Tie, and Yuan Hai, they formed a sufficient force. Excessive numbers would only result in greater losses. I have also positioned several archers in the rear, purely for distraction, he noted. The spear-wielding leader's destructive capabilities were alarming. Within moments, hundreds had fallen victim to his onslaught. Zhang Yinbin and his companions charged forward. Clear the area, shouted those nearby, fleeing as the bandit leader wreaked havoc. None could withstand his might. With a mere glance, the leader aimed a powerful strike at Zhang Yinbin. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhang Yinbin gripped his iron staff and met the assault head-on. To his surprise, the bandit leader's attack was successfully deflected. Not bad, the leader chuckled. But you too shall perish. With renewed ferocity, the bandit leader pressed the assault. Zhang Yinbin, Yuan Hai, and Zhang Xinting combined their efforts, successfully parrying the leader's onslaught. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaowu adeptly maneuvered around, launching surprise attacks from the flanks. Tie readied his bow, aiming at the leader but refraining from firing just yet, creating significant pressure and distraction for their opponent. After a tense moment, as the bandit leader turned his attention towards Tie, the latter released an arrow, not to inflict harm, but to intimidate. The arrow struck the bandit leader's blade with a resounding clang, alerting him to the potential danger. Consequently, the leader became more cautious, unable to unleash his full might against Zhang Yinbin and his allies. However, the four of them were free to unleash their full strength against him. Wang Xiaowu had already landed 2 surprise blows on his opponent. However, the damage inflicted was not substantial enough to deter the bandit leader from unleashing his full potential. He needed to conserve his strength for the ensuing confrontation. First tier, Zhang Xinting shouted. Initially, the bandit leader was perplexed by the declaration. Second tier, third tier. With each call, the leader realized that this signified the stacking of skills and escalating damage. Fourth tier. Upon reaching this level, the bandit leader felt a surge of pressure and redirected most of his focus onto Zhang Xinting. Fifth tier. Kill. The bandit leader, now on high alert, erupted with a fierce intent to kill. His long blade swept across with ferocious momentum, accompanied by a menacing blade aura, indicating tremendous power. With a resounding clash, Zhang Xinting engaged him head-on, only to be sent flying several meters away. Soldiers rushed to his aid. The bandit leader paused momentarily, surprised that his lethal strike had only hurled Zhang Xinting away, leaving the others unscathed. Now, Tieshing released an arrow with precision. At that moment, the bandit leader had just unleashed his powerful attack, causing his movements to slow. The arrow, imbued with great force and speed, struck the bandit leader in the shoulder as he attempted to evade, diminishing his combat effectiveness. Beside him, Yuan Hai had also prepared a formidable strike, forcing the bandit leader into a defensive stance. Zhang Yinbin swiftly advanced, wielding an iron rod to assault the bandit's left side, where he was already injured. Attacking his left would exacerbate his existing wound. After several fierce blows, the bandit leader could only parry. Damn it, die, he roared in fury, ready to unleash his ultimate move, the 7-star barrage. Tieshing shouted once more. The bandit leader, having just initiated his grand technique, was now uncertain whom to target, Zhang Yinbin, Yuan Hai, or Wang Xiaowu. He was susceptible to their retaliation. Arrows flew swiftly toward him. The bandit leader instinctively raised his hand to defend. But Zhang Yinbin and his companions had already retreated beyond the range of the bandit's attack. Tieshing's barrage was effortlessly countered by the bandit leader, rendering the ultimate move futile. Now let us finish him off. Zhang Yanbin seized the opportunity as the bandit leader's movements became sluggish and his right hand began to tremble. He aimed a powerful strike toward the bandit's left neck. The bandit leader, anticipating death, raised his right hand to block the impending blow. With a clang, he successfully parried Zhang Yanbin's strike. Yet, Wang Xiaowu, trained in epic-level techniques and martial arts, launched a surprise attack on the bandit's right wrist. The bandit's weapon flew from his grasp. Without his weapon, he was no longer a formidable adversary. Yuan Hai struck him with such force that he was sent reeling. The bandit leader, though hurled away, did not perish. However, Zhang Yanbin accelerated, leaping into the air and delivering a decisive blow that sent the bandit crashing to the ground. Moments later, he lay still, devoid of life. The lord had triumphed, and the spoils were secured. Wang Xiaowu promptly began searching the fallen for loot. Retreat, Zhang Yanbin commanded as they withdrew to the perimeter. Zhuge Shenlong, you truly are formidable. A handful of us have vanquished the bandit leader, Xiling remarked curiously, observing Zhang Yanbin. Though unable to discern his expression, over there, that leader is on the verge of decimating a 1,000-man squad. Shouldn't you lend assistance? Zhang Yanbin first assessed Zhang Shinting's injuries. They were neither severe nor trivial. He had utilized the ocean wave blade technique to its 5th tier, mitigating much of the bandit leader's power. It's not that I refuse to help, it's that I lack the strength, he explained. We have all expended our ultimate techniques, and now, we cannot offer much assistance. Even Tieshing is performing no better than an ordinary archer at this point. Xiling understood the situation and quietly observed from the sidelines. Intrigued by the strength of Zhang Yanbin's team, which had earned her newfound respect. In the distance, the fierce battle continued. Of the selected 1,000, only a little over 300 remained. Manhwaedit had not anticipated the bandit leader would prove to be such a formidable foe. Zhuge Shenlong, do you think they can win? Xiling inquired, pointing delicately towards Manhwaedit's group. How many times has that leader unleashed his ultimate attacks? 2 or 3. Xiling was uncertain. If they can deplete his forces, it should be possible to slay the leader. Zhang Yanbin's subordinates were recuperating their energy. Zhang Yanbin himself required no such measures. He merely needed to rest briefly to regain his strength. Naturally, practicing his techniques would expedite the recovery, but he had only exerted himself rather than sustained any injuries. Thus, he remained mounted, observing the unfolding battle. The conflict transpired almost precisely as Zhang Yanbin had anticipated. Both sides were engaged in a grueling struggle, with the players' ranks having already suffered significant losses. Yet, the bandits were nearing their breaking point. After approximately half an hour of relentless combat, Manhwaedit's group was reduced to fewer than 100. The bandit leader, exhausted, found himself surrounded and overwhelmed. What followed was a thorough cleansing of the remaining bandits, ultimately leading to their annihilation. The players emerged victorious, albeit suffering 2/3 casualties. Manhwaedit led the effort to scour the battlefield. Brother Zhuge, you may choose first. This brocade box contains high-grade treasures, Manhwaedit declared, offering a collection of books. Zhang Yanbin accepted without hesitation, selecting a set of martial arts techniques and skill tomes. I must extend my gratitude to you, Brother Zhuge. Without your assistance, we might not have prevailed. Initially, we were overly confident, but in hindsight, I am glad Manhwaedit chose to trust me. Brother Zhuge, let us become friends. And you too, the beautiful Xiling, let us connect as friends. Zhang Yanbin did not decline, adding them both to his friends list. Brother Zhuge, let us proceed to tackle level 3. Level 4 may be beyond our capabilities. Zhang Yanbin shook his head. We must part ways here. Time is short, and by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, this will conclude. The points gained are unlikely to change significantly. I am cavalry, and will not join you further. Manhwaedit nodded, refraining from further discussion. Just as Zhang Yanbin was about to inquire about Xiling's plans, a system announcement abruptly shifted their previous intentions. Ding. System announcement. In the endless battlefield, the bandit leader Doli has become enraged, having sensed the demise of his subordinates. He is determined to seek vengeance. Attention all players, in 2 hours, 100,000 level 5 bandits will commence their advance from all directions, placing every player within their attack range. The crowd was left in stunned silence. The bandits could operate in such a manner? 100,000, at level 5. If they were even stronger than the level 4 counterparts, and in such greater numbers, how could one possibly contend? It was astonishing that on the final day, the objective was merely survival. No one anticipated the system had such a card to play. Level 4 had already proven to be a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, the majority of level 4 bandit camps had been overwhelmed by players. A minority of players had been scattered by their attacks. As for level 5, while the player count was substantial, potentially in the hundreds of millions, after 2 days of conflict, the survivors would be few. At this moment, who could still stand against the level 5 bandits? Chapter 71, A Desperate Escape. There remained 2 hours. This time frame was intended for players to evade their grim fate. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Xiling inquired, Zhuge Shenlong, what do you propose we do? I wish to survive. Dying once would severely impair my foundation. Zhang Yanbin indeed did not wish for death. He calculated that if the level 5 bandits lacked cavalry, he could retreat to the outskirts and endure until the mission concluded. However, if the enemy possessed cavalry, the situation would become dire. His best course of action was to flee, to escape outward. The level 5 bandits would undoubtedly yield high points, but they would also be formidable. This was Zhang Yanbin's assessment, and it was unlikely to be erroneous. The group contemplated and collectively resolved to flee. Long legs, let us go together. I can lend you my warhorse for another 2 hours. It should suffice for you to reach the outskirts. Zhang Yanbin then decided to act independently. His steed galloped with great speed. Thank you. Without lingering, Zhang Yanbin and his group immediately set off. The remaining members also intended to depart in the same manner. In the vast expanse of the endless battlefield, after 2 days of bloodshed, there remained over 20 million NPC soldiers scattered throughout. Yet, at the center, the 100,000 bandits were preparing, poised for a massacre. They were well equipped, with a portion being cavalry. Zhang Yanbin was not anxious. His cavalry had 2 hours to escape, ample time for their departure. Although Xilin's group was not particularly swift, it mattered little, for they would part ways in 2 hours. Throughout their journey, Xiling pondered. Reaching the outskirts would require 2 days of continuous running, and the bandits would likely not be able to pursue them. However, not everyone chose to flee. Some had already formed large teams, numbering in the tens of thousands. 100,000 bandits was a vast force, but they would disperse in all directions, allowing at least some players to intercept a portion of them. These bandits were strong, and their points would undoubtedly be high, perhaps even yielding valuable loot. Many shared this sentiment. The endless battlefield was immense. Once the 100,000 bandits separated, their strength would diminish significantly. Zhuge Shenlong, do you not intend to ambush a few bandits for a test? Zhang Yanbin shook his head, replying, the probability that they possess cavalry is quite high. Otherwise, they would not be able to pursue us. My points are sufficient. I am currently in first place, having eliminated the second-ranked player, and the third is still far behind. Surviving is paramount. Xiling nodded in agreement, for she had also amassed substantial loot, skill books, technique manuals, and weapons. If she could return safely, her territory's strength would undoubtedly increase. As darkness fell 2 hours later, they parted ways. Can you lend me a warhorse? Upon my return, I can exchange resources or even pay with skill books. Zhang Yanbin's ranks had already suffered considerable losses, and they no longer required as many steeds. Meanwhile, Xiling's group consisted of just over 300 individuals, as did Zhang Yanbin's. They had over 800 warhorses. All right, each of you may take a horse. Take care. Wait, I wish to accompany you. Xiling suddenly changed her mind. Zhang Yanbin surveyed his troops and smiled, saying, I'm afraid your group cannot keep pace with mine. I will proceed with you alone. My forces will split into smaller units to enhance our chances of survival. It is a wise choice, but following me may place you at risk should I seize an opportunity to act recklessly. Xiling shook her head, stating, I hail from a very comfortable place, having only farmed my entire life, lacking any real battle experience. As a lord, I must learn these skills, even if it is merely for survival or leading troops on the road. Very well, you may join me, but you have 10 minutes to prepare. Bringing an extra person was not a significant issue, especially since Zhang Yanbin was indeed fleeing for his life. The warhorses galloped fiercely. She had already learned horsemanship and would not hinder their speed. Xiling herself could not fathom why she felt this way. 10 minutes later, Xiling organized her group into small teams and executed a breakout. Let us go? With Xiling's south arrangements in place, Zhang Yanbin urged his steed forward, charging wildly in one direction. Before long, the bandits emerged. They indeed had cavalry. Thousands surged outward in groups. While the infantry was not numerous, they assembled for battle. One team, hastily formed, comprised 100,000 players, creating a massive formation to confront the approaching bandits. However, their 100,000 clashed with 5,000 bandit cavalry. The cavalry lacked finesse, simply charging directly through the center of their formation, carving a bloody path strewn with corpses. Yet, the ordeal did not conclude there. After breaking through, they turned back and continued their onslaught. The players' formation was utterly ineffective against the relentless charge. Within approximately an hour, the 100,000 were completely annihilated. Ha ha ha. Foolish mortals. Continue the pursuit. Our lord commands that none escape. The cavalry were fearsome. In 4 directions, only 4 contingents of 5,000 cavalry existed, the rest being infantry. The infantry gradually dispersed shortly after their emergence. Zhang Yanbin galloped for 2 hours before halting his group to rest and cultivate their skills. He attempted to contact others. His attempts to reach Manhwaedit were unsuccessful. Instead, he reached out to Wanwan. The situation is dire. 5,000 cavalry are upon us, and with our few thousand, we cannot hold them off. We face total annihilation. Zhang Yanbin's expression grew grave. The endless battlefield was undoubtedly more familiar to the bandits than to them. 5,000 cavalry. With formidable strength, encountering them was tantamount to death. These cavalry units were tasked with scattering players, while the infantry would spread out to eradicate anyone remaining. Zhuge Shenlong, what are your thoughts? Zhang Yanbin and his comrades lit a fire, unafraid of attracting the enemy, for they knew the enemy would not arrive so soon. He pondered before replying. I fear that even reaching the outskirts poses a significant risk of being slaughtered. The only solution is to evade them. Dangling legs, they mused. If they emerge in a net formation, how do we evade them? If we avoid encounters with their cavalry, we may succeed. We must charge forward for another hour, allowing the bandits to disperse further, thus granting us an opportunity. The others engaged in training, swiftly recovering their energy. Half an hour later, they surged forth again, urging their steeds to maximum speed. Zhang Yanbin's group arrived at a densely wooded area. Zhuge Shenlong, what shall we do next? Disperse the excess warhorses. When the bandits arrive, let a few riders gallop forward to draw their attention. Zhang Yanbin began to strategize, assigning several soldiers to be ready to run. A few hundred meters away, they ignited several fires, while Zhang Yanbin's group concealed themselves in the underbrush. Chapter 72. Contrarian strategies. They had concealed themselves for approximately half an hour, and it seemed the time was ripe for action. They certainly could not wait for the enemy's arrival before making their escape, as that would be too late. Half an hour had nearly elapsed. Zhang Yanbin urged a few individuals to hasten the departure of the horsemen. Would the mountain bandits fall for this ruse? In the grass, a tall figure, closely aligned with Zhang Yanbin, whispered a question. The campfire left traces, as did the hoofprints of warhorses. Upon observing these signs, the bandit cavalry would undoubtedly pursue, indifferent to whether anyone was concealed nearby, for there would be others to handle that. As long as they evaded the cavalry, allowing them to pass by, their chances of survival would significantly increase. The tall figure nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, the warhorses were fitted with muzzles to suppress their whinnies, and soldiers managed each mount. Indeed, a mere 10 minutes later, a detachment of bandit cavalry arrived. They conducted a cursory examination of the traces before pressing onward in pursuit. This unit comprised approximately 500 cavalry, who had further divided their numbers. In this area, no additional cavalry would approach to ensure safety. They would wait an additional 20 minutes before departing. The purpose of the cavalry was to disperse the enemy. A large force of 5,000 cavalry could scatter an enemy numbering in the tens of thousands with ease. After the initial wave had been decimated, they split into 10 units and continued their advance. At this juncture, it was rare for player groups to assemble in the tens of thousands. 500 was sufficient to disperse even several thousand players. Soon after, the bandits' infantry followed closely behind. After waiting for 20 minutes, they mounted their horses. The group swiftly mounted up, with Zhang Yanbin leading the way. Let us move, he commanded. Hey, Zhuge Shenlong, are you heading in the wrong direction? Zhang Yanbin was steering towards the center rather than retreating outward. Indeed, they would encounter the bandit infantry in this direction, but as cavalry, they could maneuver around them. If they couldn't evade them, the infantry would be unable to catch up, while the cavalry had moved to the periphery, ensuring their safety. Xiling nodded in understanding and quickly followed suit. Zhang Yanbin and his party advanced directly towards the center. Ahead, scouts were stationed. They soon encountered the bandit infantry and deftly maneuvered around them. After a brief chase, realizing they could not catch up, the bandits abandoned the pursuit. Zhuge Shenlong, your cunning is impressive. Playing these bandits is quite entertaining. Xiling laughed joyfully, relieved they had not been caught. This night marked a nightmare for the majority of players. Some had fled early, only to be overtaken by the cavalry. Others, who had gathered in large numbers, found themselves easily scattered by the cavalry's charge. Most did not escape the grim fate of being slaughtered. Initially, they had hunted the bandits, but now they were the hunted. Zhang Yanbin's group retraced their steps towards the center. Zhuge Shenlong, are we to continue fleeing like this? Zhang Yanbin did not respond. He had his own objectives. His aim was clear, to scout the bandit stronghold. At this point, it seemed few would survive. Confrontation might lead to defeat, even death. Yet, Zhang Yanbin thrived on risk. They galloped furiously for over 2 hours, encountering numerous bandits, yet their own numbers dwindled. The infantry had scattered, and the players had been dispersed. Now was the perfect time to separate. My lord, ahead lies a small bandit squad of 10, came the report. Zhang Yanbin ordered the entire contingent to halt. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to encircle and eliminate them to gauge their strength. Zhuge Nu launched a volley of arrows, followed by a swift assault. Their adversaries numbered only 10, yet caution was still warranted. Understood. Execute the orders. The unit demonstrated remarkable operational efficiency. Zhang Yanbin quickly devised a tactical plan. Several hundred dismounted and charged forth, commencing with a volley of arrows. The bandits reacted swiftly. The initial barrage only claimed 4 lives, while the rest deflected the arrows with their blades and advanced. Zhang Yanbin led the charge, but to his surprise, the opposing bandit soldiers managed to parry his strike. Despite his mastery of a divine-level martial art, nonetheless, the remaining bandits were soon overwhelmed and slain. My lord, we have recovered 3 foundational martial arts manuals and 1 introductory skill book, Zhang Xinting reported, along with over 300 copper coins. Holding the items, Zhang Yanbin turned to Xiling and remarked, this bandit group is formidable. Their level of skill is far beyond what current players can contend with. It seems few will emerge unscathed from this encounter. Zhuge Shenlong, you are truly impressive. Following you might indeed ensure survival, Xiling acknowledged. now understanding the peril of skirting the periphery. Of course, rushing towards the center was no easy feat. The bandit infantry was conducting a net-like pursuit, leaving few with the opportunity to escape into safety. Zhang Yinbin surveyed the fallen bandits. Their strength was undeniable. If they could hunt them in the inner circle, it would be a promising strategy. However, the allure of the stronghold was even greater. Time was of the essence. Midnight had passed, and dawn was only hours away. He yearned to explore the stronghold, even if it meant facing death. Let us hasten our pace. Zhang Yinbin noted that only 10 bandits remained on patrol. Most had likely pursued to the outskirts. The deeper they ventured, the safer they would be, contingent upon how many guards remained at the stronghold. They galloped onward. Initially, they encountered minor bands of bandits, but after 2 hours, they scarcely spotted any. Whenever they detected a bandit squad, they skillfully circumvented them, avoiding entanglements. Slaying a bandit yielded a mere 100 points, which lacked significance. They were nearing their destination. Dismount and rest. Zhang Yinbin instructed everyone to dismount and recuperate. This would expedite their recovery. Observing the state of his comrades, he noted they appeared far better than he. What level of martial arts have you all learned? Xiling approached Zhang Yinbin, offering him a fruit to eat. As they shared the fruit, Zhang Yinbin remarked, the least they could bring back would be intermediate martial arts. And there must be over 30 who have studied advanced techniques. Xiling's jaw dropped. Throughout their journey, she sensed something was amiss with this group. Xiling, swallowing the fruit, exclaimed in shock, that's outrageous. Do you realize how few players have learned advanced martial arts at present? That single advanced technique could fetch 5 million. 5 million. Do you understand? I comprehend. Defeating a level 3 stronghold would not yield less than that, Zhang Yinbin replied, barely suppressing a chuckle. Xiling nearly choked, exclaiming, people are astounding. With a hint of resignation, she continued, in my group, many haven't even acquired foundational martial arts. Do you have a surplus of foundational techniques? If so, I could offer something for my territory in exchange. Zhang Yinbin turned to appraise her, noting her long legs. What are you implying? Don't misinterpret my intentions. I was referring to items from my domain. I'll send you a list later. Xiling shrank back, fearing Zhang Yinbin had ulterior motives. As a young woman in the game, she pondered whether she could win a lawsuit in reality if anything untoward occurred. I am not that kind of person. As for foundational techniques, I have no idea how many there are. I leave that to my subordinates. I only oversee the advanced and above. Xiling's eyes widened as she looked at Zhang Yinbin. Above that would be epic level techniques. You possess many and still need to manage them? Chapter 73. The ultimate boss. Zhang Yinbin addressed Zhang Xinting and the other three, stating, the four I brought are the strongest forces, all possessing epic level martial arts and skills. Xiling was astounded. This was an overwhelming revelation. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Yinbin also had another set of skills acquired from the first kill of a level 4 stronghold. The elite have accumulated in abundance, and he has already forgotten how many tomes he possesses. You truly allowed the NPC to learn like this. How beneficial it would be for the players, who can resurrect even after death. Even so, you have sold an epic tome that still commands a fortune, likely worth tens of millions, and there are certainly buyers. Xiling gazed at Zhang Yinbin as if he were a monster. Players may betray, yet they remain steadfastly loyal, willing to perish for me and our territory. Xiling fell silent, deep in contemplation. She suddenly felt the need to alter her perspective. Embrace this world as if it were the real one. It would serve you well. I have never regarded them as mere data, but rather as brothers, as family. Xiling nodded, realizing she had always treated it as just a game. This game can indeed be lucrative, and quite so. It seems now is the time to shift my mindset. No wonder you have ascended to the pinnacle of the game. Tomorrow, when those fallen players resurrect and take to the forums, there will surely be a plethora of recordings. Players who die cannot log into the game for an entire day, nor can they post. Once they revive, the forums will undoubtedly buzz with activity, especially since Zhang Yinbin decisively eliminated the Gale and several others battled a bandit leader. Let us proceed, it is time. Upon seeing the soldiers nearly restored, Zhang Yinbin pressed on. After half an hour, they beheld a colossal mountain stronghold, replete with numerous tents. Zhuge Shenlong, does it seem deserted? Upon reaching the outskirts, Zhang Yinbin and his companions dismounted and advanced cautiously. However, upon arriving at the stronghold, they discovered it completely devoid of life. Zhang Yinbin and his companions meticulously searched several tents and wooden huts, yet found no one. So much grain. Xiling stumbled upon a small wooden hut filled to the brim with provisions. Why don't we burn this place down and vent our frustrations? There must be an abundance of grain and other supplies here. After all, it is home to 100,000 bandits. Zhang Yinbin shot her a disdainful glance, pulling her back by the arm. Spendthrift. With a mere gesture, Zhang Yinbin stored an entire room's worth of provisions into his ring. Where's the grain? Zhang Yinbin remained silent, but Xiling quickly deduced the answer. You possess spatial equipment. A player can hardly store everything in a mere 100 slots. Yes, I have spatial equipment. All of this is now my spoils. Zhang Yinbin continued his search from hut to hut, uncovering grain, weapons, armor, ores, and timber. He overlooked nothing of value. Xiling trailed behind him, initially calculating the worth of each item, but soon lost track entirely. You know, one must live frugally. Previously, I sold information to 10 guilds for 1 billion, yet it was all squandered in mere days. Every copper coin must be cherished. Zhang Yanbin, finding himself bored as he gathered supplies, began to impart wisdom to Xiling. 1 billion, and gone in a few days. Xiling now perceived Zhang Yanbin as boasting, her expression one of indignation. Yet, Zhang Yanbin was too preoccupied with his haul to notice. He had lost count of how many items he had collected, even seizing some military tents. As long as it held value, he would take it all. Before long, dawn approached. At around 4 in the morning, the sky began to lighten. Finally, Zhang Yanbin concluded his gathering. At that moment, Zhang Xinting approached to report. My lord, we have discovered a small palace at the center. Our men have not ventured inside to scout, but we have surveyed the surrounding areas and found no one. We have gathered nearly everything. The belongings of 100,000 men. In terms of value, Zhang Yanbin truly could not estimate. Perhaps worth several hundred million? Or maybe just tens of millions. He was uncertain and indifferent. Regardless, once the items were in his possession, they were his. Let us go and take a look. Even if monsters dwell within, I shall accept it. Zhang Yanbin led the team towards the small palace at the center. It was described as a palace, flanked by a few well-appointed rooms and a grand hall in the middle. Wang Xiaowu, take 2 men to scout. Wang Xiaowu, agile in movement, was well suited for reconnaissance. Ha ha. Everyone come in. Indeed, there are rats daring to intrude upon my domain. A robust male voice boomed, resonating to the point that Zhang Yanbin and his companions felt a slight pain in their eardrums. Unfortunately, Thunderstorm cannot enter. Zhang Yanbin hesitated at the entrance. With Thunderstorm present, a fierce battle would surely ensue. Come, we must investigate what manner of creatures await us. He had faced epic-level foes before, judging by that voice. This adversary likely possessed similar strength. Yet, in the past, he had relied on Thunderstorm's resilience. Now, without Thunderstorm, they were uncertain of the outcome. Let us venture forth. An endless battlefield, an ultimate boss. Zhang Yanbin personally pushed open the grand hall's doors. The hall was vast, spanning over 1,000 square meters. In the center sat a throne, upon which a man clad in golden armor could be seen from afar. You clever little rats. How astute of you to scurry to the center. My 10 generals are utterly useless. They allowed you to escape. When they return, they shall be duly punished. So, there are indeed 10 generals. One wonders their rank. And what level does the figure on the throne hold? You dare to leave your city unguarded? You send all your subordinates out? The one on the throne showed no inclination to stand. His gaze was calm. The gods have ushered you in. But epic-level beings cannot enter. What have I to fear? My 10,000 sons can cleanse you from this world, yet I never expected you, a band of rats, to dare intrude upon my domain. He referred to them as rats repeatedly. Zhang Yanbin was incensed. He surveyed the grand hall, spacious enough for battle. Xiling, you should step outside and find a place to hide. You will be able to escape shortly. Xiling stepped forward, chest out, with her long legs and tall stature. Her figure was indeed impressive. I cannot shy away. I must learn to fight, to kill. Suit yourself. We might all perish. The figure on the throne finally rose slowly. It is truly infuriating that a few of you rats would dare to tarnish my grand hall. Leave 50 pikemen, the rest withdraw. Even if I die here, I must not allow you to enter. If we perish, you must leave immediately. This is a military command. No one spoke. Some, realizing the gravity of the situation, voluntarily stepped outside. They wished to fight alongside Zhang Yanbin. Yet, a military command is a military command. Chapter 74, A Gruesome Battle. Xiling glanced at Zhang Yanbin, feeling his masculinity and sense of responsibility shine through. His soldiers exhibited unwavering loyalty to him. Formation. Zhang Yanbin need not specify the type of formation. Those who fought alongside him understood his intent. At this moment, Zhang Xinting and Yuan Hai stood at Zhang Yanbin's sides, while Tie retreated to the rear. The pikemen formed a square, their spear tips aimed at the enemy. The figure from the throne began to descend slowly, wielding a halberd. You have quite the audacity to strike back. Today, I shall slay you filthy rats. Attack. Zhang Yanbin, already furious, was the first to strike. He charged forward and swung his staff down with a resounding clang as their weapons collided. The man casually blocked Zhang Yanbin's blow. Ah, you possess such strength, yet alas, you only wield basic skills. Flash. Zhang Xinting and Yuan Hai simultaneously swung their blades. The man effortlessly deflected their strikes as well, seemingly testing their prowess without employing any lethal techniques. Tie hastily loosed an arrow, only for the man to catch it with a single hand. Your team is formidable, yet it is unfortunate that you have crossed paths with me. May you all meet your demise. The bandit leader suddenly transformed, shedding his earlier calm demeanor. With both hands gripping a massive halberd, he swept it towards them. Zhang Yanbin, clutching an iron rod, bravely stepped forward to block the attack. A thunderous clash ensued, sending Zhang Yanbin hurtling through the air until he collided with 3 of his own soldiers, finally coming to a halt. Rising to his feet, Zhang Xingting and Yuan Hai also joined the fray, but their efforts were effortlessly repelled by the enemy. Iron Wing hurriedly attempted to disrupt the assault, but his interference had minimal effect. At that moment, the bandit leader charged towards them, declaring, "Die, all of you." He swung his halberd menacingly at Zhang Yinbin and his comrades. Zhang Yinbin quickly braced himself for the encounter, but was promptly forced back, while several members of his team fell victim to the onslaught. Enraged, Zhang Yinbin seethed. These were SS grade soldiers, and losing even one could diminish their potential to mere SS grade upon their return. "Kill!" he shouted, unleashing his most powerful attack, rallying his comrades to strike. In an instant, many surged forward, many of these soldiers having honed advanced techniques and skills, launching their strongest abilities. The bandit leader, wary of their collective might, wielded his halberd to meet their challenge. One by one, soldiers fell before Zhang Yinbin, yet they fulfilled their duty, delivering their mightiest blows, whether through distraction or inflicting damage upon their adversary. The sounds of clashing echoed incessantly. With each swing of the halberd, blood was spilled and lives were claimed. Zhang Yinbin had been driven back 3 times, and over 20 of his soldiers had perished, yet each fought valiantly. The bandit leader, seething with rage, cursed. "How dare you wretched vermin wound me?" Blood marred his visage, and his golden armor bore the scars of battle. It seemed he lacked area of effect skills, but his single target abilities were devastating, cleaving foes in two with a single strike. Once more, Zhang Yinbin leapt into the fray, swinging his rod downwards. He was aware that such an attack would not harm the bandit leader, but it would force him to raise his halberd in defense, thus opening an opportunity for his soldiers to unleash their most potent abilities. With a resounding crash, Zhang Yinbin was again hurled away, crashing heavily onto the stone floor, which cracked under the impact. Pain coursed through his body, rendering him momentarily immobile. Beside him, Xiling was taken aback by the brutality of the clash. The slaughter was horrendous. Both Zhang Yinbin and his soldiers fought like madmen, knowing they faced certain death, yet charging forward regardless, their sacrifices yielding even the slightest damage to the enemy. Summoning her courage, Xiling brandished her weapon, a surprisingly large axe. She too charged into battle, executing her skill with a mighty swing. Meanwhile, the bandit leader was engaged in combat with Zhang Xingting, whose waveblade technique had reached its 6th level, wielding immense power. The bandit leader could only defend with one hand while using his arm to block Xiling's axe. The collision sent Xiling staggering back, inadvertently aiding Zhang Xingting. Had the bandit leader wielded his halberd with both hands, Zhang Xingting's combo would have been interrupted, and he would have sustained grave injuries. Waveblade, 7th level, Flame Slash. Yuan Hai shouted loudly, intending to divert the bandit leader's attention towards him and create an opportunity for Zhang Xingting. "Feel my fist." Wang Xiaowu, unwilling to be outdone, launched a punch from behind aimed at the bandit leader's arm. "Humph, you wish to harm me?" The bandit leader scoffed, parrying Zhang Xingting with one hand while kicking Wang Xiaowu away. Yet, he could only rely on the armor on his arm to fend off Yuan Hai's assault. Although Yuan Hai's previous strikes were fierce, they lacked cumulative effect. The clash of bodies ensued. Zhang Xingting was knocked away, and Wang Xiaowu was sent flying. However, Yuan Hai's sword struck the bandit leader's arm with significant force, penetrating his armor and drawing blood from a sizable wound. "Damn it, die!" the bandit leader roared, activating a skill to charge at Yuan Hai. Despite his desperate resistance, Yuan Hai was brutally struck aside, sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. At this juncture, several soldiers unleashed their skills, again wounding the bandit leader, but they too fell victim to his sweeping attack, 6 of them perishing in an instant. Nonetheless, those 6 had inflicted considerable damage during their final moments. Iron Wing quickly loosed a few arrows to distract the enemy. The remaining soldiers numbered only a handful, waiting for the right moment to strike without sacrificing themselves. Zhang Yinbin finally managed to rise, channeling his inner energy to heal his wounds as best as he could, knowing complete recovery was impossible while the bandit leader continued his rampage. Gripping the iron rod tightly, Zhang Yinbin surged forward once more. The bandit leader noticed him, exclaiming, "You're still alive? Then you shall die." His hands tightened around the halberd, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. "Master, be careful," Iron Wing warned, but Zhang Yinbin pressed on resolutely. Iron Wing knocked a piercing arrow, drawing it back to unleash a potentially fatal strike against the bandit leader. In the air, Zhang Yinbin shouted, fully aware he might perish but determined to create an opportunity for his comrades. With a resounding crash, Zhang Yinbin's iron rod shattered, and he was sent flying, landing lifelessly on the ground. The others remained focused on the battle, not sparing a glance for Zhang Yinbin's plight. As the bandit leader prepared his ultimate attack, Iron Wing released his arrow, the piercing shot penetrating the bandit leader's golden armor and striking his chest, inflicting excruciating pain. Chapter 75, Slaying the Bandit Leader. The mission concludes ahead of schedule. Zhang Yinbin sacrificed himself to inflict harm upon the bandit leader. Injured, the bandit leader staggered. Zhang Xingting began to regain some strength, while Wang Xiaowu assailed from behind once more. Xiling, witnessing the unfolding chaos, found it utterly astonishing. Summoning her courage anew, she charged from another direction to join the assault. Several soldiers thrust their long spears forward, surging into battle. "You all shall perish." With so many foes before him, the bandit leader's large-scale attack became futile. He swung his halberd in a wide arc. The sounds of clashing echoed as he blocked some soldiers, yet Xialing's axe struck true. Zhang Xingting's attack missed, and he was repelled once again. Wang Xiaowu, often overlooked, landed a powerful punch on the bandit leader's back, targeting the spot where Iron Wing's arrow had struck. The bandit leader winced in pain, a flicker of distress crossing his face. Several soldiers fell, yet the remaining fighters charged forward, determined to attack with their strongest skills. The bandit leader, pushed to the brink, roared once more, his halberd sweeping through the air. Zhang Yinbin had not perished. He lay on the ground, channeling his energy. However, it seemed that several bones were fractured, and recovery within a short span was improbable. Yet he must rise. The bandit chief still drew breath. His assaults were formidable. Iron Wing, seizing the opportunity, launched another strike, this time targeting the heart. However, the armor-piercing arrow was deflected. Clearly, the vital areas were likely protected by something akin to a heart shield. Zhang Yinbin struggled to his feet. Though he managed to stand, he was engulfed in pain. You must die. He spat out blood, yet persisted in his declaration. The bandit king's fury intensified. This wretched rodent, having been repelled several times, remained alive. Zhang Yinbin's vitality was remarkable. After all, he had practiced divine techniques and diligently honed his skills. Zhang Yinbin realized he was weaponless. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Gripping the Xinyuan sword, he uttered, "It rests upon you. Everyone, charge with me. Come forth, let all perish before me." This was the moment for a final desperate push. Several soldiers surged forward, only to be struck away. Wang Xiaowu, attacking from behind, was likewise sent flying. Zhang Xingting executed a lethal strike. Encouraged by the atmosphere, Xialing summoned her utmost strength and swung her great axe. All of this created an opportunity for Zhang Yinbin. He gritted his teeth against the pain and advanced. At this juncture, the bandit chief did not regard him as a primary threat, allowing Zhang Yinbin to close in. With a thrust, he pierced the heart. The bandit king had repelled the others, but underestimated Zhang Yinbin, intending to personally snap his neck upon proximity. Unexpectedly, the broken sword in Zhang Yinbin's grasp pierced through his heart shield. The bandit chief felt his strength rapidly waning. Clang! The great halberd fell from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Soon, with a push from Zhang Yinbin, the bandit king collapsed, eyes filled with resentment. Zhang Yinbin, somewhat deranged, erupted into laughter. "I told you, you are doomed. Doomed," he bellowed in triumph. Yet, after his shout, he coughed up blood. His injuries were severe, and he could no longer stand, sinking to the ground. Iron Wing rushed over and scathed. "My lord, I am fine. I can recover. I will check on the others." Zhang Yinbin sat there, too weak to channel his energy. Iron Wing hurriedly produced some medicine to feed Zhang Yinbin. These were supplies allocated by the territory, not particularly high grade, but still somewhat effective. "You killed my brothers, yet you still wish to live." Zhang Yinbin, having regained some strength, began to curse once more. "My lord, only 2 soldiers remain. Zhang Xingting, Yuan Hai, and Wang Xiaowu still breathe. I have given them medicine." Upon saying this, Iron Wing swiftly exited to summon others to assist. Xialing, watching in awe, had never encountered such a frenzied group. She too was injured, suffering from internal bruising, though not severely. She witnessed Zhang Yinbin's madness and their unity, their bravery, each knowing they might perish yet charging forward without hesitation. Now, Iron Wing took charge, understanding the necessity of collecting spoils. The entire Great Hall required thorough searching. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuge Shenlong for defeating the level 5 bandit chief of the endless battlefield, earning 100,000 points. Mission completed ahead of schedule. In the endless battlefield, countless others were still being hunted, and upon hearing the system's voice, they thought it a mere hallucination. Zhang Yinbin remained seated, a smile breaking across his face. Meanwhile, Iron Wing unearthed a brocade box and a golden chest, alongside various other items. Clear out the entire Great Hall, regardless of use. I have lost so many brothers here. Zhang Yinbin, now somewhat recovered, was able to speak. Iron Wing brought forth the brocade box and the golden chest. Both were significantly larger than before. Opening the brocade box, Zhang Yinbin refrained from touching it, allowing Iron Wing to do so instead. Zhang Yinbin's eyes widened as he beheld the topmost item wrapped in red and yellow cloth. It must be the finest, he thought, peering below. The next 2 tomes were epic-level techniques, alongside a dozen or so advanced skill books. Give her 2 advanced techniques and skill books. Me? At this moment, the long-legged Xialing finally comprehended. You struck with 2 mighty blows at a critical moment. There are 2 sets of epic-level techniques here, but I cannot grant them to you. Grateful for the advanced techniques, Xialing had been practicing mid-level ones. Very well, thank you. Xialing was not one to be overly sentimental. She had indeed participated and earned her share of merit. Iron Wing did not hesitate, handing her the items. "And 100 gold coins for you. The rest belongs to us." When the golden chest was opened, it indeed contained gold coins, but also an exquisitely crafted dagger. Zhang Yinbin didn't bother counting the coins. He proceeded to store all the items within his ring. My lord, this halberd is also a fine weapon, Iron Wing remarked, inspecting it. Oh, it must be taken to honor our fallen brothers. Zhang Yinbin likewise stored the halberd. Dismantle the throne for me as well. It appears to be crafted from gold and adorned with diamonds. Yes, my lord. Now, we are merely short of dismantling the entire Great Hall. Take everything else. When Zhang Yinbin opened the brocade box, the system rewarded him with 300,000 points, placing him far ahead. Ding. System notification. All players will be teleported back to the territory in 5 minutes. Please prepare. It was over. Everything had concluded. At that moment, Zhang Yinbin felt as if he were in a dream. He never anticipated that, in this level 5 bandit stronghold, only the bandit chief would remain standing. This was not a flaw in the system. Under normal circumstances, no one would come. Even if they did, it would only be a handful, and even then, they could not hope to defeat the bandit chief. Should others arrive, even if the bandit chief truly struggled, he could easily escape. In truth, had it not been for the Xianyuan sword, Zhang Yinbin and his companions would not have been able to defeat the bandit chief, even if they sacrificed everyone. Chapter 76, Inventory of Gains. Zhuge Shenlong, thank you. Zhang Yinbin did not raise his head, still feeling unwell. What do you thank me for? Thank you for showing me how to be a qualified lord. Zhang Yinbin remained silent, still in discomfort. Thank you. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Observing Zhang Yinbin's severe injuries, Xiling chose not to disturb him further. Slowly, Zhang Yinbin withdrew the Xianyuan sword, returning it to its sheath. Before long, the time arrived, and they were teleported away. The deceased had revived, though they appeared exceedingly weak. A few unconscious ones were also brought back. This time, the mission had spanned 3 days, with Zhang Yinbin having fought excessively, now bearing grave wounds. Rest well, Zhang Yinbin instructed, allowing others to return. He, along with Zhang Shinting and a few others, were carried back to the territory. However, someone first brewed medicine for their treatment. As they boarded the ship, it slowly made its way back to the territory. They arrived by noon. Subsequently, Nen Ningxi busied herself arranging care for the injured soldiers. Those who had perished were akin to those recovering from a severe illness and could not recuperate quickly. Zhang Shinting and the others, merely injured and unconscious, would recover relatively swiftly once they awakened and resumed their cultivation. Zhang Yinbin returned to the administrative center. His bones had been set. At this moment, he began to channel his energy within the administrative center. After over an hour, he had regained some strength. Although he was not yet able to engage in battle or exert his strength, he could move freely. At this moment, Zhang Yinbin took out a brocade box. Inside this exquisite box lay a tome wrapped in yellow cloth. According to tradition, the first kill grants an elevation of 1 rank. A level 4 first kill corresponds to an epic level skill book. As for the level 5 first kill, it must be divine. In the Grand Hall, Zhang Yinbin refrained from opening it, for Xiling was still present. With great caution, he opened the brocade box and retrieved the book. Indeed, it was divine. Upon opening it, he recognized it as a divine technique, the phoenix crying in the 9 heavens. Wasn't this prepared specifically for Nan Ningxi? The name itself was resplendent with divinity. Zhang Yinbin could only bestow it upon her. He chuckled, thinking, a divine dragon and a phoenix. We are quite the perfect match. As he gazed at the book, a smile graced his lips. He perused the other epic-level tomes briefly. There was also a skill book for the halberd, an epic one, which he decided to keep for himself, as it might prove useful in the future. Presently, with his power surging at such an accelerated pace, utilizing the staff technique was most appropriate. In the absence of a staff technique, Zhang Yinbin resolved to continue employing it. This time, there were merely dozens of advanced skill books, with around 10 being epic level. These would be studied later to determine their allocation. Most would undoubtedly be distributed immediately, allowing others to learn. This time, the strength of the territory was poised for a significant increase. He was also curious about how the forthcoming rewards would be distributed and what the next phase of tasks entailed. Having secured first place, the rewards had yet to be announced. It remained uncertain whether they would be released all at once or in stages. Regardless, Zhang Yinbin was undoubtedly the biggest victor this time, with a plethora of books at his disposal, sufficient to cultivate a multitude of talents. In the real world, Guangfeng had learned the news and, in a fit of rage, had destroyed countless items within his home. Though he had yet to log into the game after his demise, he could still peruse the forum. He was already aware that Zhang Yinbin had astonishingly slain the level 5 bandit chief and had left him trailing far behind in the rankings. He was now in 3rd place, with Zhang Yinbin leading by several 100,000 points. The 2nd place was held by Liang Gongzi. The forum within the game erupted with activity. The most significant news previously had been the bandit uprising, during which a multitude of players had been slaughtered. Now, the hottest topic was Zhang Yinbin's unprecedented feat of dispatching the level 5 bandit chief. Curiosity abounded regarding the rewards he had acquired. Speculations ran rampant, with many guilds sending inquiries to purchase epic-level skill books. However, Zhang Yinbin chose not to respond to any of these requests. He had no intention of selling the epic tomes. He would reserve them for his subordinates, enabling the cultivation of a formidable expert. At last, Zhang Yinbin awaited the system's reward. This time, The system took an unusually long time to dispense it, likely due to the mission exceeding expectations. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Player Zhuge Shenlong, for achieving first place in the endless battlefield, earning the following rewards: 3 master-level craftsmen, 2 epic-level skill books, 2 epic-level technique books, 2 authentic weapons, 1,000 gold coins, 100,000 Lord reputation points, 1 lost artifact scroll, and 1 shipbuilding blueprint. This reward was exceedingly generous for the early stages of the game. Moreover, Zhang Yanbin's spoils far exceeded this. Oh, this time, it was merely a notification without an announcement? Perhaps it was for the best. He could keep it as a trump card. Zhang Yanbin first examined the shipbuilding blueprint. Quite impressive. It was for a vessel with a capacity of 2,000 tons, signifying a significant upgrade. Such a vessel could accommodate a small catapult, allowing for the installation of one. He would hand over the blueprint to Nan Ningxi later that evening, along with the funds. This time, combining the loot and rewards, he had amassed over 100 million copper coins. Such wealth would facilitate rapid development for the territory. Zhang Yanbin pondered his gains, also noting the vast array of resources within his ring. These materials were not immediately needed by the territory, primarily consisting of provisions and weaponry, all of which were already in production. The items in his possession differed from the weapons and gear he had acquired. He decided to hold on to these for now, with the intention of selling them at an opportune moment. Aside from the urgent need to distribute the books, he felt no immediate pressure regarding the rest. Zhang Yanbin then retrieved the lost artifact mission scroll for inspection. This item was one he dared not approach lightly. Had it not been for his training with the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations, which fortuitously allowed the Xianyuan sword to accompany him, he might have faltered against the stone golem had he possessed other shards of artifacts. Zhang Yanbin chose to stow the scroll away, deciding to enhance his strength further before undertaking the mission. Zhang Yanbin had been in the game for several days and needed to log off for a while. Upon exiting, he found the nutrient solution in the gaming pod had completely dried up. The consumption had been excessive. He understood that continuous combat and the subsequent operation of techniques in the real world required even greater energy expenditure. Zhang Yanbin rose, took a shower, and consumed a light meal before replenishing the nutrient solution in the pod. He did not rush back into the game, but instead lay down for a moment's rest. During these past few days, he had managed only a couple of hours of sleep intermittently. Though he had cultivated a divine technique, he remained immortal in the present. A brief slumber would be significantly beneficial for him. He drifted off to sleep, entirely oblivious to the fervor surrounding him on the game forums, where numerous topics and videos related to him had been posted. Chapter 77, The Unremarkable Quangfing. While Zhang Yanbin was asleep, a video surfaced on the forum. It depicted him leading a team towards Quangfing, dismounting, and calmly issuing a stark warning. He spoke little but conveyed a menacing promise. He would eliminate any foe he encountered. Viewers were both anxious and exhilarated. Zhuge Shenlong had long been renowned, while Quangfing had recently been a formidable figure. Most importantly, both had trained in epic-level techniques and skills. Of course, this was merely conjecture among players. As of now, Zhang Yanbin had only mastered the basic staff technique. However, his extensive combat experience and the divine technique he practiced granted him strength beyond that of ordinary players. 3 moves to annihilate you. Upon hearing this declaration from Zhang Yanbin, many players deemed him arrogant, suggesting he had become intoxicated by his newfound status as the game's #1 player. He had truly lost his humility. Quangfing had also trained in epic-level techniques and skills. What right did he have to boast? Consequently, the keyboard warriors, with their practiced speed, quickly lambasted Zhang Yanbin. Just as they finished composing their scathing remarks, Zhang Yanbin dispatched Quangfing in a mere 2 moves. See, Zhuge Shenlong is delusional. He claimed 3 moves to annihilate you, yet he only needed 2. How shameless. Zhuge Shenlong is indeed formidable. Surely Quangfing was merely putting on a show. Quangfing is utterly incompetent. What level is Zhuge Shenlong anyway? The forum erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Shortly thereafter, another video was uploaded, showcasing him alongside Ma Fading as they confronted the bandit chief. On Ma Fading's side, 1,000 players surrounded a single bandit, while Zhang Yanbin's group consisted of only a few individuals. How could a handful of players hope to contend with the bandit chief? I wager Zhuge Shenlong and his companions won't last a minute. Previously, it had been revealed that even thousands of players could not withstand the bandit chief's might. Zhuge Shenlong is far too arrogant, yet he somehow survived. He must have slain the ultimate boss. He certainly didn't perish here. I suspect Zhuge Shenlong must possess some extraordinary item. Yes, he surely has a secret weapon. Let us see what his trump card is. Oh my goodness. Zhuge Shenlong, the prowess of these few subordinates is truly astonishing. What level are these subordinates? As the video played, the opinions of the crowd continuously evolved. When Zhang Yanbin led a small group to eliminate the bandit leader, on the other hand, Ma Fading's team of 1,000 nearly suffered total annihilation before dispatching the same leader. This stark contrast left everyone speechless, dispelling all doubts. Zhuge Shenlong is indeed formidable. With just a few individuals, he was able to vanquish the bandit leader, showcasing sheer skill. Curiosity enveloped the crowd regarding the levels of Zhang Yinbin's companions. They certainly could not be of epic caliber, as those of such stature were barred from participating in this mission. This battle solidified Zhang Yinbin's standing in the gaming realm. Previously, many had questioned his title as the game's foremost player. Yet with 2 swift moves to annihilate the storm and the subsequent elimination of the bandit leader alongside a comparison to Manhwaedit's 1,000-strong team, there was no longer any doubt regarding Zhang Yinbin's supremacy. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yinbin had been slumbering through these unfolding events. Presently, within his territory, many soldiers lay injured, requiring recuperation, while he awaited the next mission, rendering any immediate excursions unnecessary. Thus, he remained unhurried. As night fell, around 8 o'clock, he intended to prepare a meal when a knock echoed at the door. Moments later, he heard a voice from the back mountain, Dong Xiaowan. The back mountain? What could be the purpose? Zhang Yinbin quickly composed himself, leaping from the 2nd floor and hastening to the back mountain, where Dong Xiaowan awaited. I am a person of my word. I have procured the advanced martial arts tome. Now, let us fulfill our transaction, marking our second encounter. With that, Dong Xiaowan, shedding all pretenses, took the initiative. Why are you so cold? Do not speak, come here. After 2.5 hours, Dong Xiaowan appeared unfatigued. Yet they chose not to continue. You are quite different today, though somewhat frigid. There is an undeniable fervor about you, remarked Zhang Yinbin, noting the distinct change in her demeanor. Dong Xiaowan's cheeks flushed. I do not know. Being near you feels immensely comfortable. My practice involves the ice sealing technique, which accounts for my cold skin, yet within, I burn with warmth. Zhang Yinbin comprehended her condition. I understand now. This is a consequence of our mortal forms and the martial arts we cultivate. I too bear similar after effects. Thus, I frequently come to the back mountain to exert my strength by smashing stones, which alleviates the burden. As for you, practicing the ice sealing technique, it can serve to balance my own condition. Zhang Yinbin spoke truthfully. His words bore the essence of reality. Initially, he found it challenging to control himself, and Nan Ningxi had enlightened him regarding the cause. I see, they said in unison, tidying themselves before returning, the path enveloped in silence. Dong Xiaowan entered through the main door, while Zhang Yinbin vaulted from the 1st floor. Once back in his room, Zhang Yinbin felt a wave of relief wash over him. After a brief slumber and some playful moments with Dong Xiaowan in the back mountain, the fatigue from days of intense combat in the game dissipated. At this juncture, he organized his thoughts and logged back into the game, only to discover the forum ablaze with activity. The fervor surrounding Zhang Yinbin's prowess was palpable. Perusing several threads, he noted that the videos of his annihilation of the storm and the bandit leader were the most discussed. Contemplating, he crafted a post. The storm is but a trifle. There is little more to discuss. Let us shift our focus to other matters. I, Zhuge Shenlong, possess advanced martial arts, epic-level techniques, and a plethora of intermediate and beginner skill tomes available for exchange for valuable items, such as materials, quest scrolls, and the like. Mundane items need not disturb me. Interested parties are encouraged to list their wares on the trading platform for a unified exchange of epic martial arts tomes. This will facilitate my search. Should I find something appealing, I shall add you as a friend. Lastly, let us refrain from allowing the trivial storm to monopolize the forum's headlines. Exchanging goods and enhancing strength takes precedence. Zhang Yinbin's post, albeit lengthy, resonated with the audience. His reputation as the game's top player was indisputable. The post gained traction instantaneously. A mere storm? This Zhuge Shenlong truly has the audacity, one user commented. Ha ha ha, only Zhuge Shenlong would dare to say such a thing. Zhuge, dear brother, I'm 18, can we trade? Another chimed in. Zhuge, brother, I stand at 1 meter 80, with a fine figure. I can perform a variety of poses. I possess a quest scroll and wish to exchange it for an epic martial arts tome. Laughter erupted across the thread. Awaken, dear poster. What quest scroll could possibly be of epic value? If you can trade it for a mere intermediate technique, you should count yourself fortunate. Chapter 78. The variation of the teleportation array. Zhang Yinbin's post was not overly damaging, but carried a potent sting. What did it mean to refer to the storm as a mere trifle? One must not let such trivialities impede serious matters. The buzz surrounding the storm's defeat gradually subsided. However, the sting of Zhang Yinbin's humiliation lingered, perhaps even intensified. His post was quickly elevated, becoming the hottest topic of discussion. The storm, having been felled by Zhang Yinbin, was now able to log in normally after a day's absence. In the administrative center, the storm intended to outline plans for the following day, but was met with Zhang Yinbin's post. Enraged, he wreaked havoc upon the furnishings within the center. How intolerable! Is there such a thing as public humiliation? To slay, and then to strike at the heart? A mere storm? This term may well become synonymous with ridicule, he fumed. Zhang Yinbin, however, was indifferent to the aftermath of his post. Having made his statement, he shifted his focus. Meanwhile, it was deep into the night. Yet Nan Ningxi awaited him. My lord, numerous events have transpired recently that require your attention. Nan Ningxi's insistence on discussing matters with him indicated their significance. Very well, speak. Zhang Yinbin replied, seated across from her, admiring her beauty. First, our fleet, led by Lei Bao and others, continues its exploration, heading south, circumventing the peninsula, until reaching the farthest western reaches of our territory. Subsequently, we journeyed north for 1,000 miles, where the mountain range finally concludes, indicating that the mountains surrounding us stretch for 1,000 miles. There must be a wealth of treasures hidden within. I shall send individuals to explore gradually. Furthermore, after the 1,000-mile trek, we discovered territories belonging to other factions. Zhang Yanbin sighed in relief. At last, we ascertained the locations of other territories. Were it not for the forum, I would have thought myself in a solitary game. Henceforth, I shall lead our invincible fleet to pay them a visit. Ningxi continued. Additionally, the array master has developed a new type of formation. Oh, Zhang Yanbin inquired, intrigued. What kind of formation? A variant of the teleportation array. It does not teleport individuals, but rather energy. Teleporting energy? What purpose does that serve? She explained, a disk the size of a grinding stone, when charged with energy, can be transmitted through the teleportation array. If this disk is mounted on a ship, it could prove extremely beneficial. An engine. Zhang Yanbin's jaw dropped. If one can teleport people, then theoretically, one can also teleport energy. If installed beneath the ship, it would propel the vessel forward, effectively serving as an engine. He laughed heartily, exhilarated. With this, my invincible fleet shall traverse the realm of the 9 provinces with ease. Zhang Yanbin was genuinely excited. Their vessels were still reliant on sails, but with this advancement, they would adapt to myriad conditions. Simultaneously, without the need for masts, they could dismantle all and equip catapults instead. His ships were destined to become unparalleled. Ningxi, how wonderful, how magnificent. Zhang Yanbin excitedly embraced Ningxi. Having just finished her bath, she was already clad in scant attire within the administrative center. Zhang Yanbin, without hesitation, enveloped her in his arms, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. After a brief moment of holding her, he sensed the inappropriateness of his actions and gently released Ningxi, saying, Ningxi, my exuberance got the better of me. Ningxi, still blushing, replied, I understand. By the way, I have a gift for you as well. Zhang Yanbin presented her with the Phoenix Crying 9 Heavens divine technique. Given your countless responsibilities each day, cultivating this divine-level martial art will alleviate your fatigue. Upon receiving the tome, Ningxi examined it and was taken aback. My lord, this is a divine-level technique. Mastering it to perfection could grant divine insights. Why bestow it upon me? Zhang Yanbin grasped her hand earnestly and stated, You are the most significant person in my dragon realm, the most important to me. If not you, then whom should I gift it to? Moreover, your exceptional talent makes this technique tailor-made for you. Ningxi nodded solemnly, holding the book with reverence. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I shall commence my studies immediately. With that, she closed her eyes, cradling the book in her hands. After a short while, the book transformed into golden light, drifting gradually into her forehead. Such a ceremonial experience. Why did I not have this before? Zhang Yanbin dared not interrupt, quietly observing her. Approximately half an hour later, Ningxi opened her eyes. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, amidst the vast mountains, a symphony of birdsong filled the air, and the night sky roiled with clouds. My lord, I have mastered it. Now I merely need to focus on my training. Zhang Yanbin beamed with joy, contemplating the potential achievements that awaited Ningxi. She was originally a divine-level support, and in the future, she might even become a formidable combatant. Thanks to Ningxi, the realm will develop swiftly, allowing me to fight with peace of mind. This remark caused Ningxi to redden once more. By the way, my lord, our territory is flourishing, and the number of people seeking refuge continues to grow. Our population has now surpassed 300,000, with an army of 10,000. While our daily consumption is substantial, the Dragon Lake provides ample fish, ensuring our food supply. She paused, however, to accelerate our growth. We should invest more of our populace into construction, which will require funds and resources. 300,000. Quite a considerable number. And our army has reached 10,000 as well. No problem, we have ample resources. The newcomers can be assigned to various construction projects, fostering more craftsmen and soldiers. Zhang Yanbin had seized the supplies of a bandit group numbering 100,000. He was not lacking in wealth or basic materials. My lord, I wish to have Wang Xiaowu return and not accompany you anymore. Wang Xiaowu, who practiced martial arts at an epic level. What is your intention? Zhang Yanbin inquired. We are surrounded by vast mountains, rich in treasures. Someone must venture to explore them. Wang Xiaowu is agile and can lead a team to safeguard the expedition. Zhang Yanbin understood her reasoning. Very well, on the next expedition, he shall remain behind to explore the 10,000 mountains. Additionally, I have many epic and advanced techniques to leave for you. Assess who is suitable to learn them, and then together, you can explore the mountains. The two resolved the matters of the territory. Although Ningxi was capable of taking charge and facilitating rapid development in Zhang Yanbin's absence, certain decisions still required his input. That night, Ningxi stayed awake, diligently practicing her technique, which left Zhang Yanbin somewhat disheartened. Holding her brought him tranquility. Could this divine-level support also enhance sleep? Zhang Yanbin dismissed other thoughts. He needed to rest more in the game. Chapter 79. the unreliable array master. The territory was developing rapidly, which was a positive sign. The next morning, after awakening, Zhang Yanbin prepared to venture out. Ah, Ningxi, you seem even more enchanting today. Nan Ningxi exuded an ethereal aura. As if the technique had transformed her significantly. She blushed slightly and replied, "Thank you, my lord." Zhang Yanbin said no more. "Come, I shall fill the warehouse and grant you 100 million copper coins. Recruit the refugees and continue to develop." The territory had also opened up many new farmlands. But the cultivation of grain was not a swift process. Currently, they primarily relied on fishing. The Dragon Lake boasted rich aquatic resources, and they had numerous vessels. Meanwhile, the construction of the territory required a vast array of basic resources. For instance, the flooring throughout the territory was made of stone, necessitating a significant amount of timber. These tasks required laborers, and as more individuals were assigned to fishing, fewer remained for construction. The entire territory needed transformation. If Zhang Yanbin were to handle these matters personally, he would be preoccupied all day. He left behind ample food resources, but unfortunately, the warehouses were insufficient, with much still contained within his ring. Nevertheless, that was of little concern. What remained in the ring was still theirs. With new populations arriving, Nan Ningxi could allocate them to various tasks. Subsequently, Zhang Yanbin sought out the array master. Master of arrays, it has been quite a while. The array master's name eluded Zhang Yanbin, but he referred to the carpenter as Master Wood and the blacksmith as Master Iron. Surely, the array master could simply be called Master Array. "Oh, it's the Lord. What brings you here?" The array master, in the divine workshop, seemed puzzled. "This is my territory. If I am not here, where else should I be?" "Ah yes, you are indeed the Lord. The deputy Lord is merely the Lord's wife." Zhang Yanbin shot him a glance, thinking him disrespectful. However, everyone in the territory regarded Zhang Yanbin as a divine being, akin to a dragon that was seen only in fleeting glimpses, whereas Nan Ningxi was much more approachable. "Old Master Array, I have heard that you have developed a method for transmitting energy. That is quite an impressive invention. How did you conceive of it?" "Well, I am well versed in many arrays, but I do not understand teleportation arrays. With the array diagram gifted by the Lord, I contemplated that during hot weather, it could transfer cool air from outside, and in colder times, it could transfer warmth inside. I began by studying energy transmission. The Lord's wife remarked that it held great potential and urged me to continue my research. It seemed that this array master had devised an engine while attempting to create air conditioning. Ha ha ha, this is indeed a remarkable invention. However, can it be controlled at will? If installed beneath a ship, can it be manipulated from aboard? Yes, but it is not something an ordinary person can accomplish." At this affirmation, Zhang Yanbin felt reassured. What are the necessary conditions? Only an intermediate array master can manipulate this array freely. "Bring someone in," Zhang Yanbin commanded. A guard entered. "My lord, immediately assemble 300 individuals of SSS level aptitude from the military." The array master panicked and rose. "My lord, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to dismantle my divine workshop?" "Not at all. I merely believe that those with SSS level aptitude possess strong learning capabilities. You must train them all to become intermediate array masters." "Why select from the military?" "First, most of the talented individuals in our territory have been assigned to the military. Second, controlling this array is essential for warfare. If one is not a soldier and has never faced battle, fear may seize them, causing chaos. What then if the ship becomes uncontrollable? Third, during combat, they are invaluable talents, and they must possess self-defense capabilities." "Oh dear, my lord. Mastering the art of arrays is not something easily learned. Besides, to teach 300 individuals is quite the undertaking." Zhang Yanbin understood that a master craftsman possesses the ability to take apprentices directly, nurturing individuals to the pinnacle of advanced craftsmanship. "Old Jin, teach well, you are still single. After all, one of these days, I shall have Ningxi find you a companion," he jested. The old man, immediately adopting a stern demeanor, retorted, "Am I that sort of person? The Lord requires merely 300 individuals, yes? I assure you, within 10 days, I shall have 30 trained, and the remainder will follow in due course. By the way, my lord, I have heard that the 3 new masters have arrived, including a seamstress named Su Yonyang. She is alone and a woman, so do ensure she isn't bullied." The master's righteous admonition made Zhang Yanbin contemplate the shamelessness of humanity, which knows no bounds. Nonetheless, Zhang Yanbin had achieved his objective. Initially, he had intended to entice the old man with materials, but was taken aback to discover that he had already taken a liking to the seamstress. At that moment, Zhang Yanbin realized that one of the newly arrived masters was indeed a seamstress. "Well then, I shall make arrangements. Since the Divine Craft Workshop is due for expansion, I will place the seamstress's area adjacent to yours. I am often away from the territory. Please keep an eye on things." "Rest assured, my lord. I shall watch over it diligently," he replied. The two shared an unspoken understanding, having engaged in a clandestine transaction. With the deal concluded, they turned to more pressing matters. "Old Jun, how long can this formation disk be utilized?" The formation master stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "I have experimented using the most inferior yellow crystal as an energy source. When filled, it lasts no longer than half an hour. If we were to construct a vessel designed for extensive storage of yellow crystals, it might last somewhat longer. Half an hour is hardly sufficient. Is there any way to extend it to a full day? There are crystals that can last a month, but my lord, you must possess such items. A month? Are we to create nuclear power? Old Jin, speak freely of your needs. Ideally, we would utilize spirit stones, which contain immense energy and are frequently required in the formation process. Unfortunately, we do not have any at present. Spirit stones, Zhang Yanbin mused. Typically, where might one find such items? In the depths of ancient forests, where spiritual energy has accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. There are also overseas celestial islands, which, despite their name, are simply places dense with spiritual energy. Knowing the conditions makes it manageable. Very well. I shall promptly establish 2 teams, one to search the 10,000 Great Mountains and another to explore the overseas islands. You must continue your research to maximize the formation's potential. Additionally, we need to manufacture a batch for experimentation. Let us construct several trial vessels. Zhang Yanbin was now fully invested in the idea of spirit stones. Since the formation master had knowledge of their existence, and given the vastness of the game world, he was confident they could be found. Perhaps there were plenty of them, but players simply did not know how to utilize them. After leaving the formation master, Zhang Yanbin sought a place to thoroughly explore the items within the trading system. Chapter 80. The News of Spirit Stones. Zhang Yanbin made his way toward the administrative center. Beneath a transplanted large tree, he found a table and chairs, where he settled down to search the trading system. Oh, there are indeed spirit stones. 100 units of initial grade spirit stones for a basic cultivation manual. Without hesitation, Zhang Yanbin engaged in the transaction. Just a basic manual, after all. 100 initial grade spirit stones were now in his possession. Not rushing, he glanced at the seller's name and decided to add him as a friend. Big Green Onion. What a peculiar name, he thought as he sent the request. The seller, Big Green Onion, resided in a remote mountain area. He was living quite well due to the bountiful resources available. All manner of fruit trees thrived there, ensuring an ample food supply in the early stages. However, they were lacking in minerals, having unearthed many spirit stones. Yet, no one in the territory knew how to use them. A search on the forum yielded no results either. Moreover, these stones were exceedingly hard and difficult to mine. Unsure of their purpose, he had listed them on the trading system, and after several days, he had nearly forgotten about it. At this point, the system notified him that a transaction had been completed. Looking closer, he noticed that the buyer of his spirit stones was none other than the game's top player, Zhuge Shenlong. This revelation sent Big Green Onion into a frenzy of excitement. Ah, a big shot wants to add me as a friend, he exclaimed, hastily confirming the request. Hello, esteemed player. Greetings, Big Green Onion. You wish to purchase spirit stones. Do you know how to utilize them? Big Green Onion was no fool. He knew that his friendship with Zhang Yanbin was predicated upon the spirit stones. These stones have some utility. In my territory, we have a feng shui master who can alter the land's feng shui, but requires some spirit stones for flooring. Do you have any left? I need just a few. Certainly, I do, but they are quite difficult to mine, being exceptionally hard and buried deep underground. Big Green Onion was clever and immediately thought of raising the price. If that's the case, I suppose I shall have to use alternative stones if the quantity is insufficient. Big Green Onion was momentarily taken aback. Ah, esteemed player. That's not what I meant. I do have enough. How much do you require? I can certainly extract them for you. Still 100 units for a basic cultivation manual. Of course, a basic skill book would suffice as well, ideally a matching set. Upon hearing this, Big Green Onion realized that Zhang Yanbin needed a substantial transaction. How could he let such a lucrative opportunity slip by? Should he miss out on Zhang Yanbin, others would not be interested. Zhang Yanbin smiled coldly, knowing that the ploy to raise prices would not work on him. At this moment, others had no use for the spirit stones. They were effectively worthless. He thought, how many do you have? Let us trade, and if possible, please begin extracting more. He envisioned how impressive it would be to have spirit stones for flooring. Big Green Onion's lips twitched. Is this big shot truly so extravagant? Wouldn't that be akin to using a cultivation manual for flooring? For instance, laying gold flooring in a villa is one thing, but paving the external pathways with gold is excessive. Yet, with such a generous buyer presenting himself, how could Big Green Onion let this opportunity pass? I have over 1,200 units. I'll count it as 1,000. Fear not, esteemed player. I will organize a team to extract them, ensuring you have enough. That will suffice. However, I do not require an excessive amount. I also intend to build a swimming pool, and I would like to have that floored as well, which should be adequate. Zhang Yanbin intentionally misled him while also setting a limit. If he were to demand an unlimited supply, the other party would likely realize the potential high value of the stones and become reluctant to sell. Meanwhile, Big Green Onion felt a twitch of frustration. This is truly taking advantage of me. Wealth makes one so capricious. Nevertheless, he quickly replied, no problem, esteemed player. I will make sure you are satisfied. Another transaction for over 1,000 units of spirit stones was completed. Zhang Yanbin let out a sigh of relief, believing that such items would certainly be abundant in the game. The only issue was that players did not know how to utilize them or where to search. Since Zhang Yinbin now had Big Green Onion as a supplier, he decided to take his time in seeking out more spirit stones. Initially, he had considered reaching out to the 10 guild leaders he had previously traded with, urging them to mobilize more players to assist in the search. However, he realized that if they found spirit stones, they would likely demand exorbitant prices. Thus, Zhang Yinbin resolved to proceed at his own pace. Now that he had Big Green Onion as a reliable source, he could gradually procure what he needed. Once the swimming pool was completed, he would find another excuse to have the pigsty floored as well. After all, there were plenty of justifications available. He intended to buy from Big Green Onion piece by piece until the value of the stones became widely recognized. After acquiring the spirit stones, Zhang Yinbin returned to consult the formation master. The master was currently instructing his disciples, specifically his former students, evidently preparing them to teach the 300 individuals sent by Zhang Yinbin. "My lord, what brings you back again? Please, take a seat and prepare tea for the lord. And bring forth the finest deep mountain dragon sparrow." The master of formations spoke with exuberance. The seamstress, Su Yunyang, would certainly depend on him. "Old master, how long can this spirit stone sustain us?" After taking a seat, Zhang Yinbin produced several spirit stones, offering them to the master of formations. The master examined them thoroughly, tapping and scrutinizing them under the light. "These are primary grade spirit stones. With 30 units, we can power a formation plate for 5 hours. That's significantly better than the previous half hour. The energy would need to be replenished every 5 hours, which was quite acceptable. A vessel required 4 formation plates, 2 at the front and 2 at the rear. The advantage of this setup was that during a turn, only the engines on the opposite side would need to be activated. Thus, only 2 engines would be in use at any one time. Each side had 1 at the rear for directional adjustment. This arrangement placed considerable demands on the operators of the formations, necessitating additional backup personnel. If one were to fall in battle, the ship must remain under control. Zhang Yinbin pondered the various pros and cons. "Old master, if these primary grade spirit stones last 5 hours, do we have access to intermediate or high grade ones?" "Indeed, there are even exceptional grades, but in my long life, I have only encountered high grade stones. A high grade stone can sustain a formation plate for 3 months without issue, though it may not compare to nuclear power. It surpasses fuel oil by a considerable margin. Old master, I rely on you. Continue your research into this formation, focusing on energy efficiency and power output improvements. Rest assured, my lord, I shall dedicate myself to this endeavor, striving to develop superior formation plates as swiftly as possible." Zhang Yinbin entrusted all the spirit stones to the master of formations for further research, requesting a batch be produced and personnel trained forthwith. Soon, he would traverse the vast seas. While others were still relying on sails and archery, he had dismantled the sails and equipped his vessel with catapults, capable of sinking foes from afar. The thrill of overwhelming power was intoxicating. Chapter 81. The elimination rounds commence. Zhang Yinbin found himself quite occupied, organizing a myriad of tasks. However, the mundane affairs of the territory were managed by Nan Ningxi, while he took charge of military matters. There was a plethora of books to attend to. Returning to his spot beneath the tree, he began to peruse trading information. Advanced mining master books, just what I need. How could I have overlooked vocational books for so long? Are there any formation-related texts available? Zhang Yinbin had been preoccupied with war and had neglected other tasks. Others were focused on completing vocational tasks, earning professional books as rewards, while he had not. The price for the advanced mining master book was 100,000 copper coins, which he easily paid. To his delight, he discovered beginner formation master books. Without hesitation, he purchased all 3, knowing they would elevate him to the rank of beginner formation master and expedite his learning under the master of formations toward intermediate levels. Zhang Yinbin sought out various other vocational books, acquiring them all at reasonable prices. With the population of the territory steadily increasing, he anticipated a growing demand for diverse professions. He entrusted these matters to Nan Ningxi, confident in her ability to manage them effectively. As Zhang Yinbin continued browsing, a system announcement rang out. Ding! System announcement. The first phase of the large-scale task has concluded, testing the Lord's abilities across multiple domains. Indeed, the endless battlefield challenges every facet. Next, we will host individual player competitions, allowing non-Lord players to participate. There will be 3 elimination rounds, with difficulty levels available for free selection. Death incurs no penalties, and defeating various levels of wooden figures will grant entry to the semifinals after 3 victories. The preliminary rounds yield no rewards, but difficulty and time will factor into semifinal rewards. The competition commences tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Another round of competition was on the horizon. This time, only individual players would participate, relieving Zhang Yinbin of the need to prepare anything. Therefore, he resumed exploring the trading system. Intermediate staff techniques. I'd prefer to exchange them for intermediate sword or blade techniques, as staff techniques are exceedingly rare. He promptly traded his intermediate staff technique for an intermediate sword technique. Zhang Yinbin was capable of learning various advanced skills, including blade, spear, sword, and axe techniques. Yet he chose not to. With his strength increasing rapidly, he aimed to adapt quickly, unleashing maximum force without requiring intricate techniques. Swordplay and spear techniques demanded considerable finesse, but Zhang Yanbin was inclined toward brute strength. He approached Nan Ningxi, handing her a collection of vocational skill books. Then, he ventured into the wilderness to practice his intermediate staff techniques. Regrettably, Lei Bao was not within the territory. He would have made an excellent target for practice. The intermediate staff techniques allowed for more powerful strikes, enabling him to maximize his strength. After over an hour of practice, Zhang Yanbin elevated his proficiency further. As night fell, he returned to the administrative center, now devoid of residents, transformed into a garden with pools and other amenities. He heard that the master of formations intended to set up a formation but lacked quality materials. Nan Ning, she was still busy and had yet to return. Zhang Yanbin took a shower and then settled down to meditate. Two divine dragons wandered about. Ultimately, Zhang Yanbin was but a mortal. The strength of the divine dragons profoundly affected his state of mind, inducing restlessness during his cultivation. Upon Nan Ningxi's return, the tension within him gradually dissipated. Thank you, Ningxi. She seemed to understand, offering a gentle smile. Our fates are now intertwined, bound together on this journey. No thanks are necessary. After her shower, she leaned beside him, saying, as divine dragons and phoenixes, we have become inseparable in our cultivation. I can assist you, and you can achieve greatness through me. My lord, rest assured and sleep well. You have tasks awaiting you tomorrow. Zhang Yanbin calmed down and naturally embraced Nan Ningxi as they drifted into slumber. Upon waking, Zhang Yanbin exchanged a simple smile with Nan Ningxi and embarked on the day's endeavors. He awaited the clock to strike 8. At that moment, the system announced once more. Ding. System announcement. Players may select from simple, difficult, extremely difficult, and hell-level challenges. Rankings will be based on difficulty and completion time, with the top 1 million eligible for the semifinals. Player death results in immediate elimination. The rules are straightforward and precise. Engage in combat against the system's wooden figures. Rankings depend on difficulty and time. Ding. 10 minutes until countdown. Failure to select a difficulty after 10 minutes will be considered a forfeiture. Zhang Yanbin glanced around as a message from Dechang Tue arrived. Zhuge Shenlong, which challenge will you choose? I have learned advanced techniques and skills. What would be prudent? Ziling, after our last battle, you have changed significantly. Upon returning, you personally led the charge, breaking through a third-level stronghold, effectively training your troops. Zhang Yanbin had been busy since his return and had yet to finalize the transaction regarding warhorses. I will select advanced techniques for a challenging difficulty. Beginning directly with that, I shall commence from the extremely difficult level. I am not overly concerned with the outcome, as this serves as excellent practice, and death incurs no penalty. Zhang Yanbin regarded Ziling as a friend, while his relationships with others, including Wan, were more transactional. Thus, he earnestly addressed Ziling's inquiry. Very well, I shall heed your advice and challenge myself. If all goes well, I shall attempt the extremely difficult level afterward. Currently, there are not many who possess advanced techniques. Ziling should be considered a skilled practitioner. She merely lacks practical combat experience. Zhang Yanbin resolutely opted for the most formidable challenge. He boldly faced the extreme difficulty level. While many chose the intermediate level, only a handful dared to select the easy tier. Yet, even the intermediate level posed a significant barrier for numerous players. In the Eastern continent, countless billions of players roamed. Some had merely mastered the rudimentary techniques and skills, and they were destined for elimination. The competition commenced. Zhang Yanbin had already attuned himself and plunged directly into the task. Before him lay a vast hall, stark and barren. The stone floor was devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Before his eyes stood a wooden effigy, towering at 2.5 meters, with robust arms and legs. The figure remained silent, or perhaps was incapable of speech. It advanced, sweeping its long arms toward Zhang Yanbin. He retreated a step, steadied his footing, and countered with his iron staff. A resounding thud echoed as wood splintered. The extreme difficulty level, it seemed, was not insurmountable. After a single exchange, Zhang Yanbin's intermediate staff technique mitigated some of the returning force, leaving his hands only slightly numb. With a mighty roar, he leaped, striking the wooden figure's chest with his staff, forcing it to stagger backward. Undeterred, he pressed on. Upon landing, he executed a sweeping strike at the wooden figure's legs. The wooden figure retaliated, its arms descending upon him like a king's decree. Zhang Yanbin could have evaded, yet he chose to confront it head-on. He struck one arm with his staff and delivered a kick to the other. Though he was jolted back, he sustained little harm, while the wooden figure relinquished some splinters. Chapter 82, The Challenge of Hell Level. Perhaps he was being a bit reckless. After exchanging several blows, Zhang Yanbin mused that the extreme difficulty was not as daunting as anticipated. He advanced, channeling his inner strength, and leapt to deliver a downward strike. The wooden figure raised its arms to block, sending Zhang Yanbin reeling while it kicked out with its long legs. In midair, he retaliated with a kick, narrowly escaping the range of attack. Upon landing, he quickly adjusted his stance and charged forward once more. With fervor, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. wood chips scattered in every direction as they exchanged blows. Though Zhang Yanbin was momentarily knocked back, he gathered momentum for another assault. He leapt high, exclaiming, "Taste the might of Lao Zhang." With a resounding impact, his iron staff struck the wooden figure's shoulder, shattering its right arm, which crumpled to the ground. The wooden figure, impervious to pain, still had its left arm and legs to retaliate. After landing, Zhang Yanbin launched several more ferocious attacks. The wooden figure began to show signs of disarray. Perish! Zhang Yanbin seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow to its chest. The impact cracked the surface, though it remained intact. Yet, the wooden figure's attack slowed. Zhang Yanbin pressed on with renewed vigor. Finally, with all his might, he struck upwards from beneath the wooden figure's arm. A sharp crack echoed as the wooden effigy finally disassembled. Ding! Congratulations. Player Zhuge Shenlong has passed the extreme difficulty test. The next round will commence in half an hour. You may choose to retain this record and refrain from further competition. Zhang Yanbin stepped back, and at that moment, the system unveiled the leaderboard. With a time of 5 minutes and 21 seconds, Zhang Yanbin stood proudly at the pinnacle. Others who had selected the easy level were already emerging, but the easy tier was fleeting. Within the top 10,000, none remained in that category. The system only ranked the top 10,000 automatically. Zhang Yanbin's position at the top was secure, even if he chose not to continue competing. His place in the rematch was assured. Many players withdrew, and Zhuge Shenlong remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so formidable, completing the extreme difficulty level so swiftly. I struggled for 8 minutes with the intermediate level." Ziling, upon seeing Zhang Yanbin ranked first, was not at all surprised. "Why not attempt the intermediate level once more? It's a rare opportunity for practice." "I intend to challenge the hell level," he replied. "If I perish, so be it." Zhang Yanbin conveyed his true thoughts. "Very well. I shall engage in another round of the intermediate level and also challenge the extreme difficulty. If I die, so be it." Ziling, on the other end, bore a large axe on her shoulder, her other hand clenched into a fist. This scene, if witnessed, would present a striking image, a beautiful maiden wielding a large axe, exhibiting both a wild side and an adorable demeanor with her tiny fist. Zhang Yanbin reclined on a chair beneath a tree, savoring the experience of his recent battle. His confrontation with the wooden figure had been devoid of finesse. It was merely a matter of unleashing his inner strength to its fullest potential. If I were to face it again, I could resolve it in 3 minutes. He meticulously recalled the combat and pondered the techniques of exerting force. The rankings continued to fluctuate. The gale is quite fierce. After I defeated it once, its foundation was compromised, yet it dared to challenge the extreme difficulty. The gale ranked 5th, with a time of 18 minutes. Several others had also attempted the extreme difficulty. Only Zhang Yanbin managed to complete it within 10 minutes. The rest fell beyond that mark. The second-place contender, whom Zhang Yanbin had never heard of before, bore the name Lei Xian. The third place was claimed by a figure he had previously encountered, known as Liang Gongzi. Perusing the other ranks, Zhang Yanbin found most of the top 100 unfamiliar. Some guild leaders were not even the most formidable in terms of strength. Zhang Yanbin chose not to dwell further on this. He adjusted his focus and prepared to challenge the hell level. Should he perish at this tier, his ranking would be reset, and he would lose his eligibility for competition. However, Zhang Yanbin cared little for the contest. His priority lay in self-improvement. Once ready, he entered the competition space. Once again, he found himself in that grand hall, facing yet another wooden figure. This time, however, the effigy had transformed in hue, now gleaming in gold. "Good heavens, is this crafted from gold? I thought it was merely a wooden figure." Zhang Yanbin quipped, and to his astonishment, the wooden figure spoke. "I am crafted from wood, specifically from the golden cypress. Let us commence." As soon as the wooden figure uttered the word start, it hurled a punch toward him. This time, Zhang Yanbin did not engage. Instead, he evaded. The punch struck the ground with such force that the stone slab shattered. "Impressive. Come forth. I am prepared to embrace death." Zhang Yanbin charged forward, launching an assault with his staff. The resounding clash echoed as though striking a golden bell. The system had deceived him. It had promised a wooden figure. Previously, he could dislodge splinters, but now, he found himself unable to do so. The cacophony of strikes rang out as his weapon collided with the golden wooden figure, each impact reverberating with immense force. Had he not cultivated his intermediate staff technique, the backlash might have shattered his bones. This golden wooden figure was not only more powerful than its predecessor, but also boasted superior defense. Yet, it lacked agility, which was the very reason Zhang Yanbin could endure. This solid combination of gold and wood was likely harder than pure gold. Zhang Yanbin continued his relentless assault, but the recoil inflicted considerable pain upon him. After dozens of exchanges, the golden figure appeared largely unaffected. Zhang Yanbin found himself compelled to evade, his entire body aching. He needed to retreat and recuperate. After several evasive maneuvers, he managed to alleviate some discomfort. At this point, over 10 minutes had elapsed. Zhang Yanbin realized that this method was futile. The golden wooden figure's defense and offense were formidable. He resolved to target a single area relentlessly. After careful observation, He focused his attacks on the joints of the golden wooden figure's knees. With a sweeping strike, a thunderous boom resonated as the figure's arms descended upon him. They crashed onto the ground, shattering the stone slabs and sending debris flying. Zhang Yinbin bore numerous cuts across his face from the flying shards, each inflicting significant pain. Despite the figure being made of gold, he was determined to shatter it today. Zhang Yinbin intensified his onslaught. Charging forward, he swung his club. And soon a fierce melee ensued between the two within the grand hall. The entire expanse was in disarray. The floor lay shattered beneath their feet. Zhang Yinbin had already replaced his iron rod for the 5th time. Its immense power had rendered the previous ones unusable. After another 20 minutes, he noticed cracks had finally begun to form in his opponent's knee joints. After delivering countless blows, he had at last succeeded in inflicting damage to the knee. Zhang Yinbin was drenched in blood and sweat, with debris flying around him, yet he paid no heed to these distractions. The combat continued in a relentless exchange. With a resounding crack, he struck the knee once more and was rewarded with a gratifying sound that indicated victory was near. After delivering several more blows, the golden figure could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed. Zhang Yinbin, too, felt the toll of the encounter. The force of the backlash was overwhelming. Standing amidst the wreckage of the grand hall, he calmly uttered, "I have triumphed." Chapter 83, The Demon Clan's Mission Scroll. Zhang Yinbin withdrew from the task, and immediately, a stir arose in the forum. Zhang Yinbin had successfully conquered the Hell level challenge in just 47 minutes, undoubtedly placing him at the pinnacle once again. Meanwhile, others struggled to repeat the challenge at the extremely difficult level, with a few managing to shave their times to under 10 minutes. Yet, in comparison to Zhang Yinbin, their feats appeared insignificant. He was the sole individual to have surpassed the Hell level, albeit with a lengthy completion time of 47 minutes. As Xiling prepared for her 3rd attempt, she spotted Zhang Yinbin exiting and hurriedly inquired, "Zhuge Xinlong, you are incredible. What is this Hell level like?" Zhang Yinbin succinctly described the nature of the Hell level, remarking, "It is utterly monstrous. That golden figure is an anomaly, and so are you." The Hell level tests not merely endurance, but also formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. It is a trial of willpower, compounded by tremendous recoil forces that challenge one's technique. Zhang Yinbin's ordeal had been far from easy. He was now covered in blood and sweat, feeling somewhat drained and dehydrated. Slowly, he made his way back to the administrative center, relieved that Nan Ningxi was absent, lest she be alarmed by his appearance. Upon returning, he indulged in a warm bath to relax. He knew he lacked the stamina and resolved to face the challenge again anytime soon. The system exhibited peculiar behavior, initially placing the endless battlefield as the first challenge while relegating the competition of individual player prowess to the second. Zhang Yinbin pondered the underlying intentions of the system, but chose not to dwell on it. After bathing, he retired to bed, indifferent to how the system would orchestrate future events. His ranking remained unassailable at the top, impervious to any rival. At that moment, a bizarre post emerged within the game, alleging that the Gale had been slain by Zhuge Xinlong using a basic staff technique. This individual had previously traded intermediate staff techniques with Zhang Yinbin. Why would Zhang Yinbin exchange for this skill when he could have opted for a more advantageous sword technique? No one else would have made such a trade. So why did he? Because he sought to learn it. He had never studied the intermediate staff technique before, making it plausible that Gale had indeed been vanquished by Zhang Yinbin employing a basic staff technique. Screenshots of their transaction corroborated the claim, leaving no room for doubt. Gale was once again subjected to public scrutiny. Many players speculated whether Zhang Yinbin had indeed conquered the Hell level using the intermediate staff technique. Regardless, Gale's psyche suffered yet another blow. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yinbin, as he slumbered, he had inadvertently acquired another enemy in Gale. Upon waking at noon, he discovered the elimination rounds had concluded. The system announced, "Attention, participating players. In 1 hour, the player versus player competition will commence. With no limits on entries and a 5-minute interval between matches. The top 100 will receive fixed rewards. Players would automatically recover their status and skill cooldowns after each match." The system initiated player confrontations. A subsequent notification appeared, "Player Zhuge Xinlong, as the sole individual to have cleared the Hell level, is exempt from competition. Rewards will be automatically issued." Zhang Yinbin had intended to prepare further, but found himself auto-passing the requirements. The reward was a scroll, "Eradicate the remnants of the Demon Clan." The Demon Clan has recently breached seals, allowing a few to escape and taint some humans, transforming them into subordinates of the Demon Clan. Players are tasked with eliminating them. There are no restrictions on the number of forces led. The system will automatically transport you to the location. The task has a validity period of 1 month, with a duration of 1 day. Once more, the mention of the Demon Clan stirred Zhang Yinbin's interest. He had previously battled against them, and this mission appeared intriguing. The first 100 participants would receive the same task scroll, suggesting the system intended to familiarize a select group of players with the Demon Clan. Did this imply future confrontations with them? Such thoughts raced through Zhang Yinbin's mind. The rewards for this mission seemed less impressive than before. Previously, he had received remarkable rewards. especially after defeating the final boss, which had elevated his prize as well. Perhaps the rewards for vanquishing the demon clan would surpass those he had previously received. Zhang Yinbin began to take the task seriously. With a month at his disposal, he resolved to prepare thoroughly before taking action. Now, he contemplated venturing out to sea. Once the Formation Master completed the engine, he would set sail. The Formation Master had several apprentices assisting him, tirelessly working day and night to construct the engine for Zhang Yinbin. Meanwhile, on the shores of Shenlong Lake, new ships were being built at an accelerated pace. With 5 vessels constructed at once. Simultaneously, Zhang Yinbin sent word for Leibua to return with the fleet, a journey that would take 3 days. However, Zhang Yinbin could not afford to remain idle during this interval. He planned an expedition into the deep mountains, bringing a team to explore. The vast expanse of mountains stretching thousands of miles surely concealed numerous treasures. Zhang Yinbin organized a team of 200, comprising 150 guards and 50 individuals of various professions, some in search of minerals, others for spiritual beasts, and still others for various fruits and herbs. His objective was the depths of the mountains. Using a teleportation array, they arrived at the foot of the mountains and proceeded deeper into the wilderness. They walked tirelessly for a day and night before Zhang Yinbin instructed them to commence their search and exploration. "My lord, there have been numerous herbs along the way," an experienced herbalist began to convey. Yet, Zhang Yinbin raised a hand to halt him. "My time is limited. I brought you all here to witness the grandeur of these 10,000 mountains firsthand, so we must proceed swiftly. We shall rest for 5 hours and allow you 2 additional hours for exploration before moving on. When the time arrives, I will depart alone, granting you ample time to explore afterward." The team he brought was a reconnaissance group assembled by Nan Ningxi. With experts for protection, he felt reassured. "Understood, my lord." After their brief respite, they pressed onward. Another day passed, and the area seemed rich in spiritual energy. There might indeed be spirit stones buried beneath the ground. However, Zhang Yinbin did not permit any excavation. The terrain within these mountains was treacherous, and as they continued, he observed a plethora of resources, various woods, plants, animals, and fruits. All of these were valuable assets, contingent upon the expertise of those who utilized them. Simultaneously, Zhang Yinbin remained vigilant, ensuring the safety of his rear guard against potential ambushes. He scrutinized the mountain formations, assessing any necessary defensive measures. That night, they rested atop a mountain peak when suddenly, Xiling sought him out. "Zhuge Shlong, are you aware that several inhabitants from various territories ventured forth to undertake tasks for the demon race, only to return with their forces completely annihilated? You should possess some task scrolls as well. Do not embark on such endeavors lightly. Has anyone already set out on a demon race mission?" Zhang Yinbin was taken aback. Chapter 84. Acquisition of Task Scrolls. "Do you have any scrolls?" Zhang Yinbin inquired of Xiling. Her face flushed, though Zhang Yinbin could not see it. "I rank over 5,000. I do not. I could perhaps complete that task now, but I wish to prepare more thoroughly. I have slain demons before. I understand how to defeat them." Xiling was astonished that Zhang Yinbin was familiar with demons and had even killed some. "I only know that they returned with their entire army wiped out. Beyond that, I am uncertain." Zhang Yinbin sought to ascertain the scale of the demon race. Such information likely resides only with the major guilds. Zhang Yinbin directly asked Wanwan. He had the contact information for Xiling and others. Yet he chose to reach out to Wanwan. Living together, the higher Wanwan's status, the greater the information he could acquire in the future. Additionally, he could leverage her to disseminate certain news externally. Zhang Yinbin posed his questions to Wanwan. Before long, she organized a dossier for him. "Zhuge Shlong, the demon race is numerous, with an uncertain scale, possibly amounting to tens of thousands, if not more. However, they are relatively dispersed, and their strength is not overwhelmingly formidable. Yet, it is extraordinarily difficult to kill them. Even 1,000 arrows piercing through the heart would struggle to bring them down. This is where the terror of the demon race lies. Many individuals from various territories have been unable to contain their eagerness, leading parties to undertake tasks. After all, these were rewards won through competition, and many believe that the rewards must be substantial. Do you know what rewards await for slaying demons? Zhang Yinbin is capable of vanquishing demons. The rewards are paramount. They are varied and numerous, including authentic weapons, blueprints, spiritual stones, gold, and tomes of martial arts, among others. However, although the rewards are abundant, only a limited quantity can be procured due to the constraints of players' inventories. One must endure for a day before the system will facilitate a return. Most individuals cannot withstand even 3 hours. Zhang Yinbin pondered deeply for quite some time. Wanwan felt a twinge of anxiety on the other end. After a while, Zhang Yinbin sent her a message. "Can this scroll be transferred?" "It can. The system has not stipulated who may participate." "Well then, help me gather a few, and I shall reveal to you how to kill demons." 5 scrolls in exchange for 1 piece of information. Others have returned with their entire armies decimated. What fate awaits those who venture in themselves? Enduring for a day should not be overly difficult. Given the generous rewards, Zhang Yinbin need not deliberate further. There is no need to wait a month. If more scrolls are available, In a few days, once his forces have absorbed that batch of martial arts tomes, he shall commence his actions. After approximately 20 minutes, Wanwan directly traded 5 scrolls to him. This time, among the hundreds, many were not Lord players. They had long begun selling these items at inflated prices. However, in recent days, these scrolls have lost their value. Major guilds possess abundant intelligence, unlike Zhang Yanbin, who is but a solitary figure. Zhang Yanbin contemplated and then spoke. Weapons forged from flame stones can corrode and slay demons. Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Flame stones. Was that not something Zhang Yanbin had sold to Zhuge Shlong? Initially, Zhang Yanbin had informed her that these were exceedingly challenging to mine, though their utility remained uncertain. Only Zhuge Shlong had shown interest. Wanwan felt an urge to log off immediately to find Zhang Yanbin and negotiate a trade. Any trade would suffice, even using herself as a bargaining chip. Yet, Wanwan refrained from doing so. She did not wish to pursue Zhang Yanbin. Rather, she aspired to connect with Zhuge Shlong. Such an approach would elevate her status within the entire guild. Who is Zhang Yanbin, after all? Merely an inconsequential player. Would Zhuge Shlong demand a higher price? Certainly. But does it matter? Not at all. The guild would cover the costs and resources, leaving her with only the rewards, without needing to expend her own resources. The insightful Dong Xiaowan quickly grasped these dynamics. Thus, she restrained herself from logging off to seek out Zhang Yanbin. Flamestones. Where might one procure such items? Zhang Yanbin was also momentarily stunned, having expected her to log off and seek him out. He had already devised his countermeasures. However, Dong Xiaowan feigned ignorance. My territory can mine them, which is why I know. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaowan inwardly cursed. It was evident she had purchased them, yet she sought to deceive him. Intending to use these items for trade, Dong Xiaowan was fully aware, but she harbored ulterior motives, so she refrained from exposing the truth. Our guild will certainly desire them. What are the terms? 1 scroll, 2,000 units, capable of forging 1,000 weapons. As long as flamestones are incorporated into the weapons. Zhang Yanbin already possessed 5 scrolls. Now he sought even more. Wait, this matter is significant, and we do not yet know how many scrolls can be collected. Zhang Yanbin certainly cannot gather them personally. He can only rely on others. The moment he intervenes, these scrolls will become highly sought after, inevitably driving their price to astronomical heights. Thus, Zhang Yanbin entrusted the task to Wanwan. Wanwan was currently in an urgent meeting with Ziliuli and others. Approximately 6 or 7 of the 100 scrolls had already been utilized. There should still be dozens available on the market. We should first gather 5 more and trade with Zhuge Shlong. 5 scrolls equate to 5,000 weapons, enabling us to assemble 5,000 individuals for a single mission, after which we can decide whether to continue trading. Ziliuli presented this analysis. Regardless, we must commit ourselves fully to collecting scrolls moving forward. As for whether to hand the scrolls over to Zhang Yanbin, the initiative rests with them. Ziliuli promptly issued orders for all obtainable scrolls to be gathered. According to her estimates, by changing personnel and identities to procure them discreetly, they should be able to acquire more than half. After all, many independent players and a few lords recognize that these items will expire, and those who ventured forth on missions returned utterly defeated, suffering significant losses. The rewards won through competition have lost their value. Now that someone wishes to purchase them, they would be eager to sell. Zhang Yanbin suspected they would contemplate in such a manner. However, engaging in combat incurs costs. A single venture would deplete resources. To obtain flamestones, they will still need to seek him out. Ultimately, most of the scrolls would remain in his possession. He chuckled to himself, feeling a hint of cleverness. As he basked in the mountain breeze, Zhang Yanbin felt no chill, instead finding amusement in his own thoughts. While the wind blew, he practiced his martial arts. Meanwhile, various guards were also honing their skills, while those of different professions remained sheltered within their tents. Daybreak arrived. Zhang Yanbin gazed earnestly at the sunrise. The game's dawn was more splendid than that of reality. Once everyone had awoken, Zhang Yanbin led the team to depart once more. This time, they were descending the mountain. The Lord is akin to a falcon, capable of delivering messages over great distances. A falcon? Should it not be a homing pigeon? A hunter pointed at a large hawk perched upon a tall tree. The hawk was quite sizable. Zhang Yanbin estimated its wingspan to be 3 to 4 meters wide. A lord, such a raptor, is not easily preyed upon. They fly high and swiftly, unlike homing pigeons, which cannot travel beyond 100 miles. Zhang Yanbin understood that there exists a food chain even within this game. While homing pigeons can deliver messages, they face numerous predators. How to capture it? There should be a nest of hawks above. If there are eggs, he could take them back and have his subordinates raise them, ensuring they would play a crucial role in the territory. Chapter 85, Trapped in the Ice Lake. Zhang Yanbin felt a surge of excitement. Delivering messages over 1,000 miles is an exceedingly significant matter. As a solitary player, he could not communicate directly like other players using chat tools. Thus, this hawk held immense importance for him. The tree was quite tall, nearly 100 meters high. The hawk above watched them with keen vigilance. Are there any eggs up there? Zhang Yanbin inquired. Without the egg, there exists the fledgling hawk. Otherwise, this falcon would not be so vigilantly observing us. Nor would its eyes be imbued with a murderous intent. Zhang Yinbin nodded thoughtfully. He produced a pair of gloves and declared, I shall ascend. The archers below must prepare. At that moment, he refrained from shooting the falcon, apprehensive of harming the eggs or the chicks nestled in the nest. Thus, he resolved to first drive away the large bird. Swiftly, Zhang Yinbin climbed over 20 meters. Be cautious, my lord, came the warning. Suddenly, the falcon took flight, soaring high before diving down to confront Zhang Yinbin. He looked up and immediately retrieved a dagger from his ring. The dagger was not intended for attack. Rather, it was plunged directly into the tree trunk, providing him with a means of support. As the falcon hurtled towards him, the guards below swiftly unleashed their arrows. The missiles aimed at the falcon, which was now free from the nest, no longer a concern for the eggs or chicks. Yet, astonishingly, the falcon flapped its wings and deflected the arrows. It did not dive down, but attempted to grasp Zhang Yinbin with its talons. Zhang Yinbin, still clutching the dagger, leaped, seizing the falcon's claws, hoping to use his weight to pull it down to the ground. Little did he know, this falcon possessed immense strength, lifting him effortlessly into the sky. My lord, my lord, my lord. The onlookers shouted below. I am unharmed. Return with the chicks or eggs at once. Zhang Yinbin could no longer shout. The falcon began to attempt to throw him off, aiming to send him plummeting to his demise. However, Zhang Yinbin maintained a tight grip. Suddenly, the falcon accelerated, forcing a gust of wind into his mouth. Zhang Yinbin had no choice but to shut his eyes and mouth, yet his hands remained steadfast. Surely, there must come a time when you tire of flying, Zhang Yinbin pondered. The falcon darted left and right, trying to dislodge him. Zhang Yinbin swayed back and forth. Yet his grip never faltered. He began to circulate his energy, tightening his hold. Simultaneously, he directed his energy to his eyes, fortifying them against the fierce winds buffeting him. Upon opening his eyes, he realized the falcon was flying at an incredible speed, soaring over one mountain peak after another. Eagle, Zhang Yinbin managed to exclaim. But another gust of wind rushed into him, momentarily halting his energy flow and nearly causing him to fall. Thus, he focused intently on circulating his energy, refraining from uttering a sound. The falcon, equally stubborn, zigzagged or surged forward. Both were engaged in a contest of endurance, each vying to see who would falter first. Below, mountain after mountain flew past. Zhang Yinbin persevered, refusing to relinquish his grip. He lost track of how far they had flown. The falcon finally exhibited signs of fatigue. Yet it still pressed on. By heavens, we must have flown hundreds of miles. How will I return? Zhang Yinbin could not calculate the distance. He merely counted the number of peaks they passed over. A straight-line distance of 100 miles could easily translate into several times that within the mountains, perhaps necessitating a journey of 1,000 miles to return. The falcon ceased its erratic movements, conserving its energy. Suddenly, a vast lake appeared before him, expansive and obscured from view even from the sky. The falcon suddenly dove, intending to cast him into the lake. Zhang Yinbin thought to himself that it would be better to crash into a tree. Would being tossed into the lake yield any effect? He had no fear of striking a tree at that moment. With a firm grip, he could ensnare the falcon. Perhaps the falcon understood the potential outcome. Yet why bring him to the lake? A long cry rang out. The falcon's piercing scream rendered Zhang Yinbin's ears deaf to all other sounds. He observed the lake's eerie tranquility, devoid of even the slightest ripple. The falcon plunged into the water with him. As his feet touched the frigid water, he was instantly paralyzed by the icy grip. It felt as though all his strength had been sapped away. When the water reached his chest, the circulation of his energy slowed, and he could no longer hold onto the falcon's claws, plunging into the lake. Submerged, he floated in the water, unable to breathe, his heartbeat seemingly frozen. At that moment, two divine dragons began to swirl around him, moving with remarkable speed. The falcon, having escaped Zhang Yinbin's grasp, released a triumphant cry and soared into the heavens. The falcon had brought Zhang Yinbin here, intending to use the icy waters to freeze him and bring about his demise. Zhang Yinbin had not anticipated such a lake hidden deep within the mountains. Completely immobilized in the water, he remained submerged. Yet he was aware that he was not dead. Thoughts still flowed through his mind. Time passed slowly. He remained unable to move. After several hours, Zhang Yinbin attempted to circulate his energy, and to his surprise, he could do so slowly. Divine dragons, protect me. The two divine dragons persisted in their rapid movements around him. Zhang Yinbin activated the 9 transformations of the divine dragon. Hours slipped by while he remained in the water. The surface was so still that it seemed to require no motion. Zhang Yinbin maintained a relaxed posture. Limbs spread wide in the lake's depths. Suddenly, a new divine dragon emerged from his heart, and he felt warmth radiating from his chest. Energized, he accelerated the circulation of his energy. I, Zhang Yinbin, shall not perish. He felt warmth spreading from his heart throughout his body. As it reached his limbs, he moved, swimming upward, breaking through the water's surface. Silence enveloped him. Zhang Yinbin, upon reaching the lake's surface, sensed the absence of any life forms in the water. This was indeed an ice lake, intensely cold. He swam to the shore, and it was now evening. The falcon was indeed impressive, covering thousands of miles in a single day. If he could tame it, it would prove invaluable. The falcon was extraordinary. Yet, he pondered the number of such creatures. The one he had encountered, was it male or female? And this enigmatic lake, concealed within the vast mountains, had inexplicably helped him ascend to a new realm. Zhang Yinbin was intrigued by the lake. He approached its edge, refraining from circulating his energy, and extended his arm into the water. Instantly, his arm lost all sensation. He hurriedly circulated his energy, gradually restoring feeling to his arm. He resolved to return and inquire with Ning Shi, if she too remained ignorant. Then the lake's secrets would remain elusive for the time being. As dusk approached, Zhang Yinbin had no intention of departing. The surrounding mountains were picturesque, yet devoid of life. The water was lifeless, unable to stir even the faintest ripple. He decided to spend the night by the lake and explore the ice lake further the following day. Chapter 86. The Falcon Surrenders. The next day, Zhang Yinbin commenced his exploration by the lake at dawn. He gathered stones, inspecting them, yet found only ordinary rocks. After a circuit that lasted over 3 hours, he realized the lake was indeed quite expansive. He found nothing particularly remarkable, save for the exceptionally frigid water. Zhang Yinbin understood that returning now would take at least 8 days. Even with relentless effort day and night, he estimated it would still require 5 days. He could not afford such delays. By noon, he began his return journey, sprinting back in the direction he had come, even along the mountain paths. However, at that moment, his communicator buzzed with numerous notifications that required his attention. One had sent him another message, providing him with 5 task scrolls. Zhang Yinbin, having ample fire stones in his ring, proceeded to trade with her. Following this, he resumed his frantic dash along the mountain path. For 2 days and 2 nights, he ran without pausing to admire the scenery. He took only a brief half-hour break to meditate on his energy or quickly logged off to replenish his nutrient fluids. As he reached the lake bed, an ethereal dragon emerged, depleting nearly all of his nutrient essence. He continued to sprint, and after 5 days and nights of relentless effort, Zhang Yinbin returned. Arriving at the teleportation array at the foot of the mountain, he intended to teleport back immediately, but noticed 2 massive hawks circling ominously above, creating an atmosphere of tension below. Zhang Yinbin hurried forward, inquiring, "What is happening? My lord, you have returned. These 2 hawks have been pursuing us, confronting us for several days," came the reply. One of the hawks flung Zhang Yinbin into the lake before retreating. Consequently, the 3 fledgling eagles within had already been taken by his companions. Realizing this, Zhang Yinbin approached the crowd, gazing skyward, and proclaimed, "Might I suggest, esteemed hawks, that you take residence within our territory and serve as our guardians? We shall treat you with utmost respect." The hawks emitted a resonant cry. One descended, circling Zhang Yinbin several meters above, seemingly confirming his identity. They must have been perplexed as to why he had survived. "Indeed, it is I. I emerged from the icy lake unscathed," Zhang Yinbin declared confidently, aware of their intelligence and perhaps their telepathic abilities. He invoked the transformation of the divine dragon, calling out, "Hawks, I require a messenger. Your young must be nurtured within our domain. If you harbor any concerns, remain here with us. Otherwise, we risk mutual destruction." The hawks continued their aerial dance. Presently, one hawk took flight with the other, soaring into the distance. "My lord, what is transpiring?" Zhang Yinbin sensed that the hawks would choose to stay. "And what of the 3 fledglings?" A hunter replied with a bow. "They have hidden away and are being cared for." Zhang Yinbin trusted his men to treat the 3 eagles with kindness. After about half an hour, the 2 hawks returned. Landing beside Zhang Yinbin, he approached, extending his hand to gently stroke one's head. A notification from the system chimed. Epic-level hawks are willing to become the guardian beasts of the divine dragon territory. Astonished, Zhang Yinbin realized their epic status explained their ability to carry him so effortlessly across great distances. "Rest assured, I only require your assistance in delivering messages. Choose a suitable location nearby to construct a new nest. Your young shall be returned to you." The hawk nudged Zhang Yinbin's hand, its eyes reflecting a proud defiance. Before soaring into the sky, "Take good care of the fledglings. You are now guardians of our territory. You will return in due time." Zhang Yinbin dismissed the gathering, instructing the hunters to care for the young eagles. He then commanded the scouting team to report to Nan Ningxi, without needing to update him personally. As he was preparing for imminent deployment, Zhang Yinbin hastily returned to the territory. "My lord," he called, taking Nan Ningxi's hand and leading her toward the administrative center. Onlookers might mistakenly assume he was eager to whisk her away for more private matters. Despite his absence for several days, the territory had remained stable, thanks to Nan Ningxi's efforts. With urgency pressing upon him, he grasped her hand firmly as they walked. "There are several pressing matters to discuss upon our return." Nan Ningxi allowed herself to be led back to the administrative center. During this meeting, Zhang Yinbin recounted the extraordinary findings from his expedition. "Indeed, that lake possesses remarkable qualities. Had it not been for your divine techniques, I surely would have perished from the cold. The surrounding trees, thriving in such an environment, must be of exceptional quality. Perhaps prime materials. I shall arrange for further investigation immediately." He continued, "The hawks capitulated because we possess their young, and your dragon transformation emits a subtle, yet palpable draconic aura. This aura can subdue all living beings, enabling you to tame them. Zhang Yinbin slapped his thigh, realizing, I indeed possess a draconic presence. The trees by the lake, so grand that 5 or 6 men are needed to encircle a single trunk. How did I fail to notice them amidst my focus on the water? Eager to return to his tasks, Zhang Yinbin declared, now, on to the second matter. I shall lead an expeditionary force of 10,000 soldiers. Thunderstorm and the others should have returned by now. Each mission lasts a day, and we may have to undertake several consecutively. During this time, devote all efforts to constructing ships, build as many as there are docks, utilizing spirit stones for propulsion. Once I complete the mission against the demon race, we shall officially engage with neighboring territories. Zhang Yinbin was determined to venture forth with a fleet. Understood, my lord, came the reply. He proceeded to relay additional instructions to Nan Ningxi, including the establishment of a new set of warehouses, as his ring still contained a substantial amount of resources to be preserved for future use. With those matters settled, Zhang Yinbin inspected his troops. Ha, my lord, at last. We have a chance to engage in battle. My recent overseas explorations have been rather dull. Thunderstorm boisterously laughed, recalling the last mission where only epic-level adversaries were present, preventing him from intervening directly. He had merely led the fleet in exploration, discovering numerous resources on various islands. Zhang Yinbin, unconcerned with those findings, entrusted them to Nan Ningxi. He designated 2 epic-level talents to lead a team into the mountains for further exploration. Now, Zhang Yinbin had 3 additional individuals capable of mastering epic-level techniques. Li Qiulin, a master of axes, Chu Feixiong, a swordsman, and Chen A.C., an expert in blade techniques. Gathering his 10,000 troops, Zhang Yinbin conducted a thorough inspection. Having prepared 2 sets of weaponry, crafted from fire stones, his armaments were not merely made with 2 units of the precious material, but 5. Only the arrows required a lesser amount for the tips. Tomorrow morning at 8, we march forth. The soldiers rallied, chanting, Our Lord is mighty. Our Lord is mighty. Following the inspection, Zhang Yinbin felt a surge of confidence. Faced with the demon race once more, he was emboldened. Chapter 87. The Demon Army After a Night of Rest. Zhang Yinbin sensed his strength was rapidly increasing, for a small dragon now resided within his heart, remaining dormant. After half a night of cultivation, he finally cradled Nan Ningxi to sleep. Upon awakening, they stepped out hand in hand. She attended to administrative matters while he prepared to lead the military. Now, dozens of soldiers had mastered advanced techniques, excluding Thunderstorm, with 6 ready for battle: Zhang Xinting, Yuan Hai, Tai Yi, Li Qiulin, Chu Feixiong, and Chen A.C. The army of 10,000 stood in perfect formation. Zhang Yinbin needed no further encouragement. He was the standard, the soul of the battalion. Simply by standing before them, their morale surged. Prepare to move. Zhang Yinbin activated the scroll, which ascended and enveloped them in a radiant light. Moments later, they were teleported to the outskirts of a desolate city. The walls bore the scars of collapse, and the remnants appeared pitifully dilapidated, devoid of any sign of life. Advance. Maintain defensive formations. We are here to explore, Zhang Yinbin instructed, leading Thunderstorm at the forefront as they entered the city. Inside, the ruin continued, until suddenly, figures emerged from the crumbling structures, demonic beings, easily identifiable by their faint black aura and crimson eyes. Attack! Zhang Yinbin commanded, charging forward. His iron staff had been upgraded, infused with numerous firestones. The streets held only a handful of demons, perhaps a few dozen, whose combat capabilities proved feeble, leading to their swift extermination. Had they once been mere mortals, now tainted by the malevolent forces of the demonic realm? Zhang Yinbin recalled the words inscribed upon the scroll. If that were indeed the case, the inhabitants of the city would be numerous. They were all demons, no longer human, and in his pursuit of them, Zhang Yinbin felt no shred of mercy. The spoils of slaying demons were indeed bountiful. A veritable assortment of treasures lay scattered: wealth, skill tomes, and various materials. Zhang Yinbin and his companions swept through the street, encountering minimal resistance. Weapons forged from firestone had the capacity to burn and corrode their foes, leading to swift demises. Unlike other players' armies, who struggled to vanquish these demons, Zhang Yinbin's forces faced little hindrance. Exiting through another city gate took less than an hour. With a contingent of 10,000, they dispatched a swarm of lesser demons, yet his dissatisfaction simmered. Although a single scroll was not particularly significant, Zhang Yinbin yearned for a more substantial reward. Within the city, it seemed these minor demons were all that remained. Sending out scouts to survey for any congregations of greater demonic forces, Zhang Yinbin's team also deployed some cavalry scouts, dividing into smaller groups to scour the outskirts of the city. Half an hour later, one of the groups lost contact. Typically, a team of such size would have a member return periodically to report, yet one squad had failed to check in. In the eastern direction, he ordered, "Let us move out. The entire army shall advance." Dispatching scouts for clarity would require precious time, and Zhang Yinbin and his men were short on that commodity. Thus, they proceeded directly with their main force. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, they discerned signs of battle. A few minutes later, they stumbled upon the bodies of their scouts. Stay vigilant and continue forward. Lowly humans, I shall transform you all into puppets. A deep, beguiling voice emerged from the depths of the nearby forest. Zhang Yinbin recognized that they had found their true target. Thunderstorm, let us charge in. He directed. All squads, prepare for the assault. Zhang Yinbin and Thunderstorm took the lead. As they entered the woods, a troop of demons emerged slowly. Their movements appeared somewhat stiff and sluggish. Zhang Yinbin noted the palpable aura of demonic energy surrounding them, heavier than before. Lowly humans, you have sent me so many servants, proclaimed a towering demon, carried by others on a sedan chair. This figure radiated a potent aura. Clearly not an ordinary adversary. Thunderstorm, Ironwing, we shall restrain this one while the rest of you eliminate the demons, Zhang Yinbin commanded, recognizing the formidable presence of the boss. He relished the opportunity to slay a boss. Understood, my lord. Ironwing initiated the attack first, unleashing an arrow forged entirely from firestone, while others utilized arrows with firestone tips. Ironwing's equipment was of superior quality, befitting his epic-level training. The demon boss was taken aback, tumbling from his perch. Archers, fire, Zhang Yinbin ordered, and the archers unleashed a volley of arrows. He and Thunderstorm surged forward, recognizing the threat posed by their weapons. A barrage of arrows struck, injuring many of the demons. These fiends, once unafraid of injury or death, now writhed in agony as firestone corroded and scorched them. The air was filled with their anguished howls. Zhang Yinbin and Thunderstorm pressed onward, easily dispatching several soldiers that obstructed their path. The army behind them followed suit, and the archers swiftly switched to crossbow bolts. Seeking opportunities to attack, Zhang Yinbin quickly discerned that while these ordinary demons posed a challenge, they were not particularly formidable. Their specialized weapons made it relatively easy to eliminate them. While humans, the demon leader bellowed, driven into a frenzy. He charged at Zhang Yinbin and Thunderstorm, laughing maniacally. I have not faced worthy opponents in ages. Thunderstorm, exhilarated, leapt into action. The clash between them reverberated through the forest. The demon leader merely staggered back and scathed, while Thunderstorm remained unharmed as well. They had faced such enemies before and had the experience to withstand the confrontation. At this moment, Zhang Yinbin arrived, wielding his iron staff. Crafted from firestone, though not as lethal as blades. His intent was to engage the boss while clearing the lesser demons. Zhang Xinting, Yuan Hai, and several other valiant captains led the charge, scattering the demons in disarray. The archers continued their relentless assault, while the demon leader found himself in a precarious position. He could not harm Thunderstorm, nor could Thunderstorm harm him. However, Ironwing could. Ironwing's arrows, forged from firestone, were a constant threat, with several consecutive strikes. Although he had yet to land a direct hit, the demon leader grew increasingly wary, unable to concentrate on the battle. Zhang Yinbin and Thunderstorm seized the opportunity to strike repeatedly. Initially, they made little impact, but as Thunderstorm's lightning attribute began to take effect, the demon leader's movement slowed. After half an hour of intense combat, the demon leader realized something was amiss, contemplating a retreat. But it was too late. Zhang Yinbin withdrew his iron staff, seizing the right moment to draw a dagger and thrust it into the demon leader's leg. The corrosive nature of the dagger inflicted excruciating pain, eliciting a roar from the demon leader. Thunderbolt. Thunderstorm unleashed his ultimate attack. Chapter 88. Foundation Restoration Elixir. Thunderstorm's powerful strike induced paralysis. Ironwing, seasoned in battle, swiftly loosed an arrow that struck the demon's chest, emitting plumes of black smoke. The overwhelming corrosiveness gradually sapped the demon leader's strength. He attempted to brandish his weapon but found his grip faltering as the blade slipped from his fingers, eventually kneeling in defeat. Zhang Yinbin surveyed the battlefield, noting that the minor demons had been largely eradicated. The ground was strewn with spoils of war. He refrained from involving himself in the elimination of the minor demons. Indeed, the system's task proved to be far from arduous. Of course, this was relative to him. For other players, the half-demons within the city would likely pose a significant challenge. Those within the city were merely corrupted remnants, transformed into half-demons, whereas these foes were fully fledged demons. Ordinary weapons inflicted minimal harm upon them, rendering them nearly impervious to other players' attempts. Yet for Zhang Yinbin, the encounter had been a breeze. After the battle, they began to clear the field. The rewards were considerably more abundant than usual. Zhang Yinbin was not overly concerned about the rewards. The gold would be handed to him by the soldiers, which he would then pass on to Nan Ningxi. Meanwhile, various techniques and skill tomes could be distributed among the junior captains. My lord, look, these are what we found. Zhang Xinting exclaimed excitedly, presenting 3 vials to him. Zhang Yinbin took them and examined the contents. Foundation Restoration Elixir, an item capable of repairing damaged foundations. Zhang Yinbin felt an overwhelming urge to curse the system, yet the words caught in his throat, overwhelmed by elation. With this item in hand, the occasional death would pose little concern. Most importantly, its value was immense. If auctioned, it could fetch an astronomical price. In the game, the penalties for player death are exceedingly severe. On the surface, the punishments seem negligible, but what is free often holds the highest cost. The game is ruthless. A single death could sever ties with many valuable resources in the future. Furthermore, the guild would never nurture those who have lost their potential. The bottle in Zhang Yinbin's hand, if put up for auction now, would undoubtedly fetch a staggering price. However, Zhang Yinbin was uncertain when he might meet his own demise in battle. Thus, it was imperative for him to retain this item. Moreover, it could prove necessary for his subordinates as well. The mission, solely for the sake of this bottle, was already worth it. The demon clan leader appeared to be of no high rank, merely dropping 2 advanced techniques, while a plethora of intermediate and basic skills were also found. Zhang Yinbin only collected the advanced ones, leaving the rest for his subordinates to distribute. He instructed his team to conduct another search, yet nothing of value was uncovered, nor was there any sign of the demon clan. By this time, merely half a day had passed, and Zhang Yinbin's casualties were minimal, just over 100. It was time to return. Preparations for the next day's duel battles needed to be made. The foundational restoration liquid was far too crucial. Zhang Yinbin led his team out of the mission space and back to their territory. He delegated the subsequent military matters to a few junior commanders and exited the task to reach out to Wan, only to find himself unable to contact her. In that specific space, communication was impossible. It was likely that she had embarked on a mission involving the demon clan. Having returned early, he set about organizing shipbuilding affairs. Currently, over a dozen vessels were being constructed simultaneously. Additionally, he monitored the Divine Craft Workshop, urging the array master to produce engines in abundance. After that, he had little else to attend to and logged off to break stones in the mountain behind. It was only at night that Zhang Yinbin logged back in. Upon his return, not only did he manage to contact Wan, but she also proactively sent him a message. Zhuge Shenlong, our guild leader wishes to acquire more flame stones. We are down to merely 3 scrolls, but can offer other items in exchange. The Lioli Guild had indeed undertaken a mission, but their main personnel were absent. Instead, they had sent a contingent from a subordinate territory, allowing them to absorb any potential losses. Since it was Wan who had reached out, she felt compelled to participate to maintain the morale of the lower territories. As it turned out, they emerged victorious yet at a great cost. The weapons forged from flame stones did indeed possess a burning effect, causing significant damage to the demon clan. However, the demon clan leader was formidable, exhibiting high vitality, making it exceedingly difficult to slay. They had lost half their forces in the process of achieving victory. Upon returning and analyzing the situation, they realized they had been deceived by Zhang Yinbin. Adding 2 units of flame stones could indeed eliminate these demons, but increasing the quantity would yield even better results with fewer losses. In other words, Zhang Yinbin had misled them. In their effort to conserve flame stones, they had paid with lives. Zhang Yinbin directly traded 3 scrolls with Wan, stating, having fought once, you know the immense value of these scrolls. The system rewards should be nothing short of excellent. Since you understand this, if you desire flame stones, do not offer money in exchange. If you prefer not to use scrolls, you may barter with other valuable items. Alternatively, I could collaborate with other guilds to assist in procurement. In truth, having other guilds assist in acquisition seemed unlikely. Ziliili's capabilities ensured she had swiftly acquired all available scrolls. I shall provide you with a list. Let me know what piques your interest. Wan found herself at an impasse. Having battled the demon clan, she was acutely aware of the value of the foundational restoration liquid. Consequently, she aimed to preserve her scrolls while hastily commencing action. Zhang Yinbin, however, remained unhurried. With 8 scrolls still in hand, he had enough for 4 days. Very well, I shall reach out again tomorrow night, he decided, as he would be occupied with 2 battles the following day. He also wanted to afford them time to compile their list. After finishing his conversation with Wan, Zhang Yinbin awaited Nan Chengxi's return. When she came back from her bath, she wore less gauzy attire, revealing more than before. Once Nan Chengxi had finished bathing, she began her own training, progressing at an even quicker pace than Zhang Yinbin. Nan Chengxi, you are truly impressive. You've only had a few days with this technique, yet it seems you are nearly catching up to me. Upon completing her training, Nan Chengxi opened her eyes and responded, my lord, you are but a mortal. Your cultivation has its side effects and progresses slowly. I, however, am of an untainted body, free from such repercussions. Zhang Yinbin found himself at a loss for words. Nan Chengxi, look here, this foundational restoration liquid. Could it hold significant value for us, the extraordinary? If I were to use it, would it accelerate my training? Nan Chengxi examined it carefully before shaking her head and saying, my lord, it may suffice for ordinary techniques. But you are practicing a divine-level technique. This restoration liquid is far too rudimentary and ill-suited for you. There are far superior options in existence. Zhang Yinbin, holding the foundational restoration liquid, suddenly felt its allure diminish. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to sell it for a handsome price. On second thought, since its value wasn't exceedingly high, he might as well sell it to rake in some profit. Chapter 89, The All-Knowing Sage. Time to sleep. Zhang Yinbin retrieved the foundational restoration liquid and pulled Nan Chengxi close. He felt a sense of tranquility as he embraced her to sleep, devoid of any ulterior thoughts. The next day, Zhang Yinbin rallied his troops once more for another expedition. The morning went smoothly as they swiftly located the true demon army. The three of them continued to hold off the demon clan's formidable boss, while the other junior commanders led the main forces in a fierce onslaught. The battle was resolved in just 3 hours, followed by an hour spent cleaning the battlefield. Subsequently, they exited the mission space. In less than half a day, Zhang Yanbin returned. Upon his arrival, the army was granted a brief respite before another battle was to commence in the afternoon. Once again, there were no significant obstacles. Yet the spoils were plentiful, several advanced technique and skill books, along with a myriad of assorted supplies. Zhang Yanbin transported many of these items back in his ring. However, upon returning, he placed most into storage for his subordinates to sort and organize. A day passed, and Wanwan finally compiled a rather concise list. For Zhuling fruits? Well, I'll consider that as 2,000 units of flame stones. Upon seeing the Zhuling fruit, Zhang Yanbin recalled it was meant for feeding spirit beasts. He had 3 young eaglets now, and the little wolf had previously consumed one, yielding excellent results. When it grew a bit more, it would surpass its parents. On Wanwan's side, Ziliyili and her senior members were present, and they directly approved the transaction. Ziliyili was puzzled as to why Zhang Yanbin had not contacted her directly, but had chosen to reach out to Wanwan first. Zhang Yanbin would not divulge the reasons. The lost artifact. This was something they were all willing to exchange for, an artifact indeed. Zhang Yanbin noticed the scroll pertaining to the lost artifact. Trade? I wonder if Zhuge Shenlong would be open to it. I have one as well, but I am hesitant to undertake the mission. I fear for my life. I would at least want to stockpile a batch of foundational restoration liquid before daring to proceed. How about trading for 3,000 units? Wanwan's side approved as well. Zhang Yanbin provided them with 3,000 units. I do not require ordinary weapons. I already possess a plethora. If you desire any, I could sell you a few. Zhang Yanbin had over 100 ordinary weapons stored in his ring. Upon seeing the ordinary weapons listed, he remarked to Wanwan. Why did this also make it onto the list? Meanwhile, Wanwan was taken aback. Ordinary weapons were now exceedingly precious, and countless individuals were clamoring for them. Did Zhuge Shenlong not know that weapons in reality cannot withstand the cultivation techniques practiced in the game? Experiments have been conducted using real-world weapons alongside these techniques, but it quickly becomes evident that they cannot endure the strain and are easily damaged. Conversely, authentic weapons can be brought into reality and can withstand these techniques. Naturally, Zhang Yanbin was unaware of this. He was too preoccupied and busy, and he had never utilized any game weapons in real life. His primary focus was on adapting to his power, mostly engaging in stone quarrying. Wanwan was at a loss for how to respond and relayed Zhang Yanbin's words to the higher-ups, including Ziliyili. Did the foremost player in the game, Zhuge Shenlong, truly not know the effects of authentic weapons? She conveyed to him the role of these weapons in reality, probing for his reaction. Wanwan informed Zhang Yanbin about the real-world implications of these weapons. Zhang Yanbin muttered to himself, so that is how it is. No wonder the system introduced authentic weapons. It seems these authentic weapons are indeed exceedingly precious. I possess quite a treasure trove myself. After coming to this realization, he remarked, I am well aware. I already have a set. In my territory, I am the sole player. What use would I have for so many authentic weapons? I have been preoccupied with tasks, and even discussing matters with you requires careful timing. When would I have the leisure to deal with these weapons? Do you know anyone who could manage this more conveniently? Zhang Yanbin's reasoning seemed quite sound. Wanwan was also astonished, pondering where Zhang Yanbin had acquired such a plethora of authentic weapons. In this regard, we need not concern ourselves. We can inform him about Bai Xiaosheng, who specializes in handling game items. Ziliyili said to Wanwan. Wanwan paused for a moment and then responded, in that case, Zhuge Shenlong might bypass us entirely. If we assist in managing these weapons, he may suspect we are merely middlemen seeking to profit from the difference, and he might approach Bai Xiaosheng directly, leaving us both in a debt of gratitude. Our collaboration with Zhuge Shenlong extends into numerous other domains. Understanding this, Wanwan informed him about a certain Bai Xiaosheng, known for his information-gathering prowess. He has established a small guild, although it is modest in size. It is quite capable of uncovering various intelligence and assisting players in managing numerous items. Thank you immensely for this information. I shall offer you 500 units of flame stones free of charge. Wanwan sent over Bai Xiaosheng's business card. Zhang Yanbin accepted it. In return, Zhang Yanbin exchanged some other items, enabling the Lioli Guild to equip a team of approximately 10,000 individuals with all weapons forged from flame stones. You can only attempt the scroll task once a day. The remainder will undoubtedly expire. When that time comes, you will still owe me. With an army of 10,000, their strength would not suffice to engage in multiple battles in a single day. They would be limited to 1 battle per day. The time for these scrolls is only 1 month, and several days have already passed. Upon completing the transaction, Zhang Yanbin felt quite pleased. He then reached out to Bai Xiaosheng. It is an honor to be contacted by the foremost player in the game, Zhuge Shenlong. Bai Xiaosheng promptly replied, yes. I've heard from friends that you are well informed and can handle game items. I have over 100 pieces of authentic equipment here. I wonder what their worth might be. Without further ado, Zhang Yanbin inquired directly. I cannot say without seeing the specific attributes, but I can provide you with a reference. A low-level authentic weapon is generally valued at around 1 million. If you wish for me to handle a batch, I can charge a 10% processing fee, or we can waive the task fee. If it's free, it tends to be more expensive, so I prefer to pay. The two exchanged messages. Bai Xiaoxing was not a trivial figure. He was the head of the information agency of the Huaxia district in reality. Thus, in the game, he primarily dealt with intelligence. Of course, to excel in intelligence work, he needed to cultivate good relationships with various individuals and possess the ability to assist in certain matters. No, free of charge, we can mutually benefit from each other. There is currently an opportunity for such mutual benefit. Bai Xiaoxing had quickly discerned Zhang Yanbin's character, responding directly. Let us not play games. This will be a more pleasant interaction. Chapter 90. The Intelligence of Bai Xiaoxing. Zhang Yanbin suddenly found Bai Xiaoxing to be quite intriguing. He remarked, "Tell me more. I enjoy transactions. Trading is about mutual needs and benefits for both parties." Bai Xiaoxing fell silent for a moment and then said, "Each continent has embedded numerous spies within the others. In our eastern continent, over 40 territories are currently under the control of other continents. The eastern continent is primarily composed of Huaxia individuals, posing a significant threat to us. I wish to provide you with this list. You could eliminate them and seize their resources and population. This would be advantageous for you, Shenlong. While you are powerful alone, your population could become a disadvantage in the future." Zhang Yanbin was taken aback that Bai Xiaoxing would share such information. "Are you not afraid I might leak this?" Haha. If I do not inform you about the spies embedded in our eastern continent, it would be inconsequential. If the spies from the eastern continent are exposed, it is of no concern. What harm could it do if you leak it? Once they are exposed, what can they do? Relocate their territories? You have a clever plan, asking me to clear out these spies. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoxing was already over 40 years old. At this age, without this game, he might wield significant power in reality, but would have little to show for it. We are now in the era of the Earth Federation. Although each district has embedded spies, once spies are discovered, they can only be expelled, and sometimes one must pretend not to see them. However, the game is different. In reality, action is complicated. In the game, you are alone, ensuring confidentiality, with considerable abilities, and without the many concerns that larger guilds face. Even if a large guild knows, they would hesitate to take on such tasks. Who knows whether the opposing intelligence agency might target them and send spies to infiltrate? Fine. I agree. I am currently engaged in tasks and have no time, but I will also need my troops to be able to reach them. Rest assured, along the coast, there are several territories I can mark for you. While I may not know your precise location, I do know your territory is by the sea." Zhang Yanbin felt a chill. It seemed Bai Xiaoxing had been monitoring him closely all along. He truly was a cunning old fox. All right, then. Zhang Yanbin directly traded over 20+ authentic weapons to Bai Xiaoxing. He believed Bai Xiaoxing would handle them internally. After all, intelligence agencies in reality also require armament. Following the era of the Federation, Earth underwent significant changes. It seemed as though a higher civilization controlled everything, eliminating all nuclear weapons. Yet, a world war has not transpired. Decades ago, various crises were rampant. Had it not been for nuclear weapons, the Third World War would have erupted decades prior. Zhang Yanbin became increasingly troubled. Bai Xiaoxing understood him so thoroughly, recognizing his vulnerabilities. By providing him with the list, based on the timing and scope of his attacks, it would not be long before he could deduce Zhang Yanbin's approximate location. Yet, in order to expedite his development, he had no choice but to collaborate with him, thus revealing his position. Zhang Yanbin, unafraid of any challenge, thought to himself, "Give me a little more time. Even alone, my strength surpasses that of all guilds." Indeed, population numbers were a weakness for Zhang Yanbin. Currently, while larger guilds had reduced their numbers, they simultaneously controlled many territories, thereby managing a substantial number of NPCs. As the player count diminished, the NPC population would continue to rise. Zhang Yanbin, after all, had only one territory. Without seizing population, he would inevitably become isolated in the future. Bai Xiaoxing was quite an intriguing figure. Understanding this, Zhang Yanbin must accelerate the progress of his tasks. He plans to engage in 3 battles each day, striving to complete the Demon Tribe mission scrolls as swiftly as possible. He must experience rapid development. Otherwise, a crisis looms ominously. After their discussion, Zhang Yanbin awaits Nan Ningxi to finish her tasks. "Ningxi, there is something of great importance I must share with you," he says. Grasping her hand, he has grown accustomed to conversing without seizing the opportunity for inappropriate advances. Otherwise, how could he be considered anything but a lecher? Nan Ningxi's gaze is clear and radiant as she naturally looks at Zhang Yanbin. "Regarding our territory, I have never intended to construct a city, as it is well defended from attacks in all 4 directions. However, we now require the implementation of defensive measures so that, should foreign enemies invade, we can eradicate them. Therefore, I plan to set up defenses in the mountainous areas on 3 sides, as well as at the estuary and in Divine Dragon Lake. Ningxi, before long, our location may be exposed. We must be prepared in advance." Nan Ningxi, possessing her own opinions, ponders for a moment. Since our territory is unlikely to be discovered or attacked in the short term, there is no rush. I intend to wait until the formation master is available to gradually establish the defenses. Additionally, we should gather more high-quality materials. Zhang Yinbin contemplates for a moment before responding. Agreed, but let us set a timeline for 1 month from now. We must commence the arrangements, then, and simultaneously train a contingent to defend our territory. Very well. She replies. In 1 month, Zhang Yinbin's territory will likely be exposed. However, any large-scale assault from enemies can only come from the sea, which is his domain. He will annihilate any who dare approach. Thus, waiting for a month to set up defenses is entirely feasible. The adversary must first ascertain their position and gather intelligence while also preparing themselves. Moreover, how many would dare challenge him, given the circumstances? A month later will offer a more mature setup at a lower cost. After concluding their discussion, the two take a rest. The following day, Zhang Yinbin engages in 3 battles, successfully completing 3 scroll missions and acquiring a substantial amount of resources. With considerable wealth, he generously provides Nan Ningxi with the billions of copper coins he earned from previous tasks, encouraging her to spend freely. For rapid development, significant expenditure is essential. Zhang Yinbin also utilizes the trading system to purchase some basic supplies. Currently, the population has reached approximately 400,000, but he only possesses 1 territory. With a fully equipped army of 10,000 and over 1,000 garrison troops. To expedite development, the population remains Zhang Yinbin's bottleneck. That evening, Zhang Yinbin briefly communicates with Wan and inquires about Bai Shaosheng. By Shaosheng, the pricing has been provided from that end. Over 20 items for 28 million copper coins. Other resources may also be used for exchange. Zhang Yinbin opts for the resources directly, finding the price satisfactory. He entrusts Bai Shaosheng with the handling of the 20 items, 2 of which are of superior quality. While Zhang Yinbin has plenty of these items, which can also be seized on the demon battlefield, he cannot fully trust Bai Shaosheng to handle them all at once. In Chapter 91, Obsessed, Zhang Yinbin dedicates another 2 days to complete the demon tribe tasks. He temporarily has no mission scrolls in hand, but is confident that the Lioli Guild will soon offer scrolls in exchange. Although they possess numerous territories, they can only complete 1 scroll at a time since the weaponry crafted from flamestones is sufficient for equipping only 10,000 troops. Their strength pales in comparison to Zhang Yinbin's. Despite having 10,000 troops, they too require a day to complete their tasks, with a loss of 2 to 3%. Upon finishing his tasks, Zhang Yinbin heads to the Divine Craft Workshop. Old Master, how many formation masters have been trained now? The Lord has arrived. Please take a seat. Tea is being served. The masters in the territory enjoy excellent treatment. The formation masters have dedicated lounges and meeting rooms. At this moment, Zhang Yinbin is in the meeting room. All of them have been trained as junior formation masters. They are quite capable, training for over 10 hours a day. I require intermediate formation masters who can operate ships. The formation master holds up 2 fingers. There are already over 20. That should be sufficient for the Lord's fleet to set sail. 20 is barely adequate, and there are no backups. If one falls in battle, who will steer the ship? Actually, a few are on the verge of breaking through. I have taught them everything necessary. You may bring along some junior formation masters. They will gradually learn as well. Additionally, all ships will be ready in 2 days, and by then, several more breakthroughs will likely occur. Currently, 2 experimental vessels are in practice. Zhang Yinbin nods, considering this the bare minimum. The Divine Craft Workshop was built early on and is relatively simple, but as the territory is further developed, it will expand significantly in scale. Zhang Yinbin observes the formation master, comfortably reclining with a cup of fine tea, thoroughly enjoying himself. Meanwhile, he has been tirelessly engaged in battles. And this formation master certainly knows how to indulge. It occurs to him that he may occasionally visit the tailor master as well. With this thought, Zhang Yinbin feels a surge of irritation. How many formation discs have been completed? Have there been any improvements? He queries, his tone slightly heated, startling the formation master. My lord, I assure you I have been diligent. The formations have been considerably improved. The transmission efficiency has increased significantly. It originally took 5 hours, but now it has been reduced to 4.5. Zhang Yinbin takes a sip of tea, savoring it, and responds nonchalantly. The formation master, uncertain of Zhang Yinbin's sentiments, cautiously assures him, rest assured, my lord, I will lead the team to continue research, striving to enhance the efficiency of the formation discs. Very well, how many are ready? I wish to take them with me. Tomorrow, provide me with 100 formation discs, not including those installed on the ships. The formation master, aware that future matters depend on Zhang Yinbin, dares not offend him. Zhang Yinbin nods in satisfaction, then speaks earnestly, being a lord is no easy task. Everything relies on me. Old master, you are the backbone of our territory. You cannot spend all your time visiting the tailor. Rest assured, my lord. I will prioritize my responsibilities. Zhang Yinbin refrains from further comment, rising and departing with a confident stride. The fleet has been improved, and Zhang Yinbin eagerly anticipates their maiden voyage. As he explores other areas, he notices the rapid changes in the territory. Many paths have been paved with stone slabs, and several artificial lakes have been constructed nearby, with a large river providing convenient access to water. After a thorough inspection, Zhang Yinbin finds he has no further tasks for the day. During lunchtime, he logs off to take a shower and thoroughly cleans the gaming pod. Just as he considers what to do next, the doorbell rings. Recognizing it as Dong Xiaowan, he opens the door. Xiaowan, what troubles you? Hold me. Dong Xiaowan trembles uncontrollably. Why are you so cold? I have been excessively zealous in my cultivation lately. Whenever I have free time, I practice, often throughout the night. Just now, I suddenly felt a chill. Hold me, please. Zhang Yinbin has no choice but to embrace her and closes the door with his foot. As he holds Dong Xiaowan, she seems to feel somewhat better, though after a moment, she still desires more warmth. Hey, are you trying to be a rogue? Dong Xiaowan finds the embrace insufficient. Consequently, she pushes Zhang Yinbin onto the sofa. What follows is left to the imagination. When a woman decides to act provocatively, Zhang Yinbin can only passively respond. It appears that only through greater contact with Zhang Yinbin can Dong Xiaowan alleviate her discomfort, which drives her to be rather assertive. On the couch, Zhang Yinbin had his way with her. You little rascal, shall we indulge again? I still have the energy. Dong Xiaowan felt her cheeks flush, her clothing in tatters. Thank you for earlier, I was really freezing. Zhang Yinbin draped a towel around her shoulders. In truth, it mattered little whether she was covered or not. They were well aware of each other's state. However, such a conversation was less awkward this way. As mere mortals, we should refrain from overly aggressive cultivation. Zhang Yinbin spoke in a chastising tone, though he too felt a twinge of anxiety, having encountered some issues himself. Fortunately, he had managed to resolve them in time. Dong Xiaowan was too ambitious, yearning for a higher status, fully aware that strength was her foundation. Thus, she was willing to sigh. This technique was particularly suited for women, and indeed, for me as well. The initial progress had been swift, yet unexpectedly, this time. As she recalled their 2-hour encounter on the couch, her face reddened. No worries, we shall improve together in the future. Bah, you are merely tempting me. Zhang Yinbin, being human, knew that during cultivation, unforeseen complications could arise. I shall take my leave. All right, next time, let us not be so reckless in our practices. Dong Xiaowan peeked cautiously at the door and, seeing no one, hurried back to her room. In truth, at this hour, no one would be around to witness her. It was merely her own guilty conscience at play. After all, they were but mortals. Zhang Yinbin sighed. He too was preparing to go online. As he logged in, the afternoon approached dusk. That evening, he noticed Nan Ningxi embarking on her cultivation once more. Ningxi, moderation is key in cultivation, otherwise, one risks becoming unhinged. Are you aware of what that entails? Nan Ningxi adjusted her posture, prepared to begin. That is a concern for you mortals. I have mentioned before. I am a pure being, impervious to such after effects. Zhang Yinbin felt helpless. He had no desire to cultivate today, and simply fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Nan Ningxi came to lie beside him. Morning dawned, and at that moment, Bai Xiaoxing reached out to him. Zhuge Shenlong, a total of 56 million. I couldn't prepare in time, so I'm sending you the funds directly. Next time, I'll assist you in acquiring some resources. Furthermore, I have selected 3 territories for you. Conquer these, and the resources as well as the population shall belong to you. Bai Xiaoxing sent Zhang Yinbin the details of the 3 territories. It appeared that Bai Xiaoxing had already made some educated guesses about the general location of his territory. Chapter 92, Setting Sail Again. Bai Xiaoxing's intelligence network was vast, with hundreds at its core and many more on the periphery. He had been mapping the entire game world, allowing him to approximate Zhang Yinbin's location. However, he could not ascertain the exact position, as Zhang Yinbin's territory was too obscure. Zhang Yinbin scrutinized the intelligence carefully, contemplating. Damn it, whoever they are, as long as they give me time, let them reveal their location. With sufficient strength, I need not fear anyone. He meticulously examined the information sent by Bai Xiaoxing. The 3 territories were all coastal and aligned with their direction. The specific locations still needed to be investigated. It was time for him to formally present himself before the players. Zhang Yinbin resolved to strike. Hesitation would only slow his progress. If he desired rapid development, decisive action was imperative. He began to organize his troops, preparing an army of 10,000 to engage in battle. In recent days, hundreds had perished, but they were replenished from the reserves. Ships were also to be prepared, including several transport vessels. The transport ships did not need to carry supplies, as Zhang Yinbin had them stored in his ring. As his strength grew, the space within the ring expanded. What he needed to transport were people. After spending half a day with the army, Zhang Yinbin returned to his residence. He meticulously analyzed the intelligence and sketched a map, determining a rough location. They would set sail southward, then navigate around the cape, heading north. After traversing over 1,000 nautical miles, they would arrive. Zhang Yinbin only knew the approximate locations. 2 territories lay in that direction, while the third was beyond the estuary, heading north. He planned to conquer the 2 that were close together first. With a strategy in place, the next step was preparation. Zhang Yinbin waited an additional day before setting off. This time, the expedition would be divided into 2 parts. One would consist of himself leading over 20 warships with 10,000 soldiers, while the other would comprise the transport vessels. The transport fleet, protected by 2 large ships, totaled over 60 vessels of varying sizes, all equipped with sails. At present, only the new ships were fitted with the engine array. Zhang Yinbin set sail with his fleet. Lord, wait. Just as they were about to depart, Nan Ningxi arrived. What is it? Hold on. Nan Ningxi gestured for him to wait, and he complied. Today, she wore a stunning new dress. Zhang Yinbin donned his battle attire, which complemented her appearance. Shortly thereafter, a long cry echoed through the air. It was the hawk. I had sent it to deliver a message. I was worried it wouldn't return in time, but now it has come back and can accompany the Lord. It is willing to relay messages for us. Zhang Yinbin inquired, puzzled. The day before yesterday, you entrusted me with the Zhuling fruit, and I took it to the hawk, giving it to its young. That same day, 2 hawks began transmitting messages for us. News from the ice lake indicates that the surrounding trees are far superior to the black jade cypress. Additionally, the water from this lake is excellent for crafting weapons, serving as an exceptional cooling agent. This made sense. Zhang Yinbin rarely managed the affairs of his territory, and without Nan Ningxi, he would have been unable to lead his troops into battle. There were simply too many matters to attend to in the territory. Nan Ningxi waved at the hawk, which swooped down. Follow the Lord and relay messages. The hawk emitted a couple of soft calls, indicating its understanding. It was quite intelligent, capable of comprehending that the 2 fleets would be separated by a considerable distance, thus relying on it to convey messages. Nan Ningxi gently stroked its wings and said to Zhang Yinbin, Brother Hawk, we are counting on you. Zhang Yinbin felt as though he had transformed into a legendary hero. Beside him, Nan Ningxi was certainly a match for any heroine. Let us go. Zhang Yinbin, no longer hesitating, squeezed Nan Ningxi's hand before departing. Just as he left, the hawk flew onto the ship. The fleet set sail from Shenlong Lake, while Nan Ningxi headed toward the teleportation array, as she still had many tasks to complete. With the fleet now equipped with engines and no longer relying on sails, their speed increased significantly. There were now sufficient array masters available to power the formations, continuously generating energy. The fleet moved swiftly. Once at sea, Zhang Yinbin found himself with little to occupy his time. Although he could cultivate on board, the ship was inherently not a tranquil environment. Given Dong Xiaowan's experience with losing control, he was reluctant to practice while at sea. Thus, he logged off. He logged off during the day, and the villa was quiet. Exiting through the front door, Zhang Yinbin made his way to the back mountain. He caught a wild chicken and began roasting it outside the villa. You seem to be enjoying yourself, grilling out here, came the voice of Yang Yingfan. Aren't you supposed to be in the game right now? Yang Yingfan stretched, looking as though she had not moved in quite some time. She then sat down opposite Zhang Yinbin, crossing her legs, just taking a breather. Zhang Yinbin's chicken was nearly done, and he had a dagger nearby. This dagger was one he had brought out from the game and had set aside while preparing the meal. He picked it up and cut a chicken leg for Yang Yingfan. She stared at the dagger before taking the roasted chicken. After a bite, she remarked, It's decent. I haven't eaten in ages, and my palate has grown dull. Yang Yingfan possesses a gaming warehouse and has little need for sustenance. However, humans, having consumed food for countless years, still relish the act of eating. What prompted you to venture out and capture wild chickens for a barbecue? Zhang Yinbin even carved himself a chicken leg. My game character, feeling a profound sense of boredom aboard the ship, opted to log out. Yang Yingfan is a meticulous individual. Upon spotting the dagger, she discerned that Zhang Yinbin must possess notable skills within the game. Nevertheless, she refrained from associating it with Zhuge Shenlong and did not pry into Zhang Yinbin's specific circumstances. The two shared the roasted chicken, and then Yang Yingfan remarked, I shall head to the swimming pool. It would be inconvenient for you to accompany me. Very well, he replied. Yang Yingfan boasts an admirable physique. Yet Zhang Yinbin would not stoop to voyeurism. They parted ways, with Zhang Yinbin making his way into the villa, dagger in hand, ultimately revealing his secrets. Although Yang Yingfan said nothing, she had cast her gaze upon the dagger 5 times, likely deducing its significance. This dagger, a weapon of superior quality, had been retained by Zhang Yinbin for himself, and its recent use in slaying a chicken had inadvertently exposed him. Unfazed, Zhang Yinbin returned to his room to engage in training. It struck him as peculiar. The villa, including himself, comprised 5 individuals according to Dong Xiaowan. Yet one remained consistently absent, and the others seemed disinclined to mention it. On the opposite side of the villa, where Yang Yingfan resided with Qin Xiaoyan, Zhang Yinbin had never ventured. He dismissed the matter from his mind, content with the current state of affairs. After a day and night, Zhang Yinbin finally logged back into the game. Upon entering, he perused his messages. Wanwan had sent him several notes, soliciting the continuation of their stone trade. Additionally, Xiling had sent a trade request, seeking to purchase a warhorse, a transaction the two had previously agreed upon. At that moment, Zhang Yinbin was outside his territory, rendering him unable to trade with Xiling. However, he did provide her with intel regarding scrolls and other pertinent information. Subsequently, Bai Shaoxing sent him more detailed intelligence, aiding Zhang Yinbin in pinpointing their location. Chapter 93, A 1,000-Mile Ambush. Within a day and night's span, the fleet had traversed over 1,600 miles, leaving them approximately half a day's journey from their target destination. Zhang Yinbin emerged from the ship's cabin, where Zhang Xinting approached to report, My lord. The Eagle Falcon returned an hour ago, Our transport fleet is safe, trailing us by about 400 miles. Zhang Yinbin nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "Can the Eagle Falcon conduct reconnaissance?" "Yes," came the reply. "If you provide it with basic instructions, such as locating areas with large gatherings of people, it can find them. We previously attempted to have it locate a level 2 pirate hideout, which it successfully identified, though we did not engage." The Eagle Falcon is indeed astute but cannot confirm targets for Zhang Yinbin. It can, however, search broadly. "Very well, as we near the target area, I shall have the Eagle Falcon assist in reconnaissance. It is impossible for others to fly alongside the Eagle Falcon. Its swift descent makes it challenging to grasp its talons, as others would tire and fall. Only Zhang Yinbin's divine-level technique enables him to maintain his strength continuously." The ship continued its voyage, with Zhang Yinbin seated at the prow, admiring the scenery while also observing the soldiers' maneuvers. This time, he had brought along several novice array masters and a few intermediate ones on standby for rotation. They lacked masts, reducing resistance and headwinds significantly. The pace of the game exceeded that of reality, given the vastness of the game's map. After journeying several hundred miles, it was already noon, and Zhang Yinbin felt they could not be too far from their destination. "Eagle Falcon, take me aloft for reconnaissance." While others would struggle to fly at high speeds, Zhang Yinbin, having prior experience, was capable. The Eagle Falcon lifted him into the sky, and he soared along the coastline. According to intelligence, the territory was merely a few miles from the shore, complete with a constructed dock. Thus, Zhang Yinbin needed only to follow the coastline to locate it. After flying 100 miles, Zhang Yinbin tightened his grip on the Eagle's leg, signaling it to return, for he had spotted the harbor and the distant territory. The Eagle Falcon turned back, flying him to the ship, which continued onward for approximately another 100 miles. They halted after traveling 80 miles, preparing to disembark for the ambush. The fleet set sail once more, covering about 30 more miles. "My lord, ahead lies a small vessel, seemingly from the opposing territory." Yuan Hai reported from the flagship's high platform, having observed the small ship. Though termed a small vessel, it was over 800 tons, whereas Zhang Yinbin's ships were no less than 2,000 tons. "Sink it, spread the fleet out, and launch a full-scale attack. Do not allow it a chance to send word." Players can communicate using transmitters, a loophole that cannot be avoided, yet it remains a privilege granted to players. Zhang Yinbin speculated that the enemy had yet to detect them, given the significant size disparity between the vessels. Command was issued from the flagship, and the remaining ships swiftly mobilized. The vessels repositioned to face the enemy, allowing for a greater number of catapults to attack. As they adjusted, the enemy finally realized the presence of this colossal fleet. Numerous players aboard the enemy ship assumed it was an NPC fleet. After all, how many players possessed such large vessels? They had yet to report to their territory, intending to confirm the information further before doing so. However, at that moment, numerous black dots appeared in the sky, drawing ever closer, an enemy attack. Finally, someone on board discerned that the black dots were enormous stones hurtling toward them. With over 20 warships, each equipped with 3 catapults, the flagship had even more. Dozens of catapults unleashed their assault simultaneously, unleashing a torrential rain of projectiles that sent chills down the spine. Bang, bang, bang. The first barrage struck 3 stones on target. "Release," commanded a junior officer on the flagship as soldiers atop raised 2 flags in unison. The second wave of attack quickly followed. The enemy's vessels were rather small. After the initial 3 hits, their ship was severely damaged and began to list. The second attack landed 5 hits, sinking the enemy vessel entirely. All transpired too swiftly. They scarcely had time to send a message. As the 2 waves of assault came in rapid succession, they were unable to draft and dispatch a message in time. The lord engaged in discussions outside suddenly received news of an attack by Zhuge Shenlong. The territory was under siege, prompting system alerts for all players within the territory. However, only the lord beyond the territory was privy to the messages. Puzzled, he sent several inquiries to the territory's management personnel, seeking information. Yet, they reported no signs of battle. The lord simply instructed them to investigate thoroughly, as there was only one system alert confirming the presence of Zhuge Shenlong's forces nearby. However, they remained unaware of the reasons for the attack, the location of the assault, or any other details. Lacking this information, they were unable to make informed decisions. The lord held confidence in the numerous defenses surrounding the territory, believing it would not be easily breached. Thus, he merely ordered heightened vigilance. Yet, the personnel below, having received no combat alerts, had become complacent. They were well aware of their surroundings and had scouted several hundred miles, knowing precisely how many territories lay nearby. The game map is vast, and within their vicinity of several hundred miles, there were only a dozen or so territories, all of which they had thoroughly investigated. After Zhang Yinbin's forces sank the enemy vessel, they swiftly resumed their journey. The players from the enemy ship fell into the water, but did not perish. However, the clippers were already prepared, with the small boats dangling from the flagship, swiftly charging forth to annihilate them with arrows and long spears. Ensuring that they could not transmit any specific information, Zhang Yinbin and his comrades quickly adjusted their vessels and continued their voyage. Once they arrived at their destination and docked, they disembarked with great haste. Yuan Hai, you shall lead the fleet and set sail in half an hour to seize their dock. Zhang Yanbin and his group disembarked with 8,000 men, leaving 2,000 behind to capture the port. Yes, my lord. Act swiftly. As soon as Zhang Yanbin and his men disembarked, they immediately formed a battle formation, preparing for a rapid march. The straight distance to their territory was less than 30 miles. In the game, the soldiers had all trained in skills and techniques. This distance was trivial. After a swift march, they soon entered the enemy's territory. Once within the territory, as long as no battle had commenced, the Lord would receive news. This time, the Lord became anxious and immediately dispatched messages to his subordinates. Yet, it was already too late, for the information they received pertained to reconnaissance and defensive preparations. The subordinates had already commenced their scouting tasks. Within mere minutes of assigning these tasks, Zhang Yanbin had advanced several miles. At this juncture, they hurriedly attempted to organize a defense, but time was against them. Brothers, kill. Men, slay. Women too. If they are otherworldly beings, eradicate them all. Those who do not surrender shall meet the same fate. This is war. In war, there is only life and death, no regard for gender. Chapter 94. Breaching the territory. Zhang Yanbin led his army directly into their domain. A few players rushed towards them, their faces displaying a dazed expression, instinctively charging ahead without understanding why. Kill. Zhang Yanbin, donning a mask, wielded an iron rod, sending 3 men flying. Zhang Shinting and several others swiftly eliminated the attackers. The first wave of players was rapidly dispatched. Subsequently, Zhang Yanbin's forces surged into the interior, splitting into several groups. Crouch, do not kill. The rest, regardless of who they are, do not spare anyone. Archers, attack. Zhang Yanbin observed that the outer perimeter of the territory was deserted, with no defenders in sight, clearly indicative of the negligence of these individuals. Arrows rained down, and men fell in rows. Zhang Yanbin and the others shouted, crouch, do not kill. He did not order anyone to kneel, showing basic respect to both NPCs and players. However, anyone standing, be they civilians or soldiers, faced indiscriminate assault. The territory offered little resistance, only sporadic opposition. The enemy forces were scattered, lacking cohesion. Zhang Yanbin's formidable offensive capabilities allowed them to swiftly take control of the main streets, advancing along them with lethal intent. Left and right, they surged forward. Their target, the administrative center. The troops divided into 3 units under the command of Zhang Yanbin and a few minor generals, launching their assault. At this time, only a handful of combatants had gathered outside the administrative center. Archers covered their attacks. Zhang Yanbin's forces crashed against the exterior of the administrative center, initiating a concentrated offensive. The arrow volleys came unexpectedly. The enemy had some level of preparedness, with many players equipped with shields to deflect the onslaught. Nevertheless, Zhang Yanbin's assault would not relent. Thunderstorm unleashed, shattering their defenses. The Tempest hurled his massive hammer, crashing down mercilessly. Bang, 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 countless adversaries were felled. Shields crumpled before his hammer as if they were mere paper. A significant breach opened in their ranks. Charge! Zhang Yanbin commanded, and Zhang Shinting, Chen AC, and others plunged into the fray. Zhuge Shenlong, why do you attack our territory? You are being exceedingly domineering. We have no grievances, do we? Zhang Yanbin did not respond, directly smashing into the fray with his iron rod. Each strike sent enemies flying, their fates uncertain. Zhang Yanbin aimed to obliterate and seize the territory. Zhuge, enough with the pointless chatter. We are well past the time for words. One player attempted to reason with Zhang Yanbin, only to be sent sprawling by a single blow. Outside the administrative center, the enemy forces were divided into 3 groups. Some crouched, while those standing faced fierce onslaughts. Several junior generals exhibited aggressive tactics. Throughout the encounter, Thunderstorm remained relatively passive, as there were no formidable foes present. He only engaged when he perceived a significant number of adversaries. If Thunderstorm charged in, the will to resist among others would completely dissipate. In a flurry of combat, the area outside the administrative center was swiftly cleared of enemies. Several territorial management personnel also met their demise. Zhang Yanbin showed no mercy as he led his men into the administrative center. The interior resembled a conference room rather than Zhang Yanbin's administrative center, which served as a domicile. Thunderstorm shattered the cornerstone, which bore the name of the territory, emanating a faint golden glow. Destroying it would spell doom for the entire territory. Zhang Shinting promptly led troops to secure the warehouses and manage the populace. Any dissenters were executed. The Great Stone Territory, my first conquest. At this moment, someone crouching outside shouted, Zhuge Shenlong. Do you know we are part of the 7 Stars Alliance? Should you annihilate us, be mindful of the consequences. Zhang Yanbin furrowed his brow and stepped outside. You, a player, have not perished but instead cower like an NPC, surrendering. Most players, unable to bear the shame, hesitated or did not crouch, only to be exterminated by Zhang Yanbin's army. The 7 Stars Alliance, what nonsense is this? He scoffed. Do not play the fool. The 7 Stars Alliance is recognized as one of the top 100 guild alliances in the Eastern continent. Zhang Yanbin was genuinely unaware. He was but a solitary figure, lacking the time to become acquainted with such matters. You surrender. I shall not kill you. Where is your lord? Is he dead, fled, or has he submitted? Zhang Yinbin silently cursed. The informant had not mentioned the Seven Stars Alliance in the intelligence reports. He must have known that the enemy's territory was a member of a significant alliance and deliberately withheld that information. System prompt. Player Zhuge Shenlong has destroyed the Great Stone territory. The notification arrived as Thunderstorm had already shattered the cornerstone. At this moment, Zhang Xinting and the other junior generals had seized control of other locations. Simultaneously, they disarmed and detained the armed personnel within the territory. Some otherworldly beings also chose to surrender. Zhang Yinbin did not pursue total annihilation but demanded the surrender of all equipment and possessions from their backpacks. The Lord of Great Stone had been rushing back, serving as a spy, frequently engaging in recruitment efforts. He was quite active within the alliance and often absent from the territory. Nevertheless, the territory had developed reasonably well, being close to the seaside, enabling fishing. During the early stages, the food crisis was not severe. Upon hearing of the destruction of his territory, his heart sank. He did not rush back, but instead began a lamenting outcry against Zhang Yinbin on the forum. Following that, he contacted members of the alliance and then reached out to his organization. Zhang Yinbin was preparing to empty the warehouses, aiming to drive out the otherworldly beings. Otherwise, he would expose the existence of his spatial ring, a significant secret. At that moment, Bai Shaoxing contacted him. Zhuge Shenlong, you are truly formidable. Having seized the Great Stone territory, are you concealing something from me, deliberately setting me up? Isn't it just a Seven Stars Alliance? Brother Zhuge, you should not be overly concerned. On the other end, Bai Shaoxing wore a cunning smile. He had indeed orchestrated events to provoke Zhang Yinbin into offending the Seven Stars Alliance. Simultaneously, one must not permit the presence of enemy spies within an alliance on the eastern continent. He harbored concerns that Zhang Yinbin might be intimidated by the opponent and thus hesitate to engage. Consequently, the intelligence reports made no mention whatsoever of the Qixing Alliance. Brother Zhuge, you should not feel aggrieved. This territory is undoubtedly prosperous. The opposing organization has invested substantial development funds into this land, ensuring it is replete with valuable resources. In the future, do not attempt to play such tricks on me. Otherwise, cooperation will become exceedingly difficult. Bai Shaoxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was uncertain whether Zhang Yinbin might turn against him. However, Zhang Yinbin exhibited little reaction, showing disdain even for the once formidable Gale Guild. Naturally, he would not fear a mere Qixing alliance at this juncture. After Zhang Yinbin responded, he proceeded to inspect the warehouses. Grain, let us gather it. Still grain. There is quite an abundance of it. He had collected supplies from several warehouses, all of which contained grain. Ah, minerals, splendid. But why so much wood? And only a handful of weapons? Is this a sign of poverty? He mused. Oh, there is a considerable amount of money stored in the territory's warehouse. Let us count it. No need to count. It's barely under 10 million, he remarked as he walked from one warehouse to another. Indeed, the supplies were quite plentiful. This was a commendable territory. Chapter 95, a large number of skilled artisans. Zhang Yinbin continued to gather from warehouse to warehouse, discovering a significant quantity of essential resources, crucial for any territory. With these foundational materials, there was no necessity to allocate numerous individuals for production, allowing for greater flexibility in assigning personnel to other tasks. My lord, we have discovered a collection of books. At that moment, Zhang Xinting arrived with soldiers, bringing several crates. Upon inspection, Zhang Yinbin was astonished to find they contained martial arts manuals and skill books. There were no advanced or even intermediate texts, only a multitude of basic ones, numbering in the hundreds. Is the Lord of Dashi a fool? Will he not utilize these resources and leave them for me? Zhang Yinbin pondered. If he had hundreds of books, he would distribute them immediately unless there was no place to use them. You, find a few individuals to inquire about this matter, he commanded, pointing to a junior officer. He then gestured towards Zhang Xinting, saying, take these and arrange for them accordingly. Also, have those soldiers board our warships. He referred to the NPC soldiers. This time, over 3,000 had been captured. There was no need for transport ships. He intended to place them directly on the warships, which were large enough to accommodate them with 2 vessels for oversight. Zhang Yinbin continued his search. The entire territory was remarkably affluent, stocked with an abundance of essential goods, grains, oils, and condiments. He stumbled upon a cache of high-grade minerals. The Dashi territory had hoarded these resources, unable to process them, which fortuitously benefited Zhang Yinbin. This territory was indeed bountiful, capable of sustaining Zhang Yinbin's domain for 2 months without production. However, it was not as lavish as he had initially envisioned. Nevertheless, the population was substantial, with over 100,000 NPCs still alive. This figure was precisely what Zhang Yinbin desired. My lord, we have captured dozens of skilled shipwrights. Yuan Hai reported after securing the port. So many? How could their vessels be of such inferior quality? Zhang Yinbin found it perplexing that they possessed dozens of skilled artisans, surpassing the numbers in his own territory. Additionally, there were several high-level carpenters. The port also held a stock of premium timber, slightly inferior to the black jade cypress. Yuan Hai further explained, I understand now. The Dashi territory has channeled all its resources into the maritime industry, shipwrights and carpenters, though they lack master craftsmen. This group of skilled artisans represents the most valuable asset of their territory. Dashi's ambitions were apparent. His territory was coastal, backed by a network of spies and supported by the Qixing Alliance. Initially, this land was intended to develop into a crucial maritime territory for the Qixing Alliance. Now, it lay in ruins due to Zhang Yanbin's assault. Nakamura Dashi, all your years of effort have been obliterated. The true name of the Lord of Dashi was Nakamura Dashi. He had infiltrated long ago, harboring a fervent passion for naval affairs. Yet, after years of subterfuge, he had managed to enter the Qixing Alliance, receiving considerable financial backing from the spy organization to win over hearts and procure books. All of this was now lost. Yuan Hai had imprisoned these skilled artisans separately in the flagship's hold, a treasure for their territory. The warships of their domain would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Ships constructed by skilled artisans would be produced more rapidly and sturdily, with certain modifications possible. Indeed, my lord. On the forums, there were vehement denunciations and accusations against Zhang Yanbin. Simultaneously, the Qixing Alliance published a declaration of war. Zhang Yanbin merely glanced at it before diverting his attention. He needed to focus on how to transport the populace back. The transport convoy was soon to arrive, and he had no interest in other matters. My lord, I have inquired of many. This batch of books was periodically distributed publicly by the Lord of Dashi to motivate his subordinates. There are also some intermediate books that he personally oversees. Upon receiving this report, Zhang Yanbin was momentarily taken aback. So, the Lord of Dashi possesses such managerial acumen. He could not help but compliment him. Yet, he wondered how Dashi would feel upon hearing such praise. As night fell, Zhang Yanbin's army secured all the captives and began their march towards the port. The damage to the port was not severe. After some hasty repairs, it was barely functional. Their territory also possessed a few vessels, which Zhang Yanbin intended to take with him. Although these ships were only of 800 tons, their quality was commendable. They could be repurposed as fishing boats while also serving to transport goods. It was essential to present an image. He could not allow others to deduce that he possessed a spatial ring. Even if they guessed, they should not be privy to its true extent. In the game, numerous spatial equipment had emerged, yet many could only carry valuable items. When players fell in battle, they randomly dropped items. After defeating a group of players, Zhang Yanbin had also acquired several intermediate books. The bounty from looting was indeed swift. With over 100,000 potential recruits, if the territory were to refresh homeless individuals, how long would it take to gather them? Moreover, there were countless skilled artisans among them. Zhang Yanbin had not scrutinized the abundance of materials closely. In the dead of night, he remained at the port, observing groups of people boarding their transport ships. Xiling sent him a message. Zhuge Shenlong, you truly excel. Having seized the Dashi territory outright, the Qixing Alliance, in conjunction with the Gale Guild, is forming a dragon hunt team to hunt you down. They had allied with several other guilds. Xiling surmised that Zhang Yanbin was unaware of these developments, hence her message. This is fortuitous. I now possess ample justification to attack the Dashi territory. Other territories, however, lack sufficient grounds. Zhang Yanbin was indifferent. Xiling, curious, inquired, what grounds do you have against the Dashi territory? Their true name, Nakamura Dashi, is a spy. Eliminating him will bring peace to our eastern continent. Ah, spy, you say? Will you not publicize this information? Forget it. I have no evidence. Regardless of how many dragon hunt teams they send, I shall deal with them as they come. On the forums, there were those who sought to tarnish Zhang Yanbin's reputation, accusing him of tyranny. Many voices rose against him. Yet, Zhang Yanbin paid little heed to these mere verbal assaults. The revelation of Nakamura Daishi's identity as a spy to Xiling, orchestrated by Zhang Yanbin, was deliberate. Bai Shaoxing had intentionally set him up, and he must retaliate. Should Wanwan inquire, Zhang Yanbin would certainly divulge the information. In due course, Bai Shaoxing's identity would gradually come to light. However, for a leader of an intelligence agency, the exposure of his identity is of little consequence. The paramount concern lies in ensuring that his subordinates remain undisclosed. Officially, his identity is already semi-public. Chapter 96, The Dragon Hunter Squad. At this moment, the port of Daishir's territory was ablaze with lights, as groups of people boarded the ships, guarded by warships on the periphery. Zhang Yanbin summoned a falcon, pinned a letter, and secured it to its leg. The bird took to the sky with a resounding cry, vanishing into the night. This batch comprised over 160,000 individuals, necessitating prior arrangements by Nan Ningxi. Otherwise, managing such a multitude would prove to be a daunting task. By dawn, all personnel had boarded the vessels. Zhang Yanbin had no intention of launching an assault on another territory this time, as the sheer number of captives required some time to process. He needed to transport them back before making further plans. As dawn broke, Zhang Yanbin led the fleet back, moving at a slower pace due to the need for warships to escort the transport vessels. After a brief rest offline, he logged back in around noon. Zhuge Shenlong, you have caused considerable distress to the vast player base. He received a message from Ziliuli. What could possibly lead a guild leader to express such frustration? What? I breached a spy's territory. Who could I possibly harm? It was merely a precautionary measure for the Eastern continent. You are unaware? Naturally, Zhang Yinbin was oblivious. Having just awakened, his response was so resolute that it left Ziliuli exasperated. Do you realize that due to your battle yesterday, the prices of lumber and stone have skyrocketed? For guilds like ours, acquiring resources has become exceedingly costly, forcing us to send more personnel for mining. This is utterly perplexing. How is this my concern? We are in an era of free economy. Zhang Yinbin genuinely could not comprehend the connection. He had not paid heed to such matters. Previously, players had not considered building walls due to rapid territorial expansion. Your attack prompted many to realize the necessity of fortifications, hence the scarcity of stone available for trade. As many were now preparing to construct walls, the Lioli Guild, for instance, would not allocate excessive personnel to gather basic stone. With funds, they would acquire some and allocate more manpower to other ventures. However, with others refraining from selling stone, the few that were available commanded exorbitant prices. Constructing walls required a substantial amount of stone. Consequently, the price of stone surged. If you wish to purchase, come to me. I have a large stock available at favorable prices. You are shameless, Ziliuli retorted in frustration. How is that shameless in a free economy? Zhang Yinbin had always maintained a detached perspective. The soaring prices of stone did not impact him significantly. His territory did not currently necessitate vast quantities for wall construction. Even if it did, his ring contained an ample supply of resources. But why has lumber increased in price? Zhang Yinbin inquired innocently. Humph, Ziliuli scoffed from the administrative center, responding with discontent, because many lords along the coast and in other aquatic regions are acquiring lumber in preparation for shipbuilding. And this is my fault. Zhang Yinbin feigned innocence. The rise in these basic commodities indeed posed challenges for large guilds like Ziliuli's, necessitating adjustments in territorial personnel deployment, which inadvertently affected their development. Upon examining the prices of stone and lumber, Zhang Yinbin confirmed a significant increase. Notably, stone was scarce in supply. He listed 100,000 units at a price that had tripled compared to before. Many expressed outrage at his audacity, yet purchases continued to trickle in, suggesting a potential profit of several million. I only require high-grade stone. When the time comes to build walls, I cannot rely on basic materials. The fleet made its way homeward, and Bai Shaoxing sent another message. Congratulations, Zhuge Xinlong, on your newfound fame and considerable profit. Simply from those resources, if you sell them, you could easily amass a fortune, especially considering the abundance of lumber in their territory. Bai Shaoxing had undoubtedly arranged for an undercover investigation into the territory's circumstances. You speak lightly of it. This venture involved a long-distance assault, and we suffered significant personnel losses. A territory is not easily conquered. In truth, personnel losses were minimal due to the element of surprise in their assault. A few hundred casualties had resulted in the capture of the entire territory, with minimal losses among his high-ranked subordinates. Yet, he had to maintain appearances with Bai Shaoxing. Bai Shaoxing was not privy to the complete details. Zhang Yinbin replied, next time, if there is good news, I will certainly consider you. In the near future, you must swiftly eliminate the other territories. They must not be allowed to develop. I need to recuperate for a while. The losses have been considerable. Zhang Yinbin could indeed mobilize for the next offensive, but the element of surprise was lost, making a fierce assault inevitable, leading to increased losses. Nonetheless, the losses were deemed worthwhile, as they had captured over 160,000 individuals, from whom a selection could be trained into an army. Having already struck the first territory, Zhang Yinbin was determined to continue his campaign against other territories. Only through such actions could rapid development be achieved. A stable territorial development would inevitably pale in comparison to the expansive guilds and alliances, which possessed manpower and resources. Thus, Zhang Yinbin was compelled to accelerate his growth. Raiding was undoubtedly an excellent method. En route, Zhang Yinbin contemplated the establishment of a larger army capable of sustained warfare, aiming to enable simultaneous engagements in 3 battles. As night fell, Zhang Yinbin contacted Wanwan. She was already aware of his military expedition and was uncertain of his return. After conferring with Ziliuli and others, they resolved to trade more scrolls with Zhang Yinbin. Next time he ventured out, the scrolls would be time-sensitive. Ziliuli decided to offer 10 scrolls and insisted that Zhang Yinbin sell him additional firestones. Zhang Yinbin readily acquiesced. Ultimately, the Lioli Guild would be able to equip 20,000 troops, allowing 2 territories to undertake scroll missions concurrently. The 10 scrolls would be completed over 2 days before they set out to raid again. Without raiding, how can one amass wealth? Zhang Yinbin lamented his financial constraints, burdened with the responsibility of supporting his entire territory. He could only venture forth to seize resources. Reflecting on this, he led his fleet towards home. Meanwhile, an insidious plot was being hatched against Zhang Yinbin. The Seven Stars Alliance had made contact with the Gale. The leader of the Seven Stars Alliance, known as Meteor, approached Gale. I possess a method to ensure Zhuge Xinlong's permanent disappearance, but it requires your cooperation. Are you interested? The leader of the Seven Stars Alliance believed that Zhuge Xinlong was a malignant presence in the game, deserving of eradication. Their brief exchange quickly culminated in a shared understanding.